Clang! The iron gate leading to Area E of the prison swung open automatically, and 7 towering prison guards stepped into the corridor of the cell block. Except for the leader, the 4 behind him were heavily armed guards wielding riot shields and wearing protective helmets, while the last 2 bore a rectangular safe box. The inmates confined in Area E were predominantly serious offenders, unlike the cells housing minor criminals elsewhere. The doors here were solid iron, with only small viewing windows. Though humanity has ventured into the age of space exploration, the prisoners within these walls remain deprived of the conveniences afforded by advanced technology. The cells of Handan maximum security prison lacked 3D holographic entertainment, radio stations, or even produced cultivated and extraterrestrial greenhouses. Stripped of their civil rights, the inmates subsisted on tasteless synthetic food and slept on antiquated double-decker wooden beds dating back centuries. Aside from their labor, their daily activities were limited to exercising and reading. Nonetheless, apart from the rudimentary furnishings afforded to the inmates, Handan Maximum Security outfitted its facilities with the latest high-tech surveillance equipment. Each prisoner was clad with an ankle bracelet signal transmitter, its titanium alloy casing locked around their ankles with a magnetic combination lock. This device could not be removed unless one possessed the code or amputated their foot. The corridors and corners of the prison were laden with monitoring devices. Even the ventilation ducts and sewage systems were patrolled by miniature spider-like drones, ensuring a thoroughly secured environment. Since its establishment nearly a century ago, Handan Prison had recorded no successful escape attempts. The flickering fluorescent lights in the corridor cast an eerie glow, rendering the otherwise silent space somewhat foreboding. Even the seasoned guards found it difficult to endure the deathly stillness prevalent in Area E. Without lingering in the corridor, the 7 guards swiftly passed through several iron doors to arrive at the inner sanctum of Area E, the so-called luxurious suite for death row inmates. Upon entering the death row area, the gravity of the situation became increasingly palpable, the atmosphere thick with tension. The team marched through the passageway, leading to the Forbidden Zone of Area E. The so-called Forbidden Zone was quite small, comprising only 3 isolation rooms. Situated lower than the surrounding cells, the drainage pipes converged here, and the corridor's fluorescent lights had been deliberately dimmed to an unsettling orange hue. The environment felt cold and damp, carrying a faint metallic scent. Shadows loomed in the darkened corners cast by the sewage ducts, and the oppressive stillness instilled a palpable sense of dread among all present. These isolation rooms primarily served to discipline inmates who violated prison regulations. They were the culmination of a long, dim corridor that housed serious and death row offenders. Even the most hardened murderers were engulfed in trepidation within these walls, with those possessing weaker constitutions succumbing to panic, too terrified to defy prison rules again. In fact, when the notorious murderer Qin Luan entered his 3rd year at Handan Maximum Security Prison, after he had killed 5 fellow inmates and 2 guards, he became the first death row inmate in over 100 years to convert the isolation cells into regular accommodations. Upon reaching the innermost isolation room, the guards displayed an unprecedented hint of nervousness, cautiously withdrawing their electroshock batons. Unlike the modern high-tech locks elsewhere, the isolation room had a simple barred window at the top of the door. The leading guard gently pulled open this small viewing window to glance inside. The isolation cells in Area E differed from conventional cells. They were devoid of windows, with only a fist-sized ventilation hole connecting to the ducts of other cells. Surprisingly, this isolation room lacked the damp stench present in the corridor. Instead, it felt warm and dry, infused with the fragrance of an air freshener. Inside, the ceiling was fitted with recessed bulletproof fluorescent lights, and 2 rows of antique bookshelves, laden with paper books, graced the corners. A writing desk, bed, and flush toilet were all present in the desk, lay several books alongside a wooden chess set. A thin young man sat with his back to the door, immersed in a thick tome. The guards silently exhaled in relief, removing the key from the belt of their gear and inserting it into the lock. With a heavy creak, the door swung open, and the 4 heavily armed guards carefully bent low to enter the isolation room. Qin Luan, your time is up, the lead guard commanded, gripping his baton tightly and standing 3 meters away from the young man, his voice low and firm. The young man gently closed his book, revealing the title Behavioral Psychology in the bright light. Upon scrutinizing the titles on the shelves and desk, it became clear that this unique isolation room held an entire system of clinical medicine and psychology literature. Closing the book, the young man stood, hands clasped atop his head, and turned to face the guards. Illuminated by the lights, a plain, slender young man appeared before them. Despite his heinous reputation as a murderer, Qin Luan bore eyes that were shockingly clear and pure. Presumably due to years without sunlight, his skin was pale, his long, slender fingers resembling delicate jade. He appeared to be merely a malnourished young man. Since Qin Lun's arrival at Handan Maximum Security Prison, he had shattered numerous unspoken rules, notoriously murdering several violent inmates and 2 guards. Qin Lun suffered from severe psychological trauma, diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. The isolation cells, which instilled terror in other inmates, held no effect over him. After incurring considerable loss of life, the prison, upon the recommendation of a psychologist, decided to provide him with a relatively friendly environment. His isolation room was equipped with electric heating pipes to alleviate moisture, with air fresheners periodically introduced into the ventilation. The prison even supplied Qin Lun with books and a chess set to stabilize his mental state. In truth, unless subjected to strong external stimuli, Qin Lun's intelligence often surpassed that of the average person. Since being granted access to books, he had completed a comprehensive education from elementary to university within 5 short years. However, after he began studying clinical medicine and psychology at the age of 18, a negative consequence in Swedno psychologist was able to accurately assess his mental state thereafter. The lead guard sighed softly while surveying the brightness in Qin Lun's eyes, raising a thin, cardboard-like black frame display to begin the proclamation. This device, containing a basic holographic computer, housed detailed information about Qin Lun. Typically, once a federal court sentenced a prisoner to death, guards would employ such a display to relay the verdict, jokingly referred to by inmates as the death list. Qin Lun, male, 20 years old, originally named Joy Foster. The Supreme Federal Court has affirmed. Death penalty appeal denied. Original sentencing upheld, multiple counts of murder confirmed. Permanent revocation of civil rights. To be executed today at 7 in the evening. As the proclamation resounded, 2 guards who had been carrying the rectangular safe box opened it, revealing a set of metallic apparatuses. The guards proceeded to equip Qin Lun with pieces that resembled mechanical armor. In a short while, a knight in armor, veiled, save for his glaring eyes, stood before the guards. This was a steam-powered confinement device. The prisoner could only move slowly, relying on steam propulsion, requiring 3 seconds even to sit or stand. Puff! A fine jet of white steam erupted from the knee joint of the mechanical suit as Qin Lun, encased in iron, took his first cautious step into the corridor. The clad murderer, resembling a comical, lumbering bear, ambled slowly down the corridor of Area E, flanked by the heavily armed guards. The echoes of his heavy footsteps drew the attention of other inmates in Area E, who pressed against their cell doors, casting cool, scrutinizing glances at Qin Lun and the guards. Is this truly the infamous killer of Handan Maximum Security? A complex light flickered in the eyes of the prisoners, reflecting their myriad emotions. Put the black hood over his head. With an eye toward the final iron gate of Area E, the lead guard commanded. Handan Maximum Security Prison consisted of a series of towers rising hundreds of feet above the ground. Between the towers of Area E and Area D lay a towering steel track that soared into the clouds. Resembling the ascension path of a roller coaster, the incline grew steeper as one ascended. At the pinnacle of the track, the gradient reached a near vertical angle, forming a right angle with the ground below. This was one of humanity's core technologies of the Genesis era, the SkyTrack. The SkyTrack served as a long-distance transport device, classified into provincial, district, and stellar grades, with the legendary interstellar SkyTrack as a further distinction. The track's base featured a sealed transport pod, which, through acceleration, converted to a luminous state, rendering it capable of traversing through both matter and antimatter realms, the subspace effectuating the transport of materials over vast distances. On the opposite end of the transport pod, another SkyTrack awaited to receive it. Beyond magnetic levitation vehicles, the residents of Genesis primarily utilized the SkyTrack for interprovincial travel and transport. Electric trains and commercial aircraft had long since become relics displayed in museums. Whoosh! The base door of the SkyTrack slid open, revealing a spacious, well-lit modern corridor. Compared to this, the damp and fetid atmosphere of the prison's Area E corridor seemed akin to a sewer. The guards led Qin Lun, still clad in his steam confinement device, into the transport pod, simultaneously removing the hood from his head. His bright eyes, visible through the iron mask, scanned the environment around him. Before him sprawled an oval hall, its edge lined with touch-sensitive workstations, while a massive LCD screen dominated the front. Transport target has entered, activating particle analysis engine. As the group stepped into the transport pod, a soft female voice resonated from the hall, the synthesized voice of the SkyTrack computer. Particle scanning complete, confirming remote guidance signal beginning. 30-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. Transport initiated. As the gentle voice concluded, the transport pod trembled violently. The apex of Handan's sky track illuminated with splendid spirals of light, and the pod shot skyward like a comet, vanishing into the atmosphere and entering the enigmatic subspace. Chapter 2. Federal Zone 91. Upon emerging from the transport pod, Qin Luan was relocated to a brightly lit, enclosed chamber. The walls of the room were constructed of steel plates, rendering the space stark and devoid of any furnishings, save for a few rows of thumb-sized holes situated in the upper corners. Shortly after Qin Luan entered the room, these apertures released a thin, white mist that began to pervade the air. Poison gas. Am I to perish? A wave of dizziness washed over Qin Luan, and for the first time, a flicker of disturbance crossed his clear, pristine eyes. Bang! The sound of the steam confinement device collapsing echoed throughout the chamber. Northeast Daohua District, Daxing'anling, Federal Military Zone 91. Prior to the unification of the Federation, numerous enigmas and mysterious locations had existed throughout human history, such as the Bermuda Triangle, the Tunguska event, and the Death Hills incident in India. However, with the advancement of human technology, these riddles and mysterious places have gradually been unraveled by successive generations. Presently, the enigmas still remaining within the Human Federation are few and far between, and Zone 91 of the Federal Military stands as one such mysterious locale. Several centuries ago, amidst the primal forests of northeast Daoxing'anling, the superpower of the human world at the time, Huagua, experienced an explosion of moderate magnitude. In the aftermath, the Huagua military sealed off this area, publicly declaring it a seismic disaster. After the peaceful unification of the Human Federation, the military established Zone 91 within this region and began to discreetly summon the elite among human scientists. The explosion from centuries past had a limited destructive radius, spanning only a few hundred meters and taking on a spherical shape. The missing portions of cliffs and ground resembled smooth concave mirrors, with rocks and soil crystallized. Astonishingly, this spherical explosion zone exhibited unstable space-time rifts. These rifts varied in size. Smaller fissures appeared with high frequency but lasted merely a fraction of a millisecond, while larger rifts emerged in cycles of several years or even decades, persisting from a few seconds to minutes, depending on the surrounding energy supply. Centuries ago, constrained by technology and capability, Huagua could not achieve significant results in Zone 91. However, the unified Human Federation possessed sufficient scientific prowess to investigate the physical phenomena of these spacetime rifts. During a serendipitous exploration, Federal scientists utilized magnetic light beams to extract a small piece of mysterious metal from one of the rifts. This metallic fragment, composed of unknown elements, was not only featherlight but also outperformed the best aerospace materials of the Federation at the time under extreme temperatures. Additionally, it exhibited properties of a memory metal, capable of self-repair to a certain extent. With this metal, the Human Federation achieved several significant breakthroughs in aerospace and military technology. Having tasted success, the Federation intensified its investments in Zone 91, even contemplating the dispatch of military personnel into the spacetime rifts. Initially, scientists sent a husky into a rift, but the much-anticipated pet show devolved into a tragedy. The dog's head, as it ventured into the rift, vanished as if severed by a guillotine. Nevertheless, this failure did not deter the devoted Federation scientists. In a subsequent experiment, they successfully dispatched a team of soldiers and scientists into the largest and most stable spacetime rift to date, managing to retrieve the sole survivor among them. This scientist returned from the rift bearing 3 items: a medieval teapot, the skeletal remains of an extraterrestrial creature, and a small spatial transporter. Setting aside the medieval teapot, the skeletal remains of the alien being propelled the bioengineering of the Human Federation to unprecedented heights, finally achieving true limb regeneration. Meanwhile, the small spatial transporter became the cornerstone of the Federation's current teleportation technology. It is evident how profoundly significant Zone 91 is to the Human Federation. However, the hero of the Federation who successfully returned from the rift suffered brain death at the moment of his return, becoming a vegetable. In strict terms, the entire team of 32 elite members of the Federation perished, with none returning to the human world in a state of consciousness, in the subsequent 2 centuries. Zone 91 has not witnessed a similar occurrence of a large and stable spacetime rift. Moreover, scientists discovered that the spacetime phenomena in the explosion zone were gradually deteriorating, with the intervals between the emergence of large rifts extending to nearly a decade. and the durations of their existence sharply declining. In other words, the space-time phenomena within the spherical region could potentially vanish entirely at some point in time. Concurrently, the dangers of sending humans into the rifts have escalated with the passage of time. Most individuals who ventured into the rifts were directly disintegrated by the chaotic space-time currents. A minority, despite successfully entering the rift, became lost on the other side due to the brief existence of the fissures. Only a handful of fortunate souls managed to withdraw in time, yet all returned with brain death, becoming vegetables, and the items they brought back were of varied and often dubious value. Currently, Zone 91 no longer dispatches scientists and military personnel into the space-time rifts. Instead, it recruits death row inmates from prisons worldwide to undertake this perilous task. Before entering the rifts, these inmates are told a beautiful fairy tale. Should they successfully return, they would be granted a federal pardon, absolved of their death sentences and labor, and allowed to begin a new life under a new identity. Of course, this new life would commence as a vegetable in a hospital bed. The entirety of Zone 91 is half buried underground, resembling a large, niche-style structure. The boxy top of this niche architecture connects directly to the spherical region where the explosion occurred centuries ago. The diameter of this spherical area reaches several hundred meters, with ripples occasionally undulating through the air like waves, and tiny free particles flickering in and out of visibility, darting about like electric arcs. Doctor, how are the preparations progressing? At this moment, in the control center of Zone 91, a general-like figure from the Federation military inquired of the chief engineer while gazing at the surveillance monitors. According to the calculations of the superbrain, this space-time rift is expected to appear once every 17 years. Its current size remains uncertain, but it should be sufficient for an adult to pass through. The gray-haired doctor replied with a hint of tension. The free particles accelerated their trajectories 3 days ago. And if this continues, the rift may well manifest in the coming days. In a medical chamber within Zone 91, Qin Luan's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening his eyes. The bright light compelled the killer to squint slightly. As his pupils constricted, his vision began to clarify. Clang. Just as Qin Luan attempted to sit up, he felt a tremendous sense of restraint in his limbs and waist. He slightly turned his head and discovered he was lying on a simple stretcher. Catching a glimpse of sturdy leather straps binding his wrist, he was all too familiar with such restraints, having been bound countless times during his tenure in the psychiatric hospital. You're awake. A gentle voice reached the prisoner's ears. Qin Luan turned his head to find a young girl clad in a white lab coat and wearing a nurse's cap approaching him. This nurse-like girl appeared to be underage, with a chubby round face, delicate skin, and large, pure eyes, adorned with a smattering of faint freckles that added a playful charm to her appearance. In terms of looks, she could only be deemed average. However, the G-cup breasts, prominently pushing up the lab coat, significantly enhanced her appeal. Childlike face and ample bosom. Qin Luan suddenly realized that despite her youthful visage, the girl had evidently matured, merely possessing a doll-like face. Xiao Lian, do not converse with him. He is exceedingly dangerous. A cold female voice emerged from behind the young nurse. I'm sorry, Sister Hu Fei. Xiao Lian pouted her lips at the prisoner and softly said, do not be afraid. We need to conduct a physical examination. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed behind Xiao Lian as a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before the prisoner. Qin Luan, having been transferred to a psychiatric hospital at 12, moved to a juvenile detention center at 15, and then incarcerated in a high-security prison at 16, had had minimal contact with the outside world. The knowledge and aesthetic sensibilities in his mind were confined to the pages of books. Nevertheless, the killer immediately recognized that the woman before him was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. The woman possessed a delicate oval face, with skin as smooth as satin, seemingly fragile. Her almond-shaped eyes, though not as large as Xiao Lian's, sparkled with a captivating brilliance beneath long lashes, exuding a subtle allure. Yet, the slightly raised willow leaf brows and the icy demeanor of her beautiful face lent her an air of aloof elegance that kept others at bay. This enchanting beauty, referred to as Sister Hu Fei by the nurse Xiao Lian, was likely a physician. With the crisp sounds of her high heels, she swiftly approached the stretcher. Although the prisoner could not see the lower half of the beauty due to his line of sight, he noted she was half a head taller than Xiao Lian, suggesting a rather statuesque figure. Suddenly, Qin Luan felt a shadow cast over him as the beautiful doctor leaned in, blocking the light above the stretcher. A soft hand pressed down on his eyelid. Lifting it gently, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to glance downwards and notice a white identification badge pinned to the pocket of her lab coat. Inscribed upon it were the characters Hu Fei, presumably the name of this stunning beauty. Qin Luan's eyes darted around, and through the collar of the white coat, he caught a glimpse of a pair of perky peaks and the delicate, pale valley nestled between them. Hu Fei quickly sensed the direction of the prisoner's gaze beneath her, and a flicker of annoyance flashed in her striking phoenix eyes. Xiao Lian, administer a sedative. However, Xiao Lian's face was etched with concern as she looked at the prisoner on the stretcher. But, Sister Hu Fei, the sedative might skew the examination results. It matters not. As long as he harbors no infectious diseases or terminal illnesses. Hu Fei coldly waved her hand. How pitiful. It seems you have angered Sister Hu Fei. Xiao Lian pouted apologetically as she injected a vial of sedative into the prisoner's arm. Qin Luan felt as though he were sinking into icy waters, the surroundings beginning to blur, the sounds around him fading into a distant murmur. A wave of drowsiness washing over him. Chapter 3. Temporal transmission. Leaning against the wall, Qin Luan gazed through the ventilation window with a placid expression. He found himself in a solitary cell spanning over 10 square meters, with only a fist-sized ventilation window on the steel door, while the walls were constructed of alloy steel plates. Inside, there was merely a foldable single bed affixed to the steel wall and a composite material toilet. Through the window, Qin Luan discerned a row of identical cells in the distance, only partially occupied by inmates. He quickly realized that most of these prisoners, like him, were taciturn, rendering the entire cell block eerily silent. Guards frequently patrolled the corridor, and new prisoners were occasionally added to the ranks. Initially, Qin Luan believed that the death sentence had been unexpectedly postponed and that he had been transferred to another prison. However, this assumption was swiftly overturned when he observed that the guards passing through the cell block did not resemble ordinary prison wardens, clad in federal military uniforms and wielding standard particle guns. Their every movement exuded an undeniable fierceness, clearly indicating they were not mere prison guards but rather formal federal soldiers. A peculiar sound echoed through the corridor of the cell block. Qin Luan's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that sound well. It was the footfalls of the steam confinement devices, suggesting that a significant new inmate had arrived. Since the moment nurse Xiao Lian injected him with the sedative, nearly a week had passed. During this time, Qin Luan had encountered several prisoners adorned with steam confinement devices traversing the cell corridor. In other words, this prison, under the control of the federal military, likely housed more than just him, the infamous murderer. At last, I have found you, the murderer Qin Luan. In a spacious monitoring room, several individuals in white coats accompanied a strikingly handsome young man as they observed Qin Luan's three-dimensional projection. The young man's attire was ostentatious, his demeanor arrogant, and a faintly mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth, setting him apart from the surrounding researchers in white coats. As he gazed upon Qin Luan's projection, a glimmer of fervor danced in his eyes. Arrange for me to see him in person, Lin Xiao. That is too dangerous. A middle-aged researcher behind the young man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking with evident reluctance. Do not be deceived by Qin Luan's current state. He suffers from schizophrenia and possesses the persona of another murderer within him. Enough. I know more about Qin Luan than you do. The young man impatiently waved his hand, interrupting the middle-aged researcher's words. Hurry up and arrange it. I cannot wait to meet him. With that, the young man snatched up Qin Luan's death list, turned, and strode out of the room, followed closely by two bodyguards in black. Doctor, must we proceed with this? A graduate student stepped closer to the middle-aged researcher, speaking softly. Qin Luan is an S-class felon. This would violate base regulations. Allowing Lin Feng into Zone 91 has already breached base regulations. The middle-aged researcher pushed up his glasses, resigned. After all, he is the only son of General Lin. General Lin is the military representative for Zone 91, controlling the budget allocations for the base. We cannot afford to offend him. Notify the guards in the cell block to sedate Qin Luan and fit him with a steam confinement device. Lin Feng has never been this unreasonable during his visits to the base. What has changed this time? The young researcher asked, bewildered. What do you know? The middle-aged researcher replied, heard he is an obsessive fan of Qin Luan, amassing a considerable amount of documentation regarding his cases. He even bribed officers to retrieve various murder implements from the Handan police department as evidence. Casting a glance around, The middle-aged researcher leaned closer to his most valued student. Lin Feng has organized a death tournament for the elite and wealthy, featuring murderers like Qin Luan as the star contestants. What? The graduate student trembled, disbelief etched across his face. Are you saying that every time Lin Feng visits, those suddenly deceased death row inmates were? Silence, just understand. Do not speak of it, or your research here will come to an abrupt end. The middle-aged researcher shot a severe glance at his student. Dazed, Qin Luan gradually regained consciousness, a lingering sense of dizziness clouding his mind. As he moved his limbs, he found his body felt unusually heavy, as if once again encumbered by the steam confinement device, restricting his movement to a stationary stance. Murderer Qin Luan. A handsome face emerged before the prisoner. Lin Feng gazed intently into the clear, pure eyes behind the steel mask, a spark of fervor igniting within his gaze. Setting aside the death list containing Qin Luan's information, he slowly approached the steam confinement device. Lin Xiao. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and stepped in front of the steel figure, blocking Lin Feng's path. Step aside. Lin Feng angrily shoved the nearest bodyguard away, arms outstretched as he embraced the steam confinement device. Pressing his face against the steel mask, gently caressing it while murmuring softly, "Your existence is simply magnificent. You are a born star. I have collected everything about you. News articles, briefings, insider information. I even bribed police personnel to obtain photographs from crime scenes. They are my most treasured collectibles." The two bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances, having grown accustomed to their master's eccentricities over the years. After all, the murderer was confined within the steam device and posed no substantial threat to Lin Feng. A sinister smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Those elites in the club know nothing. They merely perceive you as a crazed killer. Only I can appreciate your performance art. You shall become my trump card, bringing me the glory of victory in the death tournament. Oh, by the way, I have brought you a little gift. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, retrieving a small silk pouch from the inner lining of his suit and carefully unwrapping it. Look, I replaced the murder implements you used from the evidence room at the Handan police department. Inside the pouch lay a crescent-shaped black dagger, reminiscent of half a pair of scissors. The blade was as thick as a paper cutter, the spine lined with sharp serrations, resembling the teeth of a piranha. The handle lacked a proper grip, but the end featured a steel ring, perfectly suited for a thumb, akin to a ninja's shuriken. Qin Luan's methods of murder were extraordinarily brutal, and he had wielded numerous implements, often dismembering victims' bodies. Among the various dismemberment tools, his favorite remained the single-bladed scissors. The psychological analysis submitted by therapists to the police suggested that this affinity stemmed from his traumatic childhood experiences. Having wielded sharp scissors during the murders of his adoptive parents and a male caretaker at the orphanage, the indelible scars of his childhood trauma transformed the single-bladed scissors into both a protective talisman and a weapon for the murderer. Upon seeing the crescent-shaped blade, a flicker of emotion finally stirred behind the clear eyes of the steel mask, shimmering with an inexplicable complexity. "Oh, not rush, Qin Luan. It shall surely belong to you." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, rewrapping the black blade and stowing it away in the inner pocket of his suit. Meanwhile, within the control center of Zone 91, the large screen suddenly illuminated with a surge of free particles. Contracting towards the center, a small sun ignited at the core, and the spherical region exhibited signs of spatial collapse. "General, the temporal rift is about to manifest," a programmer at the control console exclaimed nervously. "How can this be? The free particles have remained dormant for a week. How could they suddenly become active?" The elderly chief engineer of the base stared wide-eyed at the screen, astonished by the unfolding scene. "Doctor, how much time do we have left to transport the prisoners to the temporal rift?" The general beside him inquired, his expression shifting. "There is no time left. We are out of time," the aged chief engineer murmured. Fixated on the screen, "Doctor, the activity of the free particles has surpassed historical highs. The temporal domain appears to be expanding." "What?" Both the old doctor and the general gasped in shock. The spherical temporal domain was situated directly above the Zone 91 base. Should it begin to expand, the entire facility would be plunged into peril. Without waiting for the two high-ranking officials at the base to issue commands, a pitch-black fissure resembling the vertical pupil of a monstrous creature appeared on the large screen of the control center. Manifesting within the spherical region, the vertical pupil gradually stretched to either side, revealing an oval-shaped orange-yellow portal before the astonished onlookers. "What is this?" exclaimed the elderly professor, his voice betraying an undeniable excitement despite his aged appearance. For a scientist of his caliber, the thrill of discovery eclipses the value of life itself. With the emergence of the space-time portal, the spherical temporal field pulsated, expanding from its original diameter of mere hundreds of meters to over 10 times that size. Enveloping the entire shrine-like structure of Area 91. Whoosh, the shrine-like edifice, representative of the Federation's Area 91 experimental base, seemed to shrink into a mere toy as it raced towards the space-time portal. Even the deeply buried structural components were uprooted, accompanied by copious amounts of soil and stone, and were drawn into the portal. After devouring everything in its vicinity, the space-time portal, reminiscent of a vertical pupil, slowly closed, vanishing into thin air. The expanding spherical temporal field abruptly contracted once more, but rather than returning to its original diameter, it shrank directly to a singular point, ultimately disappearing without a trace. A gentle breeze swept through, marking the end of the spherical temporal field that had existed in this primordial forest of Huaxia for centuries, leaving behind only a circular pit several kilometers in diameter. Chapter 1. The release of demons within the shrine-like base of Area 91. Time seemed to stand still, as the inhabitants froze in various postures. As the base traversed the space-time portal, a flash of orange-yellow light swept over numerous bodies and instruments within the facility. Suddenly, a distorted human silhouette burst forth from the bodies of most individuals, as if their souls were being compelled by an unseen force, forcibly extracted from their corporeal forms and gradually dissipating into the air. Alongside the orange-yellow light, numerous tangible fragments and a scant few orange-yellow polyhedral crystals floated within the fissure. These fragments varied in size, aimlessly scattering through the air, colliding with various objects and reducing to powder, which permeated the entire base. As the orange-yellow powder encountered the dissipating souls, it slowly integrated into their bodies. Apart from the majority of humans whose souls had vanished, a rare few within Area 91 exhibited even stranger transformations. Their body parts gradually faded, their skin, muscles, and bones becoming crystalline in transparency, ultimately resembling sketches composed of black lines. Those transformed into sketches continued to undergo change, as the black lines gradually converged and contracted, eventually morphing into small black dots. Subsequently, these black dots reformed into human sketches, from which various internal organs, bones, muscles, tendons, and blood vessels sprouted, culminating in the restoration of complete human forms. Once the shrine-like base of Area 91 returned to its normal state, those whose souls had dissipated collapsed to the ground, while the modern electronic instruments illuminated by the orange-yellow light erupted into bursts of sparks, with explosions echoing throughout the entirety of the Area 91 base. At that moment, within Qin Luan's cell, the steam confinement device stationed in the corner flickered with tiny sparks across its various components. Clang! The steel part of the device's right arm fell to the ground as a pale-skinned arm slowly lifted. With slender fingers, the hand grasped the steam confinement device, peeling away the now magnetically disconnected steel components piece by piece. Soon, a calm-faced youth emerged from the steam confinement device, appearing in the cell. Qin Luan glanced down at the bodies sprawled on the ground, his gaze quickly fixating on the death list placed beside him by Lin Feng, his slender brows arching slightly in intrigue. The black-framed death list resembled a thin, flat light brain containing the prisoner's information. When a prisoner is sentenced to death by the Federation Court, the guards present this simplistic light brain, akin to a sturdy piece of paper, to read the death sentence, thus earning it the nickname among prisoners as the death list. It implies that the mere appearance of this black-framed light brain signifies the prisoner has been marked for death. Qin Luan's interest in the death list was piqued by the wondrous scenes he had just witnessed. During the earlier space-time transmission, while the vast majority of individuals in Area 91 remained frozen in place, even their thoughts suspended, a select few maintained a flicker of consciousness for a time, Qin Luan being one of them. After his body was dismantled by the orange-yellow light, his soul's awareness became even clearer, allowing him to observe the remarkable occurrences within the cell, the stillness of bodies, the disintegration and reassembly of his own form, the sparks emitted from the steam confinement device, and the bulletproof fluorescent lights in the cell. An orange-yellow polyhedral crystal collided with the death list, merging with the simplistic light-brained eye. In truth, the multitude of orange-yellow fragments during the space-time transmission represented shards of this world's laws, while the scant few orange-yellow polyhedral crystals were more complete fragments of certain formulas and principles. The world in which the shrine-like base of Area 91 currently resided was incapable of accommodating the life form of Earth's humanity. Except for a few exceptionally unique souls, the vast majority of Earth humans had seen their souls dissipate, leaving behind lifeless shells. The moment Qin Luan made contact with the death list, it bizarrely transformed into a beam of black light, merging into his palm. Surprised, Qin Luan opened his hand to find a small oval pattern etched in his right palm. The pattern was entirely black, interspersed with orange-yellow speckles, resembling a peculiar little egg. How intriguing! A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Qin Luan's eyes as he stood up, stretching, and directing his gaze toward the bodies on the ground. In the cell, apart from himself, Lin Feng, and his 2 bodyguards, there were also 2 federal soldiers stationed at the door. Qin Luan crouched down, extending 2 fingers to touch one of the bodyguards' necks, only to find his body cold and devoid of a pulse. However, upon examining Lin Feng, he discovered that this young scion still breathed steadily, clearly alive. Tilting his head, Qin Luan rolled Lin Feng over. Reaching into his suit's inner pocket to retrieve a dagger shaped like a half pair of scissors, slipping his thumb through the steel ring at the end, holding it upside down with the blade now in hand. Qin Luan did not immediately leave the cell. Instead, a faint, enigmatic smile graced his face as he pressed the black dagger's blade against Lin Feng's cheek, gliding it gently. The young heir's eyelids fluttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he sensed Qin Luan's increasing pressure and could no longer feign unconsciousness, reluctantly opening his eyes with a grimace. "Are you still Qin Luan, or Joy Foster?" Lin Feng stammered. "Awake? Let us step outside and see. Something peculiar seems to have occurred in the prison," Qin Luan replied, not addressing Lin Feng's question but instead offering him a gentle smile. The warmth in his smile momentarily left Lin Feng in a daze. His mind awhirl. Was this indeed the notorious killer known as the Dissector? After startling Lin Feng awake, Qin Luan paid him no further heed, rising to his feet and walking toward the door. Picking up the particle guns from the corpses of the 2 federal soldiers, clang, clang. The particle guns emitted a few empty clicks, clearly indicating that these modern weapons were no longer compatible with the physical laws of this world and had lost their functionality. Qin Luan remained unfazed. Although he was still unaware of what had transpired, he had already witnessed the abnormal sparks emitted by these particle guns during the space-time transmission, merely confirming his suspicions. Pushing aside the 2 bodies blocking the doorway, Qin Luan wedged the blade of the black dagger into the slightly warped and deformed cell door gap, straining to pry open the iron door of the cell. The cell doors of Area 91 were equipped with magnetic locks, which under normal circumstances required a magnetic force of at least 100,000 newtons, approximately equivalent to 10,000 kilograms, far beyond human strength. However, with the magnetic force now rendered ineffective, the weight of the iron door alone was insufficient to restrain an adult. Qin Luan sauntered out of the cell, for the first time comprehending the precise state of his surroundings. The cell area was vast, shaped like an oval tier. At its center lay the atrium of the cell block, surrounded by 3 tiers of cells, upper, middle, and lower, each tier housing around 40 cells, with Qin Luan situated on the top level. The corridor in front of the cells was enclosed by railings, approximately 3 meters wide. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air beside Qin Luan. He turned to see a curious figure standing in the corridor to his right. This individual, clad in a prison uniform, appeared to be another survivor among the prisoners, though petite in stature, shorter than even the average height of Qin Luan. This slender prisoner had delicate features, resembling a young girl. With the upper portion of his prison garb bunched up, tied in a knot at the chest, reminiscent of a crop top. The lower half consisted of a snug-fitting small prison pant, resembling a mini skirt paired with tights. Upon noticing Qin Luan's gaze, this oddly dressed prisoner let out a frightened shriek and turned to flee, only to stumble and fall on the corridor floor after just a few steps. However, he seemed to be greatly frightened by Qin Luan, and after falling to the ground, he made no effort to rise, instead scooting backward on his bottom, his feet kicking against the floor. To his astonishment, there was indeed a transgender individual imprisoned here. Lin Feng cautiously poked his head out from the cell, and in a sycophantic manner, he reminded Qin Luan from behind. It appeared he had recognized your identity. Transgender? Qin Luan's eyes glimmered slightly. He had heard this term from other prisoners in Handan prison, and it seemed to refer to a rather peculiar type of being. Various psychological texts, including those on social psychology and cognitive psychology, seemed to contain analyses and introductions about them. Qin Luan stepped forward slowly towards the fallen transgender individual, his movements eliciting increasing terror in the prisoner, who appeared on the verge of fainting. However, after taking just a few steps, Qin Luan halted, his gaze drifting past the transgender person to look behind him. In the corridor behind the transgender individual, a burly prisoner was stepping out of the cell. This prisoner was bare-chested, his countenance stern, with a short beard adorning his chin and a noticeable indentation on his right brow bone, which imbued his otherwise resolute face with an aura of menace. His upper body was muscularly developed, presenting a perfect inverted triangle physique, with a tattoo of a black-winged angel kneeling on his back. "Disciple Handan," Lin Feng gasped in a low voice, anxiously inching closer to Qin Luan, as if seeking a modicum of safety from his presence. Before Qin Luan could speak, he began to introduce. Handan was born in the African district, yet he was of Caucasian descent. His parents were medical volunteers for the Red Cross in Africa and perished in an explosion. At that time, Handan was taken away by a group of mercenaries and became a child soldier at the tender age of 8. He spent a decade as a child mercenary, hardened into a ruthless killing machine by the ravages of war. When that mercenary group was annihilated, Handan returned to North America, quickly becoming a professional assassin, leveraging the military skills he honed during the conflict. It was said that he referred to himself as a disciple of Satan. And during his capture, the federal forces lost over 20 elite operatives. Another murderer? Qin Luan's pupils constricted as he suddenly stepped forward, gripping the railing in the corridor, peering down at the 2 levels of cells and the central courtyard below. He spotted a hazy assembly of shadows, revealing a dozen prisoners. Qin Luan's eyes sparkled, revealing a shy smile typical of a young man in an unfamiliar social setting. P.S. Seeking collections, seeking red tickets. Red tickets lead to more updates, so please support. Chapter 2. Farewell to the dual beauties. Seeing that Qin Luan had ceased to advance, the oddly dressed prisoner breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, the peculiar expression on Lin Feng's face immediately alerted him to something amiss. With a somewhat stiff neck, he turned to glance behind him. Upon meeting the gaze of the sharp-eyed disciple Handan, the prisoner could only let out a half-hearted scream before instinctively covering his mouth with both hands, swallowing the sound back. His Adam's apple bobbed twice as he gulped nervously, eyes darting around as he trembled to his feet. Shrinking his neck to stand beside Handan, adopting a posture of submission. Observing the reverence of this transgender individual, Handan squinted slightly, raising his head to appraise Qin Luan deeply. Extending a large hand, he rested it upon the slender neck of the transgender person and casually inquired, "What is your name? Who are the 2 individuals opposite?" "Boss Handan, you can call me Lily." The transgender individual Lily forced a smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Handan, swaying her serpentine waist, before shrinking back slightly, casting a fearful glance at Qin Luan. "The 2 over there, I don't recognize the ones in suits, but the other one is the dissector, Joy Foster, that psychopathic killer from the Huaxia district." Disciple Hansen's pupils narrowed as he scanned Qin Luan, who was still leaning against the railing and gazing up at the courtyard, cautiously taking 2 steps back, whispering, "We should leave." Seeing Disciple Handan leading Lily away, Lin Feng quietly glanced at Qin Luan beside the railing and stealthily attempted to follow the 2. He shared the sentiment of the transgender individual Lily. Both Qin Luan and Handan were murderers. However, Handan was a professional assassin, killing for money, and even if his temperament was brutal, there was some rationale behind it. Yet Qin Luan, according to rumors, was a psychopath afflicted with schizophrenia, killing without cause, his temperament utterly unpredictable. Being near such a person was exceedingly perilous. "We're going this way." Just as Lin Feng took a step forward, a pale hand landed on his shoulder. Turning back, he found Qin Luan smiling enigmatically at him. All right. The young master of a prestigious family felt a shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end, and he instinctively recoiled, forcing a bitter smile. Descending from the 3rd level of the cell area, Lin Feng observed that many of the cell doors were distorted and deformed, clearly damaged by the recent tremors. Peering through the gaps in the broken doors, he noted that the arrangement of these cells was strikingly similar to Qin Luan's, though some had bunk beds rather than being single occupancy. It appeared that this facility housed over 100 prisoners. However, from what Qin Luan had observed earlier, it seemed only a mere dozen survivors remained. indicating that the prison's living population had plummeted to a shocking low. By the time Qin Luan and Lin Feng reached the bottom courtyard of the cell area, the entire space was essentially deserted. As they had been on the top floor, combined with Qin Luan's careful observations, the other escaping prisoners had likely fled the cell area long before them. Even disciple Hansen and the transgender individual Lily had vanished without a trace. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Qin Luan raised his head with a sense of satisfaction, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. "Where are we?" After relishing a moment of fresh air, Qin Luan turned his gaze back to Lin Feng. The Daxing Ailing Primitive Forest in the Huaxia District, the 91st District base affiliated with the federal military, Lin Feng replied cautiously. "Primitive forest?" Qin Luan's eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "Is it a human experimentation base?" "One could say that, or one could say otherwise." Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Given that his father was a high-ranking military official at the base, and he frequently visited the 91st District, he knew the inner workings quite well. However, he was uncertain whether to disclose everything to Qin Luan, not out of a sense of loyalty to his nation, but rather a fear that the killer would unleash his wrath upon him once he was privy to all the details. Lin Feng's mind raced, murmuring to himself as he prepared to offer vague answers, only to look up and find Qin Luan watching him with a knowing smile, his bright eyes seemingly piercing through all pretense. The young master felt a chill run down his spine. Given the current situation, it seemed that the living population at the 91st District base had dwindled to almost non-existence. Moreover, all the particle guns wielded by the federal soldiers had become inoperative, meaning that regardless of how events unfolded, the 91st District base would likely be unable to regain control anytime soon. Eventually, Qin Luan would uncover the true state of affairs here, and if Lin Feng remained evasive, he feared the consequences would be even more dire. Resolving himself, Lin Feng decided against being vague with Qin Luan, instead revealing everything he knew, including the greatest secret of using death row inmates for time-space transportation. Time-space transportation? Qin Luan paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by this revelation. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Feng before lowering his gaze to toy with the black dagger in his hand, his eyes flickering as he seemed lost in thought. "Take me to the infirmary here." After a moment of silence, Qin Luan finally broke the stillness. The infirmary? This time, it was Lin Feng who was momentarily stunned. He had assumed the killer would treat him as a hostage, seeking an escape route from the 91st District base. To his surprise, he requested to go to the infirmary first, though they had not sustained any injuries. However, Lin Feng quickly recalled Qin Luan's moniker of the dissector, causing his face to turn pale, his legs to weaken as he collapsed to the ground. "Don't worry." Qin Luan seemed to sense Lin Feng's apprehensions, reassuring him with a light chuckle, "I am Qin Luan, not the killer Joy Foster. I will not harm you. The other death row inmates have likely gone to the cafeteria. We should first gather some medical supplies. Outside the base is a primitive forest. There may be injuries." Lin Feng met Qin Luan's clear gaze, steadying himself before tremblingly rising to his feet. Once his emotions settled somewhat, he cautiously asked, "Should we also go to the cafeteria to find some food?" They are not going to look for food, but rather for weapons." Qin Luan regarded Lin Feng with significant meaning. Given the current incident at the base, modern weaponry has lost its effectiveness. If a conflict arises, knives and forks may prove more effective than particle guns. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The inmates held within the base were all death row prisoners, and with such a prime opportunity for escape, they would not simply sit idly by. Before breaking out of the base, they would undoubtedly need to contend with the surviving federal guards, and their first instinct upon escaping the cells would naturally be to find a weapon. The death row inmates in the 91st District primarily consumed synthetic food. However, the researchers and higher-ups at the base would not be eating synthetic food, meaning there would undoubtedly be an abundance of knives in the cafeteria, and even potent alcohol that could be fashioned into weapons. Therefore, it was clear that the prisoners' first target would be the cafeteria. Although the infirmary also had surgical knives, they were too small for the death row inmates, who would prefer larger blades or makeshift weapons like iron rods. Realizing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of regret wash over him, and his anxiety mounted. Though he had never witnessed a prison riot, in such circumstances, if the death row inmates found themselves unable to forcefully escape the base, their second choice would likely be to take hostages and negotiate with the Federals, and he would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for a hostage. "Once we reach the infirmary, I'll let you go." Qin Luan spoke gently once more, clearly having discerned Lin Feng's thoughts. "Will you truly let me go?" Lin Feng asked, his voice trembling. "I have already stated. I am Qin Luan, not the murderous demon Joy," Qin Luan said with a hint of exasperation, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Once we reach the infirmary, you must change into a prison uniform and hide. I cannot protect you among so many death row inmates." The infirmary was a place frequently visited by the condemned, likely for the sake of convenience, as it was situated close to the cell block. Both were on the same floor, and traversing two empty corridors from the cell block's courtyard brought them to the infirmary's entrance. "Oh, it's locked," Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise as he tugged at the infirmary door. "Break it down!" Qin Luan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Lin Feng to take action. Bang! Lin Feng grimaced as he took 2 steps back and then charged at the door with his shoulder. Ah! The pain radiating from his shoulder made the pampered young master cry out, feeling as if his scapula might fracture. Strangely, a scream echoed from within the infirmary. "Are there others inside?" Lin Feng asked, cradling his shoulder as he peered into the room. Just as he poked his head inside, a gleaming surgical knife lunged toward his face, causing him to freeze in terror. However, he soon felt a sharp tug at the back of his collar. Yanked forcefully to the ground, narrowly avoiding a facial disfigurement. Qin Luan glanced at Lin Feng, whose face had gone pale, and then turned his gaze to the interior of the room. Upon spotting 2 familiar figures, one tall and one short, his lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a charming grin. "You scoundrel, you!" Lin Feng, now coming to his senses, realized he had not clearly seen the occupants within. He only knew they wore white coats. Not the other inmates he had anticipated. Igniting a wave of fury within him, he clenched his fists and leaped into the infirmary. Since the incident at the base, Lin Feng had lived in fear under the murderous demon's subordinates. And now, confronting his own people, all his pent-up emotions erupted. However, upon clearly seeing the 2 figures in white coats, he was momentarily taken aback. The 2 women, one with a youthful face and generous curves, and the other exuding an aura of purity, were both rare beauties. These 2 were, of course, the nurse Xiaolian and the chief physician Hu Fei, whom Qin Luan had encountered before. "Quick, come in, don't let them discover you," Xiaolian urged, her lips forming a small pout, a flicker of anxiety crossing her round face as she seemingly failed to recognize that one of the individuals among them was a death row murderer. "What?" Lin Feng, about to demand an explanation, was suddenly shoved into the infirmary by Qin Luan, who had exerted considerable force from behind. Bang! After pushing Lin Feng inside, Qin Luan swiftly closed the infirmary door, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Unlike Lin Feng, who had been startled by Xiaolian's scream, Qin Luan had already caught a glimpse of several figures slowly approaching from around the corridor's corner. How interesting! He recalled the awkward, stilted gait of those figures, their heads tilted at unnatural angles, and a smile of eager anticipation crept across his lips. "Quick, block the door with the medical cabinet. Wait, you're a prisoner. How peculiar, I feel like I've seen you before." The nurse, her voice tinged with anxiety, called out as her gaze fell upon Qin Luan, her eyes widening as if she had discovered a new continent. Likely having forgotten that she had just undergone a physical examination with this murderous demon days prior. "Xiaolian, come back. He is Joy Foster," Hu Fei admonished, pulling the young nurse behind her. Clearly, compared to the ditzy Xiaolian, the Ice Queen Hu Fei had a much sharper memory. "I remember now. You are the great demon king, Qin Luan," Xiaolian finally recalled, gasping in realization, retreating behind Hu Fei while peeking out with wide, sparkling eyes at Qin Luan. The great demon king. Qin Luan felt a bit bashful, sniffing slightly as he surveyed the infirmary, speaking in a calm tone. "The scent of blood here is quite intense. What has transpired? And what are those things outside?" "You can see for yourself," Hu Fei replied, her expression a mix of astonishment and contemplation as she stepped aside, allowing Qin Luan and Lin Feng to enter the inner sanctum of the infirmary. What they beheld was a scene of utter chaos. Medical equipment lay scattered haphazardly, and the floor was smeared with blood. Most shocking of all, on the right side of the stretcher, lay a federal soldier missing his skull. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. "He is dead." Xiaolian clung to Hu Fei's waist, her voice barely above a whisper. "Given his condition, of course, he is dead." Lin Feng rolled his eyes, having seen plenty of corpses in the death games. feeling no discomfort. No, I mean, before we killed him, he was already dead, Xiaolian insisted, her small fist waving in defiance. What she means is, he was a living dead, Hu Fei explained with a wry smile. He came in for a routine checkup, but after the chaos erupted in the base, when Xiaolian and I regained consciousness, we found he had lost his pulse and body temperature. However, a mere 10 minutes later, he came back to life and began attacking us. Wait, are you implying he is a zombie? Lin Feng asked incredulously, unable to fathom the reality presented before him. This is the truth. That zombie bit Hu Fei, and I had to put it down, Xiaolian admitted bashfully, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. I believe you. Qin Luan, who had remained silent, suddenly broke into a smile. Did you lock the door because there are other zombies outside the infirmary? Yes, there's a whole horde out there. The two women exchanged glances, nodding in unison like chicks pecking at grains. There are more? Lin Feng gasped, rushing to the door and peering through the crack, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he spotted a dozen figures shambling toward the infirmary. Quick, we must barricade the door together. Do not block the door. Qin Luan waved his hand with a smile, turning to the two women and inquiring, if you two capable women can take down federal soldiers turned zombies, these creatures should pose little challenge, yes? Well, it seems so. Hu Fei furrowed her brow in thought. They are quite strong but clumsy, moving like elderly individuals, only capable of biting. Grab the medical kit and find some long iron rods or a support beam. We must charge out, otherwise, if those things block the entrance, we will be left waiting for death, Qin Luan declared firmly, yet his smile remained undiminished, radiating warmth. The others hesitated for a moment, but Lin Feng and Hu Fei quickly sprang into action, while Xiaolian pouted defiantly at Qin Luan. It's your fault for making such a loud noise when you crashed into the door. Otherwise, we could have hidden until help arrived. There will be no rescue for the immediate future. I fear over 99% of this base has turned into zombies, and the only way for survivors to ensure their safety is to escape. Qin Luan shrugged off her complaints with a smile. These zombies likely operate on instinct. The infirmary is thick with the scent of formaldehyde, which has temporarily masked the blood odor. Given time, those things will inevitably catch your scent. Xiaolian paused, realizing the gravity of the situation, and ceased her argument. Although she was somewhat ditzy, she was not devoid of discernment. Meanwhile, Hu Fei and Lin Feng turned pale, having already exchanged hushed words regarding the conditions in the cell block. With a survival rate of merely 1 in 10, it was clear that apart from the escaped death row inmates, very few remained alive in the base. The reasoning was simple. Zombies lack intelligence and move sluggishly, posing the greatest threat to survivors during the initial awakening period. Even if the iron doors of the cell block had been breached, the zombies likely could not open them. The surviving inmates had just awakened, narrowly escaping the horde's attack. During their escape from the cell block, any encounters with either humans or zombies would spell trouble for the inmates. Unless cornered by hundreds of zombies, the likes of the murderous demon Handan would find it exceedingly easy to navigate. As for the rest of the base, barring a few fortunate souls, most survivors would have met their demise at the hands of the zombies. Few would realize that their once living colleagues and comrades, now staggering to their feet, were no longer among the living, especially since the modern weapons they once wielded had become mere scrap metal. Bang! Lin Feng wielded a metal support beam used for 4 drips, smashing it down onto a zombie's head, knocking it to the ground. If a normal person were struck in such a manner, it would at least result in a concussion, rendering them incapacitated for hours. However, this zombie merely shook its head as if enraged, let out a howl, and staggered back to its feet, lunging again at Lin Feng. The cinematic imagery of effortlessly decapitating a zombie like smashing a watermelon was nowhere to be found. It was evident that these zombies had only recently perished, and even if their flesh were to decay, their bones would remain difficult to break, with the human skull being one of the hardest parts of the skeleton. Faced with more than a dozen zombies in the infirmary corridor, the group, armed only with a few metal supports, found themselves retreating as they slowly advanced toward the safety route. During the brief preparatory phase, they had already discussed their escape plan from the base. The entire Zone 91 base is a colossal structure designed in a niche style. Given that death row inmates must always be prepared for temporal transportation, the cell area is situated at the topmost level of the building, approximately 10 stories above the base's exit below. Currently, the elevators and teleportation tracks within the base have become inoperative, leaving only the emergency passage to descend to the base's exit. However, due to the unexpectedly formidable nature of the zombies, the group soon found themselves in a dire predicament. Although the pursuing zombies were unable to catch up, the commotion from the struggle in the emergency passage attracted the attention of zombies from the lower levels, who began to filter into the passage. While the scattered zombies could not yet impede the group's progress, the increasing number of zombies ahead forced them to slow their pace, presenting a significant threat of being flanked from both sides. With a sigh, Lin Feng, panting heavily, wielded a metal frame, gazing helplessly at the cluster of over a dozen zombies before him. When he had just exited the infirmary, he had been somewhat dismissive of the zombies' sluggish movements. But after battling for so long, he now felt his arms grow weak and his body drained of energy, a surge of uncontrollable fear welling up within him. Observing the dire situation of his comrades, Qin Luan, who was at the rear of the group tasked with holding off the pursuers, finally lost his smile. His face paling as beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead. Realizing the likelihood of not escaping the emergency passage, potentially meeting their demise at the hands of the zombies, Qin Luan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, trembling as he bent over and began to retch. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Get up. Those things are coming." Seeing Qin Luan's agonized expression, Xiaolian hesitated, stopping to assist the young man. "Don't worry about me. You all go." Qin Luan's left hand trembled as he covered his face, his damp bangs clinging to his forehead, appearing utterly tormented. Supporting himself against the wall with his right hand, he clawed at it, leaving 5 deep marks, a low growl escaping his throat. "Hurry, he's coming out." "What's wrong? Don't scare me. You're the great Qin Luan. How can you just die here?" As she looked back at the zombies that had closed in behind Qin Luan, Xiaolian's voice quivered with a hint of tears, her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she desperately tugged at Qin Luan's arm, trying to lift him up. Finally, Lin Feng noticed the commotion and, upon seeing Qin Luan's distress, his expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden surge of energy, he struck down several zombies and hurried down the passage, distancing himself from the other three. "Xiaolian, let go of Qin Luan and come over here," at Lin Feng's command. Hu Fei seemed to recall something, and her previously calm demeanor shifted slightly as she shouted anxiously. "Why?" Xiaolian paused, momentarily confused, but then felt the arm she was supporting suddenly cease its trembling, yanking away from her grasp, almost causing her to stumble. The girl pouted in anger, turning to look back, only to freeze in place, a chill running down her spine. Before her, Qin Luan had straightened up, the face he had covered now graced with a smile. Yet, through the gaps between his fingers, a hint of crimson glistened in his eyes. The warmth of his smile, once inviting, now appeared grotesque and twisted, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, emanating an unmistakable aura of malevolence. Bang! Unbeknownst to him, Qin Luan's right hand had grasped a black dagger, sharp as a blade, and without a glance back, he plunged it into the eye socket of a zombie behind him. The black tip of the blade protruded from the back of the zombie's head, accompanied by its spasmodic movements, as a trickle of yellowish brain matter dripped from the dagger's point. "Hey!" With lightning speed, Qin Luan's left hand shot out, gripping Xiaolian's delicate neck, pulling her close, their bodies pressed against each other as if lovers. Feeling the substantial softness against his chest, the killer leaned in, licking the tender lobe of her ear, exhaling warm, moist breath into the delicate contours of her ear. "I am no longer your Qin Luan. You may call me Joy Foster. P.S. Please support with collections, red tickets and clicks. More updates with red tickets. Your support is greatly appreciated." Chapter 4. The Demon Joy Gasp. With her neck in a vice grip, Xiaolian's lovely face flushed crimson, her chubby hands desperately clawing at Qin Luan's grasp. Involuntarily whimpering, "Let her go." Hu Fei's usually serene face betrayed a hint of anger for the first time as she rushed forward, lifting a medical kit to strike at Qin Luan's head. "Hey!" Qin Luan's eyes flashed, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he effortlessly used Xiaolian as a shield. "Ah!" Hu Fei gasped in shock, twisting her body as the heavy medical kit barely grazed Xiaolian's shoulder, causing her to lose her balance and stumble past the dude. Qin Luan's eyes glowed fiercely as he released Xiaolian, twisting his waist to deliver a powerful kick to Hu Fei's rear. Riding the momentum, he sent the icy beauty soaring through the air, crashing into the zombies behind her, tumbling into a chaotic heap. As she rolled, Hu Fei's stunningly beautiful face was filled with confusion and disbelief. As the cherished Ice Queen of the base seemed unable to comprehend that she had been discarded like refuse by Man. It wasn't until a zombie viciously bit into her shoulder that she jolted back to reality. Panic and indignation blooming on her previously icy visage, reaching out toward Qin Luan and Xiao Lian as the undead closed in. Help me! Hu Fei? No. Upon witnessing Hu Fei fall into the horde of zombies, Xiao Lian's face turned ashen, and she cried out in alarm. Hey, your luck is quite good. Compared to that self-righteous little girl, I prefer you, Qin Luan remarked with a cruel smile, stepping forward to hoist Xiao Lian over his shoulder as he pursued Lin Feng ahead. Lin Feng had not ventured far, his earlier fear of Joy Foster propelling him only one flight down the stairs. Now, at the entrance of the next level, he found himself surrounded once more by a dozen zombies. Struggling to fend them off with a metal rod, seeing Qin Luan carrying Xiao Lian approach from behind, a glimmer of despair crossed Lin Feng's face. Humph, that girl still has her uses, keep an eye on her. Qin Luan tossed Xiao Lian to Lin Feng, striding toward the nearest zombie and delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. Lin Feng's spirits lifted as he quickly supported the trembling Xiao Lian, who was visibly shaken, following closely behind Qin Luan. Qin Luan, eyes fixed on the approaching horde of zombies, twirled the black dagger around his thumb, a vicious grin spreading across his face. In the next moment, the killer leaped into the air, diving into the mass of zombies. The foremost zombie was a young woman, her white lab coat tattered, her black lace bra hanging loosely, revealing a portion of her pristine skin. A pink nipple perking like a cherry in midair. Qin Luan slammed his left hand against one side of the female zombie's face, pinning her firmly against the wall of the corridor, using his feet to shove off the chests of two zombies behind her as he propelled himself downward. Roar! The female zombie howled as her cheek scraped against the wall, leaving a long trail of blood, while the other two zombies were helplessly sent tumbling down the staircase, collapsing the horde of zombies behind them. Bang! The pile of zombies at the next corridor entrance tumbled over each other, struggling chaotically. The two zombies beneath Qin Luan's feet had their chests caved in, spewing blood as they convulsed weakly. Clearly mortally wounded, the female zombie, half of her face a bloody mess, revealed a white skull on one side, barely clinging to life. Damn, that was incredibly fierce. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, exhilaration coursing through him as he momentarily forgot his earlier fears. He had joined the death matches out of admiration for such brutality and violence, considering it the essence of life. Stepping over the bodies of the fallen zombies, Qin Luan burst free from the encirclement, his white face contorting into a terrifying grimace, appearing even more fearsome. His calves were a bloody mess, torn flesh hanging like ragged cloth from the bites of two zombies. His left hand, pinning the female zombie, was bloodied and mangled, bearing the cost of his ferocity. Having vanquished the encircling zombies, the corridor ahead lay clear. Although scattered zombies continued to filter into the emergency passage, it would not be easy to block it off as they had before. As the group hurried down several flights of stairs, Xiao Lian, who had been half-supported, half-dragged by Lin Feng, finally regained her senses. Her little mouth quivered as she burst into tears, her round face quickly becoming a mess of snot and tears. Why dash you, be gentle? Stop crying. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, hastily covered Xiao Lian's mouth, sneaking a glance at Qin Luan ahead. You little brat, why are you biting like a zombie? Just as Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. A sharp pain shot through his palm, revealing that Xiao Lian was fiercely biting into his flesh. Let go, or I swear I'll throw you to the zombies. You two villains killed Sister Hu Fei. I'm going to bite you to death. Xiao Lian wiped her tears away, glaring fiercely. This has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng turned his head, muttering softly. Then you come back with me to save her. Xiao Lian's tear-streaked face wore an expression of despair as she implored Lin Feng. It's too late. If you wish to die, you can return on your own. Lin Feng sighed, releasing his grip on Xiao Lian's arm. After a brief pause, he added, however, I sincerely hope you will cherish the opportunity for survival that she has purchased with her life. Xiao Lian fell silent, ceasing her weeping, though tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Silence. Suddenly, Qin Luan, who was leading the way, raised a hand and halted, narrowing his eyes slightly, as a glimmer of red flickered in his pupils. There were voices coming from below. It seemed to be the living. Lin Feng listened intently for a moment before exclaiming with delight, "Go ahead, you two, move to the front." A cunning smile crept across Qin Luan's face as he tucked his right hand behind his back. Concealing a black dagger, the trio hurried down another 2 flights of stairs, finally encountering another group of individuals at the next hallway. This group numbered over a dozen and bore wounds, comprising not only death row inmates, but also a few uniformed federal soldiers, including disciples Handan and the transgender Lily. The death row inmates constituted the majority, while the federal soldiers were few and far between. Most of the inmates wielded iron pipes and knives, while the soldiers were unarmed, being roughly shoved to the front, clearly serving as human shields. Upon noticing Qin Luan and his companions, the group paused momentarily. However, after a brief exchange of hushed words between Lily and Handan, they disregarded the trio and resumed their forward march. Faces devoid of expression, whether they were inmates or federal soldiers. To this moment, Lin Feng had long since exchanged his suit for prison garb, while Xiao Lian, sandwiched between Qin Luan and Lin Feng, resembled a hostage, blending seamlessly into this motley crew. The 3 of them quietly walked at the rear, silently merging into the group. "Hey there, handsome, we meet again." The captivating Lily had somehow appeared beside Lin Feng, winking at him with a playful grin. "It seems you've changed your outfit." Her voice was sweet and high-pitched, laced with an alluring tone. "Shut up." Lin Feng, exasperated, seized Lily's arm and hissed in a low voice, "What a rude man. You've hurt me." Lily shrugged off Lin Feng's grip, casting him a disdainful glance, swaying her hips like a serpent and rubbing her wrist. She discreetly glanced back at the last person in line, Qin Luan, and whispered, "Your leader doesn't seem to be doing too well." Qin Luan's leg injury was severe. The fabric of his pants was completely soaked in blood, leaving a vivid crimson mark on the floor with each step he took. Yet, he appeared oblivious to it all. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, his pace remained unwavering, as if he felt no pain at all. "It's none of your concern. Boss Qin is doing just fine." Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this scene, his body tensing as he glared fiercely at Lily. "Otherwise, you might want to ask him yourself if he's all right." "All right, I was just showing concern." Lily faltered for a moment, forcing a couple of dry laughs, her enchanting face briefly betraying a hint of coldness. "Boss Qin is truly a tough guy. But don't say I didn't warn you. Don't let him bleed out too much. Otherwise, you two will soon find yourselves discarded as pawns for the zombies." Her bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she let out a derisive laugh, then provocatively swayed her hips as she returned to the middle of the group. Lin Feng's face darkened. He had long been aware of Qin Luan's leg injury. To him, both Qin Luan and the zombies were the same. As long as he could escape the base before they mutually annihilated each other, he would be content. However, with so many death row inmates in the group, without Qin Luan as their protector, he and Xiao Lian would likely not survive for long. After Lily's warning, Lin Feng couldn't help but take notice of the other inmates in the group. And soon, panic washed over his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Aside from Handan and Qin Luan, there were Shepherd Hill, Chameleon Chekhov, Fireworks Rand, and Clown Grant. Damn it! How could the base have gathered so many serial killers? Lin Feng's lips trembled slightly as he muttered curses under his breath. Realizing that his life was now utterly intertwined with Qin Luan's, Lin Feng hesitated no longer and carefully fell a few steps behind, inching closer to Qin Luan. "Boss Qin, should we stop for a moment so I can bandage your wounds?" "It will only take a few minutes." Qin Luan's expression remained impassive. His eyes mechanically shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt as if he were being scrutinized by a famished beast, every hair on his body standing on end as he lowered his head, afraid to meet the gaze of the killer. "Hurry it up." Qin Luan shot him a glance before stopping, leaning against the hallway wall, closing his eyes and faintly instructing, "You can't use those. Allow me to handle it." Watching Lin Feng clumsily tear at his prison garb, Xiao Lian, who had remained silent up to this point, sighed and crouched down, retrieving a packet of spare bandages and a hemostatic agent from her lab coat pocket. She had brought them as backups from the infirmary, never expecting they would come in handy now. As she tore open Qin Luan's pant leg, both drew in a sharp breath, realizing that a large portion of the killer's calf had been gnawed to shreds by zombies, revealing the white bone beneath. The severed muscle fibers quivered in the air, a sight both horrific and tragic. "It's all bandaged up now. As long as you don't engage in any vigorous activity, It should gradually stop the bleeding. Xiao Lian turned her head, murmuring expressionlessly to herself, "Thank you, Xiao Lian." Qin Luan opened his eyes, as if just awakening from a dream. The crimson glow in his pupils had vanished, replaced by clarity and purity, and a soft, content smile graced his face. The great demon king. Xiao Lian turned in shock, her beautiful eyes brimming once more with glistening tears. P.S. The second update will be posted at midnight on Sunday as per tradition. Please support with collections, red tickets, and clicks. Additional chapters will be added for red ticket support. Chapter 5. The final sacrifice. The great demon king, Sob, who Fei Jie is dead. Xiao Lian, with an unrefined demeanor, threw her arms around Qin Luan's neck, weeping with a sense of injustice. "I'm sorry. Whenever I'm in danger, joy appears." Qin Luan's gaze darkened as he gently patted the little beauty's back, murmuring softly, "Let us go." Falling behind. Seeing Qin Luan return to a semblance of normalcy, Lin Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. The pressure beside Joy had been overwhelming, straining him to the breaking point. In the subsequent hallways, this ragtag team encountered several waves of zombies. However, compared to a group of more than 10, the smaller number of zombies did not pose a significant threat to block the passage. Unfortunately, 2 more federal soldiers, serving as human shields, fell, and every prisoner bore injuries. After rejoining the group, the few of them engaged in intermittent conversations with Lily, learning a great deal about this mixed team. It turned out that the death row inmates, having escaped from the prison area, had procured some knives and weapons in the cafeteria and were subsequently driven to the base's control hall by scattered zombies, where they encountered the surviving researchers and federal soldiers. Initially, this team had over 50 members, with more than 20 federal soldiers and around 10 researchers, 4 times the number of death row inmates. Aside from a handful hiding in the corners of the base, they had captured the vast majority of survivors. At first, the federal soldiers were the largest group. However, as they attempted to care for the physically weak researchers while fearing the infection from the zombies, they became hesitant in combat and were gradually isolated and consumed by the horde, eventually relegated to serving as shields for the inmates. The death row inmates, driven by a will to survive, fought fiercely against the zombies, displaying reckless abandon in hand-to-hand combat, resorting to any means necessary for survival. From the control hall of the base, they fought their way through to the safety passage. Although everyone was injured, only a few had died, and they had managed to gain control over the dwindling federal side. As time passed, this survivor team, now reduced to 12 or 13 members, finally entered the exit corridor of the base from the safety stairwell. The corridor was approximately 7 meters wide and over 30 meters long, with an automated conveyor track on the floor, which had now become inoperative. The iron door at the corridor's exit was a formidable 10 centimeters thick, extremely heavy. Although it was equipped with pulleys, pushing it open was no easy feat. Upon emerging from the safety stairwell, the zombies in the base's lower hall had already noticed their presence and began to shuffle closer. The lower hall was vast, with nearly 100 zombies, a number far too overwhelming for the injured prisoners to fend off. Only by opening the base's iron door could they hope for a slim chance of survival. After entering the exit passage, Qin Luan could no longer hold on. He slumped down in a corner of the corridor. He had lost too much blood, his face as pale as snow, cold sweat continuously beading from his brow. "Great Demon King, how are you holding up?" Xiao Lian crouched in front of Qin Luan, her voice filled with concern. "Don't stray too far from me." Qin Luan cast a glance at the scattered, ominous-looking death row inmates, whispering, "Just stay close." With that, he closed his eyes to rest, ignoring Xiao Lian. At this moment, the last 3 federal soldiers found themselves positioned behind the inmates, exchanging knowing glances, each revealing a sinister smile. Quietly, they raised their sharp knives and plunged them mercilessly into the backs of the 3 federal soldiers. 3 short, anguished screams rang out simultaneously as these soldiers, faces twisted in hatred, collapsed to the ground, dragged by the inmates by a single leg, and hurled to the far end of the corridor, serving as a barrier against the approaching horde. During the course of their battles against the undead, the prisoners have come to the realization that these zombies are devoid of any viral infection or semblance of intelligence, leaving only the primal instinct to feed. As long as there is food nearby, they will remain oblivious to the presence of others, even if they are in close proximity. The most effective way to obstruct their advance is not through combat, but by placing a corpse in their path. As long as the food remains uneaten, The others are safe. Three corpses hardly seem sufficient to satiate the hunger of hundreds of zombies. Among the death row inmates, a menacing bald man named Chekhov, a Russian mob boss and notorious serial killer known as the Chameleon, wore a sinister grin, reveling in the prospect of a few expendable individuals contributing to their survival. Chekhov stood approximately 2 meters tall, with a muscular build that weighed over 240 pounds, resembling a formidable wall. Although his physique was not as well defined as that of the disciple Handan, he was far from being a mere lump of fat. In stark contrast to the slender figure of the transgender individual Lily among the prisoners, the difference was akin to that between a child and an adult. Noticing the lack of response from others, Chekhov narrowed his eyes slightly and tore apart his ragged prison uniform, revealing a tapestry of purple and blue tattoos across his torso, the origin of his moniker, the Chameleon. The burly Russian prisoner glared menacingly at the others, his gaze first landing on the diminutive figure of Lily. Feeling the weight of Chekhov's predatory stare, Lily shuddered and looked pleadingly at her companion, the disciple Handan. Handan, with a slight smirk, stepped forward nonchalantly, positioning himself protectively in front of Lily, his icy gaze fixed on the Chameleon. The two malevolent figures exchanged a fiery glance, crackling with tension. Humph! Chekhov's features contorted momentarily, a cold grunt escaping his lips as he averted his gaze. Despite the presence of several murderers within this group of death row inmates, there remained a distinction among them. This distinction was primarily reflected in the federal assessment of their dangerousness, serving as a benchmark among the killers. In terms of body count, Handan would humbly claim second place, for no one else dared to claim the first. After all, his mercenary background had left him with blood on his hands since his days as a Boy Scout, which explained why the federal authorities had confined him to the highest tier of the prison block. As for the other murderer of equal status in the third tier, it was Qin Luan, the dissector, Joey Foster. Qin Luan's circumstances differed from Hansen's. While his total kills were not as numerous as the others, the federal evaluation of his threat level rivaled that of Handan. This was due to the fact that many other serial killers targeted ordinary citizens, whereas Qin Luan had only taken lives within the confines of Handan maximum security prison, predominantly executing fellow death row inmates, including some infamous serial killers. The name of the dissector, Joey Foster, was a taboo among the inmates. A veritable killer among killers. This was why Lily nearly wet herself upon recognizing Qin Luan's identity, and even Handan was reluctant to be seen in his company. Realizing he could not strike at Lily, Chekhov's ferocious gaze swept across the room once more, finally honing in on Qin Luan and his companions. As Chekhov's eyes met Qin Luan's, a flicker of apprehension crossed his features, but upon spotting the timid figure beside the killer, he broke into a cruel grin and advanced. Qin Luan, in a meditative state, posed no threat, and Lin Feng had donned his prison garb, appearing relatively unscathed. However, the nurse, a petite beauty clad in scrubs, seemed the most appealing target. Though she cowered beside Qin Luan, Chekhov was confident that the gravely injured dissector would not concern himself with the fate of a mere base nurse. The Russian brute extended his massive hand and seized the nurse by the neck, hoisting her into the air like a chick. The nurse flailed in terror, her delicate fists pounding against Chekhov's bulk, akin to a dragonfly attempting to shake a tree, having no effect whatsoever on the hulking figure. Ha ha! Chekhov licked his lips in excitement, a glimmer of malice in his eyes as he tightened his grip. The nurse's lovely visage turned a sickly shade of purple, her mouth agape like a dead fish, her eyes gradually clouding over, on the verge of succumbing to Chekhov's deadly grasp. However, at that moment, Chekhov noticed the expressions of the other inmates shift, their faces contorting into strange smiles as they observed him with a sense of mockery. As if anticipating a grand performance, a chill coursed through Chekhov as he sensed something was amiss, abruptly turning to glance over his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a ghostly figure standing silently behind him. The figure's pupils glimmered with two bright red points, akin to the flickering flames of hell, staring intently at him. "You?" Chekhov gasped, his features twisting into a grotesque mask of fear. Upon realizing Chekhov had detected him, Qin Luan revealed a sinister smile, swiftly slashing his right hand behind his back. Whoosh! A black flash darted through the corridor like a bolt of lightning, manifesting as a blade-like dagger that pierced through Chekhov's left temple and exited through the right, cleanly puncturing his skull. Chekhov's contorted expression froze, his bulging eyes slowly losing their luster as his massive frame collapsed to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughing, the nurse, freed from Chekhov's grasp, collapsed to the floor, hacking repeatedly. Lin Feng's face went pale as he cast a furtive glance at Chekhov's corpse, instinctively guiding the nurse to the corner of the wall. He felt an indescribable sensation regarding Qin Luan's sudden act of violence. The crimson glow in Qin Luan's eyes faded quietly, his expression devoid of emotion as he wiped the dagger on Chekhov's body. Resuming his position in the corner, eyes closed, though a storm raged within him in that fleeting moment when he took Chekhov's life, a cool sensation surged through the black dagger into his palm, causing the egg-shaped design, which had once represented his death list, to pulse faintly. Qin Luan, amidst the chaos at the base, had once glimpsed a simple tablet containing the information of death row inmates, which had merged with an orange-yellow crystal during his interaction. At that time, he had been merely curious, and in the process of contact, the death list had fused with his palm. Now, under the influence of this cool sensation, the death list seemed to awaken, emitting rhythmic pulses, as if a tiny heart had taken residence within his palm. P.S. Please show your support with collections, votes, and clicks. More votes lead to additional updates. Chapter 6. Shattered Starry Sky. Seeking votes and collections. Heh. This Russian porker weighs at least 240 pounds. Worth 2 of anyone else. Enough to satisfy those zombies. 2 prisoners from the opposing group cautiously approached Qin Luan, carefully observing him as they moved to shift Chekhov's lifeless body. 1 dragged a leg, tossing him into the corner where the corridor met the base's hall, where a throng of zombies was converging on the corpses of 3 federal soldiers. With the addition of Chekhov, these 4 bodies effectively obstructed the roughly 7-meter-wide corridor, keeping the horde at bay. As the sight of the densely packed zombies greeted them, the prisoners wasted no time, splitting into 2 teams and straining to push the iron gate at the base's exit. Despite Qin Luan's severe leg injury preventing him from contributing, Lin Feng and the nurse joined the effort, driven by their will to survive. The iron gate's rollers screeched with a grating metallic sound as the heavy door began to creak open, sliding apart. "It's open! It's open!" The prisoners erupted in joyous exclamations, their voices brimming with the exhilaration of having escaped death. Yet, what lay beyond the gate? As they finally beheld the scene outside, their earlier smiles froze on their faces, eyes betraying an uncontrollable shock. Outside the base's iron gate, there was no lush primeval forest of the greater Shingon Range. Instead, a desolate expanse of barren wasteland stretched before them. Grotesquely shaped rocky cliffs loomed like monstrous creatures amid this desolate, uninhabited land, reminiscent of the arid deserts of the old United States. In the new century, Earth had undergone significant environmental transformation, with only a few remaining primitive forests and polar ice caps, catering to the increasing population. The barren Gobi landscape before them was something they could only glimpse in ancient photographs. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The strangest sight was a fault line appearing several kilometers away, where the land abruptly fractured. Beyond this continental rift lay an expansive, boundless starry sky, tranquil and profound, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Yet, upon closer inspection, these stars were not colossal celestial bodies, but rather varying sizes of floating landmasses, each enveloped in a spherical orange-yellow luminescence. The distant floating lands shimmered like fireflies, while the nearest landmass was as large as a grinding wheel, with its mountains and rivers discernible. Astonishingly, the base's exit was situated in midair. At least 30 meters above the ground. It was evident that the subterranean structure of Zone 91 had risen above the Gobi surface, elevating the previously ground-level corridor exit to a lofty height. No wonder the deceased have transformed into zombies. No wonder the particle guns wielded by the federal soldiers have become ineffective. No wonder the modern instruments within the base are rendered entirely unusable. It turns out this place is not Earth at all. The very laws of science seem to diverge from those known on our planet. The prisoners quickly came to realize that the desolate expanse of Gobi Desert housing Federal Base 91 might very well be a suspended continent. A select few among them have even drawn connections to the spherical temporal field situated above Base 91, concluding that their current predicament is undoubtedly linked to spatial transmission, though the whereabouts of the entire base remain a mystery. "This is not Earth. Where on earth are we?" One prisoner, regaining his senses, gasped in astonishment. The 4 corpses are almost entirely devoured by the horde, and the exit of the safety passage is completely blocked. What should we do? Climb down. Only by descending do we stand a chance of survival. The prisoners soon recognized they could not afford to remain idle, waiting for their fate. Several impatient convicts immediately began to scale the outer wall of the base's exit, making their way downward. Fortunately, the underground structure of the base appeared to be interconnected with the surrounding rocky soil, forming a steep hill upon the gobi, offering some footholds for their descent. Lin Feng grasped a metal support as he navigated the steep slope, while Xiao Lian supported the injured Qin Luan, following closely behind him. Centered around the subterranean construction of Area 91, this hill, clinging to the rocky earth, was not a natural formation. Numerous areas were alarmingly soft. At over 30 meters high, it was not excessively daunting, yet a misstep could result in a perilous fall from the steep incline, a fall that could spell certain doom. They had no desire to escape the jaws of the zombies, only to meet their end on this desolate wasteland. With the threat of the horde abated, the hastily formed group of prisoners disbanded completely. All survivors, including the trio of Qin Luan, now numbered merely 12. These 12 individuals coalesced around the notorious killers: Qin Luan, the dissector; Hansen, the disciple; Hill, the shepherd; Land, the fireworks; and Grant, the clown, each forming small factions of only 2 or 3 members. It was not that the prisoners were unwilling to unite in this unfamiliar world. Rather, mutual trust proved elusive. Each of the 5 killers harbored psychological issues, their thoughts inscrutable, rendering them far from normal. Even those compelled to cling to them found it difficult to draw near. After about 20 minutes, with Xiao Lian's assistance, Qin Luan finally reached the ground. Standing upon the gravel of the Gobi Desert, a warm sensation surged from beneath his soles. As he surveyed the landscape, he beheld a panorama of reddish-brown rock cliffs. Apart from the occasional howling wind that swept through the peaks, the entire desert radiated an eerie stillness devoid of any signs of life. Although the sun was absent from the sky, the orange-yellow luminescence enveloping the suspended continent emitted a strong light and heat, rendering the group drowsy. The trio of Qin Luan sought refuge behind a massive rock at the base, leaning against the windward side to catch their breath. Can we ever return? Xiao Lian hugged her knees, her head bowed, shoulders trembling with silent sobs. Lin Feng remained silent, his expression vacant as he stared upwards, visibly despondent. He had confirmed a dreadful piece of news from several prisoners. His father had passed away. They had seen a zombie clad in a general's uniform within the control hall of the base, and the only general was his father. Qin Luan gently closed his eyes, greedily inhaling the warm, dry air. For him, as long as he could attain freedom, Earth and this strange world were not so different. His only lingering concern was for his sister, from whom he had been separated since childhood. It had been over a decade since he last received news of her. Perhaps keeping her away from him, allowing her to bear the weight of their shared happiness alone, was the best choice. As for himself, burdened with the lives of many, regardless of the truth surrounding that incident, he had irrevocably embarked upon the path of a killer, with no chance of turning back. Lost in thought, a sudden stirring within Qin Luan prompted him to open his right hand, gazing intently at the black oval pattern imprinted on his palm. Since slaying Chekhov and acquiring that refreshing aura, the oval shape had been pulsating rhythmically. That cool breath seemed to emanate from the oval pattern, circulating throughout his body like blood. With each cycle, its intensity diminished slightly, now barely perceptible. Yet, with every diminishment, the fatigue and pain within him seemed to ebb away, as if new strength surged within. Even the injuries to his legs appeared to be healing rapidly. It seemed this refreshing aura was beneficial, gradually enhancing his physical condition. Curious, Qin Luan extended his left thumb to caress the oval pattern, hoping to sense the rhythmic pulsing. However, he soon found himself wide-eyed, his heart racing as a rudimentary black tablet materialized deep within his consciousness. Resembling the death list that housed his data, the death list reappeared. The oval pattern in his palm transformed into a diminutive skull, its hollow eyes flickering with 2 faint crimson flames. Look over there. What is that? Just as Qin Luan was about to delve deeper into the death list with his consciousness, a distant cry from another prisoner reached his ears. The moment his attention was diverted, the death list within his mind quietly receded. Shaking his head, he rose to gaze into the distance. There, over 10 kilometers away from the base structures, a sudden black line appeared on the horizon. Within mere minutes, it morphed into a swirling dust cloud, rolling closer. It must be a native creature of this world, Handan, the disciple, exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically, shouting to all the prisoners, "S a mercenary." He recognized that this was no natural phenomenon, but rather the result of numerous fast-moving entities, such as a stampede of horses or a convoy of mechanical vehicles, and so forth. The scattered prisoners quickly converged towards the center. In this moment, whether they liked it or not, they had to unite to confront the uncertain fate that lay ahead. Once the prisoners regrouped, the swirling dust cloud seemed to acknowledge their presence, veering in an arc through the gobi, heading straight for them. The motorcycle? As the approaching dust cloud drew nearer, the prisoners were astonished to discover it was a convoy composed of numerous vehicles of various types, instantly erupting into a commotion. These machines varied greatly, lacking a unified design. Some resembled the twin-wheeled motorcycles of Earth's bygone era, while others were advanced single-wheeled roller vehicles. There were even tracked motorcycles. And at the rear of the convoy, they beheld a colossal multi-wheeled vehicle resembling a spider. If there are motorcycles, does that mean they are sentient beings? The prisoners huddled closer, their wariness heightened to its peak. With a hiss, a four-wheeled motorcycle surged forth from the convoy, halting before the prisoners. A humanoid creature leapt down, striding toward them with an air of swagger. Its entire form was cloaked in a hooded cape, and a sturdy pair of motorcycle goggles obscured much of its face. A massive firearm was slung across its back, with two bullet belts crisscrossing over its shoulders, swaggering with an imposing aura of dominance. Yet, why was its chin barely reaching the knees of the onlookers? Gazing at this diminutive, flamboyant leader of the motorcycle gang, the prisoners were overcome with a sense of absurd humor. Chapter 7. Scavengers. The motorcycle gang leader approached the prisoners, puffed up with pride, removing its gloves and goggles, shedding its hooded cape, and launching into a cacophony of exaggerated calls, wildly gesticulating and stomping its feet to emphasize its words. The prisoners regarded this self-styled performer with blank expressions, with many struggling to suppress the twitching of their faces. Everyone understood that these intelligent beings standing before them were likely the natives of this world, yet few anticipated that these diminutive creatures would bear such a striking resemblance to certain minor monsters from Earth's online games. Green skin, a hooked nose, elongated curled ears occupying a third of their faces, large eyes, and short arms with 4 fingers. Green goblins? Green gnomes? Gremlins? Goblins? A collective question mark loomed over the heads of the prisoners. This compact motorcycle gang leader bore an uncanny resemblance to some of the minor adversaries encountered in Earth's gaming realm. Upon noticing that the towering humans around it were unresponsive to its words, the motorcycle gang leader seemed somewhat taken aback, its body language becoming even more animated as it switched to a different language. The prisoners exchanged cautious glances, shaking their heads in response to the motorcycle gang leader. The diminutive leader quickly realized it was speaking to an audience that could not comprehend its words. However, rather than displaying disappointment, its large eyes sparkled with delight as it paused its physical display, chattering away in several human languages. When it confirmed that the humans before it understood none of the languages it had attempted, the motorcycle gang leader was filled with joy, carefully retrieving a pocket watch-like device from its jacket. With a rustle, the motorcycle gang leader pressed an unknown button on the device, and a loud noise erupted within the prisoners' minds, causing many to instinctively cover their ears in pain. However, they soon discovered that the noise directly affected their brains, rendering their attempts to block it out futile. Fortunately, the cacophony ceased after just a few seconds. In the next moment, a rigid, mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all present. "You are humans who have just been transported from some alternate dimension. Are you not?" The towering rock cliffs swiftly receded from view, and the gusts of wind whisked away some of the heat from their bodies. Qin Luan clung to the car window, gazing into the distant expanse of the Gobi Desert, while the rumbling engine of the tracked vehicle reverberated beneath them. Not long ago, when the leader of the biker gang produced a pocket watch-like device and established a so-called soul energy field, both parties finally managed to communicate effectively. During their brief exchange, the human captives confirmed that they were in a realm known as the Shattered Starry Sky, while the peculiar biker gang acknowledged their status as beings from another world, having traversed through a time-space portal. The shattered starry sky was a dimension that completely defied human understanding, characterized by countless floating continents. These aerial landmasses varied in size, with the larger ones resembling entire life-bearing planets. Complete with mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, deserts, and even oceans. The smaller floating continents, on the other hand, spanned only a few kilometers, akin to diminutive islands. Fixed in place like gemstones, these continents neither shifted nor collided with one another. On these floating lands thrived numerous civilizations, inhabited by a diverse array of life forms, including intelligent races such as humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, trolls, undead, elemental beings, dragons, titans, and other creatures, alongside rare higher races like celestial beings, demons, and angels. The self-proclaimed Lulu's tribe, resembling goblins, were scavengers of this desolate expanse. The location where Qin Luan and his companions found themselves was called the Crimson Gobi, a mid-sized floating continent measuring approximately 100,000 square kilometers. Comparable to Zhejiang province in China, the Crimson Gobi was situated at the fringes of the civilized world within the shattered starry sky. However, it was rich in minerals and frequently witnessed beings from alternate dimensions falling through the portals into the Gobi, thus attracting adventurers and scavenger tribes alike. Upon confirming that the humans before them hailed from another realm, the goblin bikers promptly brandished their unknown firearms, half forcing the captives onto their vehicles, inviting them to visit their tribe. The captives had no objections. Although they had grasped the nature of their surroundings, they found themselves devoid of food, fresh water, and weapons, rendering their survival impossible. In a sense, these goblins had indeed extricated them from their predicament. However, once the captives boarded the vehicles, they soon realized that the goblins did not immediately take them back to their tribe. Instead, they dispatched some to ascend the hill-like base structure. When the goblins encountered a throng of zombies crowding the entrance of the base, they exhibited no signs of shock, but rather erupted into excited shouts. Clearly, these goblin scavengers were no strangers to the undead. To them, these zombies appeared as walking coins, promising substantial rewards. The captives observed the goblins' actions with keen eyes, hoping to glean insights they had yet to unearth. Due to their vantage point, they were unaware of the goblins' true intentions toward the zombies. Nevertheless, the captives understood that the goblins did not regard the zombies as food. For when certain goblins descended from the base, although smeared with blood, they bore no dismembered remains of the undead. Instead, they had collected a trove of discarded items, chiefly damaged instruments and metallic objects. The 91st District base towered over the landscape with over 30 floors, resembling a massive hill standing more than 100 meters high. The goblins, in a short span, could not possibly clear the base, let alone contend with the nearly 1,000 zombies residing within. As the goblins recognized the base as a veritable treasure trove, they ceased their exploration, leaving a portion of their number around the hill formed by the base before leading the captives onward, intending to return to their tribe first. After several hours traversing the Gobi, Qin Luan suddenly raised an eyebrow, exclaiming softly. The young man, who had been peering out the window, noticed that the orange-yellow luminescence enveloping the floating continent began to dim gradually from the horizon, casting a long shadow from one side of the vehicle. In this realm devoid of sun and moon, the floating continent surprisingly experienced a distinction between day and night. Fascinating. A smile slowly graced Qin Luan's lips. Before darkness fully enveloped the land, the goblin scavenger convoy finally returned to their encampment, resembling a colossal parking lot. The perimeter was fortified with large boxy vehicles forming a wall, while smaller vehicles constituted a secondary defensive line. The center was dotted with various small tents, and the open space at the heart served as the communal area for the Lulu's tribe's activities. The 12 human newcomers were dispersed, with Qin Luan and his companions assigned to a modest tent. The tent's furnishings were exceedingly rudimentary, with a fur covering the floor and assorted living utensils stacked in a corner. Fortunately, no unpleasant odors permeated the small tent, indicating that these Lulu's tribe members were not quite the filthy little goblins they were often depicted as. As night fell, bright lights illuminated the camp. A female goblin from the Lulu's tribe brought Qin Luan and his companions a small, umbrella-shaped lamp, along with some mashed potato-like sustenance and a jug of drinking water. The hearty portion of mashed potatoes, slightly salty but warmed, was quickly consumed by the ravenous trio, who had gone an entire day without food. "I'll step outside for a moment," Qin Luan declared after finishing his meal. Rising to his feet, albeit in the cramped tent where he had to bend slightly. "Are we allowed to go out?" Lin Feng asked, taken aback. "Do they have any restrictions on our movement?" Qin Luan smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Have you noticed? The goblins' attitude toward us is rather peculiar. We are neither prisoners nor quite guests. Their insistence on hosting us must have a reason. You make a valid point. I share your sentiments. It seems seeking your counsel was indeed the right choice." Before Qin Luan could finish, a deep voice resonated from outside the tent. Soon after, a robust figure pushed aside the tent flap and entered. Disciple. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Feng's face paled, but he quickly stifled his voice with a hand over his mouth. "Welcome." Qin Luan greeted the newcomer, Handan, with a friendly smile. "You appear unsurprised by my arrival." Handan regarded Qin Luan with a penetrating gaze, his words laden with significance. None of us know the true intentions of these goblins, and since they have not restricted our personal freedom, it is only natural for us to seek counsel," Qin Luan replied calmly. "I simply never anticipated anyone would come looking for me." Handan offered a wry smile, revealing that he too had no choice but to seek Qin Luan's guidance. Late into the night, as Qin Luan and Handan engaged in discussion, a particular safe corridor within the 91st District base suddenly stirred with the movement of a pile comprising over a dozen zombies. A slender arm emerged from the crevices, pushing aside the stacked corpses as a bloodied figure struggled to crawl out from the heap. The individual's skin was marred and torn, resembling a ragged doll. Once standing, the figure slightly tilted, revealing a face that had been gnawed to the point of skeletal appearance, with ghostly green eyes flickering with a haunting light in one hand. It clutched an empty syringe marked with an X, while the other grasped a glinting surgical knife, a Joy Foster. The figure raised its head, uttering a garbled cry that echoed like a wraith's lament. "P.S. Please show your support with collections, red tickets, and clicks. More red tickets mean additional updates, so please lend your support." Chapter 8. Each with their own thoughts. Request for red tickets and collections. If possible, I would prefer to act alone. Handan sighed in resignation, adding that the goblins seemed to regard their group with significance. Perhaps having more people would grant them greater influence. Among the 5 murderers, the Shepherd Hill was the eldest. Knowledgeable and originally a Catholic priest, yet secretly a cannibalistic pervert afflicted with severe delusions. The other, Fireworks Land, was the least dangerous yet the most socially harmful of the murderers, as his victims typically suffered indirect harm. Before his capture, Land had been a firefighter and a terrorist responsible for multiple bombings, suffering from antisocial personality disorder, harboring inexplicable hostility towards everyone. Lastly, the Clown Grant was a hulking figure, even taller and more robust than the chameleon Chekhov whom Qin Luan had dispatched, almost akin to a small giant. However, he was a malformed child, grotesque in appearance, suffering from severe skin ailments, and had endured discrimination from family and neighbors since childhood. Consequently, Grant fell into deep self-isolation and inferiority, developing a profoundly paranoid psychological disorder. Upon reaching adulthood, the reclusive Grant began hunting beautiful women in the surrounding cities, skinning their faces to wear them as masks, which also gave rise to his clown moniker. In summary, among the 5 murderers, aside from the disciple Handan himself, the mental states of the other 4 are quite problematic. However, when compared to the other 3, Qin Luan, in his untransformed state, can barely be considered a normal individual. Therefore, in essence, Handan is left with him as the only one with whom he can confer. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Luan inquired after a moment of silence. "Let them go." Handan cast a glance at Lin Feng and Xiao Yan, who were huddled in the corner of the tent, and said nonchalantly, "Lily is outside too." Qin Luan nodded at the 2, who immediately scurried out of the tent like rabbits. To be honest, they had no interest in the conversation between the 2 murderers. Although they knew that those 2 would not harm them for the time being, the overwhelming aura of the murderers made them feel suffocated just by being present. It seems the goblins hold us in high regard. Perhaps we can adopt a more assertive approach and directly speak with their leader. After watching the 2 depart, Handan turned back and spoke in a low voice. "At the very least, we can probe their true intentions." Qin Luan observed the expressionless disciple, his gaze flickering slightly, before he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well. When I entered the camp earlier, I noted the layout. The large central tent is heavily guarded. It must be the residence of these little creatures' leader. Now, let us take advantage of the night to scout the area. It would be best if we can slip inside. What do you think? Hansen's eyelids lifted, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. Absolutely. Qin Luan smiled slightly, rising without hesitation. He lifted the tent flap and gestured, after you. As the two exited the tent, they found Lin Feng and Xiao Lian gathered around Lily, engaged in low laughter. The three appeared to be quite harmonious, without any signs of tension. Upon noticing the two murderers, they immediately fell silent and dispersed. Follow us. Hansen glanced at them coolly and commanded without any courtesy. The five of them walked through the camp, which was now enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by dozens of orange crystal lamps. Aside from a few goblin sentinels patrolling the area, the majority of the goblins had already retired to their tents for rest. The patrolling goblins regarded the five with indifference, only displaying signs of vigilance when they approached certain defensive structures. At the forefront, Hansen's eyes glinted with a cold light, a sinister smile slowly creeping across his lips. Just as he was about to make a move, a figure abruptly darted past him, blocking his path. What do you intend to do? Upon recognizing Qin Luan as the one obstructing him, Hansen's anger flared. And he growled in a hushed tone, shouldn't it be I who asks what you intend to do? Qin Luan maintained a calm smile, but his gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the burly Hansen. The large tent where the goblin leader resides is tightly secured. I need to procure a few of their weapons to facilitate our approach. Hansen narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. These blunderbuss-type firearms are quite rudimentary and should be easy to operate. I only agreed to accompany you to speak with their leader, but I did not consent to join you in a riot. Qin Luan replied with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Hansen fell silent, but the ferocity in his eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Qin Luan without uttering a word. Qin Luan also subdued his smile, flipping his right hand to let a black dagger slip from his sleeve into his palm, the crimson glow in his pupils intensifying. The three companions of the two murderers broke into a cold sweat. If these two were to clash, their current comfortable existence would come to an abrupt end, and the goblins would likely no longer extend their courtesy. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. Hansen suddenly revealed a peculiar smile that did not quite reach his eyes, muttering through clenched teeth. Humph! Qin Luan flipped his hand to sheath the black dagger, casting a meaningful glance at Hansen before leading the way towards the large tent in the center of the camp. However, once he turned his back, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Qin Luan had already realized in the small tent that Hansen's intentions for seeking him out were likely not as simple as he professed. Hansen had been a mercenary since childhood, possessing adept military skills and accustomed to resolving issues through force. Attempting to confine him through house arrest would be tantamount to courting death. The Lulu tribe was a highly mobile scavenger clan, and this camp had only rudimentary defenses. Should any significant chaos ensue, it would be challenging to contain a professional mercenary like Hansen. Of course, Hansen was no Rambo. He needed allies to share the pressure, which was why he sought out Qin Luan and the others. His plan was essentially to use the other four as bait, allowing him to seize weapons, ammunition, and a vehicle to facilitate his escape from the goblin encampment. As a mercenary, he was highly confident that even alone, he could find a way to survive in this barren desert. Yet, this was not good news for the others, especially for Qin Luan, who was being coerced into collaborating with Hansen to create chaos in the camp. Once the goblins regained control of the situation, no matter how much they valued the group, they would likely cease to be so accommodating. The reason Qin Luan agreed to accompany Hansen was that he perceived the disciple's superficial rationale for masking his true intentions as quite reasonable, aligning with his own thoughts. Unlike Hansen, who was a soldier with a rigid disposition, unwilling to be manipulated and preferring to take charge of his own fate, Qin Luan felt that since the goblins valued them, the nearly equal number of prisoners could, with a firm attitude, compel the unseen goblin leader to concede and divulge more information. However, to their surprise, as Qin Luan and the others approached the large tent, the goblin sentinels hesitated only slightly before, without waiting for them to make a move, they willingly parted to grant passage, allowing them to enter what appeared to be the residence of the goblin leader. Qin Luan and Hansen exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. They had not anticipated such an outcome. Yet, upon entering the large tent, a look of understanding surfaced on their faces. Inside, they discovered 5 other prisoners seated, including the shepherd Heir, the clown Grant, and 3 of their subordinates, though Smoke Flower Rand and another individual were notably absent. However, this was understandable, as Smoke Flower Rand suffered from antisocial personality disorder in his eyes. Almost everyone except for the rebellious young prisoner who followed him was an enemy, thus no one sought him out for discussion. No wonder the goblin sentinels allowed them entry without hesitation. They likely assumed that they had come together with the other 5. It was reasonable to deduce that those 5 had received permission from the goblin leader prior to their entrance, further indicating that these goblins indeed held them in significant regard, having made certain concessions. Upon seeing Qin Luan and his companions, Heir and the others had no objections. The greater the number of like-minded prisoners, the more weight their words carried. After Qin Luan and his group entered, they nodded towards Heir and the others before silently finding a corner to sit and observe the situation within the large tent. At the center of the large tent reclined a wizened goblin, his face wrinkled and his body stout, adorned with age spots. To his right sat the gang leader they had encountered in the morning. Between them was a small table, upon which rested tea as well as the small pocket watch-like device they had previously seen. Visitors from another time and space. I am the elder of the Lulu tribe. The individual beside me is my eldest son, Ged, the current chief of the Lulu tribe. The elder goblin opened his murky eyes and began to speak, his voice mechanical and stilted, once again resonating in the ears of the gathering. I understand you have questions. I will inform you of everything. However, my mental state is rather poor, so I kindly ask everyone to remain quiet and patient while I speak. Chief Ged of the Lulu tribe had already provided a brief introduction to Broken Starry Sky when he met the prisoners in the morning. The elder goblin's account of Broken Starry Sky was largely similar but offered more detail. However, what the elder goblin said next, regarding why the Lulu tribe exhibited such bizarre attitudes and considerations towards the prisoners, stirred waves of astonishment and wonder within Qin Luan and the others. Even these ruthless and cunning death row inmates found the revelations exceedingly incredible and marvelous. Chapter 9. Apostles and Floating Cities. Broken Starry Sky is a wondrous and surreal world, inhabited by numerous intelligent races and powerful superior beings. These indigenous races have formed various distinctly different civilizations on some colossal floating continents. According to the elder goblin's recollections, in his youth, he visited many floating continents and encountered a myriad of races and civilizations during his adventures. Among these civilizations were mechanical beings reminiscent of Transformers, magical realms akin to Azeroth, and even picturesque eastern paradises. Various civilizations intersected within Broken Starry Sky, resembling a testing ground of creation. However, in the elder goblin's words, it was more akin to a dumping ground abandoned by the creator deity, for the intelligent races within Broken Starry Sky had never experienced the favor of the gods, only the strife and turmoil between various racial civilizations. The floating continents in Broken Starry Sky are not immutable. They too possess their own life cycles. Smaller floating islands generally have lifespans of only a few thousand years, while larger continental masses akin to planets may decay over eons. At regular intervals, some floating continents fragment and dissolve into dust, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Some floating continents gradually coalesce into cores amidst the starlit sky, swiftly growing to become new floating lands. Although these continents maintain a constant position within the fragmented cosmos and do not collide with one another, the scarcity of various resources compels them to engage in trade and conflict. Indeed, this is the root of most apocalyptic calamities in the shattered starry expanse. When an intelligent race from one floating continent is prepared to invade another, they utilize the unique stargates scattered throughout the fragmented cosmos for intercontinental travel. This form of transportation is not temporal or spatial in nature. It is confined to the internal space of the shattered cosmos, disregarding distance and type, with the sole limitation being the size of the stargate. Smaller stargates can only transport individual beings, while larger ones can transfer entire cities or fortresses to other floating continents. Thus, one might inquire whether those formidable higher beings, such as celestial beings, demons, gods, angels, and dragons, occupy the apex of the racial hierarchy within the fragmented cosmos. Lily, unable to contain her curiosity, interrupted the goblin elder's narrative, only to find her face pale upon reawakening to reality. Nonetheless, the bloodthirsty fiends present also seemed eager for an answer. Momentarily disregarding her to know, those superior beings generally exist in a reclusive state, rarely revealing themselves. The dominant races within the shattered cosmos are not the individually powerful ones, but rather intelligent races that, while not exceptionally strong, boast vast populations and immense potential, such as humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, undead, mechanical beings, and elemental creatures, among others. The Goblin Elder adjusted to a more comfortable posture, his expression somewhat peculiar as he remarked that this situation significantly relates to you interdimensional travelers. The eyes of the crowd brightened slightly, sensing that the Goblin Elder was about to unveil the hidden reasons behind the Lulu clan's reverence for interdimensional travelers. It turns out that within the shattered cosmos, not only are there internal stargates on floating continents, but there also exist unpredictable temporal transportation portals. Occasionally, beings from alternate dimensions may be drawn into the fragmented cosmos by these portals. Unlike the indigenous beings of the shattered cosmos, these interdimensional entities, upon successfully traversing the temporal portals, merge with the world's laws, forming unique bodies governed by their souls. Initially, the bodies of these travelers appear no different from ordinary beings. They can fall ill, bleed, and even suffer injury or death. However, due to the unique nature of their law bodies, travelers possess nearly limitless potential. Some powerful travelers can wreak havoc on a grand scale, their combat prowess rivaling that of gods and demons, and even when their brains or hearts sustain severe damage, they do not perish immediately. Nevertheless, travelers are not native inhabitants of the shattered cosmos. They are perpetually subjected to its rejection. This rejection intensifies over time, leading to periodic transport of these travelers to other realms. The randomness of this temporal transportation is significant, as no one can predict where a traveler will be sent. Each instance of transportation presents the traveler with enigmatic tasks, the origins and motives of which remain unknown to them. Failure to complete these tasks results in the gradual weakening of the traveler's soul, ultimately leading to their demise. The vast majority of travelers perish while undertaking these tasks. However, should they fulfill the tasks in their minds before being transported back to the shattered cosmos, they are rewarded with substantial benefits. It is as if the shattered cosmos has entered into an employment contract with the travelers, wherein one party exerts effort to accomplish tasks, while the other grants them longevity and abilities. Consequently, interdimensional travelers are referred to as apostles by the indigenous beings of the shattered cosmos. Apostles often find themselves embroiled in various dangers, and all mature apostles possess formidable combat capabilities. Certain exceptionally gifted apostles can reach a level comparable to that of gods and demons within just a few years. Furthermore, as they possess a plethora of weapons and equipment acquired from other realms, and their law bodies exhibit minimal fatal weaknesses, even divine beings would be reluctant to confront them. During the ancient epoch of the shattered cosmos, the emergence of numerous apostles led to the downfall of many dominant higher beings, with some entire races facing extinction, compelling them to retreat into seclusion and refrain from appearing before others. In the eyes of the apostles, these higher beings were akin to walking treasures, and they readily utilized the legacies of gods and demons to secure their own safety while executing interdimensional tasks. This era is referred to as the end of the gods and demons. The apex of the shattered cosmos was entirely diminished by the apostles, ushering in a new epoch of conflict among myriad factions. Intelligent races characterized by large populations yet relatively weak individuals began to rise, establishing themselves as the new rulers of the shattered cosmos. The influence of apostles extends beyond this. Their focus and energy are primarily directed toward interdimensional adventure tasks, rendering the shattered cosmos merely a temporary resting place for them. Additionally, due to the nature of their tasks, their relationships are intricate, encompassing both alliances and enmities, preventing them from becoming the de facto rulers of the shattered cosmos. However, the intelligent races that hold dominion cannot overlook the power of the apostles. Unlike gods and demons, the apostles do not inherently possess value as hunters, but they can be employed to strike against opposing races and continents. When two floating continents of similar power and two intelligent races with comparable military strength engage in war, the presence of their apostolic teams may very well determine the outcome of the conflict. Indeed, some lesser races have triumphed over formidable opponents in warfare by hiring powerful apostolic teams, thereby securing broader living space for themselves. From the ancient extinction of the gods and demons to the current struggle for dominance among continents, all intelligent races within the shattered cosmos have begun to adhere to a fundamental principle. They must neither rely entirely on apostles for their survival nor forfeit their assistance. The reasoning is straightforward. Due to the existence of temporal portals, apostles cannot be entirely eradicated. However, should a race become overly dependent on specific apostolic teams, any severe setbacks those teams endure during interdimensional tasks would result in the loss of military initiative in warfare. This peculiar and nonsensical phenomenon has given rise to a unique construct within the shattered cosmos. Floating cities assembled by certain intelligent races pooling all their resources. These colossal cities, varying in civilization and power sources, are capable of traversing floating continents at will. They can also utilize stargates for transportation between various floating lands, serving as both the lifeblood of intelligent races and a specialized haven for apostles. Those races that possess such floating cities can significantly bolster their survival capacity and continuously attract apostles to reside within them, alleviating concerns over the sudden loss of apostolic strength during wartime. Floating cities vary in size and type, encompassing a diverse array of classifications. They can be distinguished by different civilizations, such as technological cities, magical cities, bioengineered cities, and supernatural cities, among others. They can also be categorized based on the services they provide to apostles, including academy cities, entertainment cities, trade cities, and military fortresses. Regardless of the type, all cities extend exceptional hospitality to the residing apostles, offering not only basic welfare but also tailored service regulations for them. These regulations generally adhere to the principle of equitable exchange, as not every apostle possesses the prowess comparable to that of gods or demons, and most will perish during interdimensional tasks. TOC's apostolic resources, floating cities frequently navigate between various floating continents. To this day, intelligent races lacking floating cities either face gradual extinction or become subservient to other races. The number and size of floating cities have become the sole standard by which the prosperity of intelligent races and floating continents is measured. Curiously, larger floating continents with substantial populations seldom exhibit temporal portals. Conversely, smaller, sparsely populated floating continents, such as the Crimson Wastes, frequently encounter temporal portals and interdimensional travelers, referred to as prospective apostles. These prospective apostles may lack formidable strength, but they provide invaluable assistance in times of need. The floating cities extend aid during moments of vulnerability, establishing a reciprocal relationship whereby these apostles, upon gaining strength, repay the assistance received from their benefactors. Thus, the more prospective apostles a floating city can attract, the greater its potential becomes. Naturally, floating cities are massive entities. While they can traverse the skies and journey between floating continents, they cannot scurry about like ants in search of prospective apostles that may appear at any moment. Consequently, certain tribes of scavengers have emerged on remote floating continents, such as the Crimson Wastes, dedicated to seeking out remnants of temporal portals. For instance, the Lulu clan before the human prisoners. P.S. Please support with your collections, votes, and clicks. Votes will lead to additional chapters. Chapter 10. The elder's advice. Upon concluding his remarks, the goblin elder heaved slightly, laboriously shifting his corpulent frame to sip his tea, and then reclined against the armchair, closing his eyes to recuperate. His son, Ged, the current leader of the Lulu clan, promptly draped a blanket over the elder and shot an irritated glance at the prisoners. Goblins have a lifespan of only about one-third that of humans, and at over 40 years of age, the elder is considered extraordinarily long-lived for a goblin. However, the situation had become dire, with energy waning and the prospect of relinquishing life at any moment. Today, under the duress of the prisoners, he had spoken extensively, draining much of his vitality. Nonetheless, Ged understood the goblin elder's leniency towards the captives. It was due to the presence of a hovering city of the elven race currently traversing the Crimson Gobi continent. Such floating cities extend great hospitality to prospective apostles, though nuances exist in their treatment. After all, these cities, scattered across the fractured starry sky, are inhabited by a myriad of intelligent races, including the gentle elves, the capricious elementals, and the savage trolls. Not every prospective apostle would immediately resonate with the first floating city that welcomes them. The greater the similarity in race, worldview, and values between the floating city and the prospective apostle, the stronger the future allegiance of the apostle to that city. Even if the apostle were to grow in power, they would still regard the first city that took them in as a second homeland. Such apostles are the most cherished by floating cities, receiving the most generous basic benefits. While humans and elves may not belong to the same race, their philosophies and forms are remarkably similar, rendering them ideal candidates for acceptance. After all, floating cities can take years to find a suitable apostle, often welcoming anyone without discrimination. Once the 12 individuals from another realm are dispatched to the elven floating city, the Lulu's clan stands to gain immensely. When considering the other treasures within that otherworldly base, coupled with the Lulu's clan's accumulated wealth over the decades, they may very well achieve the ultimate dream of all scavenger tribes: to secure formal residency rights for some of their exceptional younglings in the Floating City. The Floating City is a small kingdom constructed by the ruling intelligent races, often hosting many weaker vassal races. However, these vassal races do not possess formal residency rights. They may only temporarily enter the Floating City during times of grave peril to seek refuge. Those vassal races that do obtain formal residency rights have inevitably made outstanding contributions to the Floating City. This represents an equal citizenship status, with the Floating City obligated to provide these members with sustenance, education, housing, and employment rights. Their offspring will directly inherit formal residency upon birth. To acquire a certain number of formal residency rights in a floating city is akin to igniting the spark of racial continuity, a notion that is indeed the ultimate aspiration for scavenger tribes like the Lulu's clan. Of course, the Lulu's clan could completely disregard the thoughts of these prospective apostles, forcibly confining them and treating them like commodities to be sold to the elven floating city. After all, it is highly probable that the 12 prospective apostles before Ged had perished in previous interdimensional missions, leaving not a single survivor. However, circumstances can be unpredictable. Should any of these human apostles rise to power and harbor resentment against the Lulu's clan, the outcome would be disastrous. Having finally obtained formal residency rights, those members might find themselves assassinated by the apostles. This is precisely why the Goblin Elder would risk his own breath to personally address the prisoners, alleviating their doubts. Like the floating city, the Lulu's clan is wagering on the future, on the untapped potential residing within these apostles. Upon receiving the answers they sought, the prisoners fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere within the tent growing oddly tense. In all honesty, the prisoners, devoid of possessions, required the aid of the indigenous race to survive. Otherwise, they would be unable to even traverse the Crimson Gobi, let alone embark on unknown interdimensional missions in the future. Yet, the thought of being treated as goods to be traded was deeply unsettling for these hardened convicts. I understand that esteemed guests may harbor discontent, but please trust this old fool of mine. The Elven Floating City is your best option at present. As long as everyone is willing to journey to the Floating City, the Lulu's clan is prepared to offer ample compensation afterward. As the prisoners processed the information presented earlier, the Goblin Elder opened his eyes once more and spoke slowly. This compensation will facilitate your swift acclimatization to this world and prepare you for executing interdimensional missions. The prisoners exchanged glances, and the Goblin Elder's final suggestion ultimately swayed them. Although these goblins had unilaterally decided their fate, it was nonetheless beneficial for their survival, if their dignity and pride could also be respected. Then acquiescing to their arrangements would not pose a problem. Will the compensation allow us to make our own choices? For instance, your weapons and motorcycles? A deep voice from among the prisoners broke the silence. Certainly, but for the sake of everyone's safety, weapons and motorcycles can only be delivered at the entrance of the floating city. A smile finally crept onto the Goblin Elder's weathered face, while other forms of compensation could be immediately dispensed, including currency, food, fresh water, and even the special minerals of the Crimson Gobi. Elder, those minerals, Ged gasped, springing to his feet. Ged, silence. Regardless of the value of the minerals, the key is to demonstrate our sincerity to our esteemed guests. The old goblin grinned widely, his smile laden with meaning. Weapons, motorcycles, minerals, everything within the Lulu's clan's camp is yours to choose at will. Should you require servants to attend to you, we can provide several young and beautiful female clan members. After exiting the Goblin Elder's tent, the prisoners felt as though they had stepped into another world, quietly dispersing towards their own tents. They had received an overwhelming amount of information that night, necessitating time to digest it. The Goblin Elder seemed to understand their need for contemplation and instructed them to return the following day for their compensation. Upon returning to their own tent, Qin Luan and the others quickly found corners to rest. However, from the occasional shifting movements of the other two, Qin Luan realized they, like him, were unable to sleep. Floating cities, apostles, interdimensional missions, continental wars, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts spun through his mind until deep into the night, when Qin Luan slowly drifted into a dream. Brother, a soft, ethereal call seemed to echo from the heavens, causing Qin Luan to jolt awake. Sitting upright in his dream, he immediately noticed that Lin Feng and Xiao Lian were already awake, engaged in hushed conversation. Did you call for me just now? Qin Luan asked, his expression darkening. No. What's wrong? Lin Feng and Xiao Lian looked at him, bewildered. Nothing. Qin Luan's expression softened slightly as he shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake something from his mind. Qin Luan, what do you think we should ask for as compensation? Lin Feng inquired cautiously. What do you want? Qin Luan turned to the flamboyant youth. I want one of those trumpet guns they have. It might be beneficial for our future interdimensional missions. What do you think? Lin Feng asked, his face flushed with eagerness. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Lin Feng. The flamboyant youth's intentions were easily discernible. Once they entered the floating city, everyone's survival would be somewhat assured. Freeing the youth from the need to rely on the killing demon, having a weapon for self-defense would undoubtedly provide a sense of security. What you desire is entirely your decision. I shall not interfere. Qin Luan's gaze flickered, and he shrugged with a gentle smile. Thank you, boss. I'm going to find the Goblin Elder right now, Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, darting out of the tent and disappearing from the sight of the other two. Fool! As he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a cold smile crept onto Qin Luan's lips. However, turning back, he resumed his gentle demeanor and asked Xiao Lian, what about you? What do you wish to request from the goblin? I don't know. Xiao Lian pouted, her cherubic face appearing quite dejected, as if lacking energy. If we really can't return to our world, I want to stay with you all. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Yi will harm you? Qin Luan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the young nurse in surprised. I am. But I don't want to be alone. Xiao Lian nodded with a furrowed brow. Suddenly her eyes brightened as if recalling something. Just remind me when you transform, so I have time to get away. That's not up to me. Qin Luan's gaze softened further as he spoke gently. If you haven't decided what compensation to ask for, I can offer you a suggestion. Don't choose weapons or motorcycles, nor the currency of this world. Instead, seek something unique to the goblins. Are you referring to their minerals? Xiao Lian asked curiously. Not necessarily minerals. Anything that is a special item unique to the goblins. Qin Luan smiled, his expression radiating warmth. All right, then I'll go now. Xiao Lian hesitated briefly before heading out. Qin Luan smiled slightly, noticing that the tent contained food and fresh water provided by the goblins. The food was still that mashed potato-like substance, indicating that the goblins' menu was rather limited. After washing his face, Qin Luan took his time before stepping out, sitting on the ground and leisurely filling his stomach. During this time, both Lin Feng and Xiao Lian returned from outside. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, excitement etched across his face, suggesting he had obtained what he desired. Xiao Lian, on the other hand, displayed no discernible expression, her white coat's pockets bulging with unknown items. Qin Luan lifted the tent flap and gazed up at the sky, sensing that the time was nearly upon him. He stepped outside and made his way toward the grand tent of the Goblin Elder. The previous night, the Goblin Elder had instructed them to seek him out individually for their compensation, not only to grant them time for contemplation, but also with a deeper, more profound intention. Upon returning to the tent and reflecting carefully, Qin Luan finally realized that the old fellow had maintained control of the narrative throughout their previous discussion. Although this was partly due to the prisoner's desperate desire for information about the world, it was important to note that among them were 4 unstable individuals with murderous tendencies. The old goblin had managed to silence any dissent from these murderers solely through his words, demonstrating his remarkable skill. How intriguing! A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qin Luan's eyes as he pushed aside the heavy curtain of the grand tent under the watchful gaze of the goblin guards. Inside the grand tent, the scene had changed somewhat from the previous night. The Goblin Elder reclined on an ancient couch. His son Ged was absent, but 2 robust goblin guards had taken his place. Beside the Elder's couch lay a collection of packages, meticulously arranged, which the guards were tasked with overseeing, likely part of the compensation promised to the prisoners. Welcome, my esteemed guest. Please, take a seat. The Goblin Elder appeared considerably better than the day before. His spirits lifted after addressing the most significant source of unrest in the camp. It is nearly noon, and you are the last among your group to seek your compensation. You seem to be struggling with your decision. Would you like me to assist you in making a selection? I intentionally arrived a bit later to avoid competition, Qin Luan replied with a faint smile, exuding a youthful shyness. However, I am quite curious about what my companions have chosen. I am afraid, young noble, that I cannot disclose such information. Your companions specifically instructed me not to reveal the items they selected after their choices were made, the Goblin Elder said, a glint of cunning flashing in his murky eyes as he smiled with a hint of pride. However, you may reasonably surmise that most of them opted for weapons and motorcycles, while a few selected currency and minerals, along with some of our unique special products. The old goblin had already observed that these interdimensional travelers harbored mutual distrust, which is why they had chosen to collect their items separately. He even dispatched messengers to inform the absent Yanhuan and Land of the previous night's events. For the Luyulu tribe, as long as they could keep the 12 prospective apostles stable and ensure the smooth completion of their dealings with the floating city, a trivial compensation was of little consequence. This old fellow truly possessed remarkable cunning. A mere token of compensation had effectively fragmented the 12 prisoners from a cohesive group into a disarray of individuals. Qin Luan's smile grew ever brighter, yet he refrained from pressing the goblin elder further. Although the murderers might have been aware of the goblin's tactics, the old fellow's straightforward approach left them with no grounds for refusal. Moreover, the prisoners would never willingly allow others to discover what they had received. Whether they had chosen currency and minerals or weapons and motorcycles, they all feared being targeted by others for their possessions. Now, esteemed guest, let us hear what you desire, the elder said, reclining in his chair and squinting at the seemingly bashful young man before him. His expression devoid of any derision. Or perhaps you might consider my suggestion. How about a fine dwarven-made magic bullet gun? As the elder spoke, the two goblin guards behind him unwrapped a package from the ground and placed a gleaming trumpet-shaped firearm on the small table between them. The short-barreled gun appeared polished and well-oiled, suggesting it was a new item preserved by the Luyulu tribe. This magic bullet gun was easy to operate, had minimal recoil, and possessed considerable power at both mid-range and close quarters, making it an excellent means of self-defense, even for novices unfamiliar with firearms. The old goblin leaned forward slightly, his tone laced with temptation. If you choose this gun, I shall also gift you a soul energy field meter. Soul energy field meter? Qin Luan's eyes brightened as he recalled the small pocket watch that facilitated communication on a spiritual level. Indeed, a valuable item. However, he soon smiled and shook his head. How about some universally accepted currency from the shattered starry skies? Or a beautifully adorned motorcycle filled with fuel? Observing the young man's continued head shaking, the goblin elder furrowed his brow slightly. Then what is it that you seek? I desire something that the floating city has not prepared for me. Qin Luan replied, almost bashfully lowering his gaze. The items you offer must surely be available in the floating city as well. The old goblin's expression stiffened, the wrinkles on his face quivering slightly, and a glimmer of insight flashed in his murky eyes as he reassessed the young man before him. It seemed that after dealing with 11 prospective apostles, this last one, who had maintained a constant smile, was proving to be quite a challenge. You possess more intellect than most of your companions, young noble, the old goblin remarked with significance. I suggest you select minerals. The ores we extract from the Crimson Gobi hold immense value, and these are items that the floating city cannot provide you. Responding to Qin Luan's inquisitive gaze, the old goblin offered a brief explanation. In truth, the weaponry and equipment given by the Luyulu tribe could only be utilized within the shattered starry skies and could not be transported into the otherworld. Likewise, the weapons from the otherworld could not cross into the shattered starry skies, as the laws governing each realm differed. Just consider the particle beam guns and modern instruments rendered ineffective in base Zone 91. On this matter, many prisoners were gravely mistaken. The weapons and equipment truly needed by the apostles must be spiritually linked to them, allowing for seamless travel between both the shattered starry skies and the otherworld. The special ores mined from the Crimson Gobi could be refined into the metallic materials required for crafting spiritual equipment, which constituted the very foundation of survival for all scavenger tribes. In fact, anything capable of capturing an apostle's attention held immense value in the shattered starry skies, to the extent that entire floating continents might wage war over such mineral resources. What do you say? Clever young man. If you decide, I can assist you in selecting the finest quality ores. Upon seeing the spark of interest in Qin Luan's eyes, the old goblin's skin twitched as he broke into a wide grin. Absolutely not. Qin Luan's response was succinct and resolute, effectively freezing the old goblin's smile in place. While these ores might indeed hold considerable value, how much could Qin Luan realistically carry? How many spiritual materials could be extracted from dozens of pounds of, or 100 grams? Perhaps 200. Furthermore, raw materials and finished products were not equivalent. If he were to trade these ores for currency in the floating city, why not simply request more universally accepted currency right here? What is it that you truly desire? The goblin elder began to feel a twinge of unease, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Qin Luan remained silent, his smile unwavering, his bright and clear eyes fixed intently on the goblin elder. During his time in prison, Qin Luan had perused a vast array of literature, self-studying a comprehensive set of clinical medicine and psychology. Coupled with the prison's sordid environment, rife with various sordid phenomena, he had gradually honed a unique skill that allowed him to discern other psychological states with remarkable clarity. Since delving into psychology at the age of 18, Qin Luan had slowly evolved into a master of the field. However, his prolonged detachment from society rendered him less adept at verbal communication, which explained why he had been able to see through Hansen's petty tricks the previous night but nearly erupted into conflict with the disciples along the way. Last night, in addition to quietly digesting the information provided by the goblin elder, most of Qin Luan's thoughts had been devoted to the old goblin himself. The elder's mastery of social intricacies and his deft handling of the discussions had opened Qin Luan's eyes, as if he were witnessing the transformation of profound knowledge into a formidable weapon. Qin Luan sensed that even if all the prisoners disregarded the compensation the goblin elder had prepared, the old fellow certainly possessed other trump cards to keep everyone in check. In truth, Qin Luan was not particularly invested in what he would ultimately receive. He merely wished to observe what means the old goblin would employ to manage him. This was why he had chosen to be the last to approach the goblin elder. He knew that his presence could potentially stir considerable commotion. In this standoff between the old and the young, the two of them exchanged unwavering gazes, the atmosphere within the grand tent growing palpably tense. The goblin elder's murky eyes, having opened fully at some point, now shone with clarity and vigor, erasing any trace of his previous frail demeanor. In his youth, the old goblin was an unconventional figure among the Lulu's tribe, not only possessing a robust physique and intellect far surpassing that of his kin, but also brimming with an adventurous spirit. Unlike the majority who sought a tranquil existence, he departed from his homeland upon reaching adulthood to pursue a life of adventure. He followed several powerful apostles, leaving his mark on numerous floating continents and airborne cities, becoming a legendary figure not only within the Lulu's tribe, but also among all scavenger clans, earning the respect of many formidable wise races. The years weighed heavily upon him, and he could no longer embark on adventures. He gathered many tribesmen to establish a scavenger clan in the Red Gobi. The Lulu's tribe, known for their individual weakness in combat, managed to carve out a place in this scavenger's paradise largely due to the immense reputation the old goblin had garnered in the past. However, as the old goblin grew increasingly frail, he realized that his time was running short. He feared that the current comfortable existence of the Lulu's tribe would come to an end, which is why he was willing to go to any lengths to secure formal residency in the floating city. Yet, merely relying on his reputation, he knew the elves would likely not accept the Lulu's tribe without an opportunity to prove themselves. The 12 prospective apostles before him represented the long-awaited chance he had been yearning for, and he would tolerate no disruption to his life's ambitions. Furthermore, upon first encountering the captives, the old goblin sensed that these human interlopers were unlike any prospective apostles he had encountered before. They bore a scent of blood, some even more pungent than that of certain established apostles, with one seemingly timid young man among them. Perhaps age had indeed caught up with him, as even dealing with such a youth felt daunting. The gleam in the old goblin's eyes dimmed as he reached into his pocket and retrieved a small cloth bag, from which he extracted over a dozen orange-yellow crystalline fragments, each about the size of a grain of rice, and placed them on the table. Take these, they are what you seek. However, you must swear by your soul to never disclose what you have received today. Chapter 12. Soul Power Crystals, requesting red tickets and collections. Upon gazing at the crystalline fragments on the table, a flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Luan's eyes. He had not anticipated the old goblin's willingness to concede so easily. Yet, did the old fellow truly have such confidence in these crystals, showing no concern that he would continue to haggle? With curiosity, Qin Luan reached out to pick up a fragment, but as his fingers brushed against it, the skull emblem embedded in the palm of his right hand suddenly reacted once more. After digesting the cool energy from the previous night, the rhythmic pulsing of the skull had gradually weakened until it vanished entirely. No matter how Qin Luan probed, the bizarre rudimentary computer had not resurfaced in his consciousness. Now, As he grasped the crystalline fragment, 2 points of fiery crimson light flickered to life within the eye sockets of the skull emblem, pulsing slowly. Accompanied by this imperceptible beat, a mysterious force emanated from the emblem. As if an infant had latched onto a pacifier, drawing the orange-yellow crystalline fragment into its grasp, a faint cool energy flowed along Qin Luan's fingers into the small skull, and the crystalline fragment visibly shrank, disappearing right before the eyes of both the old goblin and Qin Luan. Is this a magical candy? Qin Luan blinked in surprise, feeling no shame for his avaricious act. Instead, he reached for another orange-yellow crystal. Watching it gradually vanish from his fingertips, that emblem, a formal apostle. The old goblin, ignoring Qin Luan's playful banter, lost his composure for the first time, his eyes bulging as he stared at the palm of Qin Luan. Where only a corner of the skull emblem was visible, it wasn't until the third crystalline fragment disappeared from Qin Luan's grasp that he regained his wits, angrily covering the remaining fragments on the table. What magical candy! This is a soul power crystal! The old goblin regarded Qin Luan with a complex expression. The emblem on your hand is not a tattoo. It appeared only after entering the shattered starry sky. Correct? Would you like to know what it is? What is it? Qin Luan slowly retracted his smile, sitting up straight in his chair. Though he was unfamiliar with the ways of the world, he understood the necessity of humility and respect when seeking knowledge from others. It isn't a secret. Once you arrive in the floating city, others will inform you. The old goblin sighed, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face as if he were lost in distant memories. All apostles, upon their initial entry into the shattered starry sky, encounter fractured law crystals within the time-space tunnel, and those fortunate enough may directly obtain a relatively intact law crystal or an item infused with it. The odds of this occurring are typically 1 in 1,000, partly due to the scarcity of complete law crystals within the time-space tunnel, and partly because apostles, unaware of the value of these law crystals, do not actively seek items infused with them. These law crystals within items generally exist for only 2 to 3 minutes before dissipating, and by the time apostles realize their worth, the treasures have turned to mere refuse. The emblem on Qin Luan's hand is known as the soul mark, formed from the integration of law crystals with the body or items containing them. The soul mark serves as the dividing line between prospective and formal apostles, as one can only obtain a complete law crystal and integrate it into their body after successfully completing their first interdimensional journey and fulfilling requisite tasks. For an apostle, the role of the soul mark is irreplaceable. Through the soul mark, apostles can monitor the condition of their law-infused bodies, store numerous spiritual gear, and acquire various combat skills and bloodline abilities. In essence, the soul mark serves as an apostle's second soul and their life's treasure. Hence its name. An apostle may possess only one soul mark. Any subsequent law crystals obtained can only serve to enhance the initial mark. The soul mark is the true embodiment of an apostle's will. And regardless of the type of law crystals fused, it retains a singular manifestation. Initially, the soul mark is as fragile as a newborn, requiring gradual nourishment from soul power crystals to mature and come under the control of the apostle. The old goblin cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luan and remarked with exasperation, "Now do you understand the value of soul power crystals? Magical candy? Indeed, humph." Qin Luan chuckled, rubbing his nose with a nonchalant smile. So, without soul power crystals, the soul mark would serve no purpose. No, the soul mark will still grow without soul power crystals, but it will directly draw upon the life force of the apostle. Moreover, once matured, the soul mark will also consume a small amount of the apostle's life force. The old goblin grinned widely. However, no apostle would concern themselves with such trivial consumption, as long as they can safely complete their interdimensional tasks. They will accrue a wealth of crystals. If they perish during a task, what does a bit of consumption matter? Very well, I find the compensation of soul power crystal satisfactory. 100 should suffice. Qin Luan finally relented, revealing a radiant smile. 100. The old goblin's eyes widened in disbelief, his head shaking like a rattle. That is impossible. You've already absorbed 3. At most, I can give you 7 more. No room for negotiation? None. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes, a brief flash of crimson light igniting within them. This time, the old goblin stood his ground, his expression unyielding as he regarded the killer before him. There are over 1,000 zombies in the base. Asking for 100 soul power crystals is hardly excessive. Qin Luan suddenly grinned. If others knew the value of these soul power crystals, I believe they would certainly come looking for you at tea that time. It won't simply be a matter of 100 crystals. The old goblin's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes snapping open as he shakily rose from his seat for the first time. His features contorted in alarm as he leaned closer to Qin Luan, whispering fiercely, "How do you know this?" Qin Luan merely smiled in silence, inwardly contemplating as the old goblin's reaction confirmed his suspicions. The zombies within the base lacked intelligence and were not infected by any virus, a fact all the captives were acutely aware of. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. So, what sustains the biological instincts of these soulless zombies? This question had remained unanswered. In truth, when the captives first encountered Ged and his gang of bikers, the Lulu's tribe's reaction upon seeing the zombies had raised doubts in Qin Luan's mind. However, as Ged quickly led them away from the scene, he had no choice but to bury his questions deep within. When Qin Luan had picked up the soul power crystal earlier, he had discerned that the cool energy it emitted was identical to that he had experienced when he killed Kaikfu. This led Qin Luan to suspect that the so-called soul power crystals were products of the fusion between law crystal fragments and the human body. In other words, when he killed Kaikfu, the law crystal embedded in the Russian brute had only transformed into the cool energy, not yet fully absorbed. Thus, it was forcibly drawn from Kaikfu's body by the soul mark that Qin Luan had integrated. Given all these coincidences, if Qin Luan could not connect the soul power crystals to the zombies, he would truly be wasting his intellect. Nevertheless, there was no need to divulge any of this to the old goblin. Since the soul power crystals indeed possess immense significance, he had no choice but to forego the splendid opportunity to witness the old man's performance and strive to acquire more crystals. The expression on the old goblin's face was enigmatic, yet he still waved away two goblin guards who attempted to assault Qin Luan. After a brief pause, the countenance of the goblin elder gradually returned to tranquility as he reclined back on his seat, casually tossing a small pouch containing the soul power crystals onto the table. Soul power crystals are the crystallization of law and various intelligent life forms. If an intelligent being loses its soul during spatial transmission, it will transform into a temporary zombie, sustained only by the energy of these crystals until they are fully expended. As the old goblin spoke again, his demeanor softened, and ultimately, his eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Qin Luan. There exist numerous types of soul power crystals, which deplete rapidly within the human body. Approximately 600 crystals can be harvested from over 1,000 zombies, including the 3 crystals you just absorbed. This pouch contains a total of 156 soul power crystals, the entirety of what Ged has acquired with the Lulu tribe thus far. I can give them all to you, provided you agree to one condition. Qin Luan furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from reaching for the pouch of soul power crystals, cautiously asking, "You first state the condition." Alas, the youth of today lack respect for their elders and the young. "This old man will not let you suffer any losses." The goblin elder leisurely waved his hand towards the 2 goblin guards behind him. "Go, fetch Didi." Before long, the goblin guards returned with a small goblin. This was a slender, frail goblin youth, with delicate limbs and a hint of fluff on his long pointed ears. Goblins inherently possess large eyes, and this little goblin's eyes were exceptionally vast, twinkling like brilliant emeralds. Didi is Ged's youngest child and my grandson. He is 6 years old, which makes him on the brink of adulthood by human standards. Ever since he was little, he has enjoyed listening to my adventure tales, aspiring to venture beyond the Red Desert and witness the world. The old goblin affectionately stroked Didi's little head. "I entrust him to you." "Wait, I cannot be responsible for a child," Qin Luan interjected, his expression unchanging. "Not to worry, Didi can take care of himself. I am quite dangerous, and he would not be safe by my side. Life and death are predestined. Once outside this tent, Didi becomes your servant. Even if you were to kill him instantly, the Lulu tribe would have no complaints." The old goblin chuckled as he pushed the pouch and Didi towards Qin Luan. "Now, they are all yours." Chapter 13. The moonlight forest with a frail and diminutive stature. The little goblin Didi trailed behind Qin Luan, his green skin accentuating the protruding ribs of his chest, his pointed ears drooping, reflecting a sense of lethargy. Although following an apostle on an adventure had always been his dream, the impending separation from his family left him with an indescribable sorrow. Watching the little tail behind him, Qin Luan felt a twinge of helplessness. That cunning old fellow had indeed outsmarted him. After extorting a sum from him, he immediately burdened him with a hefty responsibility, leaving him no room for refusal. However, Qin Luan found it difficult to comprehend how the old man could be so certain that he would survive the initial missions in the other world, especially considering that the old goblin had consistently emphasized the low survival rate for novice apostles during their first few missions. In truth, it was not unreasonable for Qin Luan to be skeptical. Apostles like him, who possessed a soul imprint even before their first mission in the other world, had a significantly higher survival rate than other novice apostles. Coupled with his displayed intellect before the old goblin and the pervasive scent of blood surrounding him, it was only natural for the well-traveled elder to take a gamble, should he win. It could offer the goblin race a chance to alter their status and finally escape the dire existence of scavengers. As Qin Luan pondered this, a commotion erupted in the camp as a convoy of vehicles streamed in, led by the flamboyant motorcycle gang leader Ged. "Hey, have you heard? Last night, a bloody monster escaped from that otherworldly base and killed several of our brothers, even stealing a motorcycle. Indeed, Chief Ged has gone to handle this matter. It seems they have yet to capture the creature." The discussions among several goblin guards halted Qin Luan in his tracks. The 91st District base still had other living beings? Raising an eyebrow. He soon brushed the information aside and proceeded towards his tent. "Wow, how adorable! Qin Luan, is this your compensation for returning?" As soon as Qin Luan entered the tent, he heard the high-pitched exclamation of Xiao Lian. "Huh!" Qin Luan turned back to see Didi staring at her with his glistening green eyes, looking up with a pitiful expression toward the three people inside the tent. If he were to have a little tail added, he would resemble a pet dog. Not entirely foolish, after all. Qin Luan smiled faintly, leaning against a corner of the tent while closing his eyes to rest, though his right hand delved into the small pouch at his waist, pinching a grain-sized orange-yellow crystal fragment. According to the Goblin Elder's advice, the absorption of soul power crystals by the soul imprint should not be too rapid, with a maximum of around 10 crystals per day. Exceeding this amount would only lead to waste. To allow the soul imprint to transition past its nascent stage, it would likely require the consumption of the majority of the crystals within the pouch before its true abilities could manifest. Upon seeing Qin Luan sit down, the nurse, a petite beauty, shook her fists in excitement and could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward and enveloped the little goblin in her arms, holding him tightly as if he were a large plush toy. Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar as he stole a glance at Qin Luan and then looked at the little goblin, his eyes bulging in surprise. From his angle, he could see the little creature burying its face in Xiao Lian's bosom, rubbing against her voluptuous figure with sheer delight. Didi's large eyes darted around, and upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, he momentarily froze but quickly grinned, baring his teeth in a fearsome manner. That cunning little creature. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration rise to his head and turned away, refusing to look at him any longer. A deafening alarm suddenly erupted throughout the goblin camp shortly after Qin Luan returned to the tent. "Dear esteemed guests, please proceed. The camp has contacted the floating city of the elves, and they have agreed to receive all time-displaced human guests. We are about to set off, soon." A goblin guard entered the tent to convey the news to Qin Luan and his companions. The weather in the Red Desert remained oppressively hot, with the sun blazing overhead, and thick canvas draped over the car windows to prevent the interior from overheating. However, this also resulted in a faint odor of sweat permeating the cramped vehicle filled with people. Little goblin Didi nestled beside Qin Luan, fast asleep, a droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth, seemingly unaffected by the violent vibrations of the motorcycle. Thankfully, the Lulu tribe was a race that valued hygiene, not a true monster like the goblins. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Qin Luan would be able to endure the smell and might resort to eliminating him. In the dimly lit vehicle, all the prisoners exhibited signs of restlessness. Nevertheless, the Red Desert was merely a small landmass, comparable in size to a coastal province of Huagua. A few hours later, the convoy came to a halt, and the rear door of the vehicle swung open as a goblin guard entered to inform them that they had arrived. One by one, the prisoners disembarked from the motorcycle, looking up towards the direction of the convoy, their faces displaying unmistakable shock. A colossal structure loomed in their sight just a few kilometers ahead. This massive edifice resembled a half-crystal ball bonsai, towering at a height of 1,000 meters and spanning over 10 kilometers in diameter. Within the bonsai lay a crescent-shaped landmass shrouded in dense forest. with a shimmering lake before it, akin to a new moon cradling a translucent sapphire. The forest on the crescent land was adorned with numerous pointed towers, and atop these towers, a circle of dark specks danced about. Resembling a swarm of fluttering fairies, a semicircular crystal shield enveloped the land and the lake, its edges connected to a massive steel base. Surrounding this belt-like steel base were 8 mechanical arms resembling spider legs. Propping up the land and the lake above point, one of these spider legs stood atop a small hill in the desert, clearly capable of movement. Yet, the land and lake within the bonsai remained stable, likely due to a well-designed balancing mechanism. The elves preferred to construct their cities atop forests and lakes, making their floating cities the most beautiful among all intelligent races. At some point, Ged, who had approached the group, gazed in admiration and softly explained to the prisoners, "This floating city is known as the Moonlight Forest, and it is one of the smaller types among the 10 or so floating cities of the elves." "Is this massive structure still considered small?" A wave of astonishment swept through the prisoners. "Are we not going to enter the city directly?" Regaining their senses, the prisoners inquired of Ged. Despite the floating city appearing to dominate the sky, it was still several kilometers away. The floating city traverses various suspended continents, occasionally encountering hostile races, necessitating stringent defensive measures. This proximity has already breached the city's alert perimeter. They can observe us and will soon dispatch personnel. Ged cast a glance at Didi, who stood beside Qin Luan, a hint of concern etched on his face. However, he quickly turned away, unable to contravene his father's wishes. Furthermore, Didi has always displayed more intelligence than most of their kin, perhaps embodying the fortuitous opportunity that the elder goblin often spoke of. The caravan of the Lulyalu clan lingered for a moment, only to soon behold a group approaching from beneath the floating city. As they drew near, the prisoners immediately noted the antiquated attire of this group in stark contrast to the Lulyalu clan's helmeted, motorcycle-riding bandits. These individuals donned leather armor, wielding knightly longswords, and rode majestic steeds adorned with long horns upon their foreheads. Could these be the unicorns of fairy tales? Although the elves' garb appeared somewhat peculiar to the prisoners, it was undeniable that the ethereal beings of the shattered starry sky resembled the enchanting creatures depicted in Earth's fairy tales. Each a paragon of beauty, the leader among them, an elf of striking countenance, possessed sharp, chiseled features that exuded a resolute aura. Adorned with a golden circlet, his silver hair cascaded to his shoulders, and his exquisite emerald leather armor seemed to pulsate with a vibrant green luminescence. The unicorn he rode was pure as snow, its neck draped with a magnificent mane, creating an ethereal spectacle under the sun-drenched crimson expanse. "I am Mafa Malia. May I inquire who among you is Ged?" "The chief of the Lulyalu clan?" Little Yin's eyes sparkled with starlight as she clasped her hands before her chest, about to exclaim in admiration, when a voice of sweet praise interrupted her. "So handsome!" The youthful nurse, with her cherubic features and ample bosom, was momentarily taken aback, turning to find Lily, equally enraptured. Hands clenched and eyes transformed into 2 gleaming pentagrams, her expression one of infatuation. A shiver ran down little Yin's spine, prompting her to quickly retract her hands and step back, camouflaging herself amidst the crowd, sticking out her tongue as she patted her prominent chest. "I hope I didn't appear too infatuated just now." The transaction between the Lulyalu clan and the elves unfolded smoothly. In fact, the elves compensated the goblins with little reward while appropriating a significant quantity of precious ores carried by the caravan. However, upon their return, the elves took along over 20 young members of the Lulyalu clan, marking the official settlement quota promised to them by the floating city. Gazing after the departing Lulyalu caravan, the little goblin Didi's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope as his slender fingers clutched the fur of the rhinoceros beast beneath him. The rhinoceros, a hybrid resembling a water buffalo and a rhinoceros, possessed a gentle disposition and remarkable endurance, serving as an excellent means of transport for the elves. The prisoners, unfamiliar with horseback riding, could only sit atop the wide saddled backs of the rhinoceroses. "Esteemed apostle, I have heard that you have obtained the soul mark. May I have a glimpse?" Mafa Malia approached the rhinoceros-bearing Qin Luan with an air of composure, a melodious voice resonating in the young man's mind. "P.S. Seeking collections, red tickets, and clicks. Red tickets lead to more updates, so please support us." Chapter 14. Apostles' Paradise. Qin Luan cast a casual glance at the elf, extending his palm to reveal the small skull insignia, its eyes flickering with crimson ethereal flames. Please forgive Mafa's presumption. I have never before encountered the soul mark of a formal apostle. Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Mafa's smile grew ever more amiable as he bowed slightly from his mount in a gesture of apology. Qin Luan flashed a smile in return. While Ged negotiated with the elves, Mafa had cast several astonished glances his way, clearly seeking to verify something. The so-called curiosity was merely a ruse on the part of the elves. How could a significant figure dispatched by the floating city to receive prospective apostles claim to have never seen the soul mark? As Mafa bowed, Qin Luan's gaze drifted past Mafa's shoulder, landing on a delicate emerald crossbow strapped to his back. This exquisite piece was small and elegantly crafted, its vibrant green hue reminiscent of a hummingbird with outstretched wings, in contrast to the hefty longbows wielded by the other elves. This crossbow appeared somewhat unconventional, its short limbs raising questions about its power. Mafa Malia soon sensed Qin Luan's scrutiny, his handsome visage breaking into a refined smile as he extended his right hand, presenting the emerald crossbow to Qin Luan. This is a treasured heirloom of the Malia family. If you take a liking to it, I shall have someone deliver a similar one to you upon your return to the Moonlight Forest. As a token of apology for earlier, the exquisite crossbow shimmered with a radiant green glow, as if imbued with its own soul. Qin Luan merely toyed with it briefly before returning it to Mafa. Chuckling, "There's no need. I am not skilled with a crossbow, merely appreciating its beauty." The brief journey soon reached its conclusion, as the elven cavalry escorted the 12 prospective apostles to the base of the Moonlight Forest. Observing the floating city up close, the onlookers began to comprehend the sheer magnitude of this colossal structure. Not only did the transparent shield above resemble a celestial canopy, but even the iron railings encircling the base rivaled the towering walls of ancient fortresses. However, the city's foundation was not composed of steel as one might expect. Rather, it was a tapestry of thick, pillar-like root systems entwined, forming a verdant base. Upon their arrival, the roots at the base began to slowly undulate, weaving a wide green corridor, spacious enough for 4 horses to trot side by side, allowing even the rhinoceroses ridden by Qin Luan and his companions to enter in parallel, a marvel indeed. As the prisoners stepped out of the corridor, they found themselves facing a narrow path of gravel winding into a vibrant forest. Amidst the towering canopies, youthful elves peered out, their cherubic faces adorned with wide, curious eyes, watching the newcomers from another realm. Within the forest, the air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrant blossoms of various exotic flora, as curious creatures flitted past the procession. These small beings seemed utterly unafraid of the unfamiliar visitors, often halting to tilt their heads in observation, granting the prisoners an odd sensation of being exhibited as curiosities in a zoo. Among the myriad of fauna, a strikingly white stag adorned with delicate pink spots boldly obstructed the path of the elven cavalry. It was only with the gentle prodding of the elven guards that it reluctantly strutted away with haughty grace. Disappearing into the depths of the forest, the procession delved deeper into the woods. Qin Luan and the others beheld elven treehouses nestled amidst the treetops. These abodes were crafted with simplicity, preserving the natural structure of the trees, radiating an aura of unspoiled beauty. Yet, as is often the case, delightful moments are fleeting. When the sound of rushing water echoed ahead, the group realized they had traversed the forest and emerged at the edge of a cerulean lake. Mafa Malia had been attentively observing the expressions of the prisoners throughout the journey. Every time the Moonlight Forest welcomed prospective apostles, it led them through the woodland encampment, laden with profound significance. When these guests from another realm first encountered such a serene and beautiful environment, many would inadvertently reveal glimpses of their inner sentiments. The elves could thus gauge which prospective apostles were drawn to this lifestyle and which ones coveted the exotic creatures within the forest, enabling the formulation of corresponding policies to enhance their identification with the Moonlight Forest. "Do we not reside in the forest?" Qin Luan inquired with a tinge of regret. Throughout his life, he had never truly engaged with the great outdoors. Entering a children's welfare institution at 8, he could only gaze up at the small patch of sky above the courtyard, where birds fluttered by. At 12, he was transferred to a mental institution, soon followed by stints in a juvenile detention center and a maximum security prison, where he was left to confront the stark, barren walls of his cell. Upon hearing Qin Luan's question, Mafa's smile brightened further as he elaborated. We elves cherish our proximity to nature, living simply with modest diets. Most apostles, having existed on the brink of life and death for extended periods, prefer to indulge in life's pleasures. Therefore, the Moonlight Forest has constructed a special apostles' paradise at the lake's bottom, serving as a residence for our esteemed guests. As their gentle conversation continued, Qin Luan soon spotted to the right of the lakeshore a semicircular glass corridor, approximately 10 meters wide and 5 meters high, extending toward the lake's depths. Through the corridor's glass walls, the group glimpsed an array of bizarre aquatic creatures and a vibrant tapestry of underwater flora. Despite the corridor's considerable length, the opportunity to admire such a wondrous underwater realm elicited no signs of impatience. Even from the most unruly of prisoners in the blink of an eye, the 2-kilometer-long passageway culminated at a quaint town reminiscent of medieval architecture. The town was enveloped beneath a thick glass dome that cradled the moonlight lake. Sunlight streaming through the crystal-clear waters, casting serpentine patterns of light upon the ground, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. This the Apostles' Paradise. Most of the buildings were modest in height, primarily constructed of timber. Qin Luan reached out to touch the wall of a nearby wooden cabin, feeling a refreshing coolness beneath his palm. The wood was robust, its surface adorned with ancient patterns, imparting an aura of tranquility and elegance throughout the town. Is it not unlike what you would consider a paradise in your world? Mafa smiled mysteriously. You will soon discover the true meaning of paradise. However, please follow me for now. Once all esteemed guests are settled, if you so desire, I would be delighted to guide you through the charming town. You may call me Qin Luan. Qin Luan nodded with great interest. As you wish, feel free to address me by my name, Mafa remarked with a hint of delight in her eyes, smiling elegantly. Everything Qin Luan has exhibited thus far aligns perfectly with the expectations for the Moonlight Forest. His serene temperament, affinity for nature, and graceful demeanor make him the only official apostle among the 12 travelers to have received a soul mark. Mafa Molia sometimes felt a fleeting illusion that this ever-smiling man before her was not a being from another time and space, but rather a member of the elven race. As the group approached the outskirts of the town, elven guards began to disperse the assembly, guiding the 12 prospective apostles to their respective lodgings. With Mafa personally overseeing Qin Luan's arrival, naturally, the elves cordially inquired about the preferences of each apostle, allowing those who wished to share accommodations to reside in the same wooden cabin. Each of these cabins, situated at the town's periphery, was patrolled by elven sentinels. Mafa explained that within the town, there were several seasoned official apostles whose diverse temperaments often led to unpredictable behavior. Establishing some guard posts proved beneficial in minimizing unnecessary friction between the newly arrived prospective apostles and their more experienced counterparts. Qin Luan, how would you like me to arrange the accommodations for your companions behind you? Mafa had already discerned that Lin Feng, Xiao Lian, and the little goblin deity were all following Qin Luan, and thus she inquired. Aside from the little one, the other two can choose as they please. Qin Luan glanced at the trio and answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and promptly departed with an elven guard. Relishing the newfound freedom akin to a dragon returning to the Esiada, as for Xiao Lian. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to continue accompanying Qin Luan and was assigned to a cabin near his dwelling. Qin Luan's own cabin was a charming 2-story wooden structure. The ground floor served as a living room, furnished with wooden seating and wash basins, featuring a small fireplace embedded in the wall opposite the entrance. The second floor contained a bedroom, more simply adorned, with delicate floral curtains framing a small window by the bed. The sheets and bedding felt rather unusual to the touch, neither silk nor linen, but woven from an unfamiliar plant fiber. Above the bedroom was a small attic, originally intended for storage, which would likely need to be cleared out to accommodate little goblin deity. After resting for a brief moment, Qin Luan heard Mafa calling from downstairs. The elves had come to fulfill their promise and show him around the town. Due to his frail constitution, little goblin deity was too exhausted from the journey to accompany them and had to remain behind to rest in the cabin. Qin Luan followed Mafa into this uniquely enchanting apostle haven. As they ventured deeper into the town, Qin Luan noticed that the wooden cabins gradually transformed from simple residences into grand, castle-like edifices. However, due to the constraints of the moonlight lake overhead, these castles were relatively low, the tallest reaching only 3 or 4 stories. This town is known as Moonlight Town. Its outskirts primarily consist of the Apostles' residential area, while the midsection serves as an entertainment district featuring bars, trading posts, auction houses, and various recreational facilities. Mafra explained with a smile. In truth, the most vital core area of the entire Moonlight Forest lies within the intersection of Moonlight Town. Although Moonlight Forest is merely a small floating city for our elven race, outsiders remain unaware that it houses one of the two most significant academies for the elves. The greatest apostle academy of the elven race, Yevlet Bwogwang Academy, is located right here in Moonlight Town. As twilight descended, the gentle glow of pale yellow lights illuminated Moonlight Town, casting a dreamlike and ethereal ambience throughout the area. The elven race prefers not to employ energy technology. These lights are, in fact, generated by luminescent insects attracted to a fragrant coconut plant. The elves cultivate these plants along the roadsides and display them as potted floral arrangements within the wooden structures to entice the nocturnal insects, serving as their distinctive illumination. When it comes time to rest, the potted plants can be moved outside the windows, plunging the interiors into instant darkness. Qin Luan lay quietly on the wooden bed, contemplating the information Mafa had disclosed to him during their evening stroll. On his way to visit the inner structures of Moonlight Town, Yevlet Bwogwang Academy, Qin Luan had encountered numerous individuals from various races. Their stride steady, eyes sharp, and armed with an array of weapons. Initially, he assumed these individuals were apostles. However, Mafa clarified that they were merely attendants to certain seasoned apostles, akin to little goblin deities' status. Generally, seasoned apostles do not frequent the vicinity of the academy, and those with ample time typically occupy themselves in some entertainment venues within the midsection of Moonlight Town or rest in their own quarters. The entrances and exits for apostles into the otherworld are generally consistent, and those who have just completed a mission often bear considerable injuries. To avoid ambushes from other apostles, they prefer to exit the town and find a secluded spot to transition into the otherworld. Aside from their own team members, apostles often lead solitary lives. Even in the floating city they regard as their second home, they perceive it merely as a temporary refuge. Mafa spoke of Yevlet Bwogwang Academy, not only as one of the elven race's most esteemed apostle academies, but also as renowned throughout the fragmented starry expanse. However, this fame pertains solely to the indigenous races of the fragmented starry expanse, not to the apostles themselves. The reason is both simple and peculiar. The knowledge imparted within the academy caters only to the level of prospective apostles, significantly aiding in reducing casualties during their initial otherworld missions. While offering little assistance to the official apostles, within the fragmented starry expanse, many intelligent races have witnessed the apostles' cataclysmic powers, yet they cannot comprehend or imagine how a humanoid being could achieve godly or demonic levels of prowess within mere decades, or even years. Correspondingly, throughout the annals of history, no apostle has ever shared their martial skills or capabilities with the indigenous inhabitants of the fragmented starry expanse. At most, they might offer verbal guidance regarding the other's own techniques. The experiences of apostles within the otherworld are considered a deeply sensitive subject, and even the floating city they regard as a second home must not inquire into such matters. Otherwise, the only outcome is a change of residence for the apostle, with no room for negotiation. The knowledge taught at Yevlet Bwogwang Academy is largely derived from the conjectures of ancient elven sages, based on the faint traces and equipment exhibited by the apostles. This accumulation of understanding relies on the elves' lifespan, comparable to that of higher races. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to preserve such knowledge. These conjectures encompass various aspects, including intelligence about the otherworld, insights into apostolic martial skills, and information regarding otherworld missions, among others. However, as none of these conjectures have been confirmed by the apostles themselves, they remain somewhat ambiguous. They provide some guidance for the prospective apostles regarding the initial missions they are about to undertake. Yet they offer scant assistance to the seasoned apostles. Suddenly, a profound darkness enveloped him, and Qin Luan felt an overwhelming sense of lethargy as he began to sink slowly at that moment. A shadowy figure with a blurred visage appeared above him, extending an arm towards him. Brother bang bang bang. In the distance, a rhythmic drumming echoed, causing the darkness and the figure to vanish in an instant. Qin Luan awoke with a start, his chest heaving rapidly as he propped himself up from the bed, covering his face with his hands, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Another dream. Joy, did you see her clearly? Qin Luan muttered as he climbed out of bed, drawing back the curtains to let in the brilliant sunlight, which made him squint. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers wafting in from outside gradually dispelled the gloom that had settled over his heart. Bang, bang, bang. The drumming from his dream resonated once more, prompting Qin Luan to frown slightly, only to realize it must be someone knocking at the door downstairs. "Master, I shall answer the door." The knocking had evidently startled little goblin Didi, who had been resting in the attic. After a full day of adjustment, the little one had grown accustomed to the transition from a Lulu's youth to an apostolic attendant ISU. After a quick wash, Qin Luan descended to find Lin Feng and Xiao Lian had come to visit. "Indeed." Xiao Lian yawned in a rather unladylike manner, still a bit bleary-eyed, her large eyes bearing faint dark circles, as she had been dragged along by Lin Feng. The events of the past couple of days had profoundly impacted her worldview, leaving this normally carefree girl unusually sleepless. "Qin Luan, my friend, Xiaolian and I wish to visit the trading post in the town. Would you care to join us?" Noticing the inquiring look from Qin Luan, Lin Feng quickly smiled and added. While at the Lulu's camp, Lin Feng had acquired a magic bullet gun and a machete, with the elder goblin even throwing in a soul force field table. However, upon arriving in the Moonlight Forest, he discovered that aside from the machete, the rest of his possessions were rendered entirely useless. The magic bullet gun had been confiscated by the elves and would only be returned once he left the city, while the soul force field table was utterly ineffective. The Moonlight Forest bestowed upon each prospective apostle a soul power field device, no larger than a button, which not only boasted a diminutive size, but also a significantly broader range of effect, accompanied by a tone that was distinctly clearer, devoid of the frigid mechanical timbre. Undoubtedly, there were numerous prospective apostles who felt somewhat duped by the elder, yet they found themselves powerless to contest this. For at that moment, there were still the ores and specialty products of the Lulu's tribe to choose from. A select few prisoners who opted for these ores and specialty items managed to sell them at a high price within the marketplace. Shepherd Hill was among these fortunate souls. The ore he selected caught the eye of a formal apostle, earning him several units of the universal currency among apostles, soul power crystals. Fortunately, although the floating city confiscated their weapons and motorcycles, they compensated with some broken star currency, allowing everyone to select additional tools at the marketplace. The reason Lin Feng sought out Qin Luan before heading to the marketplace was due to the overwhelming sense of insecurity felt by this young scion of a noble family. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the head of the Elven Guard, Marfa Moria, display a notably favorable attitude towards Qin Luan, much more so than towards other prisoners. Marfa's demeanor reflected the stance of the floating city, suggesting that having Qin Luan accompany them was intended to facilitate certain conveniences at the marketplace. Qin Luan cast a faint smile at Xiao Lian, who was evidently oblivious to the fact that she was being used as a shield. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Marfa had informed him that there would be some genuine spiritual weapons available at the marketplace, and it would be beneficial to witness them firsthand. However, these weapons were predominantly of the most rudimentary kind, daggers, small knives, and knuckle dusters, offering no more than what ordinary tools might provide, with no particularly formidable power, aside from being permissible for use by apostles in other realms. Such items were typically sought after only by prospective apostles and were the sole weapons available for purchase using broken currency, the universal currency of the Broken Star realm. Formal apostles had no need for such trinkets. Acquiring these weapons was hardly preferable to simply seizing a firearm in another world. The apostle marketplace in Moonlight Town resembled a two-story square fortress. Upon entering, one encountered a row of trading windows akin to bank counters, each manned by a young and beautiful elven maiden. Lin Feng instinctively approached a counter to request a catalog of the items for sale, perusing it alongside Xiao Lian. Meanwhile, Qin Luan, accompanied by Didi, surveyed the surroundings with an air of boredom. The little creature's eyes darted about with curiosity. Having had ample rest the previous day, Didi found everything in Moonlight Town to be strikingly novel. In front of the trading counters, 3 rows of exquisitely crafted benches made from wooden stumps were arranged, boasting innovative designs that harmonized beautifully with the other elven tools in the Moonlight Forest. Suddenly, Xiao Lian's eyes lit up, a joyful smile blooming on her face. Qin Luan turned to see that the catalog displayed a yellow-green bird egg, labeled as a flying steed egg. The catalog explained that this creature was a bipedal terrestrial bird with vestigial wings, possessing strong, agile legs capable of swift movement across various terrains, resembling a hybrid of a camel and an ostrich from Earth. The sole drawback of the flying steed was its diminutive size, permitting only one rider. Intrigued, Qin Luan inquired, "Is it possible that the compensation you received from the Lilu's tribe was indeed the flying steed egg?" "Indeed. I possess 2 of them," Xiaolian exclaimed proudly. Her nose lifted in delight. "I intend to raise them and form a contract with them, thus enabling their passage into another realm." Qin Luan glanced at the price listed beneath the flying steed egg and chuckled, suggesting, "Perhaps you should consider selling the flying steed egg to the marketplace. They are offering 5 soul power crystals for it, which would be far more advantageous for you at present. Is that so?" Xiaolian's face contorted in mild dismay, her indecision apparent. Beside her, Lin Feng clenched his teeth, a wave of jealousy washing over him. He was acutely aware that Xiaolian's choice of the flying steed egg was likely influenced by Qin Luan's guidance. However, he soon felt a sense of helplessness. He dared not approach Qin Luan as closely as Xiaolian did, uncertain of when the murderous demon might revert to being Joy Foster, potentially using them as a shield once more. "Esteemed guests, at last, I have located you," an elven guard exclaimed, rushing towards them from the entrance of the marketplace. "The academy is about to commence. Please proceed to attend the lecture. We shall go at once." Qin Luan's gaze flickered with purpose. The courses offered at the Ivrit Polished Light Academy encompassed a wealth of knowledge pertaining to the survival of prospective apostles in other realms, making it an urgent matter for them. Chapter 16. The Legacy of Killing. Seeking red tickets for collection. 2 weeks swiftly passed, during which the 12 human prospective apostles exhibited remarkable composure. They had nearly completed the courses on survival in other realms at the Ivrit Polished Light Academy, which, in truth, contained only a modest amount of content. The academy primarily focused on magic and martial arts, offering the apostles the opportunity to learn elven magic and combat techniques on credit. This investment by the floating city was deemed worthwhile, as long as a few apostles survived the training. However, due to physical disparities among the 100 or so prospective apostles, only a handful were capable of learning magic. The rest could only acquire basic martial skills and archery. This diverse group of prospective apostles included various races, with many not even resembling humanoid forms. Qin Luan had encountered an elemental life form resembling a spherical light orb. Some of these prospective apostles had already completed 1 to 3 missions in other realms but had failed to form a soul imprint. It remained uncertain whether this was due to an inability to complete the missions or a lack of law crystals among the rewards. The absence of a soul imprint indicated that their souls had not been supplemented with soul power crystals, particularly concerning for those who had undergone 3 missions. Should they fail a 4th time, they risked perishing in the other realm. The prospective apostles did not share information regarding their missions, leading Qin Luan to speculate that they might be under certain restrictions. Typically, prospective apostles would be transported to another realm within a span of half a month to 6 months, with the interval varying significantly based on race and physical condition. In the final days of the 2nd week, Qin Luan frequently felt a thick, viscous sensation enveloping him, as though submerged underwater, a sensation that gradually intensified while the intervals between episodes diminished. In reality, this feeling only affected his soul and did not impede his daily life. He harbored a premonition that if he surrendered to this sensation, his inaugural journey to another realm would commence forthwith. Conversely, should he persist in resisting it, once the sensation ceased to have an interval, he would be forcibly expelled from the Broken Star realm. On this day, Qin Luan refrained from attending the academy, instead lying quietly on his wooden bed, concentrating his attention and maintaining a state of ethereal contemplation. Gradually, the tablet-like death list re-emerged in the depths of his consciousness. Days prior, after absorbing 120 soul power crystals, the death list had finally matured to a usable state. Yet, summoning the death list still demanded acute focus. Any external disturbance would cause it to retract immediately. Qin Luan surmised that this might pertain to the laws imposed by the Broken Star realm on apostles, but he discovered that with persistent practice, he could refine this summoning ability. He believed that soon, even amidst external distractions, he would be capable of manifesting the death list at any moment. Once the death list matured, it forged a subtle connection with Qin Luan's mind, emitting an enigmatic call, as though yearning for him to formally name it, akin to a pet desiring to establish a genuine soul contract with its master. Qin Luan retained the name Death List, and upon bestowing it with a formal title, its true capabilities began to reveal themselves. It was at this juncture that Qin Luan realized while sensing a soul imprint allowed him to summon the death list. The soul imprint did not equate to the death list itself. He sensed that the soul imprint was not as simplistic as Marfa had suggested, likely possessing additional functions, perhaps due to his current lack of strength. He was unable to truly activate the soul imprint. The death list functioned akin to an equipment piece, yet it incorporated the management functions of the soul imprint, assisting Qin Luan in monitoring his law body. Following the integration of law crystals, the death list retained only the appearance of a tablet computer, losing its computational functions. Qin Luan adjusted the settings of the death list according to his understanding. In the sea of his consciousness, a 3D image of himself materialized on the death list screen. By concentrating his awareness on this image, he could access the information he had inputted, alongside the statistical results pertaining to the law body. Adjacent to the image were 3 colorful bars, red, blue, and yellow. When he focused on these colorful bars, the death list informed him that they represented the unique soul longevity, health, and magical power of the law body. Soul longevity indicated the lifespan of his soul, which could only be replenished with various grades of soul power crystals. Typically, the total amount of soul longevity remained constant, unless Qin Luan acquired certain special bloodlines or power laws. He could only replenish what was lost. Health represented his vitality, diminishing due to illness or injury, although the law body would gradually recover over time. The recovery rate was influenced by physical condition and medication. Should health reach 0, the apostle would inevitably perish. The concept of magical power is rather intricate. In truth, Qin Luan has yet to truly unlock his mana pool. It will only be activated once he acquires his own apostle martial arts. The apostles possess a plethora of martial skills, categorized into several skill trees, including technology, magic, and supernatural abilities, among others. Name: Qin Luan. Gender: male. Chronological age: 20 years and 3 months. Race: human. Soul longevity: self-defined as 100 health, self-defined as 100 mana. Not yet activated. Combat profession: none. Skill slot: none. In addition to displaying the physical condition of those listed on the death registry, it astonishingly harbors a storage space akin to a cabinet. Upon discovering this subspace, Qin Luan found it quite intriguing and began experimenting by placing various items within it. The results indicated that, aside from 2 specific items, all other objects from the shattered starry sky could not be stored. One of these items was a soul crystal, while the other was something that left Qin Luan utterly astonished. His black dagger, resembling a half pair of scissors, could also be stored within this space. This dagger had originally been crafted by Lin Feng, who replaced all the murder weapons previously utilized by Qin Luan from the Handan Police Department, designing it in a style reminiscent of his most frequently used cutting tool and melding it with a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite. Once the dagger was stored, the death registry digitized its data and prompted Qin Luan to bestow it with a name: Sin, short dagger, type: murderous remnant, chaotic evil, soul quality: 12, 10 lives taken, weight: 215 grams, length: 230 millimeters, equipping ability: none beyond the name Sin. All other data displayed was autonomously provided by the death registry, revealing the world laws it possessed. Murderous remnants are a type of sentient equipment, and they possess significant potential. Such a remnant refers to a weapon that, after slaying sentient beings, assimilates a fragment of their soul's power into itself. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare, typically occurring only when a sentient being is on the brink of death, simultaneously suffering immense physiological and psychological torment, which may lead to a slight chance of a soul's partial detachment. When a weapon first absorbs soul power, it transforms from a mere object into a murderous remnant. Once it becomes a remnant, it begins to extract the soul power of other victims. Occasionally, even if the victim does not endure extreme suffering, a portion of their soul power may still be drawn by the remnant. In fact, the reason Chekhov had so much soul power extracted was not solely due to the undigested soul power within him, but rather because of the parched soul imprint combining with the Sin dagger, creating a rare occurrence. There exist numerous types of murderous remnants, but under the laws of the shattered starry sky, they are also classified by alignment. If the original owner of a remnant harbors ideals of justice and goodness, it will absorb the positive energy from the souls of its victims, aligning it with lawful good. Conversely, if the original owner is a murderer like Joy Foster, the remnant, a crystal vial, contained a viscous liquid of deep emerald hue. Upon uncorking the bottle, a robust aroma of verdant flora assailed the senses, invigorating one's spirit and infusing the entire being with a surge of life force. In his correspondence, Marfa referred to the wind spirit bow, while the verdant liquid was described as the flower essence of the world tree. This elixir, a rare and precious water of life, was capable of bestowing abundant vitality upon living beings, significantly enhancing their immunity and restorative capacities. Offering remarkable efficacy against any ailment or injury, the 3 accompanying tree seeds were of a vine type. Should Qin Luan anoint them with his own blood, he would be able to command them. In the face of insurmountable danger, casting the seeds to the ground and activating them with intent would summon a 3-meter-tall vine golem, capable of shielding its master from pursuers. However, this golem, once sprouted, would be rooted and immobile, and the energy contained within the seeds would only suffice for about an hour of activity, rendering it a mere low-tier cannon fodder. Among these 3 items, the wind spirit bow was a piece of sentient equipment, while the world tree flower essence and vine seeds were extraordinary treasures governed by the laws of the world, all of which could be transported into another realm via a temporal portal by an apostle. Nevertheless, not every alternate realm could accommodate these 3 items. It required that the realm possessed foundational world laws congruent with those treasures. Even so, for Qin Luan, who was merely a prospective apostle at this juncture, the favor bestowed upon him by Marfa was of considerable weight, and future endeavors would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. After riding his motorcycle for approximately half an hour from Moonlight Forest, Qin Luan began to approach a rocky cliff in a desolate expanse. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, he concealed his motorcycle in the shadows and resumed his journey on foot toward a rocky precipice opposite him. The conspicuous nature of the motorcycle rendered it a potential target for discovery, and should anyone realize that it belonged to an apostle who had yet to return from another realm and lay in ambush, it would spell trouble. Ascending to the summit of the cliff would afford him the advantage of height, enabling him to survey the vicinity around his motorcycle without being caught off guard. Upon reaching the cliff's apex, Qin Luan seated himself cross-legged, stowing away the wind spirit bow and the 3 vine seeds into his storage space. He cleared his mind of all thoughts and patiently awaited the next occurrence of temporal displacement within the shattered starry void. Beneath the scorching sun of the crimson desert, a young man with a pale complexion sat cross-legged upon the rugged cliff, eyes shut in tranquil meditation. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, yet his expression remained untroubled, as if impervious to the sweltering heat, adorned instead with a contented smile. Suddenly, a flicker of electric light danced before him, and a towering temporal portal materialized as if conjured from thin air, resembling an oval-shaped azure vertical pupil, which promptly enveloped the young man. Subsequently, the portal vanished as if sealed with a zipper, leaving behind a slight whirlwind that dissipated the evidence of the young man's existence. This apostle's inaugural transit into another realm initiated the activation of the Shattered Laws. The 831st clause of the Shattered Laws designated the apostle with the vacant number 70053. The Shattered Starry Void established the following mutual covenant with Apostle 70053. First, upon the completion of the covenant task, the Shattered Starry Void shall compensate the apostle based on the task's fulfillment status, while also maintaining and repairing the apostle's life essence. Second, any world essence acquired by the apostle during the task must be submitted as per the task's requirements. Excess world essence may be exchanged with the Shattered Starry Void for equipment, skills, or lineage. The exchange list comprises existing laws of the Shattered Starry Void, including all laws submitted by apostles and powers held by indigenous races. Third, the apostle must adhere to confidentiality regulations pertaining to the Shattered Covenant. This includes all tasks in alternate realms, the system of laws in those realms, and personal adventure experiences. The apostle must not disclose any relevant matters to the local races of any realm or unnumbered apostles through any insinuation, including the indigenous races of the Shattered Starry Void. Fourth, once the apostle's power attains a certain level, the Shattered Starry Void shall activate the apostle's professional advancement laws. Fifth, with each alternate realm task completed, the apostle shall earn contribution points within the Shattered Laws, which pertain to the enhancement of the apostle's virtual title and rank. The specific terms of the aforementioned covenant shall be elaborated upon once the apostle completes their first journey into an alternate realm and fulfills the corresponding task. Temporal transmission concluded. The apostle's soul imprint was assimilated into the body of a deceased narrative entity and transformed into a lawful body. This transformation is complementary for the initial alternate realm task. The lawful body is now harmonized with the laws of this world, retaining certain incompatible laws. Current state of the lawful body, 93. Apostle number 70053. This marks your inaugural journey into an alternate realm. The shattered starry void shall assign you a fundamental task, with no further missions designated. Notification. Your task execution time within this world is 30 natural days. Upon completion, you may request to depart this world at any time. Unless additional hidden narratives are obtained, following the expiration of the task time, you will be forcibly transported out of this world. Upon exiting this world, please adhere to confidentiality regulations. Failure to do so will result in all consequences being borne by the apostle. Notification. The shattered starry void has detected the existence of a soul imprint, which has incorporated the remnants of the deceased narrative's memories into the death roster. You may consult this roster for narrative identities and residual memory data. Notification. The shattered laws will grant you the universal language of humanity in this world, enabling interaction with its inhabitants. Upon exiting the world, the shattered laws will remove this additional clause from the lawful body. Chapter 1. Master and Servant. Additional red tickets. Qin Luan's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening his eyes, as he felt as though he had emerged from an exceedingly long dream. A voice, reminiscent of an ant's whisper, echoed within the dream, yet it was strikingly clear, as if deeply etched into the recesses of his consciousness. This voice did not belong to any known language, yet inexplicably, Qin Luan comprehended its entirety, as if it were directly influencing his soul, requiring no translation whatsoever. Just as he pondered the significance of the voice, a cacophonous sobbing, akin to a broken gong, pierced his ear. This time, Qin Luan was certain that this was not an explanation of the shattered starry void's laws, for the sound was intolerably grating, as jarring as a night owl's lament, rendering him unable to recline in peace any longer. Silence. Qin Luan snapped, unable to endure it any longer. The discordant sobbing ceased abruptly, only to be replaced by a piercing scream. Irritated, Qin Luan threw aside the thin covering draped over him and sat up, his expression impassive as he turned to face the source of the scream. Beneath the luminous full moon, a grotesque, ragged man with a hunchback sat on the ground, his face a mask of terror as he recoiled in fright. Master Wellington, I know you are displeased with such a funeral, but poor Frank simply cannot afford to provide you with a coffin. The hunchbacked man, with disheveled hair and dust-coated beard, was clad in a coarse, stained burlap shirt. Perhaps due to years of toil and dirt, it was difficult to ascertain his exact age, but he was estimated to be under 50. A funeral? Qin Luan turned his head to survey his surroundings, his expression devoid of emotion as he pursed his lips. He found himself in a dim, eerie forest graveyard, where only the cold moonlight filtered through the branches, casting eerie shadows over the mounds, devoid of even the slightest sound of insects or rodents. The thin covering he had just discarded was a tattered mat. Beside him lay a rectangular pit over a meter deep, clearly intended as his grave. After a moment of reflection, the details of the death roster regarding his narrative identity surfaced in Qin Luan's mind. Upon departing the shattered starry void, the death roster seemed to have lost some of its suppressive qualities, making it easier to summon. Wellington Stan, human, 24 years old, occupation, folk doctored, a lineage of healers, yet lacking official medical credentials. An unlicensed folk doctor. Qin Luan's expression twitched slightly. In other words, the original owner of this body was a quack with poor medical skills. Turning to regard the hunchbacked man, the residual memories of Wellington immediately revealed pertinent details about him. Frank, human, 32 years old, a homeless drifter, personal servant to Wellington Stan. P.S. only 32. Qin Luan was somewhat taken aback. Frank's wrinkled, hideous visage and the sinewy, withered skin on his hands suggested he appeared to be at least in his 50s. Wellington's residual memories indicated that Frank was originally an abandoned infant, taken in and raised by Wellington's father. Initially intended to be sold to a workshop in the city as child labor, Frank's grotesque appearance, being hunchbacked and with some disability in his legs, rendered him unsellable, and he remained as a servant. However, Frank was immensely grateful for the Stan family's adoption and had remained fiercely loyal in his childhood. He had defended young Wellington from numerous bullies, and in adulthood, he had diligently contributed to Wellington's medical studies, including assisting in the procurement of fresh corpses from graves for dissection and learning purposes. Master Wellington, are you still alive? At this moment, Frank seemed to regain his wits, daring to ask in a hushed tone. After all, he was his master, and given his long experience dealing with corpses, he could distinguish between the living and the dead. What do you mean, not dead? The faintest habitual smile that had emerged on Qin Luan's face vanished instantly, his eyes flashing crimson with a surge of murderous impulse. However, realizing that this loyal servant still held considerable utility, the crimson glimmer in the eyes of the killing fiend gradually subsided. Qin Luan rose silently, brushing off the dust from his attire, and suddenly noticed that he was wearing a pair of old, worn leather gloves. He was clad in a knee-length black velvet overcoat, with a black gentleman's waistcoat and a white shirt adorned with lace trim beneath. His lower half was fitted with black formal trousers and knee-high riding boots. This ensemble, though somewhat dated, was still presentable, save for the slightly yellowed white shirt, which bore evident signs of wear and tear at the cuffs and lining. He could barely be considered a respectable gentleman. "My dear Master Wellington, you truly have not perished," Frank exclaimed in delight upon seeing Qin Luan rise. He crawled a few steps on the ground, clasping his master's leg tightly, grinning widely to reveal a mouth full of yellowed, decayed teeth, and began to wail, his grotesque visage quickly becoming smeared with tears and mucus. Qin Luan, noticing the tears and mucus staining his trousers, could no longer contain his frustration and kicked the loyal servant to the ground. "I have been dead for several days, don't know. I was merely unconscious for a few days." Qin Luan covered his face, taking a deep breath to quell the anger stirred by Frank's antics. "Master, you have been dead, I don't know, nearly 3 days in a state of unconsciousness." Frank wiped his face, cautiously stealing a glance at Qin Luan, still in disbelief over his master's fate. "Is there a water source nearby?" "Lead me there," Qin Luan commanded with a stoic expression. "Master, are you thirsty? I have water." Frank hesitated for a moment before pulling out a flat aluminum flask from his pocket. "No, I need to wash myself." Qin Luan frowned as he accepted the flask. Though the garments appeared to have been cleaned prior to burial, they now reeked of decay, and he could not bear to wear them in public. Cough, cough, cough. "What is this?" Qin Luan brought the flask to his lips and took a sip, only to be assaulted by a sharp, pungent flavor that made him choke, his fair complexion turning beet red. This is the kind of alcohol from your studio. It's medicinal alcohol, but I didn't take much. I added some water." Frank rubbed his rough hands together, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "It's quite cold at night. A little drink can ward off the chill. Diluted medicinal alcohol." Qin Luan's eyes widened, a crimson glint igniting within, igniting an impulse to strangle Frank on the spot. Even the most notorious of killers had never been so duped. Closing his eyes, he took a few deep breaths to suppress the murderous urge swelling within him, and once more, with a blank expression, he bellowed, "Lead the way to the nearest water source." "Oh," Frank nodded, retracting his head in submission, yet he did not move immediately. Instead, he squatted down to rummage through the ground, retrieving 2 items and presenting them to Qin Luan. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Luan accepted the offerings. Discovering a small, wide-brimmed hat and a cane in the moonlight, he could see that the brass handle of the cane was worn down considerably, suggesting it was an ancient heirloom from the Wellington lineage. As he beheld these items, Qin Luan instinctively reached into his jacket pocket, his expression shifting suddenly. This was not his own habit, but rather that of the deceased Master Stan, Wellington's prior owner. "Where is my pocket watch?" Qin Luan inquired with a warm smile, though his eyes once again glimmered with a crimson hue. From the remnants of Wellington's memories, he sensed that the young man must have possessed a brass pocket watch inherited from his forebears. Likely his most valuable possession. Master's pocket watch. The flicker of guilt crossed Frank's face as he hesitantly replied, "I thought you had passed away then, and I pawned the watch." Qin Luan fell silent, the crimson light in his eyes intensifying, however, when he noticed the direction in which Frank occasionally glanced. He paused in surprise. At one end of the grave, a small square stone tablet lay peacefully in the earth. Qin Luan felt a stirring in his heart as he stepped forward to lift the stone tablet, exhaling gently. The tablet bore the name Wellington Stan. It was the grave of that young man. Frank had not claimed his pocket watch for himself, but had chosen instead to erect a grave marker for him. Reflecting on this, it became apparent that although Wellington had no coffin, his garments were neatly arranged, far more respectable than Frank, who was barely clothed. Were it not for the hunchbacked servant's unwavering loyalty, he might have long since stripped Wellington of his clothes to keep warm. As for the funds from the pocket watch, they likely sufficed only for this modest gravestone, leaving nothing for a proper coffin. Contemplating the disabled Frank bearing Wellington's corpse in this gravestone through the eerie forest at night, using diluted medicinal alcohol to fend off the cold wind, and painstakingly digging this grave, Qin Luan's smile remained undiminished, even as the crimson light in his eyes gradually faded. Let us proceed. Before dawn breaks, we shall wash ourselves by the river. Frank's gait was uneven, his legs slightly mismatched, causing him to walk with a limp and at a sluggish pace. Under the moonlight, Qin Luan noticed that this servant, with his head bowed, was surprisingly of a similar height to him, with broad shoulders and a robust frame. Were it not for his hunch, he might have been a towering figure. Qin Luan chose not to urge Frank further. Trailing behind him contentedly, occasionally casting curious glances at the fragmented gravestones, an exposed human remains at their feet, proceeding as leisurely as if strolling through his own backyard. Not far from the graveyard lay a small stream. Qin Luan swiftly shed his garments and stood bare in the stream, cleansing both his body and clothing until the stench of decay had diminished considerably before climbing back onto the bank. Frank had built a small fire by the stream's edge, and upon seeing Qin Luan emerge, he promptly took the garments, skewering them with a branch to dry by the flames. "Master Wellington, would you care for another sip of warm alcohol?" Frank, lacking awareness, once again offered the flat flask containing the diluted alcohol. "You? Go wash yourself as well." Qin Luan's smile vanished as he accepted the flask, kicking the hunchbacked servant into the stream. Chapter 2. Cause of Death. Achoo. Achoo! Frank grimaced as he sneezed, dutifully following his master's instructions, rubbing his body repeatedly until his skin turned a bright red, and his tattered burlap shirt was cleansed before he was permitted to re-emerge from the water. Upon surfacing, apart from his wet hair and beard, Frank still resembled a vagabond, yet the salty stench of sweat had dissipated. However, his complexion was pale with a hint of green, resembling a corpse, and he trembled all over. On the verge of fainting, Qin Luan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although it was nighttime, the season was not particularly cold. He himself had entered the stream without feeling excessively chilly, and while Frank had his disabilities, he was accustomed to hard labor, so his condition should not have been so dire. Cough, cough. Frank was besieged by a violent fit of coughing from the cold stream water, a flush of unnatural red blooming on his face. Qin Luan's pupils constricted. Despite Frank quickly hiding his hand behind his back, through the moonlight, he had already caught sight of the blood seeping between the hunchbacked servant's fingers. With a swift motion, Qin Luan stepped forward and grasped Frank's wrist, checking his pulse. Frank struggled momentarily, but upon meeting his master's stern gaze, he shrank back, quieting down. Releasing Frank's wrist, Qin Luan frowned slightly. The hunchbacked servant's pulse was extremely weak, barely detectable, almost a sign of impending death. Yet, from Wellington's lingering memories, Frank had always been perceived as a powerful figure. Observing Frank's pitiful condition, Qin Luan felt a flicker of concern, even if the previous Wellington seldom paid heed to this loyal servant. As a doctor, he should have noted the state of his servant's health. It appeared that Frank's current decline had arisen only after Wellington's demise. Closing his eyes, Qin Luan searched Wellington's memories for relevant clues. After a moment, he reopened his eyes. Indeed, Wellington's memories contained no clues about Frank's health, yet Qin Luan uncovered details regarding the cause of Wellington's death. As an unlicensed young physician, Wellington rarely had patients seeking his care. However, recently there had been an exception. An epidemic had swept through several nearby towns, and many impoverished individuals could not afford the services of a proper doctor, resorting instead to the inexperienced Wellington for treatment. Unfortunately, Wellington's lackluster medical skills not only failed to cure these patients, but also led to his own infection with the disease, ultimately resulting in his demise. Frank, who had seldom been in contact with sick individuals, likely contracted the illness while tending to Wellington. Reflecting on this epidemic, a solemn expression settled on Qin Luan's face. This disease had an exceedingly high mortality rate and could progress rapidly. Patients would experience a high fever on the first day, followed by relentless coughing up blood on the second, with no visible symptoms on the surface, yet their internal organs would begin to rot. By the third day, death would ensue. Drawing upon his extensive medical knowledge, Qin Luan could be considered a doctoral-level scholar. However, the texts he had studied were from Earth, and in this unfamiliar world, he could not ascertain the type of disease or potential treatments. In Wellington's memories, it seemed this epidemic was not a new occurrence in the towns. It had appeared before, often manifesting quickly and disappearing just as swiftly, with far less contagiousness than now. It had been 3 days since Wellington's passing. Frank's ability to endure until now without exhibiting symptoms of hemoptysis indicates that his constitution is indeed considerably more robust than that of an average individual. On the other hand, a peculiar expression appeared on Qin Luan's face. This was likely influenced by the effects of the medical alcohol. When diluted with water, the concentration should have diminished to below 75, yet it still tasted at least above 40. This particular concentration effectively served a disinfecting purpose, staving off the onset of Frank's internal affliction. As for why this ignorant hunchback had not succumbed to the toxicity of the medical alcohol, Qin Luan speculated that either the alcohol was of substandard quality or Frank's stomach had been tempered through years of hardship. If he were not to intervene, it was likely that Frank would not survive another 2 days. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Luan made a decisive choice. No matter the circumstances, he was in dire need of an assistant, and the loyal servant Frank was currently the best candidate. He inverted the flask, disregarding the resentful gaze of the hunchbacked servant, pouring out the diluted alcohol entirely before rinsing it at the stream and filling it with a bit of creek water. Then, he extracted the crystal vial containing the essence of the world tree's blossoms from his pocket, uncorked it, and gently dropped a single droplet of the floral essence inside. "Drink it all, leave no residue," Qin Luan commanded sternly as he handed the flask back to the servant. "How fragrant!" Frank exclaimed, pressing his garlic-like nose to the flask's mouth before swiftly consuming the diluted essence of the world tree's blossoms. "What do you feel?" Qin Luan inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the hunchbacked servant, eager to observe the effects of the floral essence. "I feel—" While Frank began, savoring the taste, but his expression abruptly shifted as he grimaced, his throat convulsing, cheeks puffing out as he bent over and began to vomit. Gurgle, gurgle. Not only was the hunchbacked man retching violently, but his abdomen also seemed to react poorly, prompting him to clutch his belly and dash towards the grassy thicket by the stream. As an adult, even if he cared little for his image, he certainly did not wish to relieve himself in front of Qin Luan. This reaction appeared rather extreme, Qin Luan muttered to himself, glancing down at Frank's vomit, and immediately furrowed his brow again. It did not seem to contain parasites, this illness. The pile of filthy vomit was interspersed with strands of blood, and most bizarrely, some dark green, jelly-like substances within it appeared to be writhing slightly, resembling small clusters of slime. "Young master, what on earth did you make me drink?" After a while, Frank staggered out from the woods, his complexion now resembling that of a corpse, utterly pallid. "How do you feel?" Qin Luan asked again, grasping Frank's wrist. The pulse of the hunchbacked servant remained weak, yet it had stabilized significantly compared to before. "I have no strength left in me, but I feel much lighter within," Frank replied weakly. "Young master, your medicine is too potent." Qin Luan nodded in acknowledgement. Theoretically, the essence of the world tree should serve as a botanical vitality elixir, gradually enhancing the body's recovery and immunity without causing a sudden purging effect. The current outcome was likely due to a severe conflict between the virus within Frank's system and the essence's life force, resulting in the hunchbacked man's violent expulsion of substances. Although the essence did not fulfill its intended purpose, it had inadvertently aided Frank in purging much of the virus, a fortunate mishap. Observing the hunchbacked servant, who looked as if he might collapse at any moment, Qin Luan sighed softly and uncorked the crystal vial once more. Allowing a droplet to fall into the flask, to save a life is to see it through. To escort a Buddha is to ensure their safe passage. Since he had already expended a drop of the world tree's essence, he could not allow any residual toxins within Frank to resurge. Moreover, there were many tasks yet for Frank to accomplish. In his current state, how could he perform any errands? Qin Luan had no time to wait for him to recover at a leisurely pace. "Go fill the flask with water. Your ailment isn't resolved. If you wish to live, drink a sip of the concoction every hour." Qin Luan handed the flask back to Frank. "Once you are fit to continue our journey, we shall return." It must be said that Frank's physical constitution was indeed quite commendable. Of course, It was also possible that the second droplet of the world tree's essence was finally exerting its intended effect. The hunchbacked servant's complexion quickly regained its rosy hue, and after merely half an hour of rest, he appeared invigorated. "Young Master Wellington, let us return home," Frank declared, feeling his strength restored as he rose to his feet. Eagerly cracking his knuckles and leading the way ahead, at this moment, the sky began to brighten, a ray of dawn dispelling the gloom of the forest graveyard, illuminating the treetops of the small woods. Wellington's residence was situated approximately 5 or 6 miles from the forest graveyard, perched atop a small hill that offered a view of a nearby town shrouded in morning mist. It was a 2-story wooden and stone villa that appeared quite elegant from afar. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the exterior walls were weathered and stained, the corners overrun with wild grass and moss, presenting a scene of decay. Ding warning. The environmental conditions here deviate from those conducive to survival in this world. Please evacuate promptly, or the corporeal form of the apostle will succumb to ongoing harm. The message from the death list caused Qin Luan's expression to shift slightly as he grasped the hunchbacked servant firmly. Squinting his eyes to reassess the villa, "Hand me the flask." "You stay here," Qin Luan ordered, retrieving a silk handkerchief from his vest pocket, sprinkling a bit of diluted floral essence on it, covering his mouth and nose before pushing open the wooden door of the villa. The interior of the villa was rather sparse, with a few portraits of the Stan family ancestors adorning the corridor walls. In the era of Wellington's grandfather, the Stan family held considerable renown as a lineage of healers in this region. Unfortunately, Wellington's father had no interest in medicine and pursued commerce instead, which ultimately led to financial ruin. After his father's death, young Wellington had no choice but to sell off family possessions to sustain himself and continue his medical studies. In truth, the young man's medical skills were not as inferior as Qin Luan had imagined. At least in the realm of surgery, he still possessed the inherent aptitude of the Stan family. Naturally, this was also related to Frank's occasional forays into the graveyard to pilfer corpses for dissection and study. Regrettably, Wellington's lack of experience in treating those afflicted by the plague ultimately led to his demise before he could fully realize his potential. Severing the Stan family's bloodline entirely, drawing upon the remnants of Wellington's memories, Qin Luan swiftly ascended to the second-floor bedroom, retrieving a small cloth pouch from a hidden compartment in the desk. He then hurried back down, opening a concealed door to a small storage room and descending the wooden staircase into the basement of the villa. This was Wellington's medical research facility, as well as his operating room and dissection table. P.S.As per the customary practice on Sundays, the final update will be posted at midnight to boost the rankings. Chapter 3. Frankenstein Hiss. Qin Luan lit the oil lamp in his hand, illuminating the modest basement. Surrounding the basement were several long tables, cluttered with glass apparatuses, the majority comprising various beakers and rubber tubing. These were the last remnants of the Stan family's medical research equipment, aside from a few medications preserved in Wellington's medical kit. In this era, these glass vessels were arguably more valuable than the dilapidated villa itself. However, Qin Luan's gaze did not linger on these items. He was unfamiliar with the medical system of this world, rendering them of no value to him. His attention was swiftly drawn to the operating table located in the center of the basement. Upon seeing the corpse lying upon the table, Qin Luan sighed, finally comprehending why the villa had become an inhospitable environment for human existence. The corpse had been dissected, its abdomen gaping and unstitched, with putrefied organs transformed into a gelatinous mass, oozing a dark green, jelly-like substance. The entire basement was pervaded by a foul stench, and it appeared that Qin Luan had uncovered the source of the villa's toxic fumes, and no longer hesitating, he briskly walked to the corner of the basement, retrieving Wellington's medical kit and a reagent bottle the size of a bucket before immediately returning upstairs. After extracting the medical kit and reagent bottle from the villa, Qin Luan took a deep breath and re-entered the building, also bringing out several foundational medical texts, a large wooden basin, and a small leather suitcase. The suitcase contained several changes of clothing, while the medical text would provide Qin Luan with a fundamental understanding of the medical system in this world. As for the reagent bottle, it contained medical alcohol. Qin Luan swiftly stripped off his clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and placed everything, along with the changes of clothing from the suitcase, into the large wooden basin. He then drew a bucket of water from the well in front of the villa and diluted some of the medical alcohol into the basin. Frank did not question his master's peculiar actions. Having witnessed Wellington's medical research, he could vaguely surmise that this was a form of preventive measure. He proceeded to gather some chopped firewood from behind the villa, setting up a campfire at a safe distance from the basin while propping up a makeshift clothesline with wooden poles. Qin Luan opened the medical kit, meticulously cleaning the various instruments within using alcohol-soaked cotton while simultaneously immersing his consciousness in the remnants of Wellington's memories. Having been dead for 3 days, Wellington's recollections were fragmented. Only the most vivid impressions remained in his decaying mind. Among these, the medical kit and the hidden pouch containing the family's last savings were notable. From the memories, Qin Luan gleaned that the world he was in resembled a period between the late Middle Ages and the early modern era on Earth. By temporal classification, it was approximately the 15th to 18th centuries, with the technological and cultural levels closely mirroring that time frame. The world has already witnessed the advent of glass, clocks, looms, gunpowder, and various other modern scientific inventions. Existing within the era of the Renaissance and the nascent stages of capitalism in the realm of medicine, although antibiotics had not yet been formally discovered, there were indeed some astute physicians who had, through the extraction of plants, obtained substances akin to antibiotics. However, the plants capable of yielding such antibiotics were exceedingly rare and the extraction process was immensely complex. The value of these botanical antibiotics surpassed that of gold by more than tenfold. Among Wellington's medical supplies, there existed a vial containing a violet-hued potion, which was an antibiotic. This concoction, known as wisteria elixir, now had less than 30 milliliters remaining in the test tube. During the preceding treatments, Wellington had refrained from administering this potion to the plague-stricken patients, and he had not even dared to use it himself. By the time he recognized the gravity of the situation, he had already succumbed to a high fever and coma. Losing his final chance for salvation in Wellington's eyes, this antibiotic was a panacea. However, Qin Luan was not swayed by the superstition surrounding its efficacy. He had witnessed the gruesome state of the corpse in the operating room and did not believe that a mere vial of antibiotic could counteract the malevolent green gelatinous substance. To him, the potency of that substance was comparable to that of a biochemical weapon, particularly one with a remarkably short lethality time. What perplexed Qin Luan was that amidst Wellington's otherwise normal memories, there were interspersed some rather peculiar recollections. Wellington was convinced of the existence of a type of being that defied scientific explanation, which he referred to as witches. Although he had never seen one with his own eyes, Wellington firmly believed that these witches wielded dark magic, capable of commanding various wondrous magical creatures, and concealed themselves in remote forests, high mountains, and marshes. After scrutinizing Wellington's memories, Qin Luan plunged his consciousness into his inaugural task in this alternate realm. This task was prominently displayed in red font on the death list, making it exceedingly conspicuous. The task was quite straightforward. Apostle number 70053, your first task in this other world is to rescue Stephen Albert. The target is located within a 30-kilometer radius, and the duration of the task is 30 natural days. The basic reward for the task, a shattered law crystal, with additional rewards contingent upon task progress. The penalty for failure, a deduction of 30 life points. Indeed, it was a rather simple task. Qin Luan shrugged, finding it somewhat peculiar that a murderer was being tasked with saving someone. He promptly changed his attire and tidied his hair and beard. After donning freshly dried clothes and retrieving a few loose shirts, he handed a small knife to Frank. Having acquired Wellington's narrative identity, he intended to make the most of it in this time of rampant disease. A physician, even one without a license, would undoubtedly be in high demand, and he was certain he would soon uncover clues regarding his target. Young master, I think I look quite well as I am now. There's no need to cut my hair and beard, Frank said, his gaze evasive. If I tell you to do it, then do it. Qin Luan shot a stern look at the hunchbacked servant. After spending a night together, he had grown somewhat familiar with Frank's temperament. The servant's personality was marked by a sense of inferiority and introversion. Aside from the Stan family, few others could accept him. Following Wellington's demise, it was likely that this hunchbacked ugly man would be unable to integrate into human society, destined to live alone in the wilderness until he aged or fell prey to beasts. Qin Luan intended to utilize Wellington's identity to gather information about Stephen Albert in the nearby towns. And naturally, he could not be accompanied by a savage. Even if one was ugly, one ought to at least possess a semblance of humanity. However, after Frank had shortened his hair and shaved his beard, Qin Luan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. He began to understand why Frank had been reluctant to groom himself. The hunchbacked servant's face was pockmarked, with stubble from his cheeks to his chin, and his triangular eyes were uneven. One much larger than the other, with oversized nostrils pointing skyward. His mouth was filled with jagged, yellowed teeth, many of which were quite crooked. Though be so astonishingly ugly was, in its own right, a form of uniqueness. Reflecting on Frank's name alongside the Stan family's surname, Qin Luan felt an unsettling discomfort within. This was essentially the alternate realms version of Frankenstein. No wonder, in Wellington's memories, Frank had always appeared disheveled, never revealing his true visage. With such a countenance, the aftermath of grooming was even more shocking than leaving it unkempt. Frank turned his head away, avoiding Qin Luan's astonished gaze. Wellington was not only his master but also a brother with whom he had grown up. The unusual glances from family had filled this hunchbacked ugly man with despair. Smack! Qin Luan delivered a sharp slap to the back of Frank's head, laughing as he scolded, "You are far more intimidating than I had imagined. Ugly fellow, you will surely terrify the townsfolk." Frank felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart at that moment and turned back, shyly grinning widely. "Put on a mask. We need to find a town to rest in before nightfall." Qin Luan retrieved a large cotton mask from the medical kit and handed it to Frank, instructing him to cover his frightening visage. "Young master, aren't we staying at home?" Frank queried, puzzled. "We can no longer stay there. It is filled with the virus of the plague, and lingering too long could be fatal." Qin Luan shook his head, casting a glance at Frank before turning toward the campfire and picking up a burning log to hand to the hunchbacked servant. "Burn it!" Frank's triangular eyes widened in disbelief, hesitating with the firewood in hand. Though he had spent his life in the attic and would shed, Stan's small house remained his only home. Qin Luan picked up another burning log and hurled it toward the small house. Soon, flames began to erupt from various parts of Stan's abode, and the expressions of the master and servant shifted between light and shadow in the flickering glow. Frank's face was filled with reluctance as he gazed blankly at the towering flames engulfing the small house. "Once we earn some money in the town, you will have another small house, and I will even find you a wife. I promised the Stan family," Qin Luan said, smiling for the first time. "A wife? Aside from you and the master, no one would want to be with a monster," Frank lamented. "Frank, you are not ugly. Many are far uglier than you. They simply fail to realize it," Qin Luan replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Beauty is not immutable. While my skills may not be exceptional, I can certainly help you become more presentable." As long as he could remain with the young master, Frank felt content, looking forward to assisting him with the little master in the future. Frank grinned foolishly. By the way, Frank, do you know someone named Stephen Albert?" Qin Luan casually inquired. He did not expect much from Frank, as the hunchbacked servant had seldom ventured into town, likely recognizing few normal individuals aside from the Stan family and the corpses in the graveyard. Frank shook his head, admitting he had never heard of anyone named Stephen. However, after a moment of deep thought, he surprisingly provided Qin Luan with an unexpected answer. "But I recall that Lord Stan often mentioned another Albert, Baron Thomas Albert." Chapter 4. Catherine, seeking support and collection, Baron Thomas Albert? Qin Luan stroked his chin and turned to ask, "Frank, does this nobleman reside nearby?" "Yes, I know that. The nobleman's castle is just outside the town of Audia, approximately 20 miles from here. Lord Stan often went to Audia town for supplies and would occasionally have me help transport goods." Frank recalled thoughtfully. His mind may not have been sharp, but his memory was passable. "Then we shall head to Audia town," Qin Luan said with a smile. Audia town was a moderately sized inland settlement, surrounded by 3 or 4 villages, with a total population exceeding 1,000, including the town itself. The terrain was primarily hilly and wooded, with residents mainly relying on logging and hunting for their livelihoods. The saying goes, "Rely on the mountains for sustenance," and while their standard of living was not affluent, basic needs were met. When the two arrived in town, it was nearly afternoon, though the sun had yet to set. The streets of Audia town were eerily deserted, presenting a desolate scene. Qin Luan frowned. Given that there was a noble baron in Audia town, it should be considered the central area of this region. This bleak sight suggested the possibility of a widespread outbreak within the town. "Frank, where is the inn located here?" Qin Luan asked, turning back. "I do not know," Frank replied, scratching his head awkwardly. The sight of normal individuals in town would inevitably evoke a strong sense of inferiority within him. Each time he visited, he kept his head down, obediently following whatever old Stan instructed, never daring to look around. Qin Luan felt a wave of helplessness. As a master of psychology, he fully understood Frank's feelings of inferiority. Such sentiments, accumulated over the years, could not be dispelled in a short time. Since Frank could not guide him, he had no choice but to slowly search for an inn along the main road of Audia town. Typically, an inn would not stray too far from the main thoroughfare. In fact, they had only walked for about 15 minutes when they spotted two small inns side by side along the roadside. Qin Luan pushed open the door of the first inn, and a cacophony of noise greeted his ears, in stark contrast to the desolate scene outside. This inn appeared to be thriving, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding gloom. The lobby was filled to capacity, with hardly any vacant seats in sight. Most of the patrons appeared to be local townsfolk, animatedly raising their glasses and engaging in loud conversation. Among them flitted glamorous courtesans, their vibrant makeup accentuating the lively atmosphere, yet the entrance of the two newcomers went unnoticed. Behind the bar stood a robust middle-aged man, diligently polishing the counter with a cloth. Upon noticing the arrival of guests, he furrowed his brow and summoned a waitress. "The two gentlemen are Dado." Just as the young waitress took a couple of steps forward, her words were cut short as she observed the leading young gentleman already turning to exit, followed silently by his masked, hunchbacked companion who carried a small leather suitcase. "Humph, how impressive!" The waitress muttered her dissatisfaction before turning away in a huff. After leaving the inn, Qin Luan promptly made his way to the nearby establishment. The second inn was evidently not as bustling as the first. Its lobby was only a third full of patrons, most of whom were older residents. The innkeeper was a somewhat aged woman, and the decor of her establishment appeared rather antiquated. The number of barmaids was significantly fewer than at the first inn, and they seemed to be older, clearly indicating that the two competing inns had long established their standings. Although the room availability remained uncertain, a discerning eye could easily perceive that this inn was considerably inferior to the first. Yet, a satisfied expression crossed Qin Luan's face as he removed his gloves and casually leaned against the bar. "Young sir, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here for a drink or to stay?" The innkeeper, a middle-aged woman with hints of fading beauty, inquired with a flirtatious smile. Despite her heavy makeup, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betrayed her true age. Qin Luan smiled slightly, sensing her cautious approach. It was likely that patrons of his stature had not graced her establishment in quite some time. "I am Dr. Stan, and I require 2 clean rooms for myself and my attendant, along with some food sent up on him. My companion has quite the appetite, so please add extra meat." Qin Luan produced a silver coin from his pocket and handed it over. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled. The coin bore the visage of the Duke from the Maze region, indicating a high silver content. This single coin represented her daily earnings, suggesting that fortune had favored her today. "Esteemed sir, do you require anything else?" she asked, her somewhat plump hand pressing against the coin, her middle finger subtly brushing against the back of Qin Luan's hand as she teasingly inquired, "Shall I arrange for a beautiful young lady to accompany you?" Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning a bit closer to the bar, and gently patted the innkeeper's ample hand, quietly responding, "That would be most kind of you. However, I would prefer a more mature lady, rather than one lacking in experience. Rest assured, you shall be pleased," the innkeeper replied with a mysterious smile, swaying her voluptuous figure as she summoned a staff member to escort Qin Luan and his companion to the second floor. "Young master, truly I would be fine staying in the storeroom or stable. There is no need to waste money," Frank said, feeling somewhat uneasy as he surveyed the clean guest room after the staff left. "Not at all. I intend to practice medicine in this town and require a proper attendant. A doctor's aide cannot always sleep in the storeroom," Qin Luan chuckled, giving Frank's broad shoulder a reassuring pat. After sending Frank away, he turned his attention to the guest room. The room was tidy, albeit it carried a faint musty odor. The town of Audia was nestled among hills and woodlands, resting in a low-lying area prone to mist and humidity. The presence of mildew in the inn suggested that its business was indeed lacking. Knock, knock, knock. As night descended upon Audia, Qin Luan, feigning sleep on the bed, heard a knock at the door. Rising with a smile, he opened it, only to raise an eyebrow in surprise at the sight before him. It appeared someone had formed a misunderstanding regarding his intentions. "Well, esteemed Dr. Stan, will you not invite me in for a chat? The alluring yet mature innkeeper, her eyes twinkling, lightly draped her fair, ample arm over Qin Luan's shoulder. Unlike their earlier encounter at the bar, she had changed into a pink off-the-shoulder dress, and her once visible crow's feet seemed to have vanished, replaced by an appearance free of age. The neckline of her dress strained against her curves, revealing an enticing cleavage and two supple mounds, in comparison to the youthful barmaids of the first inn. Despite her age, the innkeeper maintained a figure that had not lost its allure, and with some careful grooming, she exuded a unique charm. I did not expect the innkeeper to come personally to attend to me. Please, do come in, Qin Luan said, his gaze appreciative yet his heart unperturbed. Did you not request a more mature lady? Is it possible that Catherine does not meet your expectations? Not turned away, the innkeeper Catherine felt a surge of delight. Though her tone feigned inquiry, she leaned into Qin Luan, pressing his arm tightly against her ample bosom. Qin Luan offered a wry smile, rubbing his forehead with one hand while supporting the half-older woman who seemed to be leaning precariously on him. As he sat on the edge of the bed, gazing into her misty, alluring eyes, he produced a gold coin, which he twirled between his fingers. Handsome Dr. Stan, there is no need to rush. Allow Catherine to serve you first. The innkeeper's eyes brightened at the sight of the coin, shaking off the earlier allure. Yet, contrary to expectation, she did not reach for the coin. Instead, she pressed Qin Luan's hand against her soft, white bosom. Leaning closer to him, no, this coin is meant to inquire about certain matters from the beautiful innkeeper. Qin Luan sighed, realizing that he could no longer remain cryptic in light of her eager demeanor. With her momentary clarity, he swiftly expressed his true intentions. Oh? The innkeeper Catherine sat up straight, her curiosity piqued. Dear Catherine, are you familiar with the surname Stan? To prevent her from taking offense, Qin Luan flashed a charming smile. Slipping the coin into the deep valley of her bosom, while tightly wrapping his other arm around her voluptuous waist. Stan, I believe I have heard of it. Catherine's expression transformed into one of intrigue as she nestled closer to him. Her ample bosom brushing against his my father, Stan, was a frequent visitor to the town. However, my grandfather. Qin Luan's gaze flickered, hinting at the information he sought. Oh, I remember now. Old Mr. Stan was a renowned physician residing in the forested hills to the north of the town. But his son seemingly abandoned the practice. Are you the grandson of old Mr. Stan? Catherine finally pieced together her distant memories. Indeed, I have achieved some skill in medicine and wish to carry on my grandfather's legacy. I have heard rumors of an outbreak in the town and wish to offer my assistance, while casually obtaining a medical license. Qin Luan exhaled softly, continuing with his charming smile. I wonder if dear Miss Catherine might assist me? What would you like me to do? Catherine asked, her heart fluttering at being addressed as Miss. I wish to know all there is about the outbreak in town. Additionally, do you know someone named Stephen Albert? Qin Luan inquired with a cheerful demeanor. I possess many bits of gossip. It seems someone is suppressing information regarding the outbreak, Catherine said, her brow furrowing slightly. As for Stephen Albert, he is the eldest son of Baron Thomas Albert and has been deceased for over a year. Deceased? Chapter 5. The first experience of life after Catherine departed. Qin Luan lay quietly on the bed, resting his arms behind his head, lost in thought. Stephen Albert was truly dead. The first task assigned to him by the shattered starry sky required him to save a deceased individual. In such a small town, the death of a baronial heir was indeed significant. Many had witnessed the funeral of the Albert family, so it could not have been a fabrication, according to Catherine. Although the Albert family held hereditary baronial status, their fief only comprised a small grove and hillside on the outskirts of Audia. The land was neither extensive nor particularly valuable, and the family was distant from the political center of the Maze Duchy. Lacking any significant rivals, they lived a life of secluded nobility, free from conflict. Thus, it was unlikely that such a family would resort to faking a death for the sake of avoiding vengeance. Of course, Catherine was merely a humble innkeeper, and the information she provided could only serve as a reference. The true circumstances would require Qin Luan's own investigation. Reflecting on Catherine, a smile crept across Qin Luan's lips. This alluring innkeeper had granted him a novel experience in life. However, this physical pleasure was merely an experience for Qin Luan. Neither he nor joy had a genuine purpose for existence. For ordinary individuals, entering the shattered starry sky might represent a trial or an opportunity, yet for Qin Luan and joy, It was merely a curiosity for the new, aside from a slight sense of liberation from the constraints of confinement. The rest was merely indulgence in whimsy. Even now, with this otherworldly task, Qin Luan's primary consideration was not the completion of the task, but the exploration of the secrets behind TO exchange for another individual. One with hints of a task from another realm, it is only natural to assume that Stephen Albert is feigning death. Although Qin Luan lacked such certainty, it was undeniable that his previously nonchalant attitude had undergone a significant transformation. He now harbored a genuine fascination for this otherworldly mission. It is crucial to understand that the notion of salvation does not invariably pertain solely to life. Humanity can connect with many facets of rescue. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Qin Luan's eyes as he rose from his bed, pacing about the guest room in his bare skin. He felt an exhilarating surge of excitement welling up within him, compelling him to mutter softly to himself. To ascertain Stephen Albert's fate, one must penetrate the fortress of Baron Albert. Under ordinary circumstances, not even a young physician without a medical license, let alone a renowned doctor from the town, would receive an invitation from the master. However, the current situation deviated from the norm, as an epidemic had begun to sweep through the town. Despite Catherine divulging all information without reservation, succumbing to Qin Luan's allure, he sensed the existence of the information blockade mentioned by the proprietress. This epidemic had, in fact, manifested over a year prior, when a handful of outsiders had inexplicably collapsed on the streets of Audia town. Yet, the affliction they suffered was non-contagious, and these individuals struggled for over a month before succumbing to death. The recent outbreak commenced about 2 weeks ago, with townsfolk gradually falling ill and dying, leading to infections among those nearby. What began at the town's periphery has slowly expanded to engulf several neighboring areas. The connection to the earlier incident stems purely from the strikingly similar characteristics of the deceased. Their bodies began to rot from within, accompanied by a viscous, dark green substance. The situation in other towns remains unknown, but in Audia, a mysterious force persistently conceals the bodies of the afflicted, with even their families remaining tight-lipped. Within Catherine's gossip, several narratives emerged, some of which piqued Qin Luan's interest. One version posited that the origin of the plague lay in the woods over 100 miles from the town. Inhabited by a malevolent witch and her sinister creations, the epidemic was claimed to be a concoction of her wicked sorcery. Another theory suggested that the disease was brought by the outsiders from a year ago, lying dormant within the now deceased individuals until finally manifesting. This hypothesis garnered considerable support, as among the first casualties were several local doctors who had been the first to encounter the afflicted outsiders. However, another piece of information inadvertently revealed by Catherine caught Qin Luan's attention. Over a year ago, these outsiders had been received by Baron Thomas Albert upon their arrival in Audia. For the townspeople, this was hardly remarkable. These outsiders, adorned in lavish attire, whether merchants or minor nobility, received an invitation to the Albert Castle for a ball during their initial visit, which bore no hint of scandal. Yet, for Qin Luan, the implications contained therein were rather intriguing. Guests, having just been welcomed by their host, fell gravely ill and perished on their journey home, with the host remaining utterly unresponsive thereafter. Either these outsiders were merely temporary guests invited on a whim by the Baron, subsequently forgotten, or the Baron was powerless regarding their plight, or perhaps he even orchestrated their demise in secret. When one draws connections to the Baron's heir, Stephen Albert, who either passed away or feigned death over a year ago, the narrative grows all the more compelling. Qin Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He instinctively pinched his nose, as if catching a whiff of an intricate conspiracy. It appeared that he would need to consult his dear proprietress the following day to explore the profound truths of existence. Accompanied by a woman's piercing scream, the rhythmic creaking of the wooden bed in the guest room came to an abrupt halt. The proprietress, Catherine, lay sprawled upon the bed like a puddle of mud, glistening beads of sweat cascading from her golden locks into the deep valley between her bosoms. The woman urged the young man's head to rest against her ample, fair chest, gently tousling the dark fringe of his hair. Yet upon witnessing the clarity and brightness in his gaze, this voluptuous middle-aged beauty could not help but sigh inwardly. She knew she had failed to capture the young man's heart. Their relationship was naught but a fleeting dalliance. And at times, she felt as though she were merely a novel fruit he was sampling, young, handsome, charming, with a distinguished lineage and intellect. If only she could turn back the clock a decade, she would undoubtedly cling to him tenaciously, unwilling to let go. A strange thought flitted through Catherine's mind. Are you truly prepared to proceed with this? After a frenzied encounter, the proprietress finally regained her composure and broached the subject at hand. Well, you are my only acquaintance in Audia. I fear I must rely on your assistance. You will help me, won't you? Qin Luan squinted and chuckled lightly. Of course. I merely worry about the aftermath. I wouldn't want my dear to contract that dreadful illness. Catherine playfully jabbed Qin Luan's forehead with a delicate finger, chiding him with a smile. Fear not. In fact, I have already treated several patients at home, including myself and my attendant. It's simply that I lack a formal license and my reputation is modest. Audia has yet to catch wind of it. Qin Luan's gaze flickered as he smiled and replied, Moreover, the medicines required for such an epidemic are exceedingly rare. I would not entertain all patients indiscriminately. Will you still seek me out once you obtain your medical license? Catherine bit her lip, a rare flush gracing her cheeks. Certainly. My Catherine is the most splendid of lovers. Qin Luan's eyes glimmered as he playfully pinched the woman's cheek. Just a lover. Catherine felt a twinge of disappointment, yet her spirits quickly lifted. A sincere answer was 100 times preferable to false promises. The worldly proprietress had long since outgrown the whimsical fantasies of youth. 3 days later, in the central square of Audia town, a robust townsman suddenly clutched his chest in agony, gradually collapsing to the ground. A dark green substance oozing from his mouth. A chorus of women's screams erupted in the square, swiftly drawing the attention of all nearby to the afflicted man. The crowd cautiously gathered from all directions, encircling him, yet no one dared to offer assistance. Although the townsfolk had begun to grasp that an epidemic was afoot. Apart from the initial cases, no one had witnessed an outbreak in public since then. The symptoms of this affliction had spread, and nearly all townspeople were aware. While the mysterious force within the town had temporarily contained the situation, it could not quell the pervasive anxiety among the populace. In truth, should anyone in the town develop a fever or cold, their family would prevent them from venturing outside, resorting to all manner of subterfuge to conceal their condition. Not to mention that the town's doctors had all perished during the first wave of the outbreak. Even if they were alive, these individuals would prefer to traverse many miles to seek treatment from physicians in neighboring towns rather than disclose their plight to their neighbors. This was a contagious illness, and no one knew what kind of panic would ensue once the family members revealed their loved one's conditions, nor how they would be treated as a result. Silently falling ill, quietly seeking treatment, discreetly succumbing to their ailments, and clandestinely burying the dead. Everyone chose to indulge in a self-imposed delusion of ignorance. This was also the fundamental reason why Qin Luan had encountered such a bizarre and desolate situation upon his arrival in Audia, as well as the root of the epidemic spread to nearby towns. Naturally, it also explained why patients sought out Wellington, the young man without a medical license, for treatment, and the circumstances leading to Wellington's own demise. Make way! Make way! Clear a path! Just as the townspeople stood in bewilderment, gazing at the spectacle that shattered the fabricated tranquility of their community, a commotion arose at the edge of the crowd. A burly man, hunched over, waved his powerful arms, pushing the townsfolk aside. You fools, let Master Wellington through. The doctor from the Stan family will save this poor wretch. P.S. In deference to harmonious endeavors, this chapter has undergone some modifications, though it does not impede the reading experience. Chapter 6. False showcase and true drama. Upon hearing Frank's grating voice, the townspeople instinctively parted to create a path, turning to see a well-dressed young gentleman emerging from the throng. A small medical kit in hand, his handsome visage radiating confidence and warmth. The few doctors in Audia had long since perished, and while no one wished to speak of it, the townsfolk were well aware of the truth. They did not recognize the young man before them, nor did they believe he could cure the fierce epidemic that had baffled even the elder physicians. Yet, before confronting the harsh reality, a flicker of hope inevitably lingered within their hearts. Now, this slender hope was placed upon the shoulders of this young doctor, especially as the townsman's sudden collapse shattered the faade of peace that the entire town had maintained. He is gravely ill. There is no time to take him home. Qin Luan knelt beside the afflicted man, examining his eyes and tongue, then turned with a serious expression. Frank, gather some people to set up a small tent around here. I need to perform surgery immediately. Understood, sir. I'll fetch some people right away. Frank extricated himself from the throng and, after a brief moment, returned to the square accompanied by several young men from the town. Bearing some tarpaulins, a modest tent swiftly materialized at the center of the Grand Plaza in Adia, encircled on three sides, leaving one side exposed. It appeared that the young doctor required some illumination, and it seemed intentional to allow the onlookers a glimpse into the treatment process. Observing the events unfolding in alignment with his expectations, Qin Luan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. However, as he lowered his gaze, a frown creased his brow. The patient, who had been lying close by, exhibited erratic eye movements beneath closed eyelids, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, clearly having overheard Qin Luan's mention of surgery. Qin Luan extended two fingers, gently pressing against the carotid artery at the patient's neck. Soon, the patient's breathing began to steady, and the frantic movements of his eyes subsided. This time, it was indeed a fainting spell induced by cerebral hypoxia. Opening the medical kit, Qin Luan extracted a transparent vial, drew the liquid into a syringe, and injected it directly into the patient's arm vein until nothing remained. The contents of the vial were an anesthetic, derived from a particular plant indigenous to this world. After ensuring the patient was adequately anesthetized, Qin Luan donned a mask and thin gloves, retrieving a leather pouch from the medical kit that contained an entire set of surgical instruments. It seemed that the existence of rubber had yet to be discovered in this world, necessitating the use of cured animal skin as surgical gloves. In truth, the dosage of anesthetic Qin Luan administered was insufficient for general anesthesia and would not sustain a complete thoraco-abdominal procedure. Performing surgery in the dust-laden public square was an utterly absurd undertaking. Normally, regardless of the outcome of such a procedure, the patient would likely succumb to bacterial infection, with antibiotics proving futile in preventing postoperative complications. Yet at this moment, even though there were other doctors in Adia, none intervened to halt Qin Luan's actions. After all, this epidemic was a rapidly lethal infectious disease. Without intervention, death was inevitable. One might as well attempt to salvage a dying horse. Otherwise, should Qin Luan turn against them, they would surely face dire repercussions. However, if Adia indeed had qualified physicians, Qin Luan would not have proceeded in such a manner. His choice to perform surgery in broad daylight was a calculated move to elevate his own reputation. Should there have been other doctors present, they would inevitably encounter scrutiny afterward, which would be counterproductive. During this time, Qin Luan had studied several medical texts brought from the Stand Pavilion, gaining a fundamental understanding of the human anatomy and medical system in this world. Coupled with his extensive training in clinical medicine, he possessed a sufficient theoretical foundation. Although not a formally trained surgeon, his hands were likely steadier than those of most neurosurgeons. The moniker the dissector was not given lightly. Nevertheless, mere skill was not enough to guarantee the success of the operation. His true confidence stemmed from the world tree's flower essence. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luan focused his gaze, guiding the sharp scalpel along the patient's chest, down towards the navel, creating a wound as fine as a hair, with droplets of blood beginning to seep. After making a vertical incision, he proceeded to slice along either side of the patient's collarbone, angling inward to create a Y-shaped incision. In reality, this technique was not a conventional surgical method. It resembled that of a physician dissecting a cadaver. However, lacking modern imaging equipment, he could not discern the specific conditions within the patient's body with a single incision. Having breached the skin and flesh, Qin Luan forcefully pried apart the patient's sternum, revealing a bloody thoracic cavity. Due to the inadequate anesthetic dosage, the patient displayed a fleeting expression of pain, and the heart began to race. Recognizing the need to expedite the procedure, Qin Luan understood that prolonging it would surely lead to the patient's demise. His gaze soon fell upon the green spots scattered across the patient's internal organs. These green specks resembled mold. Although the organs had yet to begin decomposing, a foul odor permeated the thoracic cavity. Qin Luan refrained from attempting to remove these green spots, as they signified extensive infection, akin to the full spread of cancer cells, rendering any surgical effort futile. However, since this procedure was merely a FAAD, he had no cause for concern regarding those green spots. With a swift motion, Qin Luan excised a severely infected section of the small intestine from the patient, then retrieved Frank's flat flask, pouring approximately half a flask of the diluted world tree flower essence into the patient, followed by the remainder of the essence, which he evenly distributed within the thoracic cavity. The world tree essence did not disappoint. The green mold spots retreated at a visibly rapid pace, as if confronted by a natural adversary. Even the previously pained patient began to relax, a hint of relief surfacing on his face. Qin Luan exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding towards a waitress from a nearby inn who had come to assist him, signaling her to wipe his brow before commencing to suture the wound. Within half an hour, he had completed the impromptu surgery with remarkable speed. The patient's family, alerted by the news, carried the now conscious victim out of the tent, and as Frank proudly displayed the decayed green intestine to the onlookers. The plaza in Adia erupted into long-suppressed cheers. Long live Morrison. Is he truly all right now? Catherine inquired anxiously, gazing at the young man. Of course. As long as the family burns all items Morrison has come into contact with and prevents any further infection, he should gradually recover, Qin Luan replied, leisurely savoring the pastries Catherine had brought. That's a relief. Catherine exhaled, her gaze igniting with fervor as she considered the young man. That lad is exceptionally fortunate. Indeed, both he and I have enjoyed a stroke of luck, Qin Luan remarked, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. The fortunate were not limited to Morrison. His own fortune was equally commendable. This interdimensional task, under normal circumstances, could not have been accomplished so seamlessly. He was currently traversing a shortcut, aided by the World Tree Flower Essence provided by Mafa.at noon. The surgical showcase in the town square was, in fact, the result of Qin Luan's request to Catherine. Morrison was merely a neighbor known to Catherine, who had recently begun exhibiting symptoms of the epidemic and was on the verge of being sent out of town by his family. This robust young man was not in the throes of a severe illness, and his fainting spell in the square was feigned. The subsequent surgery, however, was entirely genuine. Qin Luan had indeed saved his life. This surgical display had been meticulously planned by Qin Luan even before his arrival in Adia. He had chosen Catherine's inn over a more prosperous establishment for two reasons. The proprietor of the latter was a middle-aged man, while Catherine was a middle-aged woman. Furthermore, the owner of the thriving inn would be less susceptible to monetary persuasion. Women, by nature, are more inquisitive. Matters that men might shy away from probing would be thoroughly uncovered by women. Additionally, with Catherine's inn struggling, she was more likely to succumb to financial inducements. Qin Luan had initially intended to utilize the limited funds he possessed to persuade Catherine to orchestrate this surgical spectacle. However, he was pleasantly surprised by how fitting his chosen subject proved to be. Although a slight compromise of decorum was necessary, Catherine had successfully located Morrison, which was a significant assist. Had he approached the middle-aged man who also owned an inn? Even if he could have been bribed, it would have been implausible to find someone like Morrison who could transform a mere pretense into a genuine ACT. As for Morrison's family, their communication had been seamless. With a glimmer of hope for healing, how could they refuse to cooperate with Qin Luan in staging this performance? Moreover, if Morrison were to be cured, the charade would naturally evolve into reality. As the decayed green intestine had indeed been extracted from Morrison's belly, with the testimonies of the onlooking townsfolk, the surgical showcase achieved resounding success. Now, the only matter occupying Qin Luan's thoughts was when Baron Albert would send someone to extend an invitation. In the days that followed, Catherine's inn became the epicenter of the town. The townsfolk, who had previously concealed their illnesses, began to emerge, eagerly inviting Qin Luan to treat their ailing family members. The middle-aged innkeeper beamed with delight. It had been years since her establishment had enjoyed such thriving business. In the evenings, she attended to Qin Luan with remarkable diligence. Regarding the townspeople's request for treatment, Qin Luan neither refused nor readily agreed. Remaining particularly discerning in selecting his patients, he had already exhausted 2 full drops of the World Tree Flower Essence, and the diminutive crystal vial now held a maximum of 4 drops. Further waste on the townsfolk was out of the question. However, not all afflicted townspeople were suffering from the peculiar epidemic. Qin Luan discerned several individuals with merely ordinary ailments. These individuals were ideal candidates for treatment, and he employed the antibiotic concoction, comparable to gold in this world, derived from wisteria, which proved remarkably effective. When the 5th cured townsman emerged from Catherine's inn, a messenger from Baron Albert finally arrived, extending an invitation for Qin Luan to visit the castle on the outskirts of town. Chapter 7. Castle Albert in the town of Adia. A remarkable physician capable of curing the plague emerged. And this news spread not only throughout Adia, but also to several nearby villages in the days that followed. In fact, by then, patients from distant places were already arriving to seek his aid. When the concealed truth of the town eventually came to light, the townsfolk were horrified to discover that the number of infected individuals exceeded all expectations. Aside from a few surrounding villages, the town boasted nearly 700 residents, among whom, astonishingly, 30 to 40 had contracted the illness. The infected included both men and women, young and old. While at first glance, the figures might seem trivial against a backdrop of 700. One must consider that in the Earth Federation where Qin Luan resided, in cities with populations in the millions, the mere report of dozens infected with a deadly plague would send the entire populace into a state of panic and fear. Although the inhabitants of Qin Luan's world were not as fearful of death as modern humans, the infection rate was enough to shatter everyone's psychological defenses. It was no wonder that a mysterious force within the town sought to suppress the truth, fearing that its revelation would incite chaos and exacerbate the situation. Though Baron Albert did not directly govern Audia, he was the true ruler of the land, with even the town's mayor being his appointee. As Catherine adjusted Qin Luan's collar, she incessantly admonished him, urging him to temper his pride in the presence of the Baron and to exhibit humility. Qin Luan quirked the corner of his mouth. While her counsel was sound in ordinary circumstances, it was ill-suited for the present moment. In this instance, it was not Baron Albert who held dominion over the land, but rather the physician capable of healing the plague. Nevertheless, the young man refrained from contradicting the middle-aged woman, instead narrowing his eyes as he savored an unfamiliar emotion. Gurgle, gurgle. The rhythmic sound of the carriage axle turning filled the air as Qin Luan drew back the white silk curtain of the carriage, peering through the intricately carved window to observe the scenery outside. The carriage had already departed from Audia and was traversing a muddy path on the outskirts, flanked by tall, lush trees. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows upon the withered leaves below. After a moment of gazing, he lowered the curtain, closed his eyes within the carriage, and began to organize the information that Catherine had provided. Castle Albert stood atop the highest slope in this mountainous region, with a steep cliff behind it, beneath which flowed the great river that irrigated the entire area, the semicircular Jiguang River. The river's current was swift, with its narrowest point measuring over 30 meters in width. It was, in fact, a tributary of the Jiguang River that Qin Luan had encountered on the very night he arrived in this world. The several towns surrounding Audia were all located along the inner curve of the Jiguang River, on the southern bank, forming a small cluster of human settlements. Opposite the river lay the Miser Duchy's largest untouched forest, the Maya Forest. According to ancient local legends, the Maya Forest was home to an evil witch and the sinister creatures under her dominion. This region was divided by the Jiguang River, separating the Maya Forest from human habitation. Viewed from above, the river resembled a white arm embracing the human settlements, while Castle Albert served as a watchtower at the arm's forefront. With Audia being the central town of human habitation just behind Iti, in addition to the astonishing tales of the witch, local legends also spoke of another related rumor that it was said that the first Baron of the Albert family was dispatched by the Duke of Miser to guard this mountainous region against the malevolent beings of the Maya Forest. Legend had it that over 300 years ago, a great war erupted between humans and these evil creatures, culminating in the knights led by Baron Albert driving back the witch and her wicked minions, restoring peace to the Audia region. Reflecting upon this information, Qin Luan understood. With such a historical legend in the Audia region, it was no wonder that when the plague arose, the townsfolk would associate it with the witch and dark magic of the Maya Forest. To be frank, Qin Luan held some skepticism regarding the tales of the witch, doubting the ancient legends from over 3 centuries past. Despite having experienced time travel and witnessed the grandeur of shattered starry skies defying natural laws, he still harbored an innate resistance to supernatural phenomena. It was not surprising that Qin Luan felt this way. When he had first been admitted to the psychiatric hospital, his mind had been plagued by even more absurd hallucinations. Were it not for those persistent mental delusions, he would never have embarked on the path of destiny that awaited him. After a time traversing the woodland path, the carriage finally emerged from the trees and ascended a well-maintained mountain road. Before darkness fell, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient castle. Stepping down from the carriage, Qin Luan gazed at the fortress before him, his eyebrows gradually rising in astonishment. Behind him, the hunchbacked servant's eyes widened, likely in shock as he struggled to keep his mouth agape beneath his mask. Unlike ordinary noble castles, this fortress was grand and imposing, with its main stronghold rising over 30 meters high, connected to 4 secondary towers, each exceeding 10 meters, resembling loyal sentinels guarding their master. From the front, the castle presented a peculiar triangular shape. Most astonishingly, the castle was not part of the cliff upon which they stood. A chasm approximately 50 meters wide and hundreds of meters deep lay between them. Castle Albert stood independently on the opposing steep precipice, linked by a massive stone bridge merely 10 meters wide. Gazing at the broad, solid gates of the castle across the chasm, Qin Luan's eyes flickered. Perhaps some of the legends recounted by Catherine contained elements of truth. The first Baron Albert, upon arriving in the Audia region, likely bore the responsibility of guarding the territory for the Duchy of Mysore. Rather than merely a noble castle, this edifice resembled a military fortress. The surface of the stone bridge appeared immaculate, with stone balustrades on either side, each adorned with a crouching stone beast sculpture at intervals. These statues, in various forms, included some with bat-like wings and devilish heads, capturing Qin Luan's attention, for they resembled not wild beasts but rather mythical monstrosities. In no time, they reached the far end of the 50-meter stone bridge, where the baron's appointed coachman and messenger guided Qin Luan and his servant to the castle's entrance before turning to depart. At that moment, the towering castle gates swung wide open, revealing an elderly but sprightly steward with graying hair. Accompanied by a group of servants, standing by the door to welcome Qin Luan on behalf of their master. Esteemed Dr. Stan, I am Jason, the steward of the castle. The Baron is already aware of your arrival and awaits you in the hall. Please, follow me. The elderly steward placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Qin Luan lightly lifted his hat in return, following the steward into the castle. Inside Castle Albert, the atmosphere was not as solemn and imposing as its exterior suggested. Perhaps it had once served as a military stronghold centuries ago, but it had since transformed into an ordinary noble castle. A cobblestone path stretched from the castle entrance toward the main keep, flanked by meticulously trimmed lawns, with a charming little fountain adorned by a stone statue of a cherub, far more pleasing to the eye than the fearsome beast statues outside. Welcome, young Dr. Stan. Upon entering the castle hall, a sprightly gentleman in formal attire nodded politely at Qin Luan. Recognizing him as the castle's master, Baron Thomas Albert, Qin Luan promptly removed his hat and respectfully bowed, casting a sidelong glance at the contemporary baron. Thomas Albert appeared to be in his 50s, with a ruddy complexion and a seemingly robust health. His eyes sparkled, and he sported a handlebar mustache, though a slight beer belly was evident. Thank you for your kind invitation. Wellington Stan salutes you. Please, just call me Wellington, my lord. As the two conversed, the steward Jason took Qin Luan's hat and coat, draping them over his arm. Well then, Wellington, you must be weary from your journey from Audia. Please, allow Jason to show you to your guest room to rest. I have prepared a dinner for you, and we shall meet again shortly. The old baron's voice resonated with warmth, devoid of any haughty airs typical of nobility. After their brief exchange, the steward Jason led Qin Luan through the hall, ascending the grand staircase at its center, toward the guest rooms on the second floor, as for Qin Luan's hunchback servant. Frank, he lacked the standing to enter the VIP quarters, and was instead escorted by other servants to a standard guest room. Jason guided Qin Luan through the corridor to the guest rooms. A melodious young woman's voice echoed behind them. Oh, is this the esteemed Dr. Stan who has cured plague patients in Audia? Qin Luan paused, half turning to regard the newcomer. Behind him stood a noblewoman clad in a whalebone gown, her slender figure accentuated by a wide-brimmed hat and a delicate white veil obscuring her face, suggesting she had just returned from outside. While her features were concealed, her voice indicated she was a young woman. A slight stirring occurred within Qin Luan, and he inclined his head in greeting, choosing not to speak. Miss Laura, this is indeed Dr. Stan. We just brought him from Audia. The steward Jason timely introduced. Miss Laura is the Baron's most cherished daughter. It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful Miss Laura. Qin Luan's face broke into a gentle and charming smile. The killer sensed that Miss Laura, who had just returned from outside, was not merely encountering him by chance in the hallway but was intentionally waiting for him. What good fortune! A flicker of amusement glinted in Qin Luan's eyes. He had not anticipated that upon entering the Albert Castle, a pure and innocent little lamb would approach him so eagerly. Chapter 8. The Peculiar delighted to meet you, Dr. Stan. You appear even younger than I had envisioned, Laura Albert said, slightly bending to curtsy while holding the hem of her whalebone skirt. Straightening up, she inquired, "I have heard that you performed surgery on a townsperson in the square of Adia. Is that correct?" Was this a challenge? Qin Luan's gaze flickered. Although he could not see Laura's expression, he sensed the weight of her serious eyes concealed beneath her veil. Ahem. Before Qin Luan could respond, an old butler, Jason, nearby cleared his throat. "I beg your pardon. Please forgive my intrusion." Laura momentarily paused, quickly realizing that her question was rather impolite towards Qin Luan. "Thank you for all you have done for Adia. Please do not take offense. It is merely my duty as a physician," Qin Luan replied with a smile and a nod. Laura appeared somewhat flustered. After her apology, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed past the two of them. Following Qin Luan's rescue of a person in the town square, the townsfolk were most intrigued by the miraculous potion he had administered, while the surgery itself went largely unmentioned. This is understandable, as surgical procedures in this era were not shrouded in mystery. The townspeople regarded his actions as a matter of course for a doctor. Without any sense of awe, why did Laura Albert show more interest in a physician's routine surgical procedure than in his magical potion, the elixir of the world tree? What compelled this well-mannered, noble young lady to abandon her reserve and wait impatiently in the corridor, even foregoing changing out of her outdoor attire, just to inquire about an obvious fact, and to thank him for all he had done for Adia? Gazing at the girl's retreating figure, a faint smile appeared on Qin Luan's face. It seemed that this journey to the ancient castle would be filled with intriguing events. "If you require anything further, please do not hesitate to have the servants inform me," the old butler, Jason, led Qin Luan into a grand guest room, somewhat awkwardly closing the door behind him. The demeanor of the young mistress in the corridor had left this typically meticulous elder feeling quite embarrassed, considering he had been the one to educate the Albert family's descendants in matters of etiquette since their youth. Although the old butler understood Laura's motivations, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, amidst this guilt, he found himself harboring an unexpected fondness for Qin Luan. This young doctor had maintained a gracious smile throughout their encounter, not once inquiring about Laura, as if her offense were a trivial matter. What a young man of remarkable upbringing! Jason couldn't help but form a professional assessment befitting a noble butler. After the old butler departed, Qin Luan turned his attention to the opulent guest room he now occupied. The space was vast, measuring nearly 100 square meters. At its center stood a grand wooden double bed draped with silk curtains, adorned with tassels, and flanked by two mahogany nightstands, one of which held an exquisite glass lamp. At the rear of the room were two small double windows, while the walls displayed decorative pastoral oil paintings. To the right, a small salon comprised of several sandalwood armchairs and a tea table was situated, behind which stood an elegant tall wine cabinet. To the left was a long writing desk, equipped with stationery, a quill pen, and an ink pot. Observing the elegant and substantial mahogany furnishings, Qin Luan nodded slightly. It was evident that this noble family, with a lineage spanning centuries, possessed an extraordinary estate. Any single piece of this wooden furniture could be deemed a valuable antique were it to be placed outside. Yet within the Albert Castle, they were merely ordinary furnishings for guests. Qin Luan stepped forward and seated himself at the writing desk, extracting a quill from the pen holder. Rubbing the soft feathers of the quill's end, he slowly fell into contemplation. Adia Town, the Albert family, the military castle. Dipping the quill into the ink pot, he penned several words on the stationery. After a moment's thought, he inscribed the names Thomas Albert and Laura Albert beneath those words, finally pausing to add the name of his objective, Stephen Albert. Tap, tap, tap. As he pondered, Qin Luan's fingers rhythmically drummed on the table, and the quill unconsciously sketched chaotic black lines between the words. Suddenly, he felt a chill breeze sweep across the nape of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Frowning slightly, he turned to see that one of the double windows on the back wall had swung open, its wooden frame slamming against the outer wall of the room with a resounding thud. Did the maid responsible for cleaning forget to close it? Rising, Qin Luan tore the page with the words into pieces and approached the window. Upon reaching the window, he was astonished to realize that his guest room faced the side of the castle opposite the Maya forest, with the external wall connecting to a sheer 90-degree cliff. The sky had darkened considerably, and the abyss below seemed thick with impenetrable darkness. The cold wind outside, laden with moisture, rushed in, splattering droplets of water onto Qin Luan's face, sending a shiver through him. Had it begun to rain? Wiping his face, he casually tore the note into several pieces and cast them over the cliff in the mere span of seconds it took to close the window. The solitary raindrops outside transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain and wind pounded against the wooden frame, echoing like a rhythmic knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. A genuine knock resounded from the door on the opposite side of the room. Yet combined with the darkness he had seen outside the window and the raging storm, it caused a peculiar flutter in Qin Luan's heart. Dr. Stan, the dinner is ready. His Excellency the Baron has sent me to invite you. Jason's voice came from outside the door. I shall come at once, Qin Luan replied, his gaze flickering momentarily to the medical kit in the corner before he turned to approach the door. Behind him, the now closed window trembled slightly under the assault of the wind and rain. Water began to seep through the window frame, leaving a damp stain on the sill. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated the now empty guest room amidst the storm outside. In that instant, a peculiar handprint materialized within the damp stain on the windowsill. Following the old butler, Qin Luan entered the dining hall of Albert Castle. The hall was expansive, with a long dining table at its center. Attended by several serving maids along the walls, a few members of the Albert family were already seated at the table, and upon seeing Qin Luan enter, Baron Thomas Albert, seated at the head, nodded in acknowledgement. The old butler guided him to the seat immediately to the left of the Baron. Opposite Qin Luan sat a golden-haired young man who bore a striking resemblance to the Baron. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, robustly built, exuding an air of confidence. Clad only in a V-neck white shirt and lacking formal attire, he appeared somewhat wild and unruly. To the young man's left sat Laura Albert, who, though still wearing her whalebone skirt, had removed her veil, revealing a serene and tranquil oval face, as he had suspected. This melodious-voiced young lady was indeed a standard beauty. To Laura's left, also on Qin Luan's side, sat a little girl of around 7 or 8 years old. Dressed in a princess gown, she had a cascade of soft golden curls and fair skin, delicate as if sculpted from porcelain. Resembling a beautiful Barbie doll at that moment, she was gazing curiously at the unfamiliar young man beside her with her wide, bright blue eyes. Upon seeing the girl's cherubic face, Qin Luan was suddenly reminded of that little muddlehead who should still be in the moonlight forest. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch the soft flesh of the girl's cheek, offering her a friendly smile. The little girl, completely unprepared for Qin Luan's sudden gesture, stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss. Hee, it seems our Dr. Stan has taken quite a liking to little Elizabeth. The old Baron chuckled heartily from the head of the table. Please forgive my intrusion, Miss Elizabeth, Qin Luan said, grinning at the young beauty. Though while his mouth formed an apology, everyone in the dining hall felt the lack of sincerity in his tone. I detest this childish body. Everyone treats me like a little kid. Little Elizabeth finally regained her composure, glaring at Qin Luan and furiously stabbing at her steak with her knife and fork. The little one's fierce actions and her childish voice sent the entire dining hall into fits of laughter. Qin Luan held his wine glass, slowly surveying the members of the dining table. Following his brief exchange with Elizabeth, the distance between the Albert family members and himself had considerably narrowed, and amidst their orderly dining, friendly conversations flowed. Dr. Stan, pardon my impertinence. Did you truly extract that infected organ from the townsman in the square and cure him in front of everyone? During the meal, the golden-haired youth opposite Qin Luan finally broached the subject. Another inquiry regarding the surgery. Qin Luan frowned slightly. Both Laura and the Baron's son, Bonnie Albert, had conspicuously avoided discussing the suspicious potion, opting instead to question the most ordinary of surgical procedures. Could it be that I have overlooked something? Or perhaps, Qin Luan's gaze flickered as he set down his wine glass, that villager was merely fortunate to receive timely treatment. The duration of his infection with that peculiar plague was brief, and the affected areas within his body were concentrated in one spot, which is why he could be saved. Qin Luan articulated cautiously, furthermore, I possess a family heirloom remedy that appears to have a somewhat remarkable effect in suppressing this plague. As Qin Luan's vague explanation reached their ears, the Albert family exchanged bewildered glances. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, my Lord Baron. I shall continue to do my utmost to serve every townsfolk of Audia. Might I inquire if the Baron has any further instructions? With a shift in thought, Qin Luan wiped his mouth, rose and inquired with a smile. "Well, you have just arrived at the castle today, and the hour is late. Perhaps we shall speak of it tomorrow." The old baron hesitated, glancing in Qin Luan's direction, then replied with a smile, "If you do not wish to rest just yet, feel free to explore the castle. The scenery here is splendid. From the heights of the castle, one can behold the entirety of Audia town." Chapter 9. Illusions. After the banquet concluded, Qin Luan strolled through the castle with his hands clasped behind his back. It was now nighttime, yet it was still too early to retire for rest. This time of day would typically be ideal for the host to entertain guests with tea and casual conversation. However, due to the questioning from Baron Albert's son, Bonnie Albert, during the banquet, it was evident that Baron Albert could no longer extend an invitation for tea and conversation. Qin Luan now held the identity of a physician, and moreover, a guest who had come to treat the plague. Avoiding this topic would undoubtedly be impolite, yet to revisit it in the current circumstances would carry an air of interrogation, which was not the manner in which nobility entertained guests. Furthermore, the Baroness family was not composed of physicians. Questioning another's professional domain once could be deemed curiosity, but a second inquiry would strip away even the most basic etiquette, as a hereditary nobleman. Baron Thomas Albert could not behave in such a manner, of course. The Baron was still unaware that his daughter, Miss Laura, had already questioned Qin Luan once before. The interior of Albert Castle was vast, with the main keep and four surrounding outbuildings interconnected by suspended stone bridges. In contrast, the Albert family and their servants within the castle were relatively few, lending an air of desolation. By day, the castle appeared magnificent from the outside, yet at night, this colossal edifice perched upon the cliff, devoid of human presence, took on a somewhat eerie and foreboding aspect. Should a flock of crows gather nearby and caw a few times, one might well believe it to be a haunted fortress. As Qin Luan was a guest invited by the Baron, and the host had mentioned the freedom to explore, he enjoyed unobstructed access throughout the castle. Naturally, Qin Luan was not so brazen as to wander into the host's private chambers or study. Instead, he meandered through the castle, seeking to familiarize himself with its internal structure and terrain, while harboring another undisclosed objective. How does one access the parapet? Qin Luan recalled the Baron's words about being able to see the entirety of Audia from the heights of the castle, prompting him to stop a passing maid in the corridor and inquire. Here, the parapet refers to a battlement constructed atop the castle's outer walls, akin to a corridor of additional walls affixed to the exterior of the castle, positioned above the main keep. As for Audia, it not only refers to Audia town but also broadly encompasses the region inhabited by humans centered around Audia town. After receiving directions from the maid, Qin Luan swiftly navigated through the castle's labyrinthine corridors and arrived outside the parapet. At that moment, the torrential rain outside had ceased, and a cool breeze laden with moisture enveloped Qin Luan, providing immense relief. The twinkling lights of several small towns below resembled a scattering of stars, reflecting a serene and tranquil moonlit night. Is Audia beautiful? A clear, youthful voice broke through the darkness. Qin Luan turned to see a small figure emerge from the shadowy corner of the parapet. "Miss Elizabeth?" He regarded the charming little princess of the Baron with surprise, asking, "Are you not accompanied by any servants? I do not require their care." Elizabeth shook her head like a miniature adult, her expression serious. Qin Luan, smiling, assessed the adorable little girl, and even with his typically indifferent demeanor, he could not help but acknowledge her captivating charm. "Indeed, you are quite lovely, but it is quite windy here. Miss Elizabeth should return to her room and rest." Qin Luan crouched in front of the little girl, reaching out to grasp her arm gently. "I do not wish to sleep yet. Mr. Stan, may I ride on your shoulders? I am too short to see the distant night view of Audia." Elizabeth puffed out her cheeks, unabashedly making her request. "Very well, but once you have seen it, we shall return, shall we?" Qin Luan placed his hands under Elizabeth's armpits, lifting her onto his shoulders, yet he soon raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "Oh, why are you cold and damp? Have you been caught in the rain? So beautiful." Elizabeth did not respond to Qin Luan, but instead spread her little arms wide, as if attempting to embrace the entirety of Audia within her small grasp. "Wellington, have you been caught in the rain? Miss Elizabeth, you should address me as Mr. Stan." Qin Luan's sense of peculiarity reached an unparalleled intensity. Yet he answered honestly, "I seldom get caught in the rain, nor do I particularly enjoy wet weather." Regardless of whether it is a psychiatric hospital or a high-security prison in Handan, rainy days render the once cramped cells even colder and damper. For Qin Luan to enjoy rainy days would be absurd. I can sense that you are speaking the truth this time, Elizabeth murmured to herself while gazing into the distance. I, too, dislike rainy days. There is no sun on rainy days, and I have not seen the sun in a long time. Sometimes, I truly wish to stand here all night until I witness the sunrise on the horizon. This time, you are speaking the truth. Then what about the previous times? Perhaps this little one could serve as a breakthrough. Qin Luan's expression darkened, his gaze flashing as he inquired in a low voice. Miss Elizabeth, it seems your family does not believe I can cure the plague? Hee. Only the Albert family can protect Audia. Elizabeth's childlike laughter rang out, melodious and delightful. My father once said that Audia is the responsibility of the Albert family for 1,000 years. A millennium of guardianship, a millennium of glory. No one can replace the Alberts in safeguarding this land. What a heavy burden that is. Is your father the Lord Baron or Lord Bonnie? Qin Luan smiled noncommittally. Debating such topics with a little girl was rather tedious. No, not them now. Please put me down. I must return to sleep. Elizabeth laughed, playfully patting Qin Luan on the head. Thank you, Wellington. You are a good person. Do not run too fast, Miss Elizabeth. Being issued a good person card by a little girl left Qin Luan wearing a helpless expression as he watched Elizabeth skip away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Not even an 8-year-old girl in this castle believes I can cure the plague. As Qin Luan pondered, he slowly made his way toward his guest room. No, if they truly did not believe at all, they would not question the surgical process. The very fact that they questioned it indicated that the Albert family remained uncertain regarding the efficacy of surgery against the plague. Conversely, their lack of inquiry regarding the widely circulated potion among the townsfolk, the world tree flower extract, suggested that they did not believe a remedy could exist for the plague. This family must possess some insider knowledge, perhaps even a clear understanding of the origins of the plague. Furthermore, Elizabeth mentioned that she was neither the Baron's daughter nor Bonnie Albert's daughter. Could she be the daughter of that individual? Stephen Albert? Lost in thought, Qin Luan finally arrived at the door to his guest room. Upon entering and closing the door behind him, he instinctively swept his gaze across the empty room. When his eyes landed on a certain spot, the killer's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinholes. Ugh! Qin Luan doubled over in pain, retching, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he instinctively covered his face, letting out a low, beast-like growl from his throat. A bloody and brutal aura emanated from the killer, permeating the room, and through the gaps between his fingers covering his face, 2 frenzied crimson beams shot forth. Simultaneously, in a bedroom somewhere in the castle, a figure seemed to be startled, sitting upright in bed, 2 faint blue flames flickering to life in the darkness. This direction, such a brutal and terrifying aura. The figure murmured to themselves, I originally thought the scent of blood on him was merely a consequence of his profession as a doctor. How foolish I have been. I never anticipated that our Dr. Stan is not a little lamb, but rather a great gray wolf. Should I inform them? No, perhaps I shall refrain for now. How delightful this shall be. Hee, the soft laughter gradually faded from the room, and the figure lay back down, soon succumbing to even breathing. Meanwhile, in another room, Qin Luan had reached his limit, teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Damn it, another hallucination has arisen. It is intentional, deliberate. The beast-like growl rolled forth from Qin Luan's lips. This is impossible. No, Joyd. This is not the hallucination we have experienced. Qin Luan's tone shifted as he struggled fiercely. Leave it to me, leave it to me. The roar echoed once more. No, this place is too strange. It will fail, it will lead to death. Qin Luan knelt on the ground, clutching his head, violently pounding against the floor. Let me in. Ah no, let me in. I promise, I promise. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid knocking resounded from outside the door. Dr. Stan, are you in there? The voice of the old butler, Jason, echoed from beyond the door. Remember, you must remember, you promised. You promised. Qin Luan's body stiffened slightly, the low growl in his throat gradually subsiding. Butler Jason, I apologize. I just knocked something over. Qin Luan, drenched in sweat, slowly rose from the floor, his face as pale as a ghost. Ah? Do you need me to call someone to come in and clean up? The old butler inquired, puzzled. No, that's unnecessary. I've already tidied up a bit, so there's no need to trouble you. Qin Luan replied firmly. After dismissing the old butler, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions, turning once again to gaze at the desk against the wall with a complex expression. On the desk lay a crumpled note, quietly resting on the surface, inscribed with several names and geographical locations. Between these words, chaotic black lines sprawled across the paper, reminiscent of a child's doodles. This was indeed the very letter that Qin Luan had torn to shreds and cast into the abyss during the storm. However, this paper now bore no signs of damage, nor any traces of being soaked by rain. Yet, at the bottom of the note, a line of elegant handwriting had mysteriously appeared. Please save us. Chapter 10. The Fifth. Albert, such a mysterious occurrence would likely instill a sense of fear and trepidation in an ordinary person. However, Qin Luan was somewhat different, having once lived for an extended period enveloped in terrifying delusions as a murderer. The shock this note inflicted upon him was far greater than that on an average individual, even allowing him to sense a peculiar aura lingering within the guest room. Aura, a term imbued with profound significance. All beings in the universe, regardless of their intelligence, possess various forms of aura. Though this aura is intangible and imperceptible, it undeniably exists. Of course, this aura does not refer to any magical force field, but rather the actions, sounds, scents, and expressions exhibited by sentient beings in their daily lives, which, when perceived by others, evoke physiological and psychological responses. For instance, even in a contemporary society that advocates equality, the majority of ordinary individuals experience an involuntary quickening of their heartbeat, sweaty palms, and subtle shifts in their psyche and behavior upon encountering those in positions of authority. Students invariably dread the prospect of their teachers contacting their parents. Even criminals, when confronted by police officers who are not pursuing them, often exhibit signs of guilt and anxiety. Sentient beings, including humans as the pinnacle of existence, possess substantial auras, particularly certain exceptional individuals. An outstanding orator can stir the hearts of a crowd, igniting an uproar. A skilled politician can lead an entire nation astray, giving rise to fervent cults of personality. At times, this aura can be sensed without direct interaction. Those in positions of power can influence their surroundings, thereby affecting other lives. For example, a perceptive employee can gauge their superior's attention to their work through shifts in the office atmosphere. An astute student can discern whether their homeroom teacher is observing them from outside without needing to look back. Qin Luan, too, possessed a certain aura, albeit one that occasionally remained concealed. In truth, those familiar with his background, such as Lin Feng and others, were aware that the young man harbored dual personalities. The murderer, Joy, relished in killing, while Qin Luan himself was reluctant to harm life. However, they were oblivious to the hidden commonality between Joy and Qin Luan. During the incident at Base 91, Joy Foster fed the beautiful Dr. Hu Fei to a zombie. Upon awakening, Qin Luan merely offered an apology to Nurse Xiao Lian. Yet, upon reflection, that apology was merely a formality. Did Qin Luan genuinely feel sorrow or regret? Absolutely not. While he was disinclined to actively inflict harm, thus far, he had been as indifferent to life as Joy. Beneath his refined and charming smile lay a heart devoid of compassion. Qin Luan's attitude towards life stemmed from severe psychological trauma incurred during his childhood. When he transformed into Joy, this distorted perspective morphed into the terrifying aura of a killer. This perverse perception, viewing sentient beings as mere sustenance or debris beneath his feet, gradually developed over years of his murderous existence. By now, this aura had fully formed, and any sensitive life form would instinctively react upon Joy's appearance. This was precisely why someone within the castle could discern Qin Luan's true nature. Naturally, the residual aura within Qin Luan's room did not belong to him. In his perception, it was an exceedingly strange and novel experience, even severely stimulating the murderer Joy Foster. Once his emotions had calmed slightly, Qin Luan's gaze shifted toward the medical box in the corner. Opening the box, he meticulously examined all the instruments and vials within. Due to the hints from the otherworldly task, Qin Luan understood that within Albert's castle, there must be some hidden connection to a plague. As a doctor who had treated plague victims, he was likely under some form of surveillance and scrutiny, making his medical box a prime target. Qin Luan was acutely aware that his medical box held no secrets. However, this did not prevent him from using it as bait. This was also the reason he had not returned to his room directly after the banquet, instead meandering through the castle to afford the watchers time to inspect the medical box. Yet, upon finishing his examination, Qin Luan furrowed his brow. None of the instruments or vials bore any fingerprints or traces. No one had touched the medical box. He arrived at a reluctant conclusion. While gloves could obscure fingerprints, he had intentionally sprinkled a fine layer of powder over these items. Anyone who had touched them would inevitably leave some trace. Could it be that supernatural entities, such as ghosts, truly existed? Turning his head, he gazed at the note on the desk, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, this was not the first time Qin Luan had entertained such an idea. When Catherine informed him that Stephen Albert had been deceased for over a year, the same thought had crossed his mind. The otherworldly task required him to save Stephen Albert. However, the term save did not necessarily imply preserving life. It could also mean redeeming one's soul. Naturally, for a murderer long tormented by hallucinations, he would never believe in ghosts without first-hand evidence. On the first night Dr. Stan arrived at Albert's castle, many found themselves sleepless, including Qin Luan and Catherine, the innkeeper in distant Adia town. Meanwhile, in another guest room of Albert's castle, a loud snore echoed through the darkness, and through the moonlight streaming into the room, a large shadow could be seen lying on the expansive wooden bed. Amidst the booming snores, a white figure suddenly flitted past the foot of the bed. The figure moved silently, gliding around the wooden bed at a steady pace, as if assessing the enormous form lying upon it, before vanishing back into the shadows. In and out, it resembled an eerie ghost floating in midair. One thing Qin Luan had not miscalculated was that there indeed lurked a watcher within Albert's castle. However, this watcher was exceedingly cautious, choosing not to target him immediately, but rather opting to observe his servant. As the saying goes, where there is a master, there is a servant. Sometimes, merely observing the servant can reveal much about the master. Clearly, this watcher understood this principle, while the perpetually solitary Qin Luan remained oblivious. After the white figure withdrew, the snoring in the room abruptly ceased. The hunchbacked, ugly man jolted upright in bed, his triangular eyes gleaming brightly. What on earth is happening? How could there be something strange in the Baron's castle? The hunchbacked man scratched his scalp in frustration, mumbling to himself, "Should I inform young Master Wellington? No, the young master's affairs are at a critical juncture. I shouldn't burden him with my troubles." The watcher, observing Frank, could never have anticipated that the hunchbacked servant would notice his presence. Of course, for Frank to perceive a watcher that the vast majority of others in the castle could not. The reason was shockingly straightforward. Just as Qin Luan had previously remarked, this was indeed a most intriguing situation. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Luan, who had only just fallen asleep at dawn, was roused from his slumber by the old butler's knocking. "Dr. Stan, did you not sleep well last night?" The old butler, gazing at the bloodshot eyes of the young man, spoke with surprise. In unfamiliar surroundings, I often find it difficult to sleep." Qin Luan replied with a wry smile. "Oh, I see. I apologize. Would you like to continue resting for a while, or would you prefer to have some breakfast first?" The old butler inquired with a look of concern. Has the Baron awakened yet?" Qin Luan pondered for a moment before asking. "In fact, it was the master who sent me to request your presence for morning tea." The old butler hesitated briefly before responding truthfully. "The Baron must have some important matters to discuss with me." Qin Luan smiled and replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall freshen up and join you shortly. You need not stand on ceremony. We have already prepared everything for you." The elderly steward smiled as he clapped his hands, prompting several maids, each carrying a cup of water and a towel, to file in from the guest room door. Following this, Qin Luan became as pliable as a puppet, allowing the maids to tend to him, indulging in the luxurious treatment befitting a nobleman. Apart from swishing mouthwash around in his mouth, even the simple act of wiping his face with a towel was deftly handled by the maids. How considerate and meticulous! At this moment, Qin Luan finally began to comprehend why so many individuals he had read about in books fervently pursued wealth and power. Such a noble lifestyle was indeed a dream cherished by many. When the elderly steward escorted Qin Luan into the castle courtyard, the old baron was seated beneath an umbrella, savoring his morning coffee and tea. "Dr. Stan, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." The baron smiled at Qin Luan, apologizing for waking him so early, noting that he appeared to be in need of more rest. "No matter. It is merely my poor sleeping habits," Qin Luan replied with a wave of his hand. Expressing gratitude for the Baron's generous hospitality the previous night, remarking that he had yet to repay Wellington in any measure. "I presume you have matters to discuss with me." and I am at your service should my humble abilities be of any assistance. Dr. Stan, you are too kind. The old baron pondered for a moment before speaking. Since you are so forthright, I shall dispense with any circumlocution. I summoned you not only to express the gratitude of the town of Audia, but indeed, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Please, instruct me. Qin Luan's gaze flickered, and his smile grew increasingly warm. The 4 members of the Albert family you encountered last night are not the entirety of them. The baron's tone turned grave as he struggled to continue. In truth, there is another member of the Albert family residing in the castle whom you have yet to meet. As Qin Luan conversed with the baron over tea in the courtyard, an unseen figure stealthily slipped through the slightly ajar door of his vacant guest room. The youth had departed with the elderly steward in haste that morning, leaving the curtains in the room drawn and the light dim. Casting a shadowy ambience, the figure murmured softly, retrieving a pearl-sized luminous stone from within their clothing, which cast a faint glow, illuminating the room anew. Seemingly familiar with the room's layout, the figure hesitated only briefly before advancing toward the medicine chest that Qin Luan had placed in the corner. However, halfway there, their attention was drawn to a solitary sheet of stationery resting on the nearby desk. Initially, the desk had held a stack of notes, but now only this single sheet remained, the others having been disposed of by Qin Luan. This particular sheet had mysteriously returned to the desk after being cast off a cliff by Qin Luan. Yet this time, all the writing on the sheet had been obscured with ink, rendering it illegible. Qin Luan's reasoning was simple. If it could not be discarded, then it would be concealed. The figure picked up the stationery, scrutinizing it under the glow of the luminous stone, only to find the writing indistinguishable. Nonetheless, as they ran their fingers across the surface, a glimmer of delight appeared on their face. The stationery of this era was relatively thick, and since Qin Luan was not of this world, he was unaccustomed to using quill pens. Thus, he had written with such force that marks had bled through to the reverse side. Once the figure returned to their own quarters, they could easily reveal the imprints on the back using charcoal or similar means. Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind them, and a gust of cold wind swept against their back. The figure shivered, turning to see a window wide open, the strong wind billowing the curtains outward. Letting out a sigh of relief, they intended to step away but inexplicably halted, turning back toward the window to draw the curtains shut. Suddenly, with a bang, one of the window's small panes snapped back, colliding with the figure's elbow resting on the windowsill. A sharp intake of breath followed. They felt a tingling numbness in their arm, as though they had struck a nerve. "Oh no," the figure gasped softly, noticing the sheet of stationery they had been holding slip from their grasp, whisked away by the wind. Hastily, they reached out to catch it, but alas! The paper tore in their hand, most of it scattering into the air, leaving them with only a small corner. "What bad luck!" the figure muttered bitterly, gazing outside with a flicker of confusion in their eyes. They sensed that the sheet had been torn apart by an unseen force before they could seize it. Staring at the fragment in their hand, they felt helpless, realizing it lacked any discernible text. With the stationery gone, the figure finally directed their attention back to the medicine chest in the corner. Qin Luan sipped his tea, using the cup to shield his flickering gaze. The killer was not a man of eloquence. Under normal circumstances, he concealed himself behind a gentle smile. Although during his month-long stay in the Moonlight Forest, Evlight Polglow Academy had taught various etiquette and social graces inspired by the shattered starry skies, the time had been too short for Qin Luan to adeptly navigate the nuances of conversation. Fortunately, the old baron before him was not the cunning goblin elder in their relatively candid exchange. He finally gleaned the information he was most concerned about. Baron Thomas Albert had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His wife had passed away and he had not remarried. His elder son, Stephen Albert, had died over a year ago. His younger son, Bonnie Albert, was 24 years old, while his daughter, Laura Albert, was 20 years old and had already crossed paths with Qin Luan during the dinner the previous night. To Qin Luan's astonishment, the 5th member of the Albert family mentioned by the Baron was not the deceased Stephen, but rather Stephen's other child, the Baron's grandson, Miller Albert. The Baron summoned Qin Luan not only to convey the gratitude of the Audia officials, but primarily to seek his help in treating a grave illness. The Baron's only grandson, Miller Albert, had also contracted that dreadful plague. No wonder Laura had disregarded the modesty expected of a young lady and stood in the castle corridor waiting for him without changing her attire. No wonder Bonnie had questioned the validity of Qin Luan's surgery during such an informal gathering. If the afflicted was their own nephew, everything fell into place, however. Qin Luan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing there were still oversights and unresolved doubts, particularly regarding that supernatural note pleading for help. The rapid onset of the plague should have compelled the Baron to relay this grim news to him the previous day. Setting down his teacup, Qin Luan spoke with gravity. Let us first ascertain the condition of young Master Miller. Without seeking the Baron's consent, he rose abruptly, interrupting the half-finished morning as a doctor. This was his prerogative. Not even a Baron, nor a king, could oppose him without risking the accusation of murder. Steward Jason, please summon a maid to fetch my attendant and bring my medical kit from the guest room. I must attend to young Master Miller. As you wish, the elderly steward bowed solemnly. The Albert family members' quarters were located on the upper levels of the main castle, which had a tower-like structure. With each ascending floor becoming increasingly smaller, the upper levels, distanced from the servants' quarters, were typically quiet, with only a few maids responsible for cleaning. As a result, the atmosphere felt particularly desolate. The staircase leading to the upper levels creaked underfoot, its age evident as it groaned under the weight of those ascending, in stark contrast to the bustling lower levels of the castle. This area felt like a different world altogether, imbued with a somber and chilly ambience. Steward Jason led the group to the door of a bedroom near the top of the main castle and halted. However, instead of opening the door, he took a few steps back, positioning himself behind the others. Qin Luan, slightly taken aback, did not dwell on it and stepped forward to turn the doorknob himself. No. The Baron and the elderly steward gasped in unison, seemingly forgetting to inform the young doctor of something crucial. Fortunately, as soon as Qin Luan pushed the door open, his countenance changed, and he quickly recoiled. Slamming the door shut with a resounding clap, he turned, his voice harsh and demanding, "What is going on? Why is there such a heavy scent of plague emanating from within this room?" The Baron and the steward exchanged wry smiles at the doctor's grim expression, offering no reproach for his brusque remarks. "Fetch some alcohol and damp towels," Qin Luan commanded, observing the two men as hesitant and faltering expressions. Despite his vehement tone, given the circumstances, it would have been reasonable for Qin Luan to curse aloud. Upon entering the room, the deathly aura had warned him that the environment was uninhabitable, the severity comparable to that of the former Stan's building. It was worth noting that the character he replaced, Wellington Stan, had perished in such a contaminated environment, nearly dragging the robust hunchbacked servant Frank to his demise as well. Once the servants downstairs brought the towels and alcohol, the hunchbacked servant also arrived with the medical kit, trailed by two other members of the Albert family, Laura and Bonnie. Merely not having seen that little imp named Elizabeth, one might surmise that others wished to keep her from the patient. Qin Luan dampened a towel with alcohol, covering his mouth and nose before re-entering the room. He swiftly opened the window, allowing the fierce winds from outside the castle to disperse the toxic air that had accumulated within. Observing the doctor's actions, the members of the Albert family exchanged knowing glances but refrained from voicing any opinions. Although the old butler, Jason, seemed initially inclined to speak, he was silenced by a look from Baron Albert. Once the death toll warnings ceased, Qin Luan entered the bedroom once more, scrutinizing the small boy lying on the ornate bed. Miller Albert, 10 years old, the second youngest member of the Albert family, grandson of Baron Thomas Albert, eldest son of Stephen Albert, and nephew to Bonnie and Laura. He was Elizabeth's brother. The unconscious boy on the bed appeared pallid, frail, and emaciated. Beneath the voluminous bedcovers, his form scarcely suggested the outline of a human being. Were it not for the small head protruding from the sheets, anyone entering the room might not even realize a living soul lay within. Qin Luan seated himself on a wooden stool brought by Frank, meticulously examining the young lad, a peculiar glint gradually appearing in his eyes. The boy's mouth contained a small amount of green liquid, and both his lips and tongue bore a slight greenish hue, indicating he had indeed contracted that bizarre illness. However, unlike the patients he had encountered in Audia Town, this boy, though emaciated and unconscious, exhibited steady breathing, a robust heartbeat, and a strong pulse, nothing like a dying patient. During his examination of young Miller, Qin Luan made an intriguing discovery. The boy had developed bed sores on his back. How long had he lain in that bed? A month, 2 months, or perhaps over a year? A strange smile crept onto Qin Luan's lips. This was truly fascinating. Could it be that this young boy was? Chapter 12. The source of the plague. Frank. Qin Luan softly beckoned the servant, taking the medical kit from his hands. After rummaging through it, he extracted a small vial containing a viscous, milky white liquid interspersed with bubbles. Gazing at the vial, Qin Luan's expression fluctuated, yet he soon made a firm decision. It had been over 10 days since he entered this world, and he was finally nearing the core secrets of his otherworldly mission. While other methods could achieve similar results, they would compromise the Albert family's good standing. It was crucial to maintain that relationship, as it might one day serve as a crucial leverage point, and at the very least, it would not hinder the continuation of his mission. However, having exerted so much effort thus far, he now faced the first significant challenge and test of his task. The boy before him, Miller Albert, was that very test. Should he exhibit any signs of helplessness regarding the boy's condition, it was likely that the Albert family would no longer welcome him as a guest. With this thought, Qin Luan squinted, gently propping up young Miller, opening his mouth, and pouring the entirety of the milky liquid down the boy's throat. The Albert family members silently observed the proceedings, their expressions impassive as they awaited the outcome. And even Baron Albert's second son, Bonnie, displayed a hint of skepticism. It was no surprise, given that young Miller had seen countless doctors and ingested numerous medicines over the past year, including several royal physicians dispatched by Duke Heir. Yet his condition had shown no signs of improvement. Those royal physicians had tragically succumbed to the plague on their journey home. The truth behind the foreigner incident that circulated in Adia town was not that those royal physicians had brought the plague to the town. Rather, the plague had originated from within Albert Castle itself. Young Miller was the source of the outbreak in the Adia region. Initially, Baron Albert feared that this scandal would tarnish the family's reputation in Adia, leading him to conceal the truth. Simultaneously, a mysterious force that aided in covering up the plague's existence in Adia town also emanated from Albert Castle. However, the skepticism etched on the faces of the Albert family members soon morphed into surprise. For after consuming the milky liquid, the boy's face flushed with color, a subtle change that, while not immediately apparent, was unmistakable evidence that Qin Luan's administered potion had begun to take effect. Sitting beside the bed, Qin Luan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, gently laying the boy back down, standing up and gesturing for everyone to exit Miller's room. "Dr. Stan, how is young Miller?" the impatient Bonnie inquired as they stepped out. His tone finally laced with a hint of respect compared to the previous night. "Your lordship, please prepare a quiet room. I have some inquiries to make." Qin Luan disregarded Bonnie, frowning and casting an unhappy glance at the old baron. Oddly enough, his slightly rude demeanor did not seem to offend the Albert family members present. Instead, they appeared somewhat sheepish, unable to meet the young doctor's gaze. Moments later, old butler Jason led everyone to a large conference room in the castle. After the servants prepared some tea and pastries, all the attendants, including Jason and Frank, exited the room, leaving only Qin Luan and the Albert family members behind. A peculiar silence enveloped the room. However, it was Qin Luan, who had initially sought to initiate conversation, who now remained silent, leisurely sipping his tea and regarding the assembly with an indifferent expression. Qin Luan was not an eloquent speaker capable of effortlessly overpowering others with his rhetoric. Yet, as a master of psychology, he was rapidly honing his skills in controlling the dynamics of the situation. Through his recent treatment, he had demonstrated his ability to restore young Miller to health, thus naturally possessing the right to steer the conversation. He could discern the weight of Miller's significance to the Albert family. The Albert lineage was slender, situated in a remote region of the Duchy of Heir, struggling to find suitable noble matches for marriage. Presently, Miller was the sole heir of the third generation of this family. Hence, both for familial and personal reasons, the Albert family could not afford to abandon the young lad. If Qin Luan failed to seize this opportunity to glean vital information, it would amount to a waste of the time he had invested in this charade. The two men of the Albert family, Thomas Albert and Bonnie Albert, were expressions of uncertainty, rendered speechless. Though Qin Luan had yet to speak, they were acutely aware of the inquiries he was likely to pose, some of which contained sensitive information they were unwilling or unable to disclose. Noticing the silence, Laura shot an irritated glance at her father and brother, breaking the stalemate. The beautiful young woman harbored a deep affection for her nephew, Miller. She would stop at nothing to ensure even the slightest hope of his recovery. "Respected Dr. Stan, what is young Miller's condition? He has been afflicted for over a year. Do you not yet comprehend the nature of his illness? Qin Luan's gaze flickered as he set down his teacup. This was a question he had to address, while also hoping to provoke a response from the Albert family members. I harbor grave doubts about whether he is truly one of your kin. That room has been suffused with the miasma of illness. It seems you are intent on his demise. No, that is not the case, Bonnie exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Allow me to address this, the old baron finally sighed heavily. Since Dr. Stan possesses the ability to cure Miller, he naturally deserves to know the entirety of the matter. Given Miller's condition, even a layman could ascertain that the poor boy has been bedridden for an extended period. Qin Luan's deduction was correct. The source of the plague in the Adia region was indeed young Miller. Over a year prior, Miller had contracted this affliction, the cause of which Baron Albert could only feign ignorance. Throughout the past year, the Albert family had exhausted every means, spending lavishly on rare medicines and even beseeching Duke Meiser to send royal physicians to treat Miller, but to no avail in the early stages of Miller's illness. The contagion had not yet reached alarming levels. Only those who came into direct contact with him were at risk of infection. The royal physicians and several servants within the castle had succumbed to this fate. Strangely, however, other members of the Albert family remained immune to the contagion. Yet, today, more than a year later, the disease had mutated. The outbreak that had occurred in Adia town over a month ago was actually transmitted by a maid responsible for cleaning Miller's room. At that time, no one realized that Miller's illness had already mutated to the point of airborne transmission. Several local doctors in Adia town had tragically perished while attempting to treat the afflicted. Subsequently, the upper echelons of the castle ceased allowing servants to handle any tasks, even cleaning Miller's room, which was now entirely entrusted to Miss Laura. Only members of the Albert family could approach Miller. As for the closure of Miller's room's doors and windows, it was a precaution to prevent the virus from spreading, which could potentially lead to an outbreak across the entire Adia region. The Albert family, priding themselves as the guardians of Adia, could not allow that to happen. Dr. Stan, since you possess the means to heal the plague, we will certainly no longer isolate the young lad. The old baron cautiously inquired, the medicine you administered earlier appears to have been remarkably effective for Miller. Might it be capable of completely curing this affliction? Leaning against his chair, Qin Luan's gaze flickered slightly. The old baron's explanation had provided him with nearly all the patient history a doctor would require to understand the case. However, he is not an ordinary physician. This half-truth explanation merely corroborates some of his conjectures. To be precise, it does not delve into the true nature of the plague that Qin Luan seeks to comprehend, nor does it unveil the genuine secrets of the Albert family. Shao Miller contracted the plague over a year ago, and Stephen Albert passed away more than a year prior. What kind of connection exists between these events? What transpired during that time, given that the other members of the Albert family are immune to the plague? Why then did Shao Miller fall victim to it? How did Stephen meet his demise? And what about the peculiar plea for help scrawled on the strange stationery in his room last night? Fascinating indeed. A smile crept upon Qin Luan's lips. The family and the castle seemed to be shrouded in layers of mystery, justifying the significant wager he placed moments ago. In truth, the vial of liquid he administered to Shao Miller was nothing more than a gamble. It was neither a medicine nor the essence of the world tree. Rather, it was an experimental concoction he had distilled at the Catherine Inn, from the moment Qin Luan entered this world. Through his encounters with Frank, the hunchback servant, and the healed Morrison at the Stan cottage, he arrived at a singular conclusion. The essence of the world tree and the plague virus are substances of entirely opposing natures. In other words, if the essence of the world tree embodies life, then the plague virus embodies death. These two are sworn enemies, incapable of coexisting. Once an ordinary person contracts the plague, the vitality of their organs and cells is devoured by the virus. Akin to how cancer cells invade normal cells, inflicting irreparable harm upon the body and ultimately resulting in death. Despite lacking modern medical instruments, Qin Luan, during his examination of Shao Miller, made a vague discovery that led him to a hypothesis that even he found somewhat absurd. He discerned that the Albert family indeed possesses immunity to this plague. Zai Miller's survival thus far can be attributed to a symbiotic relationship established between his immune system and the plague. It can now be asserted that Shao Miller is a host for the plague virus, with both existing in a state of codependence. Should the virus be expelled, Shao Miller would inevitably be on the brink of death. As for the milky white potion Qin Luan had given him, P.S. Today has been quite busy, but the two updates remain unchanged. the second update will be late. For those who cannot wait, please check back tomorrow. Chapter 13. Gambling, seeking red tickets and favorites. The human physiological structure in this world bears over 99 similarity to that of Earth, and the medical system is remarkably akin, although certain elements and medicinal extracts differ from those on Earth. Qin Luan himself had learned a comprehensive set of clinical medicine while in Handan prison, and upon entering this world, he compared it with a few foundational medical texts acquired through Stan Cottage, making him undoubtedly a competent physician in medical theory. From his initial encounter with the plague virus through Frank to performing surgery on Morrison in the town square, Qin Luan collected samples of the plague virus. With Stan Cottage now burned down, he lacked suitable experimental vessels. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from conducting some rudimentary tests. Through these experiments, Qin Luan confirmed two hypotheses. The first was that the plague virus is a living microorganism with an insatiable appetite, essentially a cancer cell magnified 100-fold in potency against the humans of this world. The second hypothesis posited that while this plague virus struggles to coexist with other biological cells, it is not entirely impossible to neutralize it. Utilizing the essence of the world tree at hand, Qin Luan arrived at a conclusion. If the essence of the world tree embodies life, the plague virus embodies death. This is why the essence of the world tree can expel the plague virus. The properties of life and death cannot coexist. However, by chance, Qin Luan discovered that these two properties could, under certain circumstances, achieve a state of equilibrium. This revelation occurred a few days after he had cured Morrison, during a time when the Albert Castle had yet to extend an invitation to him. While plague patients in the town of Audia continued to arrive in droves, among these patients, he identified a nursing mother who had recently given birth, remarkably surviving a week without succumbing to the illness. Upon examining her, he found her survival was due to a simple reason. Her breast milk contained a high concentration of life essence, which partially counteracted the deathly attributes of the plague virus, delaying the onset of the disease. This unexpected finding sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Qin Luan. Using breast milk as a base and harmonizing agent, he introduced a diluted quantity of the essence of the world tree into the plague virus. Through multiple trials, he succeeded in producing a nutrient solution with a shelf life of only 3 to 4 days. This nutrient solution could postpone the onset of the plague, extending the life of patients by about a week. Qin Luan expended 2 drops of the essence of the world tree for this experiment, seemingly sacrificing the principle for a secondary gain. It is worth noting that he had only used 2 drops to save both Frank and Morrison. In truth, Qin Luan hoped to obtain this weakened version of the nutrient solution. He had long suspected a connection between the plague and the Albert family, and his performance was aimed at garnering their invitation. His intention in visiting Albert Castle was not solely to save lives, but to explore and fulfill his otherworldly quest. The nutrient solution could only prolong life, not provide a cure, thus allowing him more time to linger in the castle. Upon meeting Schaumiller, he realized he had inadvertently created the optimal remedy for the young lad. The balance between the plague within Schaumiller and his immune system had been achieved. However, due to years of being bedridden, his physical condition was far from promising. While the nutrient solution could not cure him, it was nonetheless a superfood infused with the essence of the world tree, significantly benefiting Miller's health. Qin Luan's sole concern was whether the balanced nutrient solution, when interacting with Miller's own state of equilibrium, might yield adverse effects. After all, the nutrient solution also contained the plague virus. Fortunately, Qin Luan's gamble paid off. Miller's body accepted the nourishment from the nutrient solution. The diluted essence of the world tree, mediated by the breast milk, did not engage in violent conflict with the plague virus residing within the boy. Qin Luan's mind whirled as he offered a vague response to the old baron's inquiry. "We shall need to observe for a few more days. If my potion does indeed benefit Master Miller's health, it is possible that as his bodily functions improve, he may awaken." Qin Luan lifted his teacup anew and spoke slowly. "However, this potion is exceedingly precious, and the preparation process is quite intricate. Some materials will need to be procured from the town of Audia. Boney, have Jason fetch the medications stored within the castle, and let Dr. Stan examine whether there are any suitable materials for the concoction." The old baron exchanged glances with his family, a glimmer of amusement appearing in their eyes. In their view, Qin Luan's assertions regarding the potion's rarity and complexity naturally implied a demand for compensation. Nevertheless, this was only to be expected. This young doctor, capable of resolving a plague that even the royal court physicians could not, and saving Audia and Schaumiller, How could the Albert family be stingy with a mere pittance? It was said that Dr. Stan had yet to acquire a formal medical license. For a physician of your caliber, such an oversight is nothing short of an insult. Once this matter is resolved, the Albert family will gladly vouch for you, the old baron solemnly promised. Qin Luan smiled quietly. He did not require a medical license, as long as he could continue his stay at Albert Castle. He had already achieved his goal. Moments later, the old steward Jason returned with a basket of medicinal reagents. Qin Luan perused the vials, aware that these items were of little use to him. Breast milk is not a medicine, and the essence of the world tree is not of this world. However, replenishing his stock of anesthetics and antibiotics, which had been depleted, would be quite advantageous. Suddenly, Qin Luan's hand froze as he gazed at a small vial. His pupils narrowing. The vial bore the letters JR. Upon closer inspection, he noticed other vials marked with HCYP and other letters. Observing these vials adorned with uppercase letters, Qin Luan's gaze flickered uncertainly. Perhaps the members of the Albert family believed these letters signified the names of the medicines. But he understood that these seemingly medicinal names were not names at all, for within his own medical kit, he possessed several unique vials marked with uppercase letters, such as that breast milk nutrient solution. These medicines are unmarked, and only the physicians who possess them know what they are. These are special formulations prepared privately by the doctors of this era. The vial of nutrient solution bore the label S. T. Which is not a name, but the uppercase initial of the Stan surname. The doctors of the Stan family identify these special medications not by their names, but by the colors of the vials. The medicines in this basket are not part of the castle's supplies, but rather the private stocks of certain physicians, those who perished within Albert Castle. Touching the cold vials, Qin Luan felt goosebumps rise on the back of his hand. Selecting a few ordinary anesthetics and antibiotics, he gestured for the old steward to take the basket of medicines away. The items I require are not here. I will send my attendant Frank to procure supplies from a few nearby towns. Qin Luan rose from his seat and made his way to the door, stating in the coming days, I shall remain to observe Master Miller's condition. I apologize for the intrusion. Dr. Stan, there is no need for formality. It is the privilege of the Albert family to have Master Miller under your care. The old baron, accompanied by his two children, rose to express his gratitude to Qin Luan, while the elderly steward promptly handed him a silk pouch. With a swift motion, Qin Luan tossed the pouch in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he walked alongside Frank through the castle's courtyard. The pouch was filled with gold coins, a payment from the Albert family for his procurement of materials, as well as his remuneration for the milky white potion. Frank, how did your inquiries fare? Qin Luan discreetly asked as he glanced around. Young Master Wellington, the matter is no secret among the castle's servants. I've discerned its general location, though I still need to inspect it in person, Frank replied, scratching his head with a deep voice. Very well, remember, aside from the items I instructed you to purchase in town, wait for me on the 4th day before dawn, across the stone bridge of the castle. Conceal yourself well, do not let others see you. Qin Luan advised softly, tossing the entire bag of coins to Frank. Master, surely this is too much, Frank stuttered, nearly spilling the pouch as he trembled. Yes, all yours, from now on. You shall be the chief steward of the Stan family. Qin Luan grinned, reflecting on how the gold coins of this world served little purpose for him, as he was ultimately destined to return to the shattered starry sky. It was better to entrust everything to Frank, fulfilling a prior promise. This would provide his loyal servant with a means of sustenance after his departure, serving as Frank's wages for this period. Frank remained silent, but solemnly accepted the pouch. Departing the castle without looking back, vanishing at the end of the mountain path, Dr. Stan, out for a morning stroll again. Indeed, Jason, it has become a habit. Qin Luan jogged past the stone bridge, smiling and waving to the elderly steward and the tailor in the courtyard. The past few days had been uneventful for Qin Luan within the castle. He observed little Miller's health and engaged in light conversation with several members of the Albert family. However, every evening, the young doctor would isolate himself in his room, instructing the steward Jason not to allow anyone to disturb him, for that was when he prepared his potions. Each morning, he would venture outside for a half-hour walk before returning. Over the course of several days, the entire castle became aware of this routine. Yet, there was nothing particularly curious about it. The quiet of night aided the doctor's focus in potion-making, and morning runs were perfectly normal. On the 3rd night after the hunchbacked servant's departure, Precisely an hour before dawn, a shadow slipped through the small gate of the castle, disappearing into the darkness along the stone bridge. Chapter 14. The Coffin Master. This way, a massive shadow emerged from the woods beside the mountain path, beckoning to the figure that had just crossed the stone bridge. None other than Qin Luan. He had deliberately created the impression of an early morning jogger among the castle's inhabitants in preparation for this moment. Though he had set out more than an hour earlier than usual today, even if discovered by the castle servants, they would likely assume he was simply unable to sleep and had risen early to run, thus avoiding suspicion. Have you found the location? Qin Luan glanced back at the castle, pulling Frank into the woods. Yes, Master. In fact, I returned yesterday and spent the day hidden in the woods without anyone noticing. Frank whispered. Take me there. Our time is limited. I must return immediately after dawn. Qin Luan urged as they dashed into a small grove on the mountainside, gradually vanishing into the shadows. Shortly after their departure, a slight whirlwind began to swirl at the spot they had just occupied, and a vague white figure appeared, seemingly gazing upward before drifting away in the direction they had gone. The Albert Castle was perched atop a steep, sword-like cliff, connected to the opposing cliff by a solitary stone bridge. Behind the castle lay a formidable ravine, overlooking the Maya Great Forest across the river. The cliff connected to the stone bridge was actually a gentle slope rising approximately 200 meters, with a winding dirt road that served as the passage between the castle and several small towns below. The summit was level, adorned with sparse trees, and it was within this grove that Qin Luan and Frank now navigated in darkness. Master, this is the spot. After about 10 minutes, the hunchbacked servant halted before a stone tablet. Dig it up, Qin Luan said, glancing at the sky before picking up a shovel from the ground. Master, allow me. Frank quickly extended his hand. No, we must work together. Time is of the essence, Qin Luan insisted, shaking his head as he resumed his labor. Soon, the stone tablet toppled, revealing a large pit in the earth beneath, exposing a coffin. Open it. Qin Luan's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the coffin. Yes, Master, Frank replied, spitting into his palm, grasping the tool, and leaping into the grave, driving a chisel into the seam of the coffin lid. The sharp clinks echoed in the silent night, mingling with the chirps of insects, while the hazy moonlight illuminated the fallen stone tablet, revealing its inscription. Stephen Albert, Fenite Era 1694-1732. This was the grave of Stephen Albert. In truth, this grove served as the family cemetery of the Alberts, surrounded by the remains of their ancestors. The death of Stephen Albert was no secret. Nearly everyone in the town of Adia was aware that the Albert family claimed he died of illness, though they did not disclose whether it was due to an epidemic. Just days prior, upon arriving at Albert Castle, Qin Luan had instructed Frank to inquire among the castle's servants about the cause of Stephen's death and the location of his grave. Naturally, all the questions were crafted by Qin Luan, comprising simple and subtle inquiries, such as casually asking about their father and brother, Stephen's whereabouts through Elizabeth or Laura, to ascertain whether he was interred in the family cemetery. Qin Luan understood that the Albert family would have likely unified their outward statements, and thus, these questions should not arouse the servant's suspicion, allowing him to confirm the grave's location. In fact, even without the matter concerning Little Miller, Qin Luan would have, at the appropriate time, sent Frank away from the castle to search for Stephen's grave. For the hunchbacked servant, who had long been accustomed to exhuming bodies for medical research, knowing the general direction of the grave was a trivial task. Creak. The coffin emitted a piercing sound as Frank, applying his considerable strength, quickly pried open the sealed lid. Bang. The lid was cast aside by the hunchbacked servant. How can this be? Frank exclaimed in shock at the opened coffin. Ha ha ha. Qin Luan's dark laughter echoed in the dim graveyard. Just as I suspected. His eyes gleamed as he cracked his knuckles. Under the faint moonlight, the coffin of Stephen Albert lay empty, devoid of any corpse. Master, could it be that Stephen is still alive? Frank turned in surprise to look at Qin Luan. The hunchbacked servant had initially believed his master sought Stephen's corpse for some form of medical research. Unable to fathom how Stephen's identity differed from that of any ordinary corpse, whether he was alive remained uncertain. Qin Luan shook his head, opting not to explain anything to Frank. The hunchbacked servant did not need to know these details. But, just as Qin Luan was about to instruct the servant to rebury the coffin, A sudden chill crept up his spine, causing an inexplicable shiver. He spun around swiftly, swinging the shovel violently behind him. Clang! The shovel met empty air, and Qin Luan stumbled, the iron head crashing to the ground and sparking. "What is the matter, master?" Frank scrambled out of the grave, clutching his hammer and chisel, standing beside his master. Was that merely an illusion? No, something's amiss. Qin Luan squinted, a hint of crimson appearing in his pupils. This is the second time. Qin Luan called out into the vacant woods before him, his voice steady. "If you have something to say to me, then show yourself, master." The hunchbacked servant gripped his tools tightly, nervously eyeing the eerie, dim woods before them. He had long dealt with the corpses in the cemetery and was no stranger to the current situation. Each time the graveyard fell silent, devoid of the chirping insects, he would witness strange phenomena. And now, the cemetery felt precisely so, an unsettling silence enveloping them, as if they were isolated in another realm belonging to the deceased. Beware! From the darkest shadows ahead, a ghostly white figure flickered, drifting unpredictably through the woods. The figure appeared to be a long-haired woman clad in a white dress. She raised a hand towards them, her hazy visage revealing a gaping black void, seemingly at the position of her mouth, as a barely audible warning resonated. "Master, be careful." Just as Qin Luan focused intently on the white figure, a harsh shout akin to a broken gong rang in his ear. Before Qin Luan could react, he felt a forceful shove from his side, sending him crashing to the ground. The strength was so overwhelming that he rolled several times in the dirt. It was Frank. Qin Luan tightened his arms, shielding his head and face, fully aware that it was the hunchbacked servant who had knocked him down. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Frank, the demon within him would undoubtedly have failed to react in time. "What is this creature?" As Qin Luan clumsily rolled over and regained his footing, he was taken aback by the scene before him. There, the massive hunchbacked servant was entangled with a creature sporting bat-like wings, nearly at shoulder height to an adult, as they wrestled on the ground. The creature was entirely black, its wings resembling those of a bat. With a demonic head adorned with a pair of goat horns and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its hands bore 4 claw-like fingers, and a scythe-like tail trailed behind it. Could this be a gargoyle? Qin Luan raised an eyebrow slightly. He was no stranger to such beings, having seen numerous statues of them on the stone bridge in front of Albert Castle. How intriguing! Thoughts raced through Qin Luan's mind. Yet his actions remained swift. He stepped forward, wielding the shovel like a guillotine. When the sharp edge of the shovel struck the gargoyle, feeling as though he had hit solid rock, merely dislodging it from Frank. How resilient! A tingling sensation coursed through Qin Luan's arms, almost causing him to lose grip on the shovel. The gargoyle rolled on the ground, shaking its head, revealing a deep gash on its neck. Yet no blood flowed from it. The creature, enraged by the unexpected blow, turned its furious gaze toward Qin Luan, its gray pupils igniting with 2 points of eerie blue light. With a swift flap of its bat-like wing, it lunged toward Qin Luan. Just in time. Qin Luan's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he discarded the shovel, allowing a peculiar black dagger to fall from his sleeve into his grasp. A cruel smile surfaced on his calm visage as he licked his lips, the sanguine glow igniting from the depths of his pupils, filling his entire gaze. "Master, run!" Just as the gargoyle was about to collide with Qin Luan, a figure lunged from the side, arms wide open. Seizing the gargoyle and crashing it into a nearby massive tree, bang! The trunk, over a meter in diameter and requiring 2 people to embrace, trembled violently as leaves cascaded down. The hunchbacked servant used his colossal frame to pin the gargoyle against the trunk, while the creature howled in fury, sinking its teeth into Frank's shoulder, its sharp fangs piercing deeply into his collarbone. Humph! Qin Luan's typically gentle expression twisted in disdain. He was not pleased with Frank's attempt to claim the prey. However, observing the entangled struggle between the hunchbacked servant and the gargoyle, a peculiar smile crept onto the lips of the bloodthirsty demon. Lowering his head and dropping his shoulders, he sprinted a couple of steps and with a resounding thud, leaped onto Frank's back. Oh! Frank felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, involuntarily spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain radiated from his shoulder. Thud! A black dagger tip circumvented his shoulder blade. emerging from below and piercing into the gargoyle's mouth, nailing both Frank and the creature to the tree trunk. Chapter 15. Gradually delving deeper, the gargoyle's skin and muscles were as hard as stone, its mouth's interior as resilient as cowhide. Fortunately, the malevolent dagger was forged from meteorite iron, possessing superior material and unparalleled sharpness. Coupled with the power of 12 souls, it embodied a form of magical principle, allowing it to pierce through the gargoyle's mouth with a single thrust. Despite its bizarre appearance, the connection between its skull and spine bore some resemblance to that of a human, lacking a bony cover. The dagger pierced through its mouth and exited the back of its head, firmly nailing it to the trunk. Although the creature sustained severe injuries, it did not perish. Instead, it became even more feral. Its previously slender muscle lines swelled to more than double their size, its body inflating like a balloon, struggling with increasing force. Though its head was pinned to the trunk by the dagger, its clawed limbs tore into the hunchbacked servant, leaving him battered and bloodied. Frank felt searing pain radiating from his back, but clung tightly to the gargoyle, restricting its limb movements. Were it not for his immense strength, any ordinary person would have likely succumbed to exhaustion. "Tilt your head," a cold voice echoed from behind Frank. The hunchbacked servant jolted, hastily tilting his neck to the side. Whoosh! A sharp gust of wind sliced past the hunchbacked servant's ear, leaving a trace of blood on his cheek. When Frank regained his senses, he discovered that a shovel had lodged itself beside his head. The shovel, resembling a peculiar guillotine, had cleaved into the gargoyle's gaping maw, nearly bisecting the creature's head. The murderous glint in the gargoyle's eyes gradually faded, its struggle ceasing. This time, it was truly dead. Frank leaned against the great tree, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. His shoulder and back had received a hasty bandaging from Qin Luan. Yet his expression remained somewhat dazed. The crimson glow in Qin Luan's eyes had long since faded, and he was curiously examining the lifeless gargoyle, casting occasional glances at the hunchbacked servant's expressionless demeanor. He understood perfectly why Frank wore such an expression. The earlier ruthlessness of Joy had left the hunchbacked servant in a state of disbelief. Although Wellington and Frank shared a master-servant relationship, they had grown up together, and to call them brothers with a somewhat unique bond would not be an exaggeration. The hunchbacked servant did not mind sacrificing himself to save Wellington, but the fact that Qin Luan had stabbed him from behind in his quest to slay the gargoyle instilled a strange sense of unfamiliarity and distance within him. Qin Luan genuinely admired Frank's loyalty, which was why he promised to leave a fortune for Frank to live independently before departing this world. However, Qin Luan was no ordinary person. The moral ethics that a normal human should possess were merely concepts he had read about in books, not principles ingrained in his thoughts. For Qin Luan, even if Joy had indeed killed Frank, he would feel no remorse. The hunchbacked servant was a loyal retainer, but his loyalty was not directed at him, but rather at the long-deceased Wellington Stan. After circling the lifeless gargoyle a few times, Qin Luan straightened up and gazed toward the thicket where he had first seen the white figure. That ghostly white figure had vanished without a trace, as if it had merely been a fleeting illusion of his. Nevertheless, Qin Luan knew it was no mere figment. At the very least, the hunchbacked servant must have seen it too. Dawn was approaching. Qin Luan looked at the still-dazed hunchbacked servant, sighed, and said, "Frank, it's time to rise." "Oh, master, are we returning?" The hunchbacked servant, supporting his shoulder, stood up, his head bowed, avoiding direct eye contact with Qin Luan. "First, refill Stephen's grave. I will return shortly. You can head back to the castle later." Qin Luan glanced at the hunchbacked servant's shoulder and bloodied back, pausing momentarily. "If you can't hold on, just come back immediately." "Understood, master." Upon hearing Qin Luan's words, the hunchbacked servant suddenly perked up, grinning widely, a smile returning to his face. "What about the corpse of this creature? What a simple-minded human." Qin Luan observed the rejuvenated Frank, inwardly lamenting how a casual expression of concern could instantly make him forget Joy's earlier ruthlessness. This gargoyle. Qin Luan's gaze flickered, narrowing slightly as he began to whisper instructions. After a moment, he dusted off the dirt from his clothes and walked toward the edge of the woods. The sky was already brightening. He must return to the castle promptly to avoid arousing suspicion. However, after just a few paces, he felt a sudden impulse and turned toward the spot where the white figure had first appeared. Hastening his pace, he circled the area and stopped before a nearby gravestone. This small grove on the hillside served as the Albert family cemetery, and this gravestone belonged to a member of the Albert family. Mary Albert Finette 1698 to 1732. Upon seeing this gravestone, a slight smirk crossed Qin Luan's lips as he rubbed his fingers together. Yet, when he raised his head to glance at the sky, he let out a regretful sigh. Turning to dash toward the grove's exit without lingering on the winding mountain path, a young man was leisurely sprinting toward the majestic ancient castle ahead. At this moment, daylight had fully arrived, and several early rising servants were bustling about in the castle courtyard. Commencing their day's work, upon seeing the youth running across the stone bridge into the castle, the servants' faces lit up with eager smiles. This young man was now the only doctor in the Adia region capable of curing that dreadful plague and a distinguished guest of the castle's owner. Thus, they dared not show any disrespect. Qin Luan wore a warm smile as he entered the castle hall, where he encountered the elderly butler, Jason, preparing for breakfast. "Dr. Stan, off for a run again? Oh, you seem," the butler remarked, noticing the dust covering Qin Luan. "I took my run a bit early today. It was too dark, and I slipped on the mountain path." Qin Luan glanced at his attire, then smiled as he explained, "By the way, I must wash up, so I want tea joint for breakfast. Please convey my apologies to his lordship the Baron." "Certainly, I shall have breakfast sent to your room." The old butler nodded politely. Given the recent rain, the mountain paths were muddy, and experiencing a slip was not unusual. The butler quickly put the matter to rest. After returning to his room, a maid soon prepared his bathwater and brought him breakfast. After cleansing his body and finishing breakfast, Qin Luan felt the fatigue that had weighed him down dissipate entirely. He leaned back against the bed and picked up a medical book to read. However, while his eyes were fixed on the pages, his mind was elsewhere, quietly awaiting Frank's return. The absence of Stephen Albert's body from the grave provided partial confirmation that the mission target might still be alive. Yet at this juncture, Qin Luan found himself ensnared in a predicament once more. It was unlikely that any members of the Albert family would continue to divulge information to him. Had it not been for the clues he had uncovered last night, he would have been compelled to resort to more forceful measures. Qin Luan sensed that he was gradually inching closer to the core truth of a colossal secret. Stephen Albert's death was likely merely the tip of the iceberg. The Albert family had gone to great lengths to conceal the events of over a year ago, which seemed to serve as but a key to unlock a far more profound truth, one that could very well trace back hundreds of years to the connection between the first Baron Albert and the region of Adia. Of course, for the time being, this remained merely a conjecture on Qin Luan's part. The dangers encountered last night had ignited a spark of determination within him. In comparison to the task at hand, he found himself more intrigued by the monumental secrets lurking behind it. The vanished corpse, the white specter, the gargoyle that belonged solely to myths and legends. Setting the book aside, he rose to pace the room, a faint flush creeping onto his cheeks as the excitement within him burgeoned uncontrollably. The incessant flow of questions and curiosities propelled Qin Luan into a state of exhilarating anticipation. After resting for a while in the room, he opened a window, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Calculating the time, he realized that nearly 2 hours had passed since he returned to the castle, yet Frank had yet to show himself. Although Joy had skillfully avoided striking the vital tendons and bones on the hunchbacked servant's shoulder, such a penetrating wound could not be simply staunched with bandages, coupled with the extensive lacerations inflicted by the gargoyle on Frank's back. The rate of blood loss would be significantly heightened. Qin Luan had initially expected Frank to return within half an hour at most, yet there was still no sign of the hunchbacked man. Could it be that the fool had bled to death? He had repeatedly warned him not to overexert himself. If he truly succumbed to blood loss, all the preparations he had undertaken would be in vain. The thought of the foolish man's demise was inconsequential, but the idea of all his efforts going to waste. Qin Luan's face twitched, his nails digging slightly into his palm, as an odd sense of unease began to stir within him. "Dr. Stan, Dr. Stan." Just as Qin Luan's worry mounted, the voice of the elderly butler, Jason, echoed from outside the door. "What is it?" Qin Luan's heart quickened as he hurriedly opened the door. "Dr. Stan, your attendant has returned, but his condition is not good. You must come see him." The old butler spoke with a hint of urgency. "Where is he?" Qin Luan sighed in relief, his clenched fist relaxing to reveal a small bloodstain on his palm. In a spacious room, Frank lay pale upon a flat wooden bed, his eyes tightly shut, his chest rising and falling slightly, and his upper body swathed in white bandages. A nearby maid carried away a basin stained with blood, replacing it with a bowl of warm water. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Qin Luan rose from beside the bed, concluding his immediate tasks. The dim light of the previous night in the grove had obscured the severity of the hunchbacked servant's injuries. Upon closer inspection now, he realized they were more grave than he had anticipated. Setting aside Frank's penetrating shoulder wound, there were also several deep lacerations on his back that exposed bone. To have endured for 2 hours outside before returning was nearly a reckless endeavor, even for his robust physique. Qin Luan's subsequent plans were inextricably linked to the hunchbacked servant's assistance, and reluctantly, he expended half a drop of world tree essence to replenish Frank's strength. How did he sustain these injuries? Can anyone enlighten me? Qin Luan turned in anger to the people in the room. Wellington, please come with me. Normally, individuals outside the Albert family would not be privy to such matters. However, since this concerns your attendant and the incident occurred near the castle, I believe you have the right to know some of the hidden truths, the old baron sighed, hands clasped behind his back as he exited the room, signaling for Qin Luan to follow. Chapter 16. The core of the gargoyle father, you, the tall, handsome blonde youth, Boney, hesitated as he called out from behind. Dr. Stan, who is capable of treating the plague, will inevitably encounter all of this. Baron Albert beckoned Boney over, saying, you should come too. Your strength may be needed. Boney's lips twitched a couple of times, but he ultimately refrained from further protest, silently trailing behind the two. Baron Albert led Qin Luan and Boney to the main hall of the fortress, pushing open a secret door at the rear of the hall, revealing an underground passage. Qin Luan's gaze flickered as he discreetly tucked his right hand behind him, the weight of sin slipping from his sleeve into his palm. Until he grasped the Baron's intentions, he deemed it necessary to remain vigilant. After walking along the passage for a while, the trio arrived at a spacious basement. The basement was square, illuminated by bright corridor lights. With various swords and chains hanging from the walls, in the center stood a stone pedestal, half a person's height. The gargoyle that Qin Luan had seen the previous night lay curled upon it. Yet to his astonishment, it had transformed into solid stone, no longer the animated creature he had encountered before. Is this the little demon statue from the stone bridge? Qin Luan asked, frowning. No, this is the true culprit that attacked your attendant. It is a magical creature known as a gargoyle. The old baron fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Luan, attempting to glean something from his expression. Why, lord, I must say, your jest is not amusing. There is no magic in this world, nor any magical creatures. Qin Luan replied, his face stern and devoid of emotion. Ha ha, Dr. Stan, you are the most skilled physician I have ever encountered, but in terms of life experience, please trust this old man. The world is not as simple as you imagine. The old baron chuckled, shaking his head at Qin Luan's response. I have heard that on the other side of the continent, someone has invented a massive, jet-powered iron carriage that can move without the aid of horses or manpower. Perhaps as so-called scientific technology progresses, some ancient truths will drift further from our grasp. Yet even now, certain noble families with deep-rooted traditions still safeguard some historical secrets, and the Albert family is one of them. The gargoyle truly a magical creature? Not a beast or a stone statue? Qin Luan inquired, astonished, as he touched the hardened wings of the gargoyle. If you still do not believe, I shall prove it to you. The old baron nodded toward Boney, who stood silently beside them. Boney grinned at Qin Luan, turning towards the corner of the room to retrieve a grotesque-looking mace. Please step aside, Dr. Stan. Following his instructions, Qin Luan took a few steps back. Boney raised the mace high and struck down upon the petrified gargoyle, sending shards of stone flying throughout the basement as the creature was gradually reduced to rubble. Dr. Stan, come look. After Boney finished his assault, the old baron stepped forward, rummaging through the debris until he unearthed a small stone radiating a crimson glow, which he handed to Qin Luan. Qin Luan's heart stirred as he accepted the stone. It resembled an infant's heart, translucent and glowing red, as if it contained a pulsating mass of magma. It felt warm and comforting in his palm. Apostle number 70053, you have encountered the gargoyle core for the first time. This item belongs to the realm of magical artifacts, classified as equipment materials and elemental energy, satisfying the conditions of the fragmentation law. Article 320, and unlocking the list of law item exchanges. Notification. Apostles may view the list of law item exchanges through their soul mark. Apostle number 70053, your soul mark has connected to the special equipment death list, allowing you to query directly within the death list. Qin Luan raised an eyebrow. He was not yet in a position to control the death list at will, and now was not the time to explore the exchange list. So he set aside the notification for the moment. Is this the heart of the gargoyle? He asked curiously, glancing at the Baron and his son. This is known as the gargoyle core, a magical item crafted by wizards, specifically designed to animate gargoyles, Boney explained as he exchanged glances with the Baron. Dr. Stan, do you now believe our words? It is truly incredible that such a small object can animate a heavy statue. Qin Luan marveled at the gargoyle core, then looked up to ask, may I keep it? Of course, your attendant hunted down this gargoyle. It rightfully belongs to you. The old Baron nodded with a smile. Now, let us return upstairs. The basement is not the best place for conversation, and I believe you have many more questions, my lord. Would you be willing to share with me the historical truths of those distant eras? Qin Luan inquired cautiously, his eyes flashing with intrigue. Dr. Stan, I should not disclose these matters to you. The Albert family has guarded this land for centuries, yet we find ourselves powerless against the current plague in the Audia region. You are the only doctor capable of resolving this issue. We must enlist your assistance, Baron Albert replied with a smile. The decision is now in your hands. Do you wish to accept the guidance of the Albert family and become part of the Exorcist faction? If you do not wish to witness another perilous world, we shall not reveal anything further, and we ask that you keep the knowledge you have gained a secret. As for the plague, we will strive to recompense you financially. Please grant me a moment for contemplation. Qin Luan hesitated and spoke. As you wish. Baron Albert and Bonnie exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with faint smiles as they slightly bowed. After the three ascended the stairs, the elderly butler, Jason, sought out Qin Luan. Dr. Stan, your attendant has regained consciousness. Qin Luan's eyes flickered as he followed the old steward to Frank's chamber, with Baron Albert and Bonnie refraining from accompanying them. Well aware that the master and servant likely had matters to discuss, why did you linger outside for so long? Do you realize you lost a considerable amount of blood? The situation was perilously dangerous. After the steward departed, Qin Luan cast a stern gaze upon the hunchbacked servant. Young master, I merely wish to delay my return a bit, to lessen your suspicions, Frank mumbled sheepishly. That does not justify endangering your own life. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Should you perish, where shall I find another suitable attendant? Qin Luan said, his expression grave. Understood, young master. Frank grinned widely. Did they suspect us? It is unlikely. Qin Luan smiled faintly. You narrowly escaped death. They would not surmise that you were hiding for so long outside, and thus they would not connect our actions. By the way, young master, here is something for you. The hunchbacked servant retrieved a small fabric pouch from his bosom and handed it to Qin Luan. Qin Luan accepted it casually and opened the pouch to reveal an aged brass pocket watch. I used the funds you provided to redeem it. The heirloom of the Stan family must not be carelessly lost. Frank beamed with delight as Qin Luan gazed at the antiquated watch in his hand. His expression flickered with emotion, recalling the moment he first entered this world and encountered the hunchbacked grotesque in the graveyard. An ugly servant, tattered and ill, striving to grant his deceased master a dignified burial, reappeared in his mind, gradually merging with the image of the hunchbacked figure who fought valiantly against the gargoyle the previous night. A wave of unfamiliar sentiment surged within Qin Luan, causing the warm smile on his face to slowly recede, replaced momentarily by a fleeting coldness akin to that of a cadaver. However, the true feelings of the killer revealed themselves only for an instant before being supplanted by a smile once more. He rose, tucked the watch into his coat pocket, and gently patted the hunchbacked servant. Rest well and recover swiftly. Exiting Frank's room, Qin Luan promptly returned to his own chamber, reclining in a chair with his eyes closed in contemplation. He meticulously reviewed his actions and words from the previous night until now, finding no significant discrepancies, then settled his mind and summoned the death list. The data originally contained only the physical attributes, equipment, and storage space categories, but now an additional category labeled exchange list had emerged. Focusing intently, Qin Luan opened the exchange list, discovering that most entries were grayed out, rendering their contents invisible. Currently, only two main categories were illuminated: equipment materials and crystal energy. Within the equipment materials category, only the gargoyle core appeared, marked with a purchasing price of 500 shattered crystals, while the selling price was a mere 100 shattered crystals, a staggering five-fold difference. The crystal energy category contained two items: the gargoyle core, priced the same, and the soul power crystal, with a purchase price of 10 shattered crystals and a sale price of 2 shattered crystals. A flicker of realization stirred within Qin Luan as he concentrated on the newly appeared name. Shattered crystals. The death list promptly provided a detailed explanation of shattered crystals. Shattered crystals are a semi-material manifestation of the foundational laws of the shattered starry sky. These crystals exist in a state between the tangible and the intangible, serving as the basic currency designated for transactions among apostles. Other beings from the shattered starry sky and foreign realms, devoid of a soul mark, cannot see or touch them. Qin Luan pondered briefly. Recognizing that the exchange list could not merely contain such limited items, he likely had yet to meet certain conditions for further entries to be revealed. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the castle, several individuals were likewise engaged in quiet contemplation and hushed discussion. A gargoyle? Are you certain such a creature has appeared again? Indeed, although this particular gargoyle is crudely made, the fundamental principle remains the same. It is highly probable that a third of the millennial pact has elapsed. What should we do? Gathering the descendants of exorcists will require time, and the situation is still unclear. We should first send someone to scout the periphery of Maya. Then do you agree to allow Dr. Stan to join our ranks? That individual? Bring him along. But he is merely an ordinary man. Haha, take him with you. You will understand. Chapter 17. The Millennial Pact if possible. Qin Luan hoped to delay his response to Baron Albert for a few days, thus enhancing his credibility. However, nearly half a month had passed since his entry into this world. Although he felt he was gradually approaching the core of his mission, time was of the essence. Therefore, after dinner, Qin Luan proactively sought out Baron Albert, expressing his willingness to join the ranks of exorcists and contribute to the preservation of the Odia region. Baron Albert was delighted, leading Qin Luan and Bonnie to a secondary hall on the right side of the main castle. This secondary hall was, in fact, a library, adorned with towering bookshelves filled with well-maintained, beautifully bound tomes that exuded the scent of fresh ink. Above these shelves hung numerous portraits of figures, both male and female, whose features bore a resemblance to Baron Albert and Bonnie, indicating they were likely ancestors of the Albert family. Qin Luan's gaze settled upon a portrait located at the central position of the rear bookshelf. This portrait was twice the size of the others, depicting a tall knight clad in plate armor. The knight held a helmet in his left hand, while his right hand rested a great sword, which served as a makeshift cane. Upon the ground, he stood atop the highest platform of Albert Castle, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon the vast Maya forest. Beneath the painting was inscribed a small line of text: a millennial duty, a millennial guardianship, a millennial glory. We are the Alberts of Odia. A familiar phrase. Qin Luan's eyes flickered as he rubbed his temples. The center of this library was a small salon, furnished with a large round tea table surrounded by wicker chairs. Dr. Stan, I am pleased to welcome you to our ranks. Please, take a seat. Baron Albert chose a wicker chair and gestured for Qin Luan to sit. My lord, does joining the exorcist require any specific ceremony? Qin Luan inquired with a smile. Haha, not at all, Baron Albert chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The exorcists are not a religious organization. Rather, they resemble a loose mutual aid society. As long as there is a recommendation from an existing member, anyone can become an exorcist. However, to join, one must possess the courage and will to combat evil. It is an honor for the Stan family to serve the exorcists. Qin Luan leaned slightly forward, expressing his desire for the Baron's guidance in the future. There is no need for guidance. Since I have recommended you for membership, I shall naturally impart some historical truths and our exorcist's mission. Baron Albert accepted the wine goblet handed to him by Bonnie, gently swirling it in his hand as his gaze grew distant, lost in memories. Over 3 millennia ago, this world witnessed the emergence of various, thriving human settlements across the continent. The enhancement of productivity led to the gradual formation of classes and kingdoms, with those at the pinnacle of the pyramid beginning to enslave others. A vast accumulation of wealth became concentrated in the hands of a select few, who, after satisfying their basic needs, sought liberation of the spirit. Some devoted their energies to the noble cause of advancing the well-being of humanity, while others pursued greater personal indulgence and sought to extend their own lives. As time progressed, the former group, characterized by their noble ethics, introduced the concept of faith and began spreading their gospel across the continent. They aspired for all humanity to possess a spiritual anchor, liberating their thoughts and souls, maintaining an optimistic outlook even in the face of harsh living conditions. Conversely, the latter group, driven by selfish desires, began to hoard wealth, oppress the populace, and plunder the lands of other nations. They utilized their riches and knowledge to delve into the mysteries of immortality. Unlike the earthly realm where Qin Luan resided, throughout the lengthy passage of time, both factions eventually uncovered the enigma of immortality and other potent spells. However, the nature of the immortality they discovered differed significantly. The former group achieved the mystery of longevity through faith and resolute will, referring to themselves as believers, while the latter discovered the true secret of immortality through external means, labeling it sorcery and creating malevolent magical creatures, calling themselves sorcerers. Believers and sorcerers not only acquired diametrically opposed powers, but also held ideologies that were equally extreme. It was not long before irreconcilable conflicts arose between them, igniting the flames of war. In the early stages of the conflict, due to the high demands placed on believers, while sorcerers relying on external forces faced relatively lesser challenges, the believers suffered repeated defeats. However, at that very moment, the ordinary people who had long suffered under the oppression and persecution of the wizards began to join the ranks of the faithful. These common folk, though lacking in longevity, comprised a staggering 99.9% of the human population. United, they overcame the wizards with astonishing ease. Throughout the prolonged conflict, certain ordinary individuals also acquired formidable combat prowess. Under the guidance of the faithful, these empowered commoners collaborated with them to establish the Exorcist organization, aimed at expelling wizards and their magical creatures to safeguard the human realm. In the climactic final battle, the majority of male wizards vanished from existence, leaving behind only a handful of female wizards who retreated into the most inhospitable corners of forests, deserts, mountains, and swamps. The faithful also endured immense losses, and the surviving faithful realized that both the mysteries of immortality and eternal life were far too enticing for ordinary humans. Consequently, they invoked a powerful protective spell with their very lives, sealing these two arcane mysteries forever. Aside from the remnants of those witches and a scant few potions capable of creating the undead, this world would no longer witness the birth of any immortal beings. The noble ideal of sacrifice for the protection of the world moved all exorcists. They vowed to ensure that these secrets would never again see the light of day and pledged to hunt down those witches who dared to return to the human realm. Along with the magical creatures they had spawned in the ensuing years, the witches gathered their strength and repeatedly launched counterattacks against the human world from various corners. Though thwarted by the Exorcist organization, ordinary humans still suffered heavy casualties. Under these circumstances, a pact was forged between the exorcists and the witches. The witches and their magical creatures would no longer appear before ordinary humans, while the exorcists would cease their pursuit of the witches residing in remote corners. This agreement was set for a duration of 1,000 years, with the exorcists believing that humanity would grow stronger over time, rendering the dwindling number of witches inconsequential. Conversely, the witches believed that after a millennium, the exorcists would lose their faith and the power of their lineage, allowing them to once again dominate the world and exploit the laws of reality to break the faithful's protective spell, ushering in an era of great sorcery. The agreement between the witches and the exorcists was known as the Millennium Pact, and it has only been a little over 300 years since its inception. The old baron swirled his wine glass and took a hearty sip. Is there a witch hidden within the depths of the Maya forest? Qin Luan asked quietly, his eyes glinting with curiosity. There is not just one witch in the Maya forest. Its vast expanse conceals over a dozen witches. Unless humanity incinerates the entire Maya forest, many will perish under its rugged terrain, remarked Baron Albert with a wry smile. If it were otherwise, those witches would have been exterminated by the Exorcist organization centuries ago. Dr. Stan need not worry. In fact, there is only one witch residing near the outskirts of the Adia region. Moreover, we are not the only exorcist family surrounding the Maya forest. Within the borders of the Maya Duchy, there are 5 exorcist families. Boney added with a smile. Given the existence of the Millennium Pact, Why did my retinue encounter a gargoyle attack near the castle? Qin Luan suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired. The Baron and Boney exchanged glances, and the old Baron explained, no contract can be flawless. The Millennium Pact has its loopholes. At the time of its signing, the magical oath restricted the witches and magical creatures from attacking humans, but it did not encompass magical creatures newly created by the witches thereafter. So, are those cunning witches exploiting this loophole to routinely send newly created magical creatures to assault humanity? Qin Luan raised an eyebrow, questioning the effectiveness of such a tactic. Indeed, their resources are limited. Their purpose is merely to abduct a few humans as slaves while using these captives to experiment with various nefarious dark magics. Boney nodded gravely. However, we are not without our own measures. Exorcist families often allow certain members to circumvent the oath and infiltrate the Maya forest to scout the witches' movements, so, the gargoyles on the castle stone bridge. Qin Luan's gaze shifted as he softly asked. Only a small number are actual gargoyles. The rest are genuine stone statues, Boney replied with a smile. Dr. Stan, do you have any further questions? Baron Albert regarded Qin Luan with a smile. Yes, I have one final inquiry. Qin Luan pondered for a moment before asking, is this outbreak the witches doing? We do not know for certain, but significantly reducing the human population in the Adia region through a viral outbreak would indeed benefit their plans to break out of the Maya forest. The Baron's eyes flickered as he answered steadily, while Boney hesitated, remaining silent. Both of their reactions did not escape Qin Luan's notice, yet he chose not to question them further, merely nodding with a smile. Dr. Stan, in a few days, we will organize a reconnaissance team to enter the Maya forest. Would you be interested in accompanying them as the team physician? Baron Albert asked seriously. If this is a test from the Exorcist organization for newcomers, I would be delighted to showcase the courage of the Stan family. Qin Luan raised his glass in a toast to the two Alberts across the table. P.S. Red tickets will lead to additional updates, and I will make up for the missed chapters from the previous days in the coming days. I kindly ask all readers to support with red tickets and collections. Chapter 18. Change of mission during the discussion. The Baron and Boney's explanations regarding the outbreak remained vague, and Qin Luan wisely chose not to press further. It seemed both parties were deliberately ignoring the source of the plague. Xiaomi. Dr. Stan, you have gained our recognition and learned the historical truth. You are now a preparatory exorcist. From now on, once you report to the Exorcist organization, you will officially become an exorcist, Baron Albert said with a smile. Now, we need you to complete one final task. Please sign the Exorcist's oath. As Baron Albert spoke, Boney retrieved a thick tome the size of a tabletop from a bookshelf. The book was hollowed out, containing an ancient brass scroll. Boney unfurled the scroll and presented it before Qin Luan, handing him a quill. Qin Luan scrutinized the contents of the scroll, which was divided into two sections. The first part detailed the responsibilities and obligations of exorcists, echoing what Baron Albert had just conveyed, requiring all exorcists to make the eradication of evil beings and the protection of the human realm their life's mission. The latter portion contained numerous signatures, most belonging to members of the Albert family, with a few from others, suggesting these names were solely from exorcists in this region. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Luan inscribed the name Wellington Stan. Upon seeing him complete the signature, both the Baron and Boney appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. This contract is not merely a piece of parchment. It harbors the protective power left by the faithful. Anyone who signs it will be bound by the oath. After signing, a peculiar expression crossed Qin Luan's face as he received a notification regarding the death list. Apostle number 70053, you have signed a significant law contract of this world with your current narrative identity, directly intervening in the dual mysteries of this world. The requirements for activating the Broken Laws Article 100 have been satisfied, commencing the world plot task mode and granting permission to plunder the world's essence. Notice, Apostle number 70053's initial interdimensional guidance task content has been modified. The guiding task to save Stephen Albert has been altered to a satellite-level world plot exploration. Task content. Uncover the truth about Stephen Albert to ascertain his actual whereabouts as the minimum requirement for task completion. Task rewards have been adjusted to a fused crystal of the Broken Law and 2,000 broken crystals, with a punishment of 30 soul points for task failure. Notice, Apostle number 70053 has acquired a satellite-level world plot. Satisfying the Broken Laws Article 788, initiating the World Exploration Project. The death list has begun to compile and organize relevant memories, Assessing the current progress of world exploration. Satellite-level world plot pertains to the historical narrative of a small area within this world, requiring the fulfillment of specific conditions to alter regional history. World exploration. Certain actions by the apostle will reveal secrets of this world, indirectly or directly impacting its historical development, aiding the broken cosmos in plundering the historical essence of foreign worlds. The greater the exploration, the more essence will be plundered. This reward is independent of the interdimensional task system. The broken cosmos will distribute rewards based on the progress of world exploration. Notice, the death list has completed the organization of the apostle's relevant memories and partial analyses. Beep. The death list reminds the apostle that the gathered memories and analyses are highly likely to enhance the quality of the world plot. Should it be reported to the broken cosmos via soul imprint? Notice, reporting successful, apostle number 70053. The current analysis indicates that the intelligence foundation is insufficient, with a 40 probability of elevating to a planetary-level world plot and a 5 chance of reaching a stellar-level world plot. Temporarily set aside the enhancement of world plot quality. The current world exploration rate is approximately 0.001, awaiting the apostle to provide subsequent intelligence. The broken cosmos particularly reminds, the apostle's first interdimensional journey to a stellar-level world plot has a certain chance of unlocking a golden-level evaluation for the world plot. Please be attentive. Baron Albert and Bonnie exchanged a knowing smile upon witnessing Qin Luan's momentary bewilderment, attributing it to the doctor's keen intuition as he sensed the enchantment of the oath. Stepping forward 2 paces, Bonnie intended to retrieve the exorcist's oath scroll. Qin Luan's gaze flickered, snapping back to reality as he swiftly glanced at the end of the scroll, his eyes narrowing slightly. To his surprise, he noticed the absence of 5 names that ought to have been inscribed upon it. After completing the signed oath, Qin Luan observed a marked change in the demeanor of Baron Albert and Bonnie. They now regarded him with a warmth that transcended mere politeness. Dr. Stan, congratulations on becoming one of us. Now, let us return. In a few days, when the other exorcists from Audia arrive, we shall prepare to venture into the Maya Great Forest. Baron Albert said, extending his wine glass towards Bonnie with a smile. This secondary fortress housed a wealth of information regarding exorcists, and aside from a few specific maids engaged in cleaning, no servants typically entered. The wine glasses they currently used were to be taken back to the main castle for the servants to wash. Allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you both for opening the door to another world, enriching my life, and enabling the Stan family to share in the glory of the exorcists. Qin Luan eagerly accepted the wine glasses from Baron Albert and Bonnie. They did not refuse his earnest gesture, perceiving it as an admirable humility befitting a junior exorcist. Oh, by the way, is this Baron Albert the first-generation Lord Albert? As the trio made their way out, Qin Luan suddenly pointed to the imposing portrait of a knight. Indeed, he is our ancestor, the exorcist of the Albert family, the first-generation Lord Lorenzo Albert. A flicker of pride crossed the Baron's face, the accompanying words being the family motto established after he assumed the guardianship of Audia. A millennium of duty, a millennium of protection, a millennium of glory. Qin Luan nodded with a smile, acknowledging him as a truly great knight. Upon returning to the main castle, as he observed the departing figures of Baron Albert and Bonnie, a peculiar smile crept across Qin Luan's face as he glanced at the wine glass in his hand and hastened towards his room in the corridor leading to his chamber. Qin Luan unexpectedly encountered another member of the Albert family. Though it appeared she was not intentionally waiting for him, merely passing by. Dr. Stan, Laura said, tugging at her skirt and nodding towards Qin Luan. It seems you have also become one of the exorcists. Indeed, the lovely Miss Laura. I never anticipated that a chance encounter with your esteemed family would lead me into such a mysterious world. Qin Luan concealed the wine glass behind his back, smiling as he returned her greeting. There are no coincidences in this world, only inevitabilities. A flicker of resignation flashed in Laura's eyes as she murmured a cryptic response before departing with a heavy heart. Are there truly no coincidences, only inevitabilities? Observing Laura's retreating figure, a glimmer of insight crossed Qin Luan's eyes. He believed that the 5 names that ought to have appeared on the exorcist's oath scroll, yet did not, included Laura Albert. The other 4 names were Miller Albert, Elizabeth Albert, Stephen Albert, and Mary Albert. It was conceivable that Stephen's children, Miller Albert and Elizabeth Albert, were too young to become exorcists due to their age. Laura Albert, being a noblewoman who appeared somewhat delicate, also seemed ill-suited for the role of an exorcist. But what of Stephen Albert, Bonnie's elder brother and heir to the barony? Why had he not become an exorcist? Moreover, who was the ever-ignored Mary Albert? Based on the tombstone Qin Luan had seen in the Albert family cemetery, Mary Albert likely was the enigmatic white figure, neither clearly human nor ghostly. At that time, Qin Luan had been pressed for time and unable to excavate Mary's grave for further investigation. However, the dates inscribed on the tombstone revealed that Mary was born in 1698 and died in 1732, while Stephen was born in 1694 and also died in 1732. The two were 4 years apart, one at the age of 38 and the other at 34, both perishing in the same year. Given their ages, they could either be siblings or spouses. If they were siblings, then since all of Town was aware of Stephen's death, Mary, who died in the same year, would also be remembered. The fact that Town harbored no recollection of Mary's death suggested either a deliberate cover-up by the Albert family or an inherent lack of presence surrounding Mary. Qin Luan deduced that Mary must have been Stephen's wife. Likely a person of modest demeanor, perhaps even an exorcist whose name was inscribed on another scroll, which would align with logic. Qin Luan pushed open the door to his room, raising the 2 wine glasses in his hand and smiling faintly. He set out to treat young Miller for the first time, requesting Frank to fetch the medical kit from his room. However, upon opening the medical kit, he was taken aback to discover surprising changes in the meticulously planned trap he had set. Certain vials bore fingerprints, and judging by their size, they belonged to an adult. Someone had entered his room within the castle and begun inspecting the medical kit. Although Qin Luan had obtained a fingerprint, he remained unaware of its owner. Despite dining and conversing with members of the Albert family daily, he had yet to acquire their fingerprints for comparison. If he were to rashly request cups and utensils from the servants, it would surely raise suspicions. Nevertheless, the opportunity to access the wine glasses used by the Baron and Bonnie provided him with a chance to compare their fingerprints with those found on the vials. However, the results of this comparison caused Qin Luan to frown slightly. Chapter 19. An unfortunate turn of events. The fingerprints left by Baron Albert and Bonnie on the wine glasses did not match those on the vials in the medical kit. In other words, the old Baron and Bonnie had not entered Qin Luan's room. The identity of the individual who sought to inspect the medical kit remained a mystery. However, Qin Luan did not display much disappointment. Upon entering the Albert castle, he merely hoped to find a breakthrough through this small trap. Now that he had become an exorcist, he had obtained better clues, rendering the identity of that person inconsequential. Rising to his feet, Qin Luan exited to hand the 2 wine glasses to a maid before returning to his room to contemplate the hints gleaned from the recent death list. The mystery surrounding Stephen Albert's demise was intertwined with regional history, a fact that came as no surprise, as the Albert family, being the de facto rulers of the area, would undoubtedly conceal certain truths. As for the initiation of the fragmented Starlit World storyline, transforming what was initially merely a test for prospective apostles into a satellite-level world narrative, this could be regarded as a reward for Qin Luan's tireless quest to uncover the secrets of the Albert family. In comparison to this achievement, Qin Luan found himself more intrigued by the references to the world origin plunder permit mentioned in the 100,788th article of the Fragmented Laws, as well as the associated world exploration projects. These 2 articles of the Fragmented Laws led Qin Luan to surmise why the fragmented Starlit World dispatched apostles to various alternate realms to undertake so-called interdimensional tasks. He vividly recalled the Goblin Elder's words during his time at the Scrapper Lulu's tribe encampment. The Elder had mentioned that the fragmented Starlit World harbored a multitude of civilizations, mechanical, magical, technological, and Eastern fairyland, among others, portraying it as a testing ground for the Creator. The Goblin Elder had even likened it to a dumping ground abandoned by the Creator. If it were indeed a dumping ground, possessing numerous intelligent civilizations akin to a miniature universe, it would naturally lack the survival laws of other cosmic timelines. In other words, the fragmented Starlit World lacked the resource laws necessary for survival that a normal universe maintains. Its enigmatic creator seemingly regarded it merely as a repository for refuse. Thus, under the pressure of survival, the fragmented Starlit World had no choice but to plunder the resource laws of other normal worlds to sustain itself. But what then constituted the survival resources required by a temporal world? Setting aside material factors, Qin Luan believed it was highly probable that it referred to the world origin mentioned in the Fragmented Laws. The temporal laws that propel a world's development and transformation, in simpler terms. These were the events and narratives that unfolded across different historical stages in various locales, by dispatching numerous apostles into other temporal realms and assigning them various levels of interdimensional tasks. The fragmented starlit world aimed to explore and excavate the historical narratives within those worlds, accelerating, delaying, or even altering their historical trajectories to plunder the original historical essence belonging to those worlds. The higher the tier of interdimensional tasks completed by the apostles, the greater the world exploration yield, thus resulting in a more substantial plunder of the world origin, and, consequently, more generous rewards for the apostles. Although these remained mere conjectures on Qin Luan's part, they were sufficient to instill in him a firm belief. After pondering this aspect, Qin Luan swiftly turned his attention to another intriguing hint, the explanation concerning satellite-level world narratives. A satellite-level world narrative was directly intertwined with the entire history of the Audia region. The subsequent mention of planetary and stellar-level events in the death list raises the question of whether it will involve the entirety of the Maze Duchy, or even the fate of the entire continent and the world. The mystery surrounding Stephen Albert's demise could hardly wield such influence, and even the Albert family does not possess such power. Thus far, only 2 incidents he has encountered threaten to escalate to the level of impacting a nation or even an entire continent. One concerns the gargoyle incident, while the other pertains to that peculiar plague. The gargoyle incident is linked to witches. Although Qin Luan has yet to experience the dark magic of witches, the combat prowess of the gargoyles suggests that should the Maya Great Forest be home to thousands of them, their potential to affect the entire nation is indeed considerable. As for the plague, once it leaves the sparsely populated, mountainous region of Audia and enters densely populated urban centers, its spread across the continent and the world would merely be a matter of time. Despite the existence of exorcist organizations and the gradual emergence of modern technological civilization, which offers myriad means to curb the spread of disease, it is undeniable that the most severe repercussions of such an outbreak would profoundly influence the trajectory of global history. With myriad contemplations regarding the future of this world swirling in his mind, Qin Luan gradually drifted into slumber. At that moment, outside the window of Qin Luan's room, which faced a perilous cliff, a white figure hovered, gazing at the slumbering youth on the bed, slowly shook its head in disappointment before vanishing into the darkness. Unbeknownst to Qin Luan, by signing the exorcist's oath under the name Wellington Stan, he had inadvertently forfeited an opportunity to fully comprehend the mystery of Stephen Albert's death and to unravel the greatest secret of the Albert family. Since Qin Luan's arrival at Albert Castle, that white figure had been observing and probing this sole young doctor in the Audia region capable of curing the plague virus, until that fateful night, after Qin Luan and Frank vanquished the gargoyle. It finally resolved to seize the opportunity to truly engage with the youth and entrust the immense secret that had long plagued it to this doctor able to heal the contagion. However, after Qin Luan signed the exorcist's oath, it perceived that the doctor's allegiance was now intertwined with the Albert family, rendering mutual trust impossible, and thus, they could no longer meet. Lying on the bed, Qin Luan exuded an invisible aura of sacred light, a manifestation of the faith bestowed by the followers of the Eternal Ones, combined with the protective power of the exorcist's legacy. The exorcist's oath scroll, which Qin Luan had carelessly signed, was no trifling matter. It had been permanently imbued with a life-giving faith by those followers over the ages, alongside the lineage of exorcists from the Albert family spanning millennia. This was the fundamental power that enabled exorcists to combat witches and magical creatures, setting them apart from ordinary humans. That night, Qin Luan slept soundly, even emitting soft, infantile snores. Upon entering Albert Castle, it was the first time he did not need to worry about being assailed by unknown forces at night. The following morning, after breakfast, Bonnie extended a private invitation to him. There's something you wish to discuss, Lord Bonnie? Qin Luan inquired as he followed Bonnie to another auxiliary castle's hall. Unlike the previous auxiliary hall he had entered, this one bore no records of exorcists, but resembled a spacious arena. Surrounding them were numerous cold weapons and bows, along with a few firearms of the era. Dr. Stan, in a few days, once the nearby exorcists arrive, we shall venture into the Maya Great Forest, Bonnie announced, retrieving 2 knightly swords from the wall and tossing one to Qin Luan with a smile. While we do not wish for a doctor to engage in combat, having some self-defense capability would greatly benefit us. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the hall as Bonnie deftly sidestepped, his right foot hooking, causing Qin Luan to stumble and fall. Bonnie shook his head in disappointment. Despite the era's advancements in firearms, swordsmanship remained the primary measure of an exorcist's combat prowess. Qin Luan had no knowledge of swordplay and harbored no pretense otherwise. Bonnie, trained in swordsmanship from a young age, could easily discern the doctor's lack of skill. While Qin Luan appeared reasonably agile and strong, his martial arts were simply inadequate. After a brief trial of swordsmanship, even without observing Qin Luan wield other weapons, Bonnie concluded that he possessed no proficient combat skills, merely a foundation of physical fitness typical of an ordinary individual. Having ascertained this, Bonnie ceased the sparring and earnestly began instructing the doctor in self-defense evasive maneuvers. To master an advanced martial art in such a short time is a daunting task. Bonnie chuckled, however. I shall teach you some evasion techniques. Most of the witch's dark magic involves ranged attacks, and the most common magical creatures they summon are gargoyles. Mastering the evasion techniques I impart will at least enhance your self-defense capabilities. Of course, Bonnie harbored an unspoken concern. If Qin Luan could manage some self-defense, he would not become a liability. With such thoughts in mind, the golden-haired youth felt considerable resentment. Having a doctor join the reconnaissance team was not his idea in the event of intense combat. It was certain that this ordinary man would hinder their efforts. He must also ensure the doctor's safety, for in all of Adia, Qin Luan was the sole individual capable of curing that accursed plague. Despite being covered in dust, Qin Luan wore a smile, eagerly practicing the techniques Bonnie had taught him. It was a wholly novel experience. The combat techniques of exorcists differed greatly from the martial arts taught by the professors at the Ivert Bo Guang Academy. During his month-long stay at the academy, the elves primarily instructed the prospective apostles in agile movements and archery techniques, without delving into formal martial arts training. This was quite reasonable, as most prospective apostles were ordinary individuals. At this stage, learning flexible movements and archery, which enhanced their survival abilities, was far more beneficial than investing time in complex martial arts. In the days that followed, Qin Luan spent nearly all his time with Bonnie until the afternoon of the 5th day. Dr. Stan, let us go. I will introduce you to the other exorcists in the Adia region. Bonnie called from outside Qin Luan's door, gesturing for the doctor to follow him. Oh, have they arrived so promptly? Qin Luan inquired with a smile, though inwardly, he was filled with frustration. He had spent nearly 20 days in this world, and despite the alteration of his otherworldly task, the changes in content were minimal. With little increase in difficulty, his allotted time remained the original 30 days. Calculating this, he realized that only 10 days were left for probing the satellite-level world narrative. The 5 days spent waiting for the other exorcists to gather for their expedition into the Maya Great Forest felt entirely wasted. They have always resided in the Adia region and could have arrived in a day or two. However, these exorcists have their own families and must ensure their loved ones are taken care of before embarking on a mission, lest they find themselves trapped in the Maya Great Forest and leave their families without support, Bonnie remarked casually. Without support? Qin Luan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the Exorcist organization and Albert Castle provided any compensation or contingency plans for them. Dr. Stan, it seems you have yet to grasp what my father conveyed that day. Although the Exorcist organization has a headquarters and a structured system, it is, overall, merely a loose mutual aid group. Bonnie stated solemnly, the struggle between exorcists and malevolent beings is not pursued for monetary gain. Participation in exorcist missions is voluntary. Are you implying that the exorcists in the Adia region can choose to disregard the summons of Albert Castle without consequence? Qin Luan queried, astonished. Indeed, those exorcists can entirely decline the tasks issued by Albert Castle. Of course, they typically would not do so. Firstly, because it is inherently their duty. Secondly, Bonnie's face broke into a slight smile. Albert Castle, as the representative organization in the Adia region, holds the authority to evaluate and scrutinize the exorcists affiliated with this area. Evaluation and scrutiny? Qin Luan echoed, intrigued. Yes, if an exorcist neglects to participate in organizational tasks for several years and fails to fulfill their responsibilities independently, their standing within the organization will diminish, ultimately leading to their expulsion, Bonnie added, noting Qin Luan's confusion. This entails erasing the exorcist's name from the oath. It can be done like that. Qin Luan pondered, somewhat speechless. Would an exorcist die if their name is erased? Not at all. However, they would revert to being an ordinary person, still bound by confidentiality obligations. Even if they are no longer exorcists, they must not speak freely. Bonnie replied softly, otherwise, the exorcist organization would apprehend them through official channels, and in severe cases, they could be imprisoned indefinitely. Qin Luan nodded in understanding. The descendants of exorcists might fear for their lives, opting not to shoulder their inherited responsibilities. Yet, causing chaos in the realm of ordinary humans through indiscretion would surely be unforgivable. The profession of an exorcist demands an unwavering courage and a spirit unafraid of sacrifice. Due to numerous constraints, the majority of exorcists are members of exorcist families. However, there are also some extraordinarily brave ordinary individuals who, upon uncovering the truth, choose to join this heroic collective dedicated to safeguarding the world. Bonnie remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "In my eyes, you are indeed one such hero emerging from the ranks of ordinary people." "You are too kind," Qin Luan humbly responded. "Of course, it is worth noting that exorcists generally do not lack sources of income." Bonnie chuckled. The exorcist organization does not provide monetary compensation to its members, but thanks to its vast network, exorcists seldom find themselves short of job opportunities. Oh, what sort of job opportunities are available? Qin Luan inquired with keen interest. "For instance, a skilled doctor like yourself can be recommended to wealthy patrons, aristocrats, and even royal families from various nations. These individuals are willing to pay handsomely for the services of doctors among exorcists whenever they face ailments." At this point, Bonnie could not help but burst into laughter, adding, "Little do they realize that the medical skills of some exorcist doctors are inferior to those of ordinary physicians. And what about those exorcists who lack any special talents?" Qin Luan nodded and continued to ask. "Even exorcists without particular skills can secure high-paying jobs through the organization's referrals." Bonnie shrugged and exemplified, for instance, positions such as police officers, bodyguards, soldiers, and bounty hunters. These are all professions that employ force. Dr. Stan, you must understand that exorcists who lack other special talents often possess combat abilities that are quite passable. Is it not certain that there are no exceptions?" Qin Luan's gaze flickered as he smiled and queried. "Haha, you are certainly not an exception. The protective power derived from the exorcist oath gradually influences the physique of humans. You will naturally come to experience this in due course. Moreover, even without any improvements to your physique, your exceptional medical skills can still aid other exorcists. Otherwise, we would not have permitted your entry into the exorcist organization," Bonnie explained, not bothering to look back as he walked. "Improvement of physique." Qin Luan shook his head slightly. He possessed a death list that could reflect even the minutest bodily changes quite vividly. He currently felt no indication of the so-called protective power altering his lawful body. In reality, Qin Luan was unaware that the protective power of the exorcist oath had indeed begun to take effect upon him. However, this protective power could not directly penetrate the depths of his lawful body. Rather, it adhered to the surface like a thin membrane. The manifestations of protective power vary widely. Some exorcists experience enhanced strength, others increased agility, and still others find their magical abilities bolstered. Since Qin Luan's lawful body did not accept the influx of protective power, it could only reluctantly manifest its most elemental form, an innate resistance to malevolence. In other words, the protective power of the exorcist oath had transformed into Qin Luan's magical resistance. Of course, this magical resistance was only effective within this world. Once Qin Luan exited this realm, the protective power would dissipate. In the midst of their conversation, Bonnie led Qin Luan to a hall within a secondary fortress. This was the third secondary fortress Qin Luan had encountered, following the library and the arena. Through Bonnie's explanation, he learned that this fortress was specifically designed to host special guests. Reflecting on the 3 secondary fortresses he had seen, each serving its own purpose, Qin Luan found himself quite intrigued by this last one. However, he refrained from inquiring further, as his primary concern was to partake in the reconnaissance mission of the Maya Great Forest. Everything else could wait to avoid unnecessary complications. Qin Luan had a nagging intuition that once he entered the witch-infested Maya Great Forest, he would undoubtedly glean some valuable insights. Upon entering the hall, Qin Luan discovered that Baron Albert was already present, accompanied by over 20 exorcists, both seated and standing. Most of these exorcists were male, varying in age. The youngest among them appeared to have just reached adulthood, likely under 20, while the oldest seemed to be of a similar age to Baron Albert. There were only 4, perhaps 5, female exorcists present. Qin Luan's expression twitched slightly as he observed a particularly robust exorcist in the corner, whose physique was easily twice his width. Had it not been for her ample bosom, he would have certainly mistaken her for a man. This formidable heroine was currently indulging in a large bowl of lamb. Leaning against the wall behind her was an enormous weapon, possibly a doghead guillotine. In any case, that blood-stained contraption was certainly not intended for human targets. It might be more suited for butchering cattle. Qin Luan averted his gaze after merely 2 glances, as he had an unsettling premonition that the lioness might have already taken notice of him. Continuing to stare could provoke her ire, and if he somehow garnered her favor, that would present an even greater dilemma. This was not Catherine. He had little interest in exploring such unfamiliar sensations. After surveying the other exorcists, Qin Luan recognized several familiar faces, as if he had encountered them multiple times in the town of Audia. Among them, the most recognizable was the middle-aged innkeeper next door to Catherine's establishment. To his surprise, he too was an exorcist. Qin Luan felt a flicker of astonishment. The perceptive innkeeper noticed Qin Luan's gaze and promptly approached him with a smile. "Dr. Stan, I am Odo. I have heard your name in the town and never expected to meet you here at Baron Albert's castle. It seems you have also become an exorcist. Welcome aboard." The middle-aged innkeeper extended a friendly hand toward Qin Luan. "Hello, Odo. It is a pleasure to meet an acquaintance." Qin Luan's eyes lit up as he grasped Odo's hand. "How many exorcists from Audia town are present here?" "Perhaps over a third," Odo replied with a wry smile. In fact, the absence of any reports of the plague in the Audia region is largely due to the extensive cleanup efforts undertaken by the exorcists present. "I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate that my presence would lead to such revelations," Qin Luan said with a hint of remorse. "No worries. Even if you had not appeared, the situation regarding the plague would still have worsened. Our efforts have always had their limits, and it has become increasingly difficult to conceal matters at this point." Odo shook his head, his expression heavy with concern. "Has the spread of the plague expanded once more?" Qin Luan asked, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, during your stay at the castle, reports of plague patients have surfaced in public areas of all nearby towns. Currently, the number of deaths officially recorded by the exorcists and local authorities has surpassed 300. With over 1,000 reported cases, accounting for more than 8 of the total population in the region." A grave look flickered in Odo's eyes, and he continued, "This is precisely why so many exorcists have gathered at Baron Albert's castle. Everyone wishes to ascertain whether this plague is the work of the Maya witch. P.S. The bonus for red votes will be fulfilled first, and the missed updates will be supplemented later." Chapter 21. The Golden Summoning Scroll, combined. "All right, it seems everyone is present. Let us not delay any further." Baron Albert stepped to the center of the hall and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "I am delighted that you all are willing to participate in this reconnaissance mission. I will refrain from reiterating the details of the operation, as you have all familiarized yourselves with them prior to your arrival. What I wish to convey is that this reconnaissance task differs from previous ones a few days ago. I utilized a magical device to inform our headquarters about the severe epidemic in the Audia region, and the headquarters has graciously authorized each member participating in this mission to receive 10 task points." A smile spread across Baron Albert's face. 10 task points. The Baron's announcement sparked astonishment among all the exorcists, causing a flurry of discussions to erupt throughout the hall. "Lord Odo, is 10 task points a significant amount?" Qin Luan turned to the middle-aged innkeeper beside him. "Haha, Dr. Stan is new and may not yet be acquainted with our exorcist organization's task point system. Indeed, 10 task points is a very generous reward," Odo explained softly. "Typically, such reconnaissance missions yield only 2 task points. Exorcists are required to submit 5 task points to the organization annually to maintain their status. 10 task points equates to 2 years' worth, meaning that upon completing this reconnaissance mission, we would not need to participate in any organizational activities for the next 2 years." As Odo elucidated, Qin Luan gradually grasped the task point system of the exorcists. It turned out that these task points not only served as a measure of the exorcist work quality, but could also be exchanged for valuable items at headquarters. The exorcist organization had a history spanning over 1,000 years. And throughout this time, many powerful exorcists had bequeathed their martial skills and spells to the organization before passing, ensuring that their legacy would be preserved for worthy successors. Additionally, the organization had accumulated countless precious treasures during its long journey of exploration and exorcism. These martial legacies and treasures could not be purchased with money. Only task points earned by exorcists could be exchanged within the organization. Naturally, while Odo indicated that 10 points would exempt them from participating in other tasks for the next 2 years. In reality, apart from elderly exorcists who had become frail and could not find successors, any exorcist would never consider having too many points. One must understand that even if they sacrifice themselves during the mission, such points can indeed be inherited by their descendants. Please, everyone, hold your silence. I have yet to finish speaking. This mission is exceedingly perilous, and the 10 points will be directly allocated to you before your departure. Our objective is not merely to scout the movements of the Maya witch, but to ascertain whether the plague in the Odia region is the result of her machinations, Baron Albert declared with a grave expression. The exorcists in the hall fell silent, each displaying a solemn countenance. Qin Luan, with a mere shift in thought, quickly grasped the implications of the Baron's words. A standard reconnaissance mission could be navigated without engaging in combat, provided the exorcists exercised caution. However, to uncover whether the plague was indeed the work of the witch, a confrontation with the Maya witch would be inevitable. This was not an ordinary reconnaissance task, but rather one that entailed both scouting and combat. It is no wonder that the exorcist headquarters would award each participant 10 mission points. Engaging the witch on her own territory is fraught with peril, and it is conceivable that this group of over 20 exorcists could perish within the Maya forest. Well, I have said all that I wish to convey. Please contemplate carefully before your departure tomorrow. You still have the opportunity to withdraw from this mission. Once you choose to participate, there shall be no turning back, Baron Albert stated solemnly. Now, please return to your quarters and rest. The Albert Castle is preparing a banquet for you all, and we shall indulge in revelry later. The exorcists in the hall gradually dispersed, and just as Qin Luan intended to retire to his room, he noticed Boney approaching and signaling him. Intrigued, Qin Luan silently followed the golden-haired youth, and the two made their way to a grand parlor within the main castle. Baron Albert was already waiting there, and upon seeing Boney accompanied by Qin Luan, he greeted them with a beaming smile. Dr. Stan, please, take a seat. Baron, do you have any instructions? Qin Luan replied respectfully. Dr. Stan, we did not anticipate that upon reporting to the organization, they would mandate a transformation of the reconnaissance mission into a combat one. Baron Albert mused before continuing. Initially, we merely hope to provide some training for you, a newcomer. But if this is a combat mission, your participation is not obligatory. It would be far too dangerous for you. Baron, being an exorcist is inherently a perilous profession. Although I am a novice, I share the resolve to sacrifice for the protection of the human realm. Moreover, with my skills as a doctor, I may very well save the lives of many exorcists during this mission. Qin Luan asserted with righteous conviction. Ha ha, father. See, I told you Dr. Stan would not shy away, Boney exclaimed, patting Qin Luan's shoulder. Rest assured, I will ensure Dr. Stan returns unscathed. Since that is the case, I shall not elaborate further. The will of the exorcists is one of freedom, and every choice is a manifestation of fate, Baron Albert sighed, slightly bowing in respect. Please accept my homage, Dr. Stan. Furthermore, here is something for you. It can guarantee your safety to a certain extent, and Boney will instruct you on its usage. Baron Albert produced an exquisite golden scroll from his pocket and handed it to Qin Luan. The resplendent golden scroll was inscribed with mysterious runes, its ends adorned with handles of mahogany, appearing to be an exceptionally valuable artifact. Baron, such a precious item is too much for me to accept. Qin Luan frowned slightly, hesitating to take the golden scroll. Take it, Dr. Stan. This summoning scroll is not a gift that requires the exchange of your 10 points. Boney interjected, taking the golden scroll from the Baron's hands and placing it into Qin Luan's possession. Come with me. I will teach you how to use it. Qin Luan's eyes flickered, but he no longer declined. In truth, with a suitable excuse, he would not refuse to add an extra layer of protection to his life. After acquiring the golden scroll, Boney led Qin Luan towards one of the 4 subordinate fortresses, specifically the one he had yet to visit. Qin Luan's eyes brightened. This was indeed an unexpected boon. Upon entering this subordinate fortress, he immediately sensed its unusual nature. The corridors were dark and foreboding, with half as many chandeliers as in the other fortresses, and there were no windows that offered a view of the outside world. As they ascended to the upper levels, Qin Luan finally comprehended the fortress's purpose. There were no rooms within, only various types of cells and torture devices, standard wooden barred cells, iron-gated cells, water dungeons, and more. The Albert Castle had once served as a fortress of war centuries ago, and each subordinate fortress had its own function. This particular one was designated as a prison. Gazing at the dark stains marring the cells, Qin Luan could easily envision the countless witches and their magical creatures that had been imprisoned here. Bony led Qin Luan to a wooden barred cell situated in the middle of the fortress. And upon entering, Qin Luan was immediately struck by an overwhelming stench. However, he soon discerned the source of the foul odor. A colossal creature within the cell, it was an enormous black bear. Significantly larger than an ordinary specimen, easily 1.5 times its size. Though currently sprawled on the ground in slumber, its length surpassed 300 centimeters, and its girth was notably greater than that of an average black bear. According to the books Qin Luan had read, such a bear would weigh no less than a ton, potentially reaching 2 tons, heavier than a small car from the old era on Earth. Qin Luan pointed at the bear, which was shackled by 5 thick iron chains around its limbs and neck, casting a perplexed glance at Bony. "Ha, this has been a male, currently sedated with medication. He has been raised and trained by the Albert family as a combat pet." Bony chuckled out. "Of course, a typical person cannot command him, which is why you will need to utilize the summoning scroll in your possession." Lord Bony, you cannot possibly be suggesting that." Qin Luan stared incredulously between the golden scroll in his hands and the massive black bear, his eyes widening. Do not underestimate Ben. Despite his size, he has been trained by the Albert family and possesses surprising agility. With him by your side, you effectively gain a substantial meat shield, significantly increasing your safety." Bony replied with a sly grin. "We cannot enhance your combat abilities in the short term, so we resort to this method to ensure your safety. Lord Bony, this summoning scroll must be worth more than 10 mission points." Qin Luan furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired, "Oh?" Bony paused momentarily, then smiled. "Since you've figured it out, I shall not conceal it from you. This summoning scroll is actually valued at 50 mission points. Beyond your 10 points, even combining the 30 points remaining with my father would still fall short. The additional 10 points are an investment made by the Exorcist organization, recognizing your medical skills and courage. So, the 30 points you invested for me were for Xiaomi Lu." Qin Luan's mind raced, and he quickly connected the dots. Since Frank returned to the castle, Qin Luan had been using the essence of the world tree to prepare nourishment for Xiaomi Lu, aiding in his recovery. Though he had yet to awaken, Xiaomi Lu was no longer emaciated and occasionally fluttered his eyelids, indicating signs of regaining consciousness. The third-generation heir of the Albert family. His recovery was met with immense gratitude from all members of the family towards Qin Luan. If the doctor had not joined the Exorcist organization, the Albert family could have compensated him with gold. However, now that Qin Luan was part of the organization, such a favor could not be repaid with money. That would be an affront to the doctor. Thus, this precious golden summoning scroll was bestowed upon him instead. Moreover, Qin Luan was currently the only doctor capable of curing the plague, and ensuring his safety during this operation was in the best interest of the Exorcist organization. Qin Luan gazed at the scroll in his hands, reflecting on how, since his debut in Odia town to the present, he had been preparing nutrient solutions for Xiaomi Lu. The essence of the world tree was now nearly depleted, with only a single drop remaining. Although he did not concern himself with the rewards, simply seeking the truth behind the Albert family, it seemed that the universe had acknowledged his efforts, and this golden summoning scroll was a testament to that. Bony glanced at Qin Luan, choosing not to elaborate further. Such matters did not require explicit discussion, as everyone understood implicitly. "Come, let me show you how to use this scroll." Bony took the scroll from Qin Luan's hands, grasped the mahogany ends, and slowly unfurled it. The scroll revealed a pentagram spell array inscribed within, its center adorned with a golden seal in the language of this world. "Make a small incision in your palm. Then press it here." Bony handed Qin Luan a small horn knife, his expression turning serious as he indicated the seal at the center of the scroll. Following Bony's instructions, Qin Luan accepted the knife, made a small cut in his palm, and immediately blood pooled in his hand. Bony pressed the doctor's bloodied hand against the scroll, reciting an ancient incantation. The incantation grew increasingly resonant. Beads of sweat began to form on Bony's forehead. While the previously sedated black bear, Ben, seemed to sense something in its slumber, its massive body restlessly shifting as if resisting an immense will. However, Ben, having undergone years of training by the Albert family, gradually ceased its struggles upon sensing the familiar will belonging to Boney within the incantation. Soon as it halted its resistance, its massive form transformed into a radiant golden light, swiftly darting from the confines of its cell towards the scroll. With a clang, the heavy iron chains, now unbound, fell soundlessly to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Apostle number 70053, you have encountered your first combat summoning skill, fulfilling the 300th clause of the Shattered Laws, thereby activating the combat profession skill system. Relevant information can be found in the death list. Notification: Apostle number 70053, this combat summoning skill belongs to the scroll-type consumable skills, and neither the summoning skill nor the summoned entity can be brought into the shattered starry sky. Nevertheless, the Apostle's first combat skill meets the 301st clause of the Shattered Laws, allowing for a deferred payment option, enabling this skill to be fixed within the Apostle's combat skill bar. This summoned entity is classified as an ordinary combat creature and requires only a Shattered Laws fusion crystal. Does the Apostle wish to accept the deferred payment mode? If accepted, the fusion crystal must be paid in full upon returning to the shattered starry sky, or else the Apostle will incur a deduction of 50 life points. Qin Luan gazed at the sudden notification appearing in the death list with a peculiar expression. He had never anticipated that his first combat skill would be a summoning skill. However, he quickly made his choice. Despite Ben merely being a black bear, it was undeniably useful at this juncture and could not be dismissed. Furthermore, once this summoning skill was secured, Ben could accompany him into the shattered starry sky, which held immense value. As for the deferred payment mode, while it required a fusion crystal, the Apostle could easily cover the cost after completing the initial interdimensional task, which was not overly burdensome. This was likely a benefit provided by the shattered starry sky to every Apostle, as their growth necessitates time. It was reasonable for the shattered starry sky to offer some investment for their first skill. The only aspect Qin Luan found somewhat dissatisfactory was that Ben was merely a black bear, with limited potential for growth. He wondered if, in the future, he could exchange it for a more powerful summoned entity at some cost. After completing the summoning contract, the 5-pointed star magic array on the golden summoning scroll gradually faded, transforming into a mere scrap of paper, signifying that the scroll had fulfilled its historical mission. Let us depart. We must leave this place. Boney panted slightly, clearly indicating that the process of completing the summoning contract was not without its challenges. In truth, Qin Luan remained unaware that the golden summoning scroll was of a notably high rank, even surpassing that of Ben by several tiers. Had it not been for the urgent need for a life-saving measure, Boney would have cautioned Qin Luan against its reckless use. Naturally, the stronger the summoned entity, the more arduous it was to complete the contract, if not for Ben being a combat pet trained by the Albert family for an extended period. Unless the Exorcist organization dispatched a powerful professional summoner, even Boney would be unable to assist Qin Luan. Moreover, given that Qin Luan had yet to activate the combat skill system, even if he brought the golden summoning scroll into the shattered starry sky, he would be unable to utilize it. Only the Albert family, who owed him a significant favor, would go to such lengths to have Boney facilitate this summoning contract. In other words, to fully exploit the potential of this golden summoning scroll, Qin Luan must first locate a tamed high-tier combat creature and a high-level summoner. Additionally, he himself needed to reach a certain level of strength to thoroughly unlock the potential of this golden summoning scroll. Under the current circumstances, this was tantamount to a pipe dream. Furthermore, even if Qin Luan met those conditions, he would still be unable to afford the deferred payment cost for bringing a high-tier combat creature into the shattered starry sky. A howl echoed, seemingly a result of the significant magical fluctuations from the summoning contract just completed, followed by a tremendous roar emanating from the upper levels of the subfortress. Let us go. The banquet is about to commence. Hearing the roar from above, Boney's expression shifted slightly, hastily urging Qin Luan to leave. Upon exiting the subfortress, Qin Luan gazed at the imposing structure of the prison subfortress, a flicker of realization crossing his mind as he suddenly recognized a crucial issue. However, now was clearly not the opportune moment for such contemplation. The doctor quickened his pace back to his chamber. Focusing his attention on the death list, he intended to investigate the newly acquired summoning skill and the so-called combat profession system. P.S. The updates will be gradual. I seek red tickets. Chapter 22. The banquet within the death list. Besides the character status bar, item categories, storage space, and exchange list, a combat profession column reappeared. Currently, this column contained only a solitary skill icon. Qin Luan concentrated his mind on the icon, promptly receiving an introduction to the summoning skill. Mazer Summoning Art. This summoning technique possesses an independent summoning space. While the summoned entity resides within this space, the apostle may expend a small amount of energy to sustain its existence. The materialization of the summoned entity requires a one-time expenditure of a considerable amount of energy, the exact amount depending on the life tier of the summoned creature. The Mazer Summoning Art is categorized as a servitude-type summoning technique, rated intermediate, and includes a summoning contract, presently possessing only one summoning slot. This technique can form contracts with creatures of Tier 4 or lower. Restricted to beings with a complete soul, servitude-type summoning is one of the three main categories of summoning techniques. The other two being equal contract summoning and sacrificial summoning. Among these, sacrificial summoning is the easiest to establish a contract with, while servitude summoning is the most challenging. If the summoned entity's will is resolute, it is nearly impossible to contract with any summoner. Current summoned entity, Black Bear Bin, which can be voluntarily relinquished. This summoned entity has a life tier of 3, classified as a large terrestrial beast, and disregards environmental survival constraints after becoming a summoned entity in unsuitable environments. The master must expend energy to maintain its existence. Its duration is limited by the master's energy, and upon death, it returns to the summoning space. In truth, Qin Luan was unaware that he had acquired a significant advantage. The golden summoning scroll was of high rank, capable of accommodating the highest tier 4 summoned entities, just barely entering the intermediate life form category. Creatures like Bin, being large beasts, had already reached the pinnacle of ordinary biological forms and could even contend with certain beings possessing special abilities. The lowest tier for life forms possessing special abilities, which exceed ordinary life categories, is Tier 4. Qin Luan had not been in his room long when a servant arrived to notify him of the banquet. Given the large number of exorcists present this time, the Albert Castle had decided against holding the banquet in the dining hall, opting instead for the main hall of the fortress, hosting a buffet. Tables draped in white cloth encircled the hall, while several small salons were scattered in the corners. The central area was transformed into a dance floor. When Qin Luan entered the hall, the banquet was already in full swing, with castle servants weaving through the guests, serving food and beverages. Qin Luan accepted a glass of red wine from a passing server and made his way to a corner by the window. "Dr. Stan, you have arrived. Come sit over here." A voice called from a nearby salon. It was Odo. "Thank you," Qin Luan responded, shifting to sit beside Odo. Before entering the Maya forest, it would be a wise choice to glean some secrets from these exorcists. This small salon, aside from Qin Luan, housed only 2 exorcists, Odo and the female behemoth he had encountered earlier that day. Initially, Qin Luan's view was obstructed, preventing him from noticing the formidable woman seated behind the curtain. Had he seen her, he would have certainly refrained from sitting down. The instincts of a killer are remarkably keen, and he sensed that the female exorcist had been observing him throughout the afternoon, compelling him to avoid provoking such a formidable trouble. "You are Dr. Stan." To his surprise, as soon as he sat down, the female exorcist fixed her gaze on him. Her voice was deep and resonant, yet her tone remained respectful. "This is Flower of the Overlord, Nova," Odo introduced with a smile. Every exorcist possesses their own moniker. For instance, Odo is known as the bartender. During their conversation earlier that afternoon, Qin Luan learned that Odo had triumphed over Catherine in the inn industry, not solely due to ample funding, but also thanks to his exceptional bartending skills. Sufficient funds allowed him to hire younger and more attractive inmates, while Odo's ability to concoct high-quality beverages enabled him to secure victory over Catherine without surprise. Had Odo not adhered to the principle of exorcists not influencing the ordinary human realm, he might have employed other means to undermine Catherine's inn. The middle-aged woman's establishment would have long since closed down, unable to sustain itself until now. "Good day, Ms. Nova." Qin Luan greeted the Flower of the Overlord with a smile and a nod, his expression remaining neutral, though his neck appeared slightly stiff. "Dr. Stan, I have a gift for you." Nova, perceptive to Qin Luan's uncomfortable demeanor, fell silent for a moment before retrieving a leather-wrapped package from her feet and placing it on the coffee table before him. "Huh? This stuff, thank you." Qin Luan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively preparing to decline, but suddenly felt a kick under the table, catching a glimpse of Odo's subtle gestures out of the corner of his eye. compelling him to express his gratitude instead. Seeing that Qin Luan accepted the gift, Nova's face lit up with joy, her features relaxing as if sensing that the food on the table was insufficient. She stood up to retrieve more from the nearby buffet table. Ms. Nova does not simply bestow gifts upon you, Dr. Stan. Odo glanced back at Nova's retreating figure and explained to the bewildered doctor, "Do you recall Morrison? Morrison? Of course, I remember." A flicker of realization crossed Qin Luan's mind. Morrison was the plague victim who had staged a performance with him in the town square. Morrison was the beloved nephew of Lady Nova, and she had presented this token to express her gratitude for saving her dear nephew. Lord Otto grinned widely, noting that when Morrison fell ill, Lady Nova was not in the town of Audia. Upon her return, you had already arrived at the castle, and now, having become an exorcist, she certainly felt compelled to repay you. Qin Luan felt a tinge of embarrassment on his face. No wonder the formidable Lady Nova had been paying him so much attention in the afternoon. He had completely misinterpreted her intentions. Morrison was indeed Lady Nova's nephew? How old is Lady Nova this year? A peculiar question suddenly crossed Qin Luan's mind, prompting him to ask with a strange expression. She is probably in her 50s. I am not entirely certain, but why do you ask? Lord Otto looked at Qin Luan with surprise. In her 50s? And what about you, Lord Otto? Qin Luan, who had been sipping his drink, nearly choked. I am a few years older than Nova. I am 58 this year, Lord Otto shrugged, speaking nonchalantly to Do. Qin Luan was at a loss for words. Lord Otto certainly did not appear to be an old man of 50-8. For Lady Nova. Despite her peculiar physique, if Lord Otto hadn't mentioned it, he would have genuinely thought she was under 30. Although exorcists cannot achieve immortality, most tend to live longer than ordinary individuals, as long as they do not suffer severe injuries in battle. Exorcists can easily reach beyond 150 years. Lord Otto seemed to grasp Qin Luan's thoughts and patted his shoulder, explaining, "We exorcists of our age are indeed in our prime." Then what about Baron Albert and Bonnie? Qin Luan suddenly realized a significant question. His pupils dilated, and he quickly inquired of Lord Otto. Their ages are quite similar in appearance. The members of the Albert family differ from ordinary exorcists. This I cannot elaborate much, but you will understand in time. Lord Otto frowned slightly, offering a brief explanation before steering the conversation elsewhere. Come, let us see what fine gift Lady Nova has bestowed upon you. With a cheerful demeanor, Lord Otto opened the leather bag placed on the small table by Lady Nova, retrieving a finely crafted firearm. Oh, Lady Nova has actually gifted you her blood wheel, Lord Otto exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the short-barreled flintlock in his hands. Qin Luan took the firearm, inspecting it with curiosity. This flintlock resembled an enlarged revolver, with a thick barrel and a rotating chamber containing 4 cartridges. The bullets were all made of silver pellets, possessing formidable lethality against witches and their magical creatures, and the broad attack surface made it well suited for novice exorcists like you. Lord Otto produced a bullet the size of a fingertip from the leather bag and placed it before Qin Luan. I believe I should express my gratitude to Lady Nova upon her return, Qin Luan remarked, eyeing the blood wheel. When compared to the wind spirit crossbow he possessed in his storage space, this flintlock was undoubtedly of lesser value and could not be taken into the shattered starry sky. However, in this world, it appeared to be far more useful and seemingly more powerful. Oh, by the way. Qin Luan set down the blood wheel, feigning indifference as he asked, Lord Otto, the exorcists in the Audia region often engage in combat with the Maya witches. They must have incurred significant losses, right? It seems even the current heir of the Albert family has lost his life. You mean that young man, Stephen, right? Lord Otto's expression dimmed slightly, and he sighed. The members of the Albert family are far too headstrong. A young man as exceptional as Stephen should not have perished in a solitary trial. Was it merely Stephen's independent venture? Qin Luan narrowed his eyes, a fleeting cold smirk crossing his face. Indeed, when Baron Albert reported Stephen's death to the exorcist organization, everyone was left in shock. Lord Otto shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. So, it seems not all members of the Albert family are aware of Stephen's truth. Perhaps only Baron Albert knows the reality. Qin Luan gently rubbed his temples, increasingly convinced that a vast secret lay behind Stephen's demise. It was only then that the doctor realized he had made a grave mistake. Perhaps he should not have agreed so hastily to join the exorcist organization at Baron Albert's behest. Qin Luan recalled the white figure he had encountered in the graveyard. if not every member of the Albert family was privy to Stephen's truth. It suggested that his initial assessment had been flawed. The white figure likely held a stance contrary to that of Baron Albert, based on the circumstances of the encounter with the gargoyle in the graveyard. It seemed that the white figure was warning him of the sudden assault by the gargoyle. In other words, it was not testing him on behalf of the Albert family, but rather had a different purpose altogether. Chapter 23. Into the forest. Qin Luan let out a quiet sigh as realization dawned upon him. Bonnie, Laura, and others might not know the true cause of Stephen's death, believing instead that their brother fell victim to the witch's hand. Baron Albert had concealed certain truths not only from outsiders, but also from his own kin. Furthermore, that white figure, likely to be Stephen's wife, Mary Albert, might have been observing him, seeking to unveil the hidden truths behind this veil of secrecy. Had Qin Luan delayed his entry into the exorcist organization by a few days, that white figure might have sought him out for a face-to-face dialogue. He should now understand whether Stephen truly perished and where the missing corpse lay, suggesting that his task in this alternate realm was likely complete. However, should that be the case, Qin Luan was certain he would not have enough time to partake in the forthcoming Maya Forest reconnaissance mission. Even if he were to join the exorcist organization later, Baron Albert, who had already been in contact with the organization, would likely not extend another invitation for him to join the investigation. The potential outcomes of these developments were uncertain. Neither could be deemed entirely favorable or unfavorable. Yet, given the current trajectory, if Qin Luan failed to uncover additional clues in the Maya Forest, the likelihood of his first task as a killer in this alternate realm ending in failure was exceedingly high. Dr. Stan, what are you pondering? As Qin Luan mused, Lady Nova had already returned to her seat. Oh, nothing. Thank you for the firearm, Lady Nova. Having finally comprehended why Nova had been particularly attentive to him, Qin Luan resumed his composure. Just a trivial matter. Lady Nova waved her hand grandly, turning her attention to the mountain of food before her. Hey, Dr. Stan, did you initially think that Lady Nova... cough cough? Lord Otto began, but upon seeing Qin Luan's expressionless glare, he nearly choked, awkwardly clearing his throat. Rest assured, Lady Nova has no interest in your lanky physique. Only Catherine would fancy a refined young man like you. Catherine? Qin Luan paused, recalling the innkeeper he had not seen in a long while. To yawn. The middle-aged beauty behind the bar sniffled, sneezing several times in succession. Catherine, has Dr. Stan not returned yet? A plain-looking young woman approached the bar and asked softly. Not yet. Catherine glanced at the young woman in front of her, lazily leaning against the high stool and absent-mindedly wiping the bar. Fear not. When he returns, I will ensure he tends to your husband first. Really? Thank you, Sister Catherine. The young woman blushed, gratefully bowing to Catherine. However, Catherine had no inclination to comfort her further. Her gaze wandered listlessly over the stream of patrons in the inn. Ever since the townsfolk learned that Qin Luan might cure the plague, the business at the inn had flourished day by day. Even with the doctor having left the town for Albert Castle, the townspeople's enthusiasm for Catherine's inn remained unabated. Everyone in Audia knew that the innkeeper had a relationship with the young Dr. Stan. Familiarity with the innkeeper could open doors, and even if no one at home fell ill, it was wise to take preventive measures. For the first time in years, Catherine's inn had surpassed Lord Otto's in business. Had it been in the past, Catherine would have been overjoyed by such a turn of events. However, witnessing the desolate state of Audia, where fear gripped the hearts of its residents, she found it impossible to feel any joy. The middle-aged beauty seated behind the bar often noticed patrons secretly observing her eye in the past. Whether the onlookers were male or female, young or old, the flirtatious innkeeper would have proudly lifted her chest and, without hesitation, cast a charming glance to dazzle them. Yet, now she lacked that spirit. Catherine understood that these individuals were not gazing at her. They were hoping to glean some news about Qin Luan from her. Where is that scoundrel? Why has he taken so long to return? Wasn't he said he would come looking for Catherine? If I were to succumb to the plague, would he feel even a modicum of sorrow? Or would he forget about me and seek out a younger girl? The innkeeper harbored a plethora of grievances regarding Qin Luan, though she feigned the role of a hostess, making various promises about healing. Yet, deep down, Catherine knew that her actions resembled those of a love-struck maiden deceiving herself. Perhaps he would never return to this inn again. Catherine's eyes glimmered with a hint of longing as she unconsciously halted her movements. Lost in thought as she leaned against her chair, young master, "Are you still comfortable on horseback?" Frank asked, driving the carriage while glancing back. The hunchbacked servant's wounds had nearly healed. Even the deep knife wound on his shoulder had mended well without reopening. The essence of life contained within the world tree's flower do indeed possess remarkable restorative properties. Qin Luan nodded, carefully adjusting his legs as he sat upright on the horse. The banquet from the previous evening concluded rather early. The exorcists exhibited remarkable self-discipline, with none indulging in drunkenness on the eve of their mission. The reconnaissance team of the exorcists set out at dawn, and Qin Luan was taken aback to discover that Baron Albert did not partake in this endeavor. Among the Albert family, only Bonnie Albert was involved in the reconnaissance mission, serving as the nominal leader of the group. In truth, the entire contingent of exorcists was fragmented into 5 or 6 smaller teams. Resembling a disjointed assembly, Qin Luan had previously inquired with Odu about the potential benefits of appointing a single leader for the team. To his surprise, Odu did not mock Qin Luan but rather responded earnestly. The current state of the team was intrinsically linked to the combat style of the exorcists. Their diverse combat capabilities, coupled with robust physical attributes and strong self-preservation instincts, rendered it difficult for them to operate effectively when gathered together. Historical precedent indicated that forcibly consolidating exorcists into a singular unit yielded no greater efficacy than the sum of its parts. Rather, it often resulted in diminished effectiveness, with casualties on the rise. Typically, exorcist combat teams do not exceed 5 individuals, and once a team achieves stability, the inclusion of strangers becomes rare. For large-scale missions, the number of teams would increase rather than adding temporary personnel within existing teams. This principle applied not only to the exorcists but also to the witches. In other words, while well-disciplined elite armies in the human realm can rout a disordered rabble, the opposite holds true in the context of exorcist battles. As for the dispersal of command and the potential for discord during combat, Odu provided clarification. The tasks assigned to exorcists are generally not as intricate as military operations. In most cases, the objectives are straightforward. For instance, in this mission, their sole task was to capture a Maya witch alive and extract information from her. The marching route was uncomplicated, delegated to certain more specialized exorcists, while others were not required to intervene. Given the formidable resolve of the exorcists, once a task is accepted, it is akin to preparing for the possibility of death. No one would jest with their life and honor, nor would they vie for leadership positions. To exorcists, a leader is merely the expendable frontline soldier. Should disagreements arise, the principle of majority rule prevails. Those unwilling to conform are free to depart and execute their tasks solo, with no notion of cowardice and retreat. Qin Luan rubbed his thigh muscles. Initially, he had approached horseback riding with enthusiasm, finding it quite enjoyable. However, after several hours, he began to feel the strain of fatigue and longed for a respite. The exorcist team had crossed the Coxcomb River and entered the periphery of the Maya Great Forest. The most experienced and keen-sighted exorcists rode at the forefront, serving as sentinels for the group. Within the forest, horses were the only viable mode of transport, while the remaining carts were primarily laden with tents and supplies. Due to a shortage of manpower, even the hunchbacked servants were pressed into service as makeshift cart drivers. Qin Luan curiously glanced back at a massive cart situated at the heart of the procession. Unlike the other carts brimming with supplies, this one was draped with a large black tarp. It emitted intermittent sounds, reminiscent of clanking chains and metal, as though it contained an iron cage. Unusual noises frequently emanated from this suspected cage cart, yet when Qin Luan inquired with Bonnie, the golden-haired youth merely smiled mysteriously, withholding the contents from him. This only served to amplify the doctor's curiosity, solidifying his resolve to seek an opportunity to glimpse what lay beneath the tarp. The Maya Great Forest sprawled over an extensive area, encompassing over 1 million square kilometers, bordered by 6 grand duchies. With the Mies Duchy, where the Udia region is situated, being just one of them. The forest's outer edges were not densely wooded, allowing sunlight and moonlight to filter through. However, deeper within the forest, the canopy obscured the sky entirely, plunging the interior into darkness, devoid of any discernible day or night. The exorcists, too, dared not venture too deep into the Maya Great Forest. They were currently skirting its periphery, hoping to locate witch nests dwelling on the outskirts. As dusk began to descend, the outer reaches of the Maya Great Forest revealed no large fauna, and the areas traversed by the exorcist team remained eerily quiet. Odu, shall we set up camp here? Bonnie inquired, glancing at the darkening sky as he rode beside Odu.
Yes, this spot will suffice. I shall inform Nova and the others. Odu promptly set out and soon returned to relay. Nova and the others are aware. Let us establish our camp, Odu. Won't they stay with us? Qin Luan questioned, gesturing toward the exorcists ahead. Ah, Dr. Stan, did you not notice that we are already down 4 men? Odu responded with a smile, explaining, those 4 serve as our rear guard, protecting our retreat. The individuals in our small group are the vanguard, while the 3 teams ahead serve as the forefront. They will continue further before they set up camp. Upon hearing Odu's explanation, Qin Luan realized that the entire formation resembled an arrow. The 3 teams at the front formed a cohesive triangular shape, while 2 smaller teams constituted the shaft, with considerable distance separating them, each team spaced approximately a kilometer apart. Now, Qin Luan had a clearer understanding of the operational capabilities of these exorcists. Over 20 individuals managed to control an expanse of 3 kilometers in length and 1 kilometer in width. Setting aside their combat prowess, simply maintaining such a formation was no small feat. Chapter 24. Testing the small team positioned centrally among the exorcists consisted of 5 members. Qin Luan, viewed as the logistical support alongside his aide Frank. 2 full-fledged exorcists, Bonnie and Odu. And the final member, an 18-year-old novice exorcist named Will. Like Qin Luan, it was Will's first foray into the exorcist's missions. While Qin Luan had volunteered for this undertaking, Will found himself compelled to participate. Will's father had also been an exorcist, tragically perishing 5 years prior during a bounty mission. Fortunately, Will's father had left a sum of money to support his widow and child, sufficient for their sustenance. Yet, Will had long aspired to continue his father's legacy as an exorcist. 5 years ago, he had been too young and could temporarily forego the annual exorcist missions by relying on his father's points. However, this year, those points had been exhausted, and failing to undertake a mission would result in the forfeiture of his exorcist qualifications. Lacking confidence in his ability to reclaim those qualifications independently, and now being of age, he resolved to embark on this mission. What he did not anticipate was that his initial task would involve a large-scale combat scenario. Will, is there sufficient firewood? Qin Luan asked, cradling a bundle of twigs beside the campfire. A smile gracing his face. Plenty, thank you, Dr. Stan. The simply dressed youth replied, taking the dry branches and busily preparing hot water for the group. After the team found a clearing within the forest, the 5 individuals commenced erecting tents and igniting the campfire. Amidst the flurry of activity, Qin Luan suddenly realized he seemed utterly inept, more so than his servant Frank. After repeatedly botching the tasks assigned to him, he was finally exasperatedly sent to assist Will by Odu. With the fire crackling to life, the Maya Great Forest was soon enveloped in night. Without Qin Luan's interference, the others quickly completed the tents, retrieved beverages and provisions from the supply cart, and gathered around the fire. Bonnie produced some dried herbs from his pack and tossed them into the flames, releasing a subtle yet pleasant aroma. What is this? Qin Luan, who had been observing and learning, could no longer contain his curiosity. This is incense grass. It helps repel insects, Odu sighed. Dr. Stan, your survival experience in the wild is woefully insufficient. You must enhance your training in this regard. Witch nests are often located in environments of extreme hardship. Exorcists must learn to endure and thrive under various conditions. Indeed, I look forward to your guidance, Qin Luan replied with a cheerful smile. Perhaps influenced by the surrounding atmosphere, the group's conversation was subdued, each person silently partaking in their meal. Only Will occasionally lifted his gaze, anxiously scanning the darkened woods for distant sounds of prowling beasts. Suddenly, as the group began to feel drowsy, Bonnie intended to arrange the night watch when a flash of lightning illuminated the distant forest. Reminiscent of thunder on a stormy day, that seems to be in Nova's direction. Odu abruptly stood, gazing toward the source of the light in murmured contemplation. Yes, it must be an electric spell. Bonnie's expression shifted, revealing concern. Today is merely the first day. We should still be on the outskirts, yet they've already encountered magical creatures. As they spoke, the sky in the distance ignited with a crimson glow, lingering for a longer duration this time, gradually fading after approximately 10 seconds. Lord Bonnie, should we rush to their aid? Qin Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His interest in witches and magical creatures piqued. No, they can manage. If they encounter true peril, they will signal with fireworks. Yellow smoke indicates the need for assistance, while red smoke signifies extreme danger. If no signal is emitted, It means they can handle the situation themselves, and we shouldn't risk disrupting our formation to rescue them. Odu observed for a moment longer before returning to the warmth of the campfire. Heh, Dr. Stan, you should rest early. It will soon be dawn, and it's your turn to take the night watch. Bonnie sat back by the campfire, drawing out his knight's sword and meticulously polishing it. A flicker of surprise flashed in Qin Luan's eyes, and he silently nodded. Bonnie's demeanor in the forest astonished him. This golden-haired youth had cast aside the airs of a noble lord from the castle and transformed into a seasoned demon hunter, rivaling even the venerable Otto, Russell. Qin Luan suddenly awoke from his slumber, his body instinctively tensing, but he quickly relaxed upon recognizing the footsteps behind him. My lord, did I wake you? Frank asked, scratching his head awkwardly as he observed Qin Luan sitting up. Is it already my turn for the night watch? Qin Luan glanced at the sky, noticing the faint light of dawn, and recalled Bonnie's words from the previous night, instantly coming to a realization. Indeed, Lord Otto instructed me not to let you take the night watch. Frank replied with a furrowed brow. Go get some rest. Qin Luan stretched his neck and walked towards the central campfire. Dr. Stan, you're awake? Otto greeted Qin Luan with a smile. Your attendant wished to take your watch, but I turned him down. I believe now that you have become a demon hunter, you should familiarize yourself with the adventures of the wild at the earliest opportunity. Yes, I share the same sentiment. As a demon hunter, one must remain ever vigilant in the wilderness. Qin Luan nodded in agreement. In truth, even in slumber, it was a formidable challenge for anyone to approach him unnoticed. During his time in the Handan prison, he had shared a cell with convicts serving severe sentences, including many death row inmates. In such an environment, Qin Luan had cultivated an unparalleled sense of alertness. In fact, at the onset of his imprisonment, he had yet to resort to lethal measures against his fellow inmates. However, the violent criminals within the same cell were akin to fighting dogs confined in a cage, and conflicts were inevitable. Over time, the appearance of Joey became increasingly frequent. Subsequently, those sharing a cell with Qin Luan would typically meet their demise within 3 days, their deaths often gruesome, resembling that of slaughtered cattle and sheep. Throughout the years, only a handful of inmates had survived more than a week alongside Qin Luan. Within the confines of Handan prison, it was during this period that Qin Luan and Joey earned the moniker of the Dissector, truly becoming a feared figure of dread. At times, this killer even served as the designated executioner for Handan prison and official institutions dealing with certain specific inmates. This was also one of the reasons why he received preferential treatment before the Handan court approved his death sentence. Has Lord Bonnie gone to rest? Qin Luan inquired, turning his head. Yes, in our small team. Only he and I possess considerable experience. He is responsible for the first half of the night, while I will take the latter half. Otto replied, a weight of concern etched upon his brow. Is something troubling you? Qin Luan asked, sensing Otto's unease. You see through it? Otto gazed solemnly into the distance. Last night, the 3 forward squads encountered varying degrees of attacks. All 3 squads were attacked. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the abnormality of this situation. Indeed, over 2 years ago, we organized a 5-man team to scout the outskirts of the forest near the Adia region. Otto reminisced. On that occasion, we did not encounter any assaults on the periphery until the 5th day when we ventured too deep into the forest and were harassed by 2 gargoyles. You need not worry excessively. Did they not call for aid? Perhaps they merely faced some wild beasts last night, Qin Luan remarked, a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. Let us hope so. In 2 hours, they will send someone to report back. Then we shall learn the truth. Otto's expression remained far from relaxed. Unlike Qin Luan's nonchalance, this seasoned demon hunter understood that the attackers faced by the forward team were certainly not mere beasts. A few wild animals would hardly compel a demon hunter to resort to magic. The presence of formidable magical creatures would necessitate the use of spells. Otto's predictions proved accurate. As dawn broke and everyone awakened, a messenger from the 3 forward teams arrived. This demon hunter, covered in dust and stained with blood, had his left arm slung around his neck with cloth, bearing the scent of battle. Blake, what transpired ahead? Bonnie and Otto approached him without delay. We encountered 3 gargoyles and fought fiercely. Fortunately, I was the only one injured. Blake, the middle-aged demon hunter, glanced at the 3 newcomers with a nonchalant tone. Bonnie and Otto exchanged glances, smiling as they remarked, 3 gargoyles yield quite a number of points. It seems your haul was commendable. The lighthearted banter from the three demon hunters eased the previously tense atmosphere. Dr. Stan, could you assist Blake with his arm? Otto turned back to inquired. It would be my pleasure. Lord Blake, please follow me. Qin Luan smiled as he led the injured messenger into the tent. Lord Blake, it's merely a dislocation. The bone is intact. However, for the next few days, it would be best not to exert too much effort with this arm, Qin Luan said, helping the demon hunter set the bone. A smile gracing his lips. I've also treated your other wounds. Thank you, Dr. Stan. It is truly fortunate to have a physician in the team, Blake exclaimed joyfully, waving his arm. Lord Blake, the three gargoyles were merely the assailants your team encountered. They do not include the other two teams that faced attacks last night. Correct? Qin Luan asked softly without lifting his head as he organized his medical supplies. Blake's expression momentarily stiffened. After a brief silence, he replied, yes, Nova's team also encountered a troll. Is the situation severe? Qin Luan closed the medical kit, his expression unreadable. If this is not a mere coincidence, then yes, it is quite serious, Blake said gravely. In this world, there are no coincidences, only inevitabilities, Qin Luan sighed, borrowing a phrase he had heard a few days prior. Chapter 25. Intervention. After Blake departed, Qin Luan and the others began to pack the tent and prepare to set off again. Throughout the following day, the magical creatures conjured by the witch continued to harass the demon hunter team incessantly, with the onslaught reaching a climax during the night. The demon hunter squads in three directions signaled for support using yellow smoke signals. After a discussion, the seasoned Otto and Bonnie dispatched the team positioned at the rear to provide assistance, while simultaneously tightening their formation, having the 1 kilometer gap between each small team to facilitate mutual support. By the time dawn broke on the third day, the malevolent beings finally retreated, and all demon hunters were compelled to concentrate towards the rear. Upon returning to the central camp, Qin Luan discovered that his duties had become significantly heavier. The demon hunter team had sustained casualties, with 2 comrades perishing and 5 others gravely injured. The fallen demon hunters were both from the team originally responsible for the rear guard, which was already the weakest. Last night, while en route to provide support, they had been ambushed by some evil creatures, suffering tremendous losses. The corpses bore the marks of a horrific demise. One had been bisected at the waist, with his companions bringing back only the upper half, while the lower half was likely consumed by some malevolent creature. Qin Luan observed the jagged wound on the corpse's waist, where the muscle and internal organs appeared to have been violently torn apart, making it difficult to fathom the suffering endured by this unfortunate soul in his final moments. According to his comrades' accounts, they had been unexpectedly ambushed in the darkness by a scorpion man, leading to the unfortunate fellow being severed in half by the creature's massive pincers. The scorpion man was one of the malevolent beings created by the witch, distinct from the purely magical beings like gargoyles and the indigenous evil creatures like trolls. The scorpion man represented a hybrid life form, possessing a fractured soul. Gargoyles, powered by magic cores, are incapable of following complex commands, and due to resource constraints, the witches cannot produce many. Conversely, trolls, as complete life forms, are exceedingly rare and reproduce at a low rate, thus failing to serve as a primary combat force. Consequently, following the Millennium Pact, the witches began to explore the fusion of biological souls with magical constructs, creating hybrid beings with fragmented souls. These beings are referred to as half-humans or half-beasts, possessing animalistic bodies and incomplete human souls, capable of following some complex commands and executing various tasks assigned by the witches. There are numerous types of half-beasts, including centaur archers with human upper bodies and deer-like lower bodies, beastly predators with human heads and feline lower bodies, eagle men combined with raptors, and human-faced spiders and scorpion men resulting from genetic mixing with large spiders and scorpions. These half-beasts, endowed with fractured human souls, are more cunning than gargoyles, and their incomplete souls often plunge them into states of painful frenzy, rendering them more brutal and ferocious in battle. They often shred their enemies' corpses into pieces, leaving chaos in their wake. The emergence of scorpion men indicated that the Maya witch had indeed taken notice of this demon hunter team, rather than encountering the evil beings in the forest by mere chance. Qin Luan shook the syringe in his hand and injected a vial of potion into Nova's shoulder. This formidable powerhouse within the team had also sustained injuries the previous night, having been bitten on the shoulder by a leopard man. Were it not for her extraordinary talent and her bones as resilient as steel, An ordinary individual would likely have suffered a catastrophic fracture. Thank you, Dr. Stan. Nova gazed at the shoulder wrapped like a dumpling, her expression somewhat peculiar. Qin Luan's skillful surgery, which involved the excision of necrotic tissue and realignment of the bones, was executed with remarkable professionalism and steady hands. However, his method of bandaging was rather crude, perhaps even inferior to that employed by their fellow exorcists. You're welcome, Ms. Nova. Qin Luan shrugged self-deprecatingly as he admired his own handiwork. He certainly could not divulge to Nova that he was utterly untrained in the art of wound dressing. His proficiency in surgical maneuvers stemmed merely from extensive dissection practice, self-taught and refined over time. Ms. Nova, should we prepare to withdraw from the Maya forest? Qin Luan inquired with a concerned glance. A decision has yet to be made. Let everyone catch their breath first, and we shall deliberate. Nova's face twitched slightly as she furrowed her brow. Unlike the leisurely pace of the previous days, on the third day of their venture, Qin Luan found himself the busiest individual in the entire camp, with 2 casualties and 5 severely injured. The exorcist team now numbered fewer than 20, most of whom bore minor injuries to varying degrees. Dr. Stan, please have something to drink, Ajuo remarked gravely as he handed Qin Luan a cup of hot cocoa. It is truly fortunate to have you with us. Otherwise, some of those 5 severely injured comrades might have already perished. The leaders of several small teams wish to discuss matters, and we would like to hear your insights on certain aspects. Qin Luan's lips curled slightly. He was acutely aware of what Ajuo and the others wished to inquire about, namely, the treatment of the severely injured and whether they could continue enduring. This decision would affect whether the team needed to escort the injured back or if the rest could press onward. Otherwise, in the presence of these seasoned exorcists, he had yet to earn the privilege of mere observation in their meeting. I believe we should withdraw from the Maya forest. Gargoyles, trolls, and half-breeds have formed a complete ecosystem of malevolence. Their simultaneous appearance at the forest's periphery is sufficient evidence that the Maya which is casting her gaze upon human settlements beyond the woods, and a formal assault cannot be far off. As Qin Luan stepped into the tent, the leaders of the exorcist teams were engaged in a fervent debate, with a bearded middle-aged exorcist advocating for a retreat. No, we have yet to confirm whether the plague is the work of the witch. If we withdraw from the forest now, our mission will be deemed a failure, providing no assistance in resolving the current plight of the Udia region. Boney interjected, raising an eyebrow in opposition. But if we all fall here, the exorcist forces in the Udia region will be rendered incapacitated, unable to prevent the witch's invasion of Udia. The best course of action now is to return immediately to Albert Castle and report the situation to headquarters. The bearded exorcist retorted loudly. Upon hearing his analysis, silence enveloped the tent, for while the exorcists were not lacking in courage to sacrifice themselves, they were also unwilling to do so in vain. Indeed, as the bearded exorcist had stated, it was their first encounter with such a multitude of malevolent creatures at the forest's edge. Tio suggests that the witch was not orchestrating this would be met with disbelief. The pressing question now was whether they should abandon their reconnaissance mission and temporarily cease the pursuit of the plague's source. Once they withdrew from the forest, even if the witch launched a full-scale attack, they could still rely on the geographical advantages of Albert Castle to withstand for a period. However, neglecting the pursuit of the plague's origin would inevitably exacerbate the outbreak in several towns. Dr. Stan, how much longer can those 5 severely injured exorcists hold out? Ajuo broke the silence upon seeing Qin Luan enter the tent. I have treated their external wounds. However, we lack suitable medications here. Their injuries preclude them from participating in prolonged travel. I believe it would be best to send them back to the castle for recuperation. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety, Qin Luan stated calmly. While he hoped the exorcists would delve deeper into the forest, he did not deliberately obscure the condition of the injured. These seasoned exorcists were well aware of the situation, even without his words. As he spoke, Boney slumped in his seat, dejectedly leaning back. This was the final straw. If the other 5 injured could no longer endure and required an escort, the remaining strength was insufficient for further forays into the forest, rendering any such endeavor futile. If that is the case, a hint of struggle crossed Ajuo's face. Please wait a moment, Lord Ajuo, esteemed exorcist elders, may I offer my thoughts? Qin Luan interjected, his gaze glinting as he interrupted Ajuo. Dr. Stan, please proceed. Though you are a novice exorcist, your perspective as the accompanying physician is valuable to us. Nova stated solemnly. Thank you, Ms. Nova. Qin Luan smiled and nodded at the imposing figure beside him. In regard to the current situation, I lack the extensive experience of those present, but I wish to address the epidemic in the Udia region. As soon as Qin Luan's words left his lips, they captivated the attention of all. Were a doctor to rashly express opinions about the mission, the other exorcists would merely scoff. However, when it came to the development of the epidemic, he was undoubtedly an authority. No exorcist would dare disregard his input. To speak candidly, the ultimate goal of exorcists undertaking missions remains the protection of ordinary humans in the Udia region. Failing a mission is acceptable. At worst, they would face deductions and task points from headquarters. Yet if the epidemic endangered the safety of the entire region, they would truly betray their calling as exorcists. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, I predict that within 2 weeks, a severe epidemic will erupt across the Udia region. The accumulation of initial plague victims has reached a critical point. If it continues to spread, the outbreak will become uncontrollable. Qin Luan stated impassively. Dr. Stan, are you suggesting that we must find the ultimate solution to the plague within 2 weeks? Ajuo's eyes sparkled with intensity. The middle-aged man, who had previously appeared affable, now radiated an aura of formidable dread. Dr. Stan, is there no way for you to contain the further development of the epidemic? Your medication. Boney's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily inquired. The formulation of that medication is exceedingly complex, and others cannot intervene. I am but one person. Even if I were to toil 24 hours a day, I could save only a few. Qin Luan replied nonchalantly. We must discover the true formula for the antidote to the epidemic. Otherwise, do you think I, as a physician, would willingly participate in your combat missions? Dr. Stan, you should have informed us of this sooner. Ajuo's complexion darkened as he spoke gravely. It is not too late now, is it? Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering as he remarked. Actually, I have a few thoughts regarding the predicament we currently face, which the esteemed elders might consider. Chapter 26. The illusion of reality. If possible, Qin Luan would sincerely prefer not to engage in the struggle between exorcists and witches. He wished to remain an observer, much like a camera that faithfully records all events. Whether the exorcists succeeded or failed bore no consequence to him. As for Frank, Catherine, and others he had once utilized, Qin Luan regarded them merely as temporary laborers carrying cameras. They provided their efforts while he compensated them with wages. Frank had aided him. Thus Qin Luan pledged to ensure his future means of living. Catherine had assisted him, so he indirectly facilitated the improvement of the innkeeper's business. Were it not for the existence of the otherworldly mission, Qin Luan would have promptly ceased speaking and refrained from influencing the progression of events. However, as he had stated, there are no coincidences in this world, only inevitabilities. Once the wheels of fate begin to turn, even a camera must become part of the unfolding narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now been in the Maya forest for 3 days and 2 nights. Having faced 2 assaults from malevolent beings, setting aside the casualties from last night's ambush during support, these 2 attacks have remained within our team's capacity to endure. We have not been utterly vanquished. Have we? Qin Luan remarked with a faint smile. A hush fell over the tent as the exorcists exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Dr. Stan, please continue. The seasoned Ajuo appeared to have an epiphany, casting an appreciative glance at Qin Luan. If we consider the magical creature's assault on the first night as merely a test, then the attack on the second night should be seen as the witch employing evil beings to confront us directly. Correct? Qin Luan asserted confidently. Let us recall. If this were a direct confrontation, does it not imply that thus far, the Maya witch lacks the power to completely annihilate us? That is merely your conjecture. At least during last night's assault, the Maya witch did not make her presence known. Should she choose to command the evil beings directly, we would find ourselves in a far worse predicament. The bearded exorcist countered with a grave tone. Qin Luan glanced at the bearded exorcist but chose to smile without retorting. Although the bearded man presented a counterargument, he could discern that this seasoned exorcist harbored similar doubts, and their initial stance on retreating from the forest had begun to waver. The absence of the Maya witch's appearance may well be attributed to the fact that the witch opposing them was but one individual, who feared they might resort to desperate measures for a decapitation strike. Without the cover of her companions, she would easily fall into our encirclement. Otto seemed to be speaking to himself. Based on our past experiences, a Maya witch typically commands at least 2 or 3 malevolent creatures, and rarely more than 7 or 8. The bearded man pondered for a moment before countering, stating that last night we were besieged by at least 20 evil beings. Normally, there should have been 3 to 5 Maya witches involved. Not to mention, even if there were only 2 witches providing mutual cover, we would have already collapsed under the assault last night. Unable to retreat, Ms. Nova's gaze flickered as she spoke in a deep, resonant voice, asserting that we had willingly entered the Maya forest, and even if the witches annihilated all the exorcists, it would not constitute a violation of the millennia-old pact. Indeed, the perspective of having only one witch is acceptable. Another, somewhat older exorcist leader nodded in agreement, suggesting that the current witch might merely be a sentinel dispatched to the outskirts of the forest by the Maya witches. In that case, it is plausible that other witches have significantly enhanced her magical minions to monitor a larger area. If she is merely a scout responsible for surveillance, why does she not remain hidden, waiting for reinforcements from the other witches? It is rather peculiar that she would send forth so many magical creatures to provoke us, attempting to drive us away forcefully. The bearded man furrowed his brow, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Unless our advancing direction and formation's arrow is precisely aimed at her lair, and we are not far from it. All the exorcists exchanged glances, excitement blooming on their faces. She could not afford to wait for the support of other Maya witches and had to dispatch all her magical creatures to assault us in the hopes that we would retreat in the face of adversity. This is also why we encountered such a multitude of magical beings, yet did not find a single witch participating in the battle. Boney smacked a low table and stood up abruptly. We were all mistaken. To us, the ferocity of the attack upon entering the forest suggested that the Maya witches were well prepared. However, from the witches' perspective, witnessing more than 20 exorcists entering the forest together would undoubtedly be perceived as a significant event. Perhaps that witch believed we were targeting her, which explains her intense reaction. Qin Luan's face broke into a meaningful smile as he quietly exited the tent. The doctor understood that the ensuing discussion no longer required his presence. These exorcists were seasoned and astute. Their earlier failure to connect certain dots was merely a result of having fallen into a cognitive trap. After all, not everyone possesses his background in psychology. Accustomed to role-switching and perspective-taking, that of course, even without Qin Luan's prompting, given these exorcists some time, they would arrive at the same conclusions. However, by then, they might have already retreated from the Maya forest or delayed their best opportunity, allowing that Maya witch to receive subsequent support. Shortly after Qin Luan stepped outside, the leaders of the exorcists began to emerge from the tent one after another. It must be said that the courage and wisdom of these exorcists were remarkably formidable. Once the doubts were resolved, they reached a consensus in a mere 10 minutes, displaying a decisive style devoid of any hesitation. In a wonder, Otto remarked that as long as their mission objectives aligned, no leader was necessary. Dr. Stan, everyone has asked me to express their gratitude for your timely warning. Otherwise, once the situation became clear, all exorcists here would likely suffer a tarnished reputation. Otto approached Qin Luan, smiling as he bowed in respect. Now that we have a new action plan, but do you wish for me to return to Albert Castle first? Qin Luan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Yes, once magical creatures have encountered exorcists, they relay the images of their enemies back to the witches. We intend to divert the 3 exorcist squads originally positioned ahead, drawing away those magical beings, while our team directly seeks the lair of the witch. Otto nodded, explaining that if our assessment is correct, the forthcoming battle will be quite fierce. Your current performance has already sufficed to pass the initiation trial. There is no need for you to risk participating in the battle. Furthermore, those injured will require your care on the return journey. No one will question your bravery on that account. My Lord Otto, do you think I have followed you solely to prove my courage? Qin Luan's face turned serious, his tone firm. You? Otto furrowed his brow, speaking in a low voice. Prior to entering the Maya forest, Baron Albert had instructed me that even if this mission were to fail, your safety must be ensured. You are currently the only doctor capable of healing the plague. You are the one person in this team who cannot be sacrificed. My Lord Otto, you do not understand. Qin Luan sighed softly. I am not following you merely to demonstrate courage. I have compelling reasons for doing so. Oh? What reasons? Otto looked at Qin Luan with confusion. The epidemic in the Adia region is beyond my individual capacity to remedy. We must identify the source of the plague and formulate a remedy that can be produced in large quantities, or my presence becomes irrelevant. Qin Luan stated solemnly, If the plague is indeed related to the witch, only I can uncover the source within her lair and derive the antidote formula based on the viral composition. Without my medical knowledge, do you possess that capability? Otto was left speechless. Even if they captured the witch, it was uncertain whether they could extract information from her or bring her back alive to Albert Castle. Qin Luan's reasoning was thoroughly sound. Otto could not refuse the doctor's request to stay and had no choice but to take him along to the witch's lair. After Otto conferred with the other exorcists, the entire team promptly sprang into action. The 3 squads led by Nova and the bearded man turned eastward, advancing toward another direction in the Maya forest, tasked with diverting the malevolent beings that had attacked the exorcists the previous night. If the current judgment of the exorcists remains accurate, everyone believes that the witch will continue to manipulate all evil beings to harass and follow them, feigning a formidable facade until they depart from the Maya forest. Should this assessment prove flawed, and the witch is not merely a facade of strength but genuinely intends to encircle them, or disregards the exorcists entirely, Nova and her team will signal Otto to retreat from the Maya forest. As for the squad led by Otto and Boney, they had not yet encountered any magical creatures, and the witch remained unaware of their presence. Thus, the task of locating the witch's lair fell to them. Naturally, Nova and her team would not stray too far. The 2 groups would maintain a distance of about half a day from each other, just in case. The final group of exorcists consisted of the injured, which included 5 severely wounded individuals and 2 others who had originally been members of the rearguard, tasked with transporting the remains of the deceased and the injured out of the forest. Returning to Albert Castle, Dr. Stan, among us 5, only Lord Otto and Lord Boney possess combat capabilities. Once we locate the witch's lair, will we be able to contend with her? The youngest in the group, Blake, asked in a despondent tone, lacking confidence. Do not worry, little one. I do not believe our small team possesses inferior combat prowess. Qin Luan chuckled as he ruffled Blake's hair, his gaze falling upon a certain cart. His eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 27. The Witch's Cabin Halt. Otto raised his hand to signal as, having separated from the main group, the 5 of them, with the covered iron cage cart, had been walking for nearly half a day. After calling for a stop, Otto ran ahead to survey the area beneath several particularly stout trees. Lord Otto, have you found anything? Qin Luan and Boney strolled up behind him. Look at the forest floor, Otto said, a hint of a smile in his eyes as he pointed ahead. The exorcist team had entered the Maya forest for 3 days, gradually delving deeper into the woods, and the canopy above had become increasingly dense. Even when the sun blazed overhead, the sunlight penetrating the forest was reduced by more than half. Qin Luan focused his gaze on the towering, robust trees ahead, where the ground was blanketed in overlapping leaves. Dappled with sunlight, yet no particularly unusual circumstances were discernible. The only noticeable difference from other areas was the proliferation of various mushrooms beneath these large trees, appearing stacked upon one another like a canopy of small umbrellas. To have approached this closely without being detected is remarkable. Boney's face flushed slightly, suppressing his inner excitement. It seemed that the witch had focused all her attention on controlling the magical beings. And Ms. Nova had not signaled with smoke. Our assessment is correct. You mean we are nearing the witch's lair? Qin Luan's expression shifted as he quickly grasped Boney's implication. Yes, I have read that most witches living in forests tend to cultivate mushrooms near their lairs. Blake chimed in, his face alight with joy, stating that mushrooms make for excellent food, especially since rice cannot be cultivated in the forest. Lord Boney, it is time to release it. It will undoubtedly help us locate the witch. Otto turned to regard the cart driven by Frank, speaking seriously. All right, I will release it now. Boney's eyes sparkled with determination as he strode toward the cart, pulling away the black covering. Clank, indeed, the cart bore a large iron cage. Boney unlocked the massive iron lock of the cage and let it out. This creature is muscular, standing upright on its hind legs, with arms that extend beyond its knees and claws as sharp as blades. Its entire body cloaked in a coat of black fur. Appears to have just awakened from a prolonged slumber, its vision still somewhat blurred, yet its emerald eyes betray an unmistakable cruelty and ferocity. Suddenly spotting Bonnie before it, the creature leans forward slightly, its chest swelling as its pointed ears stand erect, bearing elongated canines, drool dripping from its maw as it emits a low growl. Be still. Beast, Bonnie, unbeknownst to Win, had already acquired a long whip in his hand, cracking it sharply in the air. A flicker of fear darted through the beast's eyes as its ears drooped, obediently crouching on the ground like a well-trained pup. "A werewolf?" Blaine exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Such a creature truly exists." Qin Luan gazed at the werewolf before Bonnie, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossing his gaze. Ever since entering this world, he had heard tales of witches and malevolent beings, and even encountered gargoyles and what appeared to be ghostly figures. Yet, everything had felt shrouded in an unreal haze. The emergence of the werewolf seemed to peel away the final veil of mystery from this world, finally allowing him to believe in the darkness that lurked beneath. Could it be that the plague in the Odia region was indeed the work of witches? Perhaps there was no truth to Stephen's death? Or maybe he remained imprisoned in some witch's lair. Qin Luan was compelled to contemplate other possibilities surrounding Stephen's demise. No, even aside from Stephen, the bizarre affliction plaguing Miller must be intrinsically linked to the Albert family. And what of that white figure? That could not possibly be the handiwork of a witch. As thoughts swirled in Qin Luan's mind, he realized that, in any case, his other premonition had been correct. This reconnaissance mission would undoubtedly yield new clues, ultimately unraveling the mystery of Stephen and deciphering the origins of the plague. Go. "Find the witch," Bonnie whispered to the werewolf, gently patting its head. A glint of ferocity flashed in the werewolf's eyes as it sprang forward. Leaping onto a large tree, its sharp claws gripping the trunk firmly, disappearing into the woods after a few bounds. "Follow it." Bonnie seemed to share an inexplicable bond with the werewolf, as if he could sense its whereabouts at any moment. He waved to the others behind him and led the way with determination. "Why, Lord Bonnie, I never realized you were a beast tamer, capable of subduing even a werewolf," Qin Luan remarked, leaning closer to Bonnie. "Haha, I wouldn't call myself a true beast tamer. This werewolf has been serving the Albert family since I was a child. It has merely been confined to the dungeon for most of its life. So few know of its existence." Bonnie appeared to be in high spirits, willingly explaining to Qin Luan. Observing Bonnie's lively demeanor, Qin Luan felt a stir in his heart and tentatively inquired, "My Lord Bonnie, you seem quite eager for a confrontation with the witch. Is this your first encounter with a genuine witch?" "Certainly not, but it is the first since Stephen's incident." Bonnie's expression darkened. "Your brother, Stephen Albert?" Qin Luan feigned surprise. "I am sorry to hear that he encountered trouble during a solo trial. It is indeed regrettable, but given his age, why had he never undergone a trial before?" From the gravestone, it was clear that Stephen Albert had been in his 30s at the time of his death, and being Bonnie's brother only added to the intrigue. Compared to Bonnie, a seasoned exorcist, Stephen seemed more akin to an impetuous novice. A point of suspicion for Qin Luan. "Stephen was different from me. He never enjoyed fighting, and that was even more true after his marriage." Bonnie's expression fluctuated. "In fact, during his incident, I was not at the Albert Castle but traveling elsewhere. I was only summoned back after the fact." "Oh, how peculiar. Are you certain Stephen fell victim to a witch's hand?" Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully avoiding provoking Bonnie. "I apologize. I should not question your brother." "It's all right. I understand your suspicions. When I first heard the news, I too struggled to believe that Stephen, who always shunned combat, would suddenly decide to confront a witch alone." Bonnie sighed, offering a wry smile. "However, there is a reason behind it. Stephen's wife was attacked by magical creatures during an outing in a bid to protect their 2 children. She sustained severe injuries and passed away the following day." Which is why a flicker of understanding crossed Qin Luan's face as he seemed to grasp the convoluted nature of this secret. The sudden tragic death of his wife and the infection of his son by magical creatures. It was no wonder that the non-confrontational Stephen would be heartbroken and madly rush into the witch-infested Maya forest, ultimately sealing his own fate and leaving behind 2 orphans. The Albert family's public explanation held water, which explained why exorcists firmly believed the plague in Odia was orchestrated by witches, willing to pay a hefty price to bypass the Millennium Pact in order to execute a plan to capture the witch. "Was Stephen's wife named Mary?" Qin Luan asked with assurance. "Mary? Who was that?" "Stephen's wife was Nina," Bonnie replied, slightly taken aback. "You do not know Mary?" Qin Luan's pupils constricted, about to speak again when a scream pierced the air. Ah? The scream belonged to Blaine, the young exorcist, startling the others as they turned to look. Blaine, who had previously been on the left, was now missing, and in the direction he had been heading, several enormous plants had appeared. These plants were exceedingly peculiar, with leaves the size of banana leaves sprawling across the ground, vibrant blossoms at their centers exuding a dense fragrance, resembling a colossal lotus flattened against the earth. One of these plants had curled its broad leaves in a certain direction, enveloping Blaine from head to toe like a giant dumpling. "It's a giant man-eating flower." Bonnie's expression grew grave. "We must quickly sever its roots. Otherwise, Blaine will suffocate. We should not have allowed that child to come along." Ajuo shook his head, drawing a large machete from behind and striding towards the giant man-eating flower. There were 5 of these colossal plants, encircling one another. In order to cut through the one ensnaring Blaine, they would first need to eliminate the 2 adjacent to it, making immediate rescue unlikely. I promised his mother I wouldn't let him die here. Ajuo's expression shifted as he hesitated, turning to look at Bonnie. "Do it. We have yet to see the witch. We cannot simply abandon our companion." After a moment's hesitation, Bonnie nodded in agreement. The exchange between the 2 left Qin Luan puzzled. But Ajuo and Bonnie's next actions finally illuminated their cryptic dialogue, prompting a wry smile from him. The 2 had each drawn out a flintlock shotgun. Such large-caliber shotguns wielded immense power, filled with steel pellets, sufficient to obliterate the 2 man-eating flowers obstructing their path. Before Blaine could suffocate, they would undoubtedly save him, but the sound of such guns would be deafening. Bang, bang. Accompanied by 2 resounding blasts, the adjacent man-eating flowers were immediately reduced to shambles, their leaves retracting and giving way to the one ensnaring Blaine. Watching Ajuo and Bonnie slash at the plants, Qin Luan sighed. The cacophony of gunfire would surely alert the witch, even if she were deaf. Perhaps she had been preoccupied with directing magical creatures to monitor Nova and the others, but she would undoubtedly take notice of the exorcists who had encroached upon her territory. "I'm sorry." Blaine wiped the man-eating flower's slime from his face, his cheeks flushed. "I got a bit distracted earlier. The werewolf has located the witch's cabin." Bonnie suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "It's just about 500 meters to our right front." Chapter 28. The Maya the witch's cabin lay within a clearing in the woods, occupying a modest area, a 2-story wooden structure resembling a small earthen fortress. At this moment, the oval wooden door of the witch's cabin stood firmly shut, shrouded in silence. The werewolf raised by the Albert family perched on a branch of a nearby tree, its claws tightly gripping the trunk, growling softly at the cabin. "Dr. Stan, you stay here. Frank, protect your master." Ajuo observed for a moment before turning to issue instructions. "Bonnie, Blaine, let us investigate." Qin Luan nodded nonchalantly. Though Blaine was the youngest, he was still a combatant. The doctor served as support, while Frank was merely the doctor's personal attendant, making Ajuo's arrangement entirely reasonable. Ajuo, Bonnie, and Blaine spread out, encircling the witch's cabin. Bonnie signaled to the werewolf, which immediately tensed its muscles and crouched down on the branch. The tree stood only 20 meters from the witch's cabin, offering an elevated vantage point, and with the werewolf's swift movement, it served as excellent cover to protect the 3 exorcists from a sudden ambush. Bang! As the trio approached the witch's cabin, the wooden door exploded, and a massive figure burst forth, lunging at Bonnie in the center. Simultaneously, the windows of the cabin's 2nd floor swung wide open, and rustling sounds emanated from the grass to the left of the clearing. As 2 dark shadows lunged toward Ajuo and Blaine in an instant, the 3 exorcists found themselves ensnared in peril, as it appeared the witch had been well prepared, opting to confront the exorcist team rather than flee the cabin. A howl pierced the stillness of the open ground, and the werewolf of the Albert family sprang forth from the treetops with the swiftness of lightning, its powerful claws pinning down the colossal figure before Bonnie. Tumbling into a chaotic heap upon the grass, the 3 exorcists, who had long been prepared, did not immediately launch their attack. Instead, they rolled backward in unison, deftly evading the unexpected onslaught. It appeared they were quite adept at handling such situations, with even Bly likely having undergone similar evasion training. Qin Luan widened his eyes, keenly observing the emergence of these 3 malevolent creatures with great interest. Entangled with the werewolf was a humanoid behemoth, standing nearly 3 meters tall, its green skin glistening in the light. Its chest and waist were adorned with 2 pieces of deer hide, while its limbs were robust, and its hands, large as fans, were 4 times the size of a human's. This creature could only be the troll spoken of by the exorcists. This particular troll, with its bulging chest, appeared to be a female, its grotesque features marred by yellowed teeth and a waist like a colossal pillar. Utterly defying human aesthetic standards, in stark contrast to the troll, the shadow that darted from the attic of the cabin was much more diminutive and graceful, resembling a fierce bird of prey. Its body was cloaked in gray-brown feathers, and it sported a pair of three-toed claws that were several times larger than those of an ordinary bird, their tips sharp as hooks. Astonishingly, its head was that of a beautiful human woman, an exceedingly rare sight among the malevolent beings, an avian-human hybrid. The avian human, failing to strike Odo, leapt from the ground and soared above the heads of the three exorcists with wings outstretched. Among the attacks faced by the exorcists, the most perilous was posed by Bly. Emerging from the grass on the left side of the clearing was a fearsome mantis with a human male's face. Its lower body was that of a mantis, its arms gleaming with a metallic sheen, their edges sharp as guillotines. Should it strike a human, it would undoubtedly cleave them in two, akin to the unfortunate soul who had been attacked by a scorpion human last night. With no chance for salvation. Exorcists, do you wish to shatter a millennium-old pact? A figure emerged from the gaping hole in the cabin's door, and a melodious female voice rang out across the forest clearing. It was a Maya witch. Qin Luan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. It was no wonder he was astonished. This witch had cascading black hair and a strikingly beautiful visage. Draped in a garment woven from grass leaves and crowned with flowers, had it not been for the absence of pointed ears, he might have mistaken her for an elven priestess from the moonlight forest. This was in stark contrast to the image of a hideous, hunchbacked witch that cawed like a raven that Qin Luan had envisioned. You vile witches, it is you who seek to disrupt the millennium-old pact. Odo signaled to Bony, and together they shouted fiercely, lunging towards the witch from opposite sides. They had not anticipated that, amidst the throng of malevolent beings, the witch still had three accomplices at her side. No wonder she seemed unperturbed by the presence of the exorcists, instead awaiting their arrival in the cabin. The two seasoned exorcists immediately realized they could not afford to prolong the battle. They must strike swiftly and decisively. Without the witch's conscious command, the gargoyles that constituted the primary force of the malevolent creatures on Nova's side would see a significant reduction in their combat efficacy. Victory for them was assured. However, the main contingent of exorcists was still half a day's journey away, and they could not afford to delay. Furthermore, as dusk approached and the light began to fade, even if Nova and her companions arrived, the witch would have long since triumphed and escaped under the cover of darkness. The only chance for Odo and his companions lay in concentrating their strength to swiftly defeat the witch. The troll, possessing immense strength, served as an excellent meat shield, but was already preoccupied with the werewolf. The mantis boasted formidable attacking power but lacked agility. As long as Bly remained cautious, he would be safe. As for the agile avian human, its singular method of attack posed little danger, and it could be temporarily disregarded. The enchanting witch, noticing Odo and Bony charging towards her, revealed a hint of mockery in her eyes. Compared to the exorcists, witches were often at a disadvantage. Had it not been for their secluded habitats, where human contact was scarce, they would have been extinguished long ago. Throughout years of warfare, the witches had learned from their failures, developing cunning strategies to combat exorcists rather than relying solely on brute force. Most Maya witches expended great effort laying traps and establishing watchful eyes around their cabins to avoid being encircled by exorcists without their knowledge. As Qin Luan and his companions made their way, they had indeed dealt with numerous traps, inadvertently exposing their presence. However, the Maya witch had been wholly absorbed in directing and monitoring Nova's group at the time. Failing to notice the perilous signal emanating from her magical crystal ball it was only when Bly encountered the carnivorous plant, a trap in itself, that the sudden gunfire startled the witch, finally revealing the lone exorcist squad's presence. In truth, Bly's entrapment in the carnivorous plant not only caused significant trouble for the exorcists, but also placed the witch in a precarious position. Her first instinct was to abandon the cabin and flee deeper into the forest. Yet, as a crucial intelligence point for the Maya witches, her cabin contained vital information that must not fall into the hands of exorcists. These documents included evidence regarding the witch's return to the human realm, intelligence sent by witches infiltrating the human world, and correspondence from human spies bribed by the witches. Some of these letters could be destroyed, but others bore magical seals that could not be easily obliterated. Moreover, her cabin housed extensive research on the anatomy of malevolent creatures and the development of large-scale destructive dark magic. If she abandoned the cabin, she would be starting from square one. Additionally, since these materials could not be entirely destroyed, even fragments of evidence leaking into the hands of exorcists would provide them with a pretext to bypass the millennium-old pact and mobilize human forces to hunt down the Maya witches. The present era was no longer the same as a millennium ago. The witches, once hidden in the world's corners, were now constantly observing humanity. They realized that their previous judgments had been half right and half wrong. The correct half was that exorcist organizations no longer held the dominant position in the human world as they did a millennium ago. With the passage of time, they had gradually weakened, relinquishing control of the world back to ordinary humans, no longer able to summon human armies at will. Some exorcists had begun to succumb to the allure of riches and power, becoming hounds chasing after bounty, forsaking their steadfast belief in safeguarding the world. The incorrect half was that ordinary humans, once dismissed by the witches, had exhibited formidable technological prowess. Firearms, cannons, towering stone castles, formidable warships traversing the oceans, and massive iron beasts that spewed jets of fire. The witches suddenly found themselves utterly unfamiliar with this world. Perhaps in a few hundred years, both exorcists and witches would vanish from this realm, becoming inconspicuous ordinary beings in the human world. In light of this unassailable truth, the witches experienced a schism. Some believed they should abandon unrealistic notions and reintegrate into human society as new witches of the modern era. Conversely, others contended that the more potent human technology became, the more fragile their hearts would be. They needed to develop large-scale destructive dark magic, instigate terror, and incite humanity to slaughter one another, steering the faithless human world back into darkness. The Maya, which represented the latter perspective, thus, as she was stationed at the fringes of the Maya forest to monitor the Audia region, she understood that as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for salvation, she could not allow the watchful exorcist to uncover any evidence. Therefore, upon observing through her crystal ball that the troublesome exorcists numbered only 5, among them a youth and a cart driver, she promptly decided to remain and confront them. At that moment, she felt fortunate that her prudence had led her to leave 3 aides near her cabin. As she beheld the 2 exorcists charging toward her, she waved her right hand, producing a long wand beneath her. Whoosh! The witch shot upward at a sharp angle, as if propelled by a small rocket. Is it not a tad too late to flee now? Odo scoffed, reaching into his cloak to retrieve an intricately carved scroll, which he crushed with force. A yellowish glow arced from Odo's hand, descending upon the witch. The witch immediately felt the weight of a heavy mound of earth upon her, letting out a shriek as she plummeted from the air. Clang! A glint flashed in Bligh's eyes. With a swift twist of his hands, he drew 2 long swords from his waist. His footwork accelerated into a flurry of small steps, transforming him into a streak of lightning, the grass flying in all directions like a furious cyclone. From a distance, Qin Luan beheld 2 brilliant beams of sword light intersecting in his vision, akin to a dragon with its gaping maw poised to devour the witch whole. The Exorcist's Combat Technique, the Death Strangle, Chapter 29. The Death Struggle. This was the true martial skill of the exorcists. Qin Luan clenched his fists tightly, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, as an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Upon arriving at the Albert Castle, Bligh had merely struck him as an outspoken, carefree nobleman. It was only through his treatment of Schaumir and subsequent integration into the ranks of exorcists that the golden-haired youth began to reveal his mature side. Even so, Qin Luan had never regarded him as a formidable warrior. Even after Bligh had recruited the giant bear bin and taught him evasion techniques, Qin Luan's perception remained unchanged. In his view, as long as joy could be brought into close proximity, there was no distinction between Bonnie and the other souls who had perished at the hands of the murderer. They were all merely insignificant insects. Perhaps a somewhat sturdier insect, despite having heard incessantly about exorcists, witches, and malevolent beings, Qin Luan had never regarded them as formidable entities that transcended human limitations. The gargoyle that had met its demise at his hands, the clumsy Blaze who had fallen into the man-eating flowers trap, seemed to partially validate the notion that so-called witches and exorcists were nothing more than ordinary beings, their combat prowess not particularly fearsome. Remaining well within manageable bounds, however, Bonnie's current strike shattered the barriers within Qin Luan's heart, revealing to him for the first time that the might of an exorcist could pose a deathly threat that even Joy might not be able to confront head-on. From what he had observed over the past few days within the ranks of the exorcists, Bonnie was merely one among the strong. He did not rank as the strongest. That title belonged to the formidable Nova, who surpassed the golden-haired youth in strength. Yet, Qin Luan questioned his own ability to prevail in direct confrontation. At the very least, he could not withstand the blow Bonnie had just delivered. Contemplating this, Qin Luan felt a heaviness in his heart. It was fortunate that Joy had not lost control that night within Albert Castle, forcefully employing violence to extract the secrets of the Albert family. Otherwise, he feared he would already be among the dead. It was no wonder that the three exorcists insisted he remain behind, with even the physically strong Frank not required to engage in battle. Initially, Qin Luan had thought they were merely protecting him, but now it appeared they were concerned about Frank becoming a liability. Realizing this, Qin Luan fell into deep contemplation as he observed the battle before him. He pondered how he could achieve victory against the might of the exorcists and the adept black magic of the witch Maya. The murderer possessed an instinct. Even without transcending human limits in strength, he still had the latent capacity to kill powerful exorcists, perhaps even the Maya witch, though he had yet to fully discover this potential. The Maya witch, having endured Bonnie's lethal strike, let out an enraged scream. Her body was hurled through the air, yet Qin Luan did not witness the blood that should have splattered from her, but rather heard a resounding crack, reminiscent of metal striking wood. The witch's long, dark hair erupted behind her, fanning out like a peacock's plumage, with strands resembling bandages entwining around her wounded chest. As she landed, she rolled on the ground several times, her originally alluring eyes now radiating a venomous glare. Ah! The Maya witch's mouth opened wide, her once cherry-red lips stretching to her ears, as her fair and delicate face began to decay at an alarming rate, the outer layer of skin peeling away like lime, revealing an ugly visage marred by white patches and cracks. The witch was of considerable age. Even after a millennium of contracts, those born anew from potions exceeded 3 centuries. Although they possessed the attribute of immortality, their once beautiful and enchanting appearances could not be preserved, often concealed by black magic. However, after being struck by Bonnie, this Maya witch was compelled to draw upon all her magical prowess for combat. Unable to maintain her hideous facade any longer, the scroll used by Aodo was a simple earth magic gravity spell. Witches often utilized magic to fly, and to defeat them, one must first negate their aerial advantage. The witch regained her footing, revealing a large X-shaped wound across her shoulders and ribs. The death grip was an exceptionally powerful sword technique. Had the witch's body not been as resilient as ironwood, this strike would have cleaved her asunder. The black hair entwined around her wound slowly melded into her body, the flesh around the injury writhing like maggots, visibly healing at an alarming rate. To slay a witch, such a mere wound was insufficient. Witches are undead, and only a few methods can truly extinguish their lives. Purification by flame is the most effective approach, as fire can obliterate both their flesh and soul. Besides flames, there are other means, such as severing their heads or piercing their core with artifacts imbued with life-giving magic. Ahahaha. The Maya witch surveyed the battlefield, letting out a hoarse, eerie laugh, akin to the call of an owl in the night. Unable to maintain her beauty through magic, her vocal cords had also returned to their damaged state, and she now resembled the witch that Qin Luan had envisioned. After delivering a heavy blow to the witch, Aodo and Bonnie did not pause for a moment, continuing their relentless charge. Bonnie brandished his twin swords at the forefront, while Aodo wielded a shiny silver spike over a foot in length. This spike was hollow inside, sealed with the blessed waters of the holy spring, bestowed by the followers of the immortal. Should the spike penetrate the heart of the witch, even if it did not kill her, it would suffice to strip her of all magical power, reducing her to a frail, dying old woman. In an instant, Bonnie charged to the witch's front, raising his swords, and with a half-turn, executed a thunderous sword slash. A silver lightning bolt struck downwards towards the witch. The exorcist's combat sword technique, half-moon slash. Heh. The witch, cackling, waved her wand and leapt into the air. The gravity spell momentarily hindered her flight, yet it did not completely restrict her movement. At the very least, it allowed her to transform her aerial abilities into powerful leaps. Die. As the witch leapt into the air, a shadow loomed before her. Odo, hidden behind Bonnie, seemed to have been waiting for her to present herself. The glimmering tip of the spike loomed larger in the witch's eyes, piercing through her left chest. Her iron-like body was cleaved as easily as a cream cake, until the spike's tip embedded itself into a nut-like core radiating a red glow. Ah! Accompanied by the witch's shriek. Her long hair suddenly swelled, stabbing into Aodo's face and chest like sharp wire. Puff, puff, puff. The exorcist's face and upper body erupted in a spray of blood, akin to a withered tree falling silently from the sky, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of leaves and dust. Odo! Bonnie's eyes turned crimson as he roared, merging his swords into one. Twisting and swinging, using the sword as a staff to strike the witch from behind, sending her crashing to the ground. The exorcist's combat sword technique, whirlwind slash, hidden within the grass of the clearing. Qin Luan watched in awe as the two exorcists executed a seamless combination, their selfless bravery deeply moving him. Bonnie's swordsmanship was formidable indeed. Yet Aodo's godlike foresight was even more remarkable from behind Bonnie. His seemingly simple maneuvers made the entire battle appear as if it were a meticulously choreographed play. The Maya witch, endowed with numerous black magic spells, had failed to create distance, and before she could unleash any of her favored magical skills, she was slain on the spot. It was no wonder this squad was led by Aodo rather than the skilled swordsman Bonnie Albert. Aodo truly possessed that qualification. Had the situation not been unfavorable for the exorcists, he might not have needed to sacrifice himself to eliminate this Maya witch. The witch fell from the sky, landing motionless on the ground. After Bonnie had sent the witch flying, he took a couple of steps forward and picked up Aodo. Is the witch dead? As Aodo opened his mouth, blood gushed forth like a fountain. His upper body was already soaked in blood, his face riddled with holes, his eyes blinded, and his chest punctured with numerous wounds resembling a honeycomb. She has already... Bonnie fought to suppress his grief, casting a glance in the direction of the fallen witch, ready to confirm her death, when his gaze suddenly sharpened, slowly releasing Aodo, standing up with a pallid countenance. The witch, having had her core pierced, was slowly rising from the ground, turning to glare at Bonnie with a fearsome expression. Squeak! The witch grasped the silver spike embedded in her chest, and with a shrill sound, she extracted it, a jet of dark green liquid shooting forth. Clang! The witch tossed the silver spike to the ground, her right hand, adorned with sharp nails, plunging into her left chest wound to extract a dull-colored, shattered core. Hee, exorcist, did you not expect this? The Maya witch sneered, flicking the shattered core away and beckoning Bonnie with her fingers. This is impossible, Bonnie roared, raising his twin swords and lunging at the witch once more. Little exorcist, you're too far from me. After all this time, it's my turn now. A hint of mockery flashed in the witch's eyes as she leapt high into the air, evading Bonnie's strike. With a mere wave of her wand, an invisible air blast struck Bonnie, sending him flying away. She has another core. Aodo spat blood and struggled to sit up. Though blinded, the seasoned exorcist understood the current situation. This Maya witch was no ordinary foe. Since her birth, she had possessed only one core, the source of her immortality. The fact that she had two cores meant she must have killed another witch, while the other witch was still alive. She had extracted her core, allowing her to possess both cores simultaneously. It must be on her right chest. Hidden in the rear, Qin Luan's expression darkened as he fixated on the witch's right side. Realizing simultaneously with Aodo why the witch had yet to perish, if he did not intervene soon, the likelihood of failure for this operation would exceed 90%. Qin Luan turned to glance at the other skirmishes on the open ground. His eyes flickering slightly. Chapter 30. Qin Luan's tactics. Despite Bonnie's heavy blow to the Maya witch, even shattering one of her cores with Aodo's assistance, the exorcists found themselves not in victory but in an increasingly dire predicament. The reason was that this Maya witch unexpectedly possessed two cores and had now distanced herself from the exorcist swordsman Bonnie Albert in the midst of Odo's grievous injuries and his near-death experience. Bonnie found himself desperately evading the witch's magical bombardment. Concurrently, several other skirmishes on the battlefield intensified. Nearing a decisive outcome, a howl echoed, as the werewolf's anguished cry pierced the air, while the female ogre slowly regained her bearings from her initial confusion. Amidst the swift onslaught of the werewolf, she finally seized an opportunity, despite her belly being torn open by the claws, and with her massive hand, she grasped one of the werewolf's hind legs. With a series of thundering impacts, the frenzied ogre hoisted the werewolf like a rag doll and slammed it mercilessly to the ground. The relentless blows resulted in multiple shattering fractures, ultimately sending the werewolf crashing against the trunk of a great tree, collapsing in a heap, reduced to a pitiful state. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the confrontation between Blay and the mantis with a human face was drawing to a close. The mantis, a half-human creature harboring a fractured human soul, fought independently without the witch's guidance but struggled to discern the pivotal moments of the battle, becoming entangled with the young exorcist. Towering in size, the mantis wielded its scythe-like arms with devastating power, making it the most formidable creature present. However, its abysmally low intelligence, coupled with a violent temperament, rendered it unable to abandon its pursuit of the boy to assist the witch, Maya, Blay, utilizing his smaller stature and agile movements, circled around the mantis, believing this battle to be the easiest. Yet, when a harpy joined the fray, the young exorcist found himself in dire peril, narrowly escaping death beneath the mantis's blades on several occasions. Originally targeting Odu, the harpy was redirected by the witch to aid the mantis as soon as she appeared. Both Odu and Boney yearned to conclude the battle swiftly, a sentiment echoed by the witch herself. In her lair, the forces of evil held the upper hand, yet the magical creatures she dispatched to assault the exorcists were now operating without her command and were being slaughtered. The witch sought to hasten the end of this conflict to regain control over her magical minions and mitigate unnecessary losses. Confident in her possession of 2 heart cores, she believed Odu and Boney could not eliminate her in the short term. Thus, she instructed the harpy to assist the mantis in swiftly eliminating the weakest link among the 3 exorcists. Blay was covered in wounds inflicted by the harpy's claws, his tattered garments soaked in blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. While the harpy was incapable of delivering a fatal blow, its sharp talons continued to draw blood from the young exorcist. Dizziness enveloped him, forcing him to evade one attack while enduring another. Were it not for his indomitable will, Blay would have preferred to perish beneath the mantis's blade. Each assault from the harpy left a bloody mark on him, with its talons tearing flesh, akin to a torturous execution. It was time to employ that tactic. As Qin Luan assessed the battlefield, he closed his eyes and rose from the underbrush. 3, 2, 1. Engage. Qin Luan abruptly opened his eyes, his expression one of bewilderment as he charged toward the witch at the center of the clearing. "Young master!" Frank exclaimed in shock upon recognizing his master had plunged into the battlefield. Scrambling to his feet in haste to follow, the 2 little insects hiding nearby, unable to resist the temptation to reveal themselves, elicited a sneer from the witch. This was her domain, and she was well aware of the 2 observers' presence. However, she surmised they were merely dead weight within the exorcist team, or they would have joined the fray long ago. With a sharp cry resembling a hawk's call, the witch summoned the harpy pursuing Blay, who trembled slightly before turning to charge at Qin Luan. Successfully predicting the enemy's movement pattern, she began to calculate combat models for precise assessment: wind speed at 3, personal speed at 9.2 meters per second, aerial assailant estimated distance of 13 to 14 meters. The aerial assailant would take 0.5 seconds to turn, with gliding speed between 22 to 26 meters per second from previous observations. The final 2 meters of acceleration reached 240 meters per second, achieving subsonic levels, subtracting personal reaction time of 0.23 seconds, observation time of 0.3 seconds, and impact time of 0.15 seconds. Shooting plan evaluation, turning after 0.4 seconds, firing at the aerial assailant from a distance of 3 meters would yield optimal results. Target located at 12 o'clock, 3 meters away, with a deviation correction of 0.02 meters, angle of elevation at 32 degrees. Now is the moment. Suddenly, Qin Luan pivoted, gazing blankly at the harpy before him. In his outstretched palm, a short-barreled revolver appeared, the very blood wheel gifted to him by Lady Nova. Staring down the dark muzzle, the harpy's beautiful visage was suddenly clouded with the threat of death, prompting it to frantically flap its wings in a desperate attempt to ascend once more. Alas, its speed and momentum were too great. At this distance, escape was impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the white smoke and brilliant flashes, silver pellets cascaded like a rain of stars towards the harpy. The recoil surpassed expectations, forcing an adjustment in aiming with a forced angle correction. The muscles in his forearm strained. His index finger's capillaries ruptured. Target hit in the chest, deviating from the intended position by 0.7 centimeters, continuing to fire. Target predicted to be struck in the heart core. At a distance of 0.8 meters, as the ammunition was exhausted, shifting to an evasive mode with a swift motion, Qin Luan released the blood wheel from his grip, his body falling backward. The harpy's claws grazed the tip of his nose as he neared the ground. But just before impact, he flipped onto the grass, rising with the grace and precision of a breakdancer. Bang! The harpy plummeted into the earth, frozen in a rigid attack posture, unyielding. The first phase of the combat model was successful. Disengaging from combat modeling, his physical condition intact, entering the second phase of predictive mode upon standing, Qin Luan's expression remained one of confusion, his gaze unacknowledged upon the fallen harpy as he sprinted towards another ogre. This is impossible. The witch, Maya, was both astonished and enraged. The exorcist understood the location of the harpy's heart core. This was no surprise. However, the harpy's agility and dexterity made it extraordinarily difficult to target its heart core during combat. Even the finest marksman would struggle to achieve a shot within 2 to 3 meters for a chance of success. Yet, as the harpy lunged at its enemy, reaching subsonic speeds, the probability of shooting it down at such close range was slimmer than a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. The harpy's demise shocked Maya, while even Boney stood momentarily stunned. He knew Qin Luan's physical capabilities well. He could not possibly possess the reflexes to shoot down the harpy, attributing it solely to luck. However, as Boney regained his composure, he cursed under his breath, realizing he had failed to close the distance while the witch was distracted. By the time he refocused, the witch had regained her attention, and they were once again locked in a chase. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Luan's expression remained vacant, his pupils unfocused and distant, resembling a mindless zombie. Roaring in agony, the ogre, its belly torn open, flung its arms wide. Its massive hands aimed at Qin Luan like swatting flies. After sending the werewolf flying, it intended to serve as a shield for the witch. With the ogre standing before her, the battle would have nearly reached its conclusion. Yet, before it could fully tend to its exposed intestines, Qin Luan had already raced before it. The ogre was not a magical creature. It was an evil being with a complete soul that had entered into a servitude contract with the witch. Employed by Maya within the forest, successfully predicting the enemy's movement pattern, he initiated the second phase of the combat model, entering detailed calculations, summoning the black bear bin with a simple command: restrain the ogre attacker by the shoulders. Rendering it immobile, the ogre's arm span measured 1.8 meters, with a distance of 5.4 meters to its head, and an arm swing speed of 12 meters per second. The wound on its abdomen was 5.2 meters from his palm, and his arm swing speed was 15 meters per second with a personal reaction time of 0.23 seconds, and arm swing time of 0.34 seconds. Attack plan evaluation. Head deflection in 0.11 seconds, sidestep escape after 0.45 seconds, yielding optimal attack results. Target successfully captured. Unknown error, target slipped away. Evaluation error attributed to excessive slipperiness. Initiating backup combat model. Adjusting escape time. Commencing secondary attack successful. Target captured. Unable to evade the ogre's assault. Escape failed yet to disengage from the backup combat model. Enduring the ogre's strike on his shoulder with a crack, his shoulder bone shattered, reducing arm mobility by 60. The second phase of the combat model succeeded. His physical condition no longer capable of entering the third phase of predictive mode. Emerging from self-induced hypnosis poo. Qin Luan involuntarily opened his mouth as he soared through the air, a jet of blood erupting from his lips, staining his chest crimson. The power of the troll was immense, not only shattering Qin Luan's shoulder bone but also injuring his internal organs. At this moment, however, Qin Luan's eyes regained focus, their clarity a stark contrast to the lifeless, zombie-like expression he had just moments before, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Success. Qin Luan gazed at the grotesque, thick piece of intestine in his palm, clenched his fist, and a cold smirk appeared on his face. Chapter 31. Combat model. Although Qin Luan had been sent flying by the troll's mighty blow, he had managed to grasp a portion of the creature's small intestine that had slipped from its abdomen. As the doctor tumbled away, the troll's entrails were entirely wrenched from its abdominal wound, nearly all its innards spilling forth. a peculiar and malevolent being. The troll possessed formidable regenerative capabilities. However, given such grievous injuries, its demise was merely a matter of time. With a pained howl, the troll threw its head back and roared, grasping the intestines outside its body, attempting to reclaim its innards from Qin Luan's grasp. Awakening from a hypnotic state, Qin Luan smirked slightly and issued another command to the great black bear, Bin, standing behind him. The bear immediately clamped its jaws around the troll's neck, greedily drinking the blood that flowed from the creature. The troll, finally sensing the shadow of death looming over it, succumbed to a frenzied rage and disregarded its escaping entrails, turning its body to seize Bin's paws with its enormous hands, tearing them apart with a violent twist. This time, it was the bear that emitted a mournful cry, as one of its forelegs was wrenched from its shoulder and the other twisted painfully, suffering grievous injuries at the hands of the enraged troll. Yet, as a summoned creature, the great black bear Bin felt no fear of death. Rather, the pain ignited its primal ferocity, prompting it to bite fiercely at the troll's neck once more. The two colossal beasts tumbled across the ground, quickly becoming still, meeting their fates together. A voice echoed in Qin Luan's mind. Apostle 70053, your summoned creature has perished. The spirit returns to the summoning space. Current remaining energy points, 35. You may expend soul crystals and broken crystals to revive it. The cooldown time for another summoning is 3 natural days. A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Luan's eyes. That combat technique was indeed effective. For a long time, Qin Luan's safety had relied on joy. Yet these two distinct personalities did not share control over the body, resembling a system of shares. Qin Luan currently held the majority of the shares, while Joy possessed significantly less in the years following his solitary confinement in Handan prison. Qin Luan was no longer in danger of death, and Joy's appearances had diminished considerably. However, upon entering the shattered starry skies, he found Joy becoming increasingly active, even vying for control over the body on certain occasions. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Qin Luan. He and Joy shared a symbiotic existence. Although he could perceive the external situation when Joy was present, he feared that surrendering complete control to Joy might lead to his own obliteration. He could not entrust all battles to Joy. This realization dawned upon him in the shattered starry expanse. Unlike Joy, who was cold and ruthless, Qin Luan was more rational and adept at utilizing the intellect and knowledge inherent within this body. He transformed the death list, originally a simple computer, into a combat model. Although the death list lost its specific computational functions when turned into special equipment, it retained some computer-like characteristics. The death list's ability to digitize the body's data offered Qin Luan a spark of inspiration. Through various tests, he recorded his physical attributes in data form. He then input external measurements such as wind strength, terrain, enemy power, speed, and agility into the death list, creating a comprehensive database. Using this database as a foundation, he established a combat model within the death list. The combat model comprised 3 main components. The first part was combat prediction. Through battlefield observation, Qin Luan anticipated the enemy's potential actions in given scenarios. Once the prediction was successful, the combat model would automatically transition to the second phase, combat calculation. This phase utilized the database to derive the optimal combat strategy. Following this, the model would enter the final phase, commanding the body to engage in combat autonomously. This combat model was not an unprecedented physical behavior. Many intelligent robots operated under similar principles. However, for such a model to be replicated in humans, 3 conditions must be met that ordinary individuals could not achieve. The first condition was digitization. Qin Luan perfectly merged the death list with the human brain, creating a data computation model reliant solely on his observations. Albeit with considerable margin for error, the second condition involved master-level psychological analysis, as accurately predicting enemy actions was heavily reliant on psychological insights. A misjudgment would render the combat model ineffective. The third condition was self-hypnosis, impervious to any psychological emotions or pain from injuries. While the first 2 conditions, special equipment for digitization and mastery of psychology, were relatively attainable, ensuring that the hypnotic state remained unaffected by external influences was a feat even the greatest psychologists could not accomplish. Only 2 types of individuals could remain entirely unaffected during self-hypnosis: those with an unwavering commitment to their goals, completely disregarding external distractions, and those who were perpetually lost in delusions. Qin Luan did not qualify as a uniquely gifted genius. But he was a madman who had endured countless absurd hallucinations, thus meeting the criteria. Of course, Qin Luan's combat model had significant limitations. Prior to engaging in battle, he required ample time to observe the enemy, and each combat model could only correspond to a single opponent. Moreover, combat predictions had to be remarkably precise. Otherwise, he would immediately break free from the self-hypnosis, preventing him from advancing to the second phase of the combat model. It could be said that Qin Luan's ability to consecutively eliminate two evil creatures was partly due to their lack of intelligence. Against foes of higher intellect, accurately predicting behavior during complex battles would prove challenging. Even if predictions succeeded, once the body sustained sufficient damage, combat actions could no longer continue, rendering the combat model ineffective. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Luan now possessed a combat method beyond joy. Observing the lifeless forms of the two beasts, he discarded the greasy troll intestine from his hand, and a faint smile graced his lips. As the battle situation began to shift in his favor, Bonnie felt a wave of relief. Qin Luan's performance had exceeded his expectations. However, compared to the surprise he felt when Qin Luan had slain the first harpy, the death of the second evil creature, the troll, evoked little astonishment. After all, the troll had already sustained severe injuries during its battle with the werewolf and lacked agility. Had it been another exorcist, they could have also dispatched it with the assistance of Ben the Black Bear. It was akin to the exorcists trading a werewolf and Ben for one troll. As for the Maya witch, who had now lost two evil creatures, she no longer appeared dazed. Her regard for Qin Luan elevated to a new level. He was no longer seen as a mere liability to the exorcists, in stark contrast to their calm demeanor. One individual in the open stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding events. "This is Master Wellington?" As he watched Qin Luan charging toward the witch, the hunchbacked servant was overwhelmed by an uncontainable sense of estrangement. Once, on a night at Albert Castle, Frank had experienced a similar sense of alienation when Master Wellington had plunged a dagger into his shoulder, killing the gargoyle. The hunchbacked servant was not adept at social interactions, yet he had grown up alongside Wellington Stan. He was far too familiar with his young master. Wellington Stan possessed neither the courage nor decisiveness for such actions. He was merely a young man aspiring to become a doctor, inherit the family business, and harboring a modicum of pride. Frank's earlier sense of estrangement had been fleeting, quickly dissipating under Qin Luan's deliberate care. Yet now, that estrangement had magnified exponentially, engulfing the hunchbacked servant in a haze of confusion. Deep within his heart, a devilish voice whispered to him, driving him to the brink of madness. "Your master is dead? That person is certainly not your Wellington Stan." The Maya witch's peripheral vision had already caught sight of Qin Luan's approach, igniting a surge of hatred within her. The exorcist before her, despite possessing impressive swordsmanship, had been cornered due to the exertion of dodging magical attacks. However, with the arrival of another individual, her maneuvering space was drastically restricted, plunging her back into peril. Realizing this, the Maya witch felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Had it not been for the exorcist's gravity spell, she could have simply flown into the woods to escape. Now, with numerous obstacles in the forest, there was no safe ground to land on. She had to eliminate someone. Otherwise, if entangled, she had no spare heart core left. The witch's skin, marred by white lichen and cracks, twitched slightly as her right hand flipped, revealing a small tube inscribed with dark red runes. Her physical prowess seemed lacking, appearing akin to an ordinary person compared to the swordsman. The Maya witch leaped suddenly, increasing the distance between herself and Bonnie, shaking the small tube in the air, sending a dark red fireball hurtling toward Qin Luan at breakneck speed. "Be careful," Bonnie exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that the witch would abandon her own safety to launch a magical assault on Qin Luan. He was acutely aware of the doctor's physical capabilities and feared he would not have time to evade the witch's fiery projectile. The battle model has been established, yet it is severely lacking in fireball intelligence, which may result in significant discrepancies. The absence of hypnosis time prevents entry into the combat model. Damn it, in his pupils, the reflection of the fireball grows increasingly larger. Qin Luan, in resignation, raises his arms to shield himself, and with a powerful push of his feet, he lunges sideways, hoping to minimize the area of injury. Boom! The immense blaze engulfs Qin Luan like a monstrous beast. Hee hee hee! The witch emits a series of sinister laughs. She is acutely aware of the fireball's potency, which is undoubtedly on par with that of a bomb. Unless dealing with the undead, even the most formidable exorcist would be certain to perish upon being struck. Chapter 32. Death in Battle Boom. Amidst the dazzling flames, Qin Luin feels a gentle white radiance enveloping him. Although the white glow is but a thin layer, the scorching flames seem to encounter a nemesis. Parting like a gentle breeze as they sweep past him without inflicting any harm. Magical immunity? Observing the exorcist emerging unscathed from the inferno, the witch Maya's face contorts in a grimace, and she shrieks in alarm. This is the protective power granted to exorcists. Qin Luin's eyes brighten as he gazes at the white glow surrounding him. He rolls on the ground and stands up, charging once more at the witch. A flicker of panic crosses the witch's eyes for the first time. Exorcists with magical immunity are exceedingly rare. While their physical constitution is typically subpar, they possess the ability to transform the protective power bestowed by the exorcist's oath into a form of anti-evil constitution. Any magic that is condensed from undead forces, as long as it does not exceed the limits of the anti-evil protection, will have no effect on the exorcist. The best way to deal with such an exorcist is to utilize the minions and weaponry of evil creatures, rather than her own magic. So you have acquired the physique of magical immunity, Boney exclaims with great delight, finally understanding why the doctor exhibited no discernible changes in his body after signing the exorcist's oath. Humph! A hint of frustration flashes in the witch's eyes as she realizes she has fallen back into a crisis. Fortunately, the time limit of her gravity spell is nearing its end, providing her with a chance to escape. With this thought, the witch leaps up, evading the encirclement of Boney and Qin Luin. As she lands, she swiftly brandishes her wand, unleashing a beam of black light towards Boney, interrupting the blonde youth's charge and reigniting the previous chase. However, this time, she must tread carefully to maintain a triangular relationship with the two, unable to move and leap with abandon. Just as the witch prepares to evade the encirclement for the fourth time, she suddenly feels a tightness around her ankle. Merely a foot off the ground, she crashes back down. Gazing down, she is horrified to see a blood-soaked figure grasping her ankle with a death grip. The figure lifts its head, its eyes now mere blood holes, fixated on her, grinning silently. No. The witch screams in terror, finally realizing that in her dance with the two exorcists, she had unwittingly been lured to the side of the dying exorcist. The witch Maya raises her wand and fiercely jabs it towards the blood holes in Otto's face. Puff! A torrent of foul blood erupts from Otto's hollow eyes, and the iron-hard tip of the wand pierces into the exorcist's skull. Otto's body stiffens, lifelessly bowing his head, yet his hands do not loosen their grip. Instead, they tighten further, digging into the witch's ankle like iron shackles. You will perish. Boney grits his teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth, and a roar erupts in the clearing. The blonde youth's form transforms into a whirlwind dragon, sweeping countless dry leaves towards the witch. The witch's pupils dilate in an instant, and in a panic, she raises her wand, intending to use magic to repel the exorcist's swordsman. Clang! A silver flash of lightning strikes first, accurately hitting the wand. Humph! The witch feels a jolt in her hand as her wand shatters, its tip soaring into the air alongside a silver long sword. Not only has her prepared spell failed to materialize, but she also suffers from magical backlash, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. By the time the witch regains her senses, a young face filled with hatred is alarmingly close. With a scream, the silver longsword presses against the witch's body, carving a furrow in the ground. After shooting the longsword to deflect the wand, Boney seizes a fleeting opportunity to thrust another longsword into the witch's right chest. So close. A fierce glint flashes in Boney's eyes. His earlier sword technique, known as the instant thrust, moves with the speed of lightning, designed for long-distance charging strikes. The sole flaw of this technique is its poor accuracy. This thrust failed to pierce the size of a nut in the witch's heart. Gritting his teeth, the blonde youth firmly grips the hilt of the sword with both hands, pushing leftward with all his might, intent on cleaving the witch's right chest and utterly shattering her final heart. More than 300 years after the end of the war, the witch once again feels the shadow of death enveloping her. The sensation, both familiar and foreign, brings the Maya witch to a state of complete calm. She makes no attempt to thwart Boney's strike. It would be a foolish endeavor for a witch to compete in strength against an exorcist swordsman. Instead, She merely grins maliciously, opening her mouth to expel a stream of liquid as dark as ink, spraying it towards the approaching blonde youth. A Bony barely has time to tilt his head before half his face is drenched in the black liquid. The blonde youth emits a cry of anguish as the substance causes smoke to rise from his face, bubbles forming as it melts away like boiling cream. Hee hee hee. The witch kicks out, sending Bony, who cannot help but shield his face, flying and colliding with the rushing Qin Luan. Bony collapses to the ground, covering his face, utterly motionless. The blonde youth, heir to the Albert family, though he had become an exorcist long ago and possessed no lack of courage, had always been protected by other exorcists. Coupled with his own agility, he had never suffered such a severe blow, and now he lay unconscious. Just as Bony is severely injured, the battle on the other side also reaches its conclusion. Due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion, Blake, in a moment of carelessness, is struck by the human-faced mantis's blade. The glossy, black guillotine cleaves into Blake's left shoulder, reaching through to his chest, nearly splitting the young man's body in two. Seeing the little ant that had provoked it finally struck, a smug smile spreads across the human-faced mantis's countenance as it raises another guillotine to plunge into the boy's abdomen, lifting him high as though showcasing its prey. Blake's hands drop to his sides, his face as pale as snow, his pupils rapidly dilating, his lips trembling slightly as he teeters on the brink of death. Yet in an instant, a flush of color appears on the boy's face, as if awakened from a dream by someone, and he suddenly opens his eyes wide, shaking his hand to throw his only weapon. "Father, young Blake will not bring you shame." Puff. The curved blade in the boy's hand transforms into a radiant wheel, striking fiercely into the human-faced mantis's visage. Howl! The human-faced mantis screams in agony. Ordinarily, it could have easily deflected such an attack with its guillotine, but now, with both blades embedded in its prey, it is caught off guard by the dying Blake's strike. The mantis violently swings its guillotine, and Blake's body is ultimately torn apart, the upper and lower halves separating and tumbling into the grass beside the clearing, with the blade embedded in its human face. The mantis, driven by primal rage, howls as it charges into the forest, retreating further into the distance. In a corner of the grass, Blake lies quietly, his eyes devoid of all light, gazing up at the sky like dull glass marbles. A hint of pure, serene smile gracing his face. The Maya witch discards her wand, now reduced to a mere fragment, and grips the longsword tightly against her chest, slowly withdrawing it. Sizzle Bony's silver longsword, imbued with anti-evil magic, causes dark green blood to surge uncontrollably as it is extracted, leaving the Maya witch dizzy and feeling increasingly weak. "You dare to injure the esteemed witch Misha to such an extent. I fear even 100 years of slumber would not suffice for recovery." The self-proclaimed witch Misha seethes with hatred, her gaze sweeping across the clearing until it lands on Qin Luan not far away. "You shall die too." The witch raises her longsword and rushes towards Qin Luan. Having noted during the previous battle that this exorcist, though possessing magical immunity, has an ordinary physique, she is confident that even without magic, she can defeat Qin Luan with her rock-like body and extraordinary strength. Qin Luan, with a grim expression, stares at the witch, flipping his right hand to reveal the wicked dagger. During this time, he has gathered a considerable amount of data regarding the witch's physical attributes, nearly managing to establish a combat model, yet without Bony's assistance, he sees no hope for victory. Clang! The black dagger and the silver longsword collide, producing a shower of sparks, and the overwhelming force causes Qin Luan to stumble. Target strength prediction error. The next combat action of the body suffers over 80 adverse impact. The combat model is interrupted, breaking free from the hypnotic state. From the very first clash, Qin Luan realizes he has underestimated the witch's strength. His previously dazed pupils refocus, and facing the blade so near, he rolls backward in a desperate bid to evade the witch's pursuit. If the witch were skilled in swordsmanship, he would likely have already fallen to her blade. With a single stroke, the witch knocks Qin Luan down, and an exhilarated cry escapes her lips as she swings the long sword like a club, pursuing him relentlessly. Having been chased and struck by Bony for so long, her frustration has reached its peak. Now, the opportunity to exact revenge on another exorcist fills her with delight. Amid their close quarters entanglement, a towering figure suddenly appears beside the witch, crashing towards her. "Young master." "Run!" Frank unexpectedly approached the two, inserting himself between them and standing defiantly before the witch, a reckless act. The witch, momentarily caught off guard, stumbled as she collided with the obviously ordinary hunchbacked servant. Enraged, she brandished her long sword and plunged it mercilessly into Frank's chest. Run! Flee! It seemed as though Frank wished for the witch to drive her sword into him. His rough, calloused hands grasped the blade firmly at his chest, and he turned to Qin Luan, offering a grimace that was anything but pleasant. A cold smile spread across the witch's face as she twisted the sword, instantly severing Frank's fingers from both hands. However, the witch was evidently unwilling to let her hunchbacked servant off the hook so easily, and with a powerful thrust, she drove the majority of the blade deep into Frank's torso. With a sickening sound, the tip of the sword protruded from Frank's formidable hunch, a single droplet of blood slowly trickling down. Chapter 33. The Unleashing of Demons. A howl erupted from Frank, his grotesque visage contorting into a grotesque mask of rage, his bulging eyes almost popping from their sockets. With an unexpected strength, he wrapped his arms around the witch, holding her tightly in an embrace. Though any onlooker unaware of the truth, they would surely mistake this for a pair of hideously matched lovers, bound by fervent emotion. A splendid opportunity. Qin Luan raised an eyebrow. Witnessing the hunchbacked servant suffer a fatal wound, his first instinct was not one of anger or sorrow, but rather an overwhelming joy. The witch possessed strength far exceeding that of an average human. Yet compared to Frank, her advantage was hardly significant, especially since she did not rely on brute force. Now, with her razor-sharp sword constrained by the hunchbacked servant's body, the moment to strike was ripe. Just like that fateful night battling the gargoyle, the hunchbacked servant's reckless abandon had once again afforded Qin Luan a chance to turn the tide. A glint of cold determination flashed in Qin Luan's eyes as he flipped his right hand. The dagger of sin leaping into his grasp, shifting from a reverse hold to a proper grip. The doctor crouched low, stealthily utilizing Frank's massive form as cover to appear at the witch's right side. With a swift motion, the dagger of sin pierced upward, entering through the witch's right armpit and emerging through her right breast. To Qin Luan's astonishment, the witch's body, as rigid as wood and stone, yielded far more easily than slicing through cheese. It required barely any effort on his part. Notification. Artifact of death, dagger of sin, affiliation, chaotic evil. Piercing the witch's heart core, it accessed the attributes of its affiliated powers, triggering the dagger's innate ability to consume, beginning the siphoning of the current creature's vitality and soul power. Warning. This creature's level exceeds the 10-fold threshold of the dagger's consumption capacity. Resistance against the consumption ability is initiated. Please weaken this creature's vitality promptly to ensure successful absorption. As the vitality and soul power surged like a tide towards the foreign object embedded in her heart, the witch's heart quaked in terror, and she let out a piercing scream, wrenching her arms free from the hunchbacked servant's embrace. Yet her sword remained stubbornly lodged within Frank's hunch, as if it were firmly affixed to his very bones. Enraged and bewildered, the witch's body suddenly radiated a blood-red glow, violently propelling the hunchbacked servant away. The knight's sword shattered, most of it remaining within Frank's body, leaving less than a foot of broken blade attached to the hilt. Transforming it into a somewhat peculiar dagger, the witch spun around, swinging her sword, her hair billowing like countless sharp spikes aimed at Qin Luan, reminiscent of the initial assault on Otto. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes. A disdainful smile gracing his lips, he merely tightened his abdomen, evading the thrusts of the sword dagger while seemingly ignoring the multitude of hair spikes. Simultaneously, he exerted force, twisting the dagger of sin, with a sickening sound. A jet of ink-green blood erupted from the witch's wound, splattering Qin Luan from head to toe. As proved true, Qin Luan's assessment was correct. The majority of the witch's frantic maneuvers, executed in her panic, bore no effect on him. The blood-red glow that could cast Frank aside was futile against Qin Luan. The hair spikes, upon touching the glimmering aura enveloping his form, wilted into a limp descent. With a faint metallic clang, the severed dagger narrowly grazed his chest, drawing his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a yellow, flat object tumbling from the tattered pocket of his clothing. Shattering upon hitting the ground, what is this? Qin Luan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the fragmented flat object, as if it were the most astonishing and wondrous sight in the world. causing him to momentarily forget the witch beside him. Frank truly had no money. All he could prepare was a coffin for you. In the stillness of the graveyard, a ragged, ailing hunchbacked man hunched over, trembling in the cold night wind as he dug a grave for his young master. One shovel at a time, why master's pocket watched, I pawned it. The guilty servant cast furtive glances at the gravestone, his gaze filled with shame as he responded to his master's inquiry. I used the money given by my master to buy it back. The hunchbacked servant presented an aged brass pocket watch to his master. Master, flee. Even as doubts began to creep in, was he truly risking his life for that final glimmer of hope? Qin Luan lowered his head, his bangs casting a shadow over his forehead, a heat rising within him. The enemy's inexplicable pause filled the witch with elation. She forcefully twisted her body and drove the dagger deep into the exorcist's right chest. The youth stood to her right. The broken sword could not directly target his left chest heart, making the right lung her prime target. Qin Luan's body trembled slightly, as if awakening from a haze of pain. An icy, ruthless terror erupting from him. Die! The inexplicable fear gripped the witch's heart as she raised her arm, lunging towards the exorcist's face. Qin Luan relinquished the dagger of sin, allowing it to remain embedded in the witch's right breast. While he lifted his right hand to block her claws, with a sickening sound, the witch's sharp nails pierced through Qin Luan's palm, entering from the front and exiting from the back, akin to a knife plunging into a roast. Blood dripping from her fingertips. You have given me a most novel experience. Qin Luan's pierced hand clenched tightly, securing the witch's claws as he slowly raised his head, yanking her toward him. Their chests pressed against each other. Faces mere inches apart, the murderous glint in Qin Luan's blood-red eyes radiated a chilling malevolence, fixating on the witch's emerald gaze. But I do not relish this feeling. The killer opened his mouth, revealing sharp white teeth glinting ominously, and with a crunch, he sank his teeth into the witch's hooked nose, savagely gnawing at her flesh. Ah! The witch's wretched scream filled the air, the blood-red pupils mere inches away emanating an endless madness and nightmare. Accompanied by the sound of chewing echoing in her ears, those blood-red eyes seemed to mockingly study her expression. A shiver coursed through the witch's entire being, the terror deep within her surging uncontrollably. As if sensing her cowardice, the dagger of sin embedded in her right breast intensified its consumption force. In that instant, she felt her entire body grow numb, immobilized. With a swift motion, Qin Luan yanked the witch's claws from his palm, clenched his fist, and began pounding her armpit, dislocating her arms with several blows. Once her arms hung limply at her sides, he ceased his assault. Ugh, your flesh stinks. Qin Luan spat out the remnants, elegantly retrieving a silk handkerchief to dab at the corners of his mouth. He pressed the handkerchief against the broken sword hilt, expressionless as he painstakingly withdrew the blade inch by inch. Watching the handkerchief rapidly stain crimson, he flipped it over, gripping the broken sword in reverse, and plunged it forcefully into the witch's thigh. The medical knowledge I have acquired now proves useful, rather than merely a pastime. Observing the witch convulsing yet paralyzed, unable to move, a wicked smile blossomed on Qin Luan's face. The blood-red light in his eyes gradually dimming. Notification. This creature's willpower is waning, vitality decreasing, and has fallen below the limit for consumption. The dagger of sin has gained control over the consumption, fully absorbing the target's life force and residual soul, requiring an additional 12 minutes and 36 seconds. Enjoy yourself. I shall return shortly to continue this game. Qin Luan flashed a gentle smile, tenderly caressing the witch's withered, cracked visage as if gazing upon a beloved. Turning away, he concealed his smile, his gaze flickering as he picked up the fragments of the brass pocket watch, striding toward the hunchbacked servant, who was now barely clinging to life. Frank! Qin Luan knelt beside him, gently propping the hunchbacked servant against himself. Master Wellington. The hunchbacked servant's pallid face slowly opened his bulging eyes, revealing a flicker of relief. You must already know, I am not Wei. Qin Luan hesitated briefly before softly speaking. No. You are? You truly are. It's just that my master has become braver. Old Frank no longer recognizes him. Coughing violently, the hunchbacked servant abruptly interrupted Qin Luan, defiantly countering. Though his gaze dimmed further, Frank was correct. From this day forth, I shall be your master, Wellington Stan. Qin Luan smiled, We shall revive the Stan family together. I remember, Frank, you haven't taken a surname, have you, from now on? You shall bear the Stan family name and be known as Frank Stan. Frank Stan? The hunchbacked servant found delight in the name. Ugh, blood gushed from his mouth, yet Frank was weary. He could no longer accompany his master. Hee, I will not allow you to perish. Without my master's permission, you must endure, no matter how tired you become. In the depths of Qin Luan's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he retrieved a thumb-sized vial from his bosom. Pouring the final drop of the world tree's flower nectar into the mouth of the hunchbacked servant. Young master, you are being wasteful. This time, you cannot save Frank. The hunchbacked servant gazed at the broken blade upon his chest. A bitter smile creeping onto his grotesque visage. He had been pierced through by the knight's sword, and he sensed that his heart too was damaged. It was a miracle he had survived this long. I shall surely revive you, if only you grant me a little time. Qin Luan's gaze flickered as he produced fragments of a brass pocket watch from his pocket, placing them into Frank's large hand. The family heirloom of the young master shall be entrusted to you. You must hold on until I return, then return it to me, young master. The world tree's flower nectar is gradually taking effect. The hunchbacked servant's spirits lifted considerably. Yet, Qin Luan understood that this was merely a temporary measure, at best delaying Frank's demise without altering the inevitable outcome. He gently laid Frank's body down and rose to approach the witch once more. I have returned, my dear treasure. Lord Joy wishes to express his gratitude. Without you, he would not have been so generous as to allow me to venture out twice a day, as a token of appreciation. Lord Joy will reveal to you why others refer to me as the dissector. Now liberated once more, Joy's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he eagerly extended his tongue, licking his lips. Before bending down to seize one of the witch's ankles, dragging her towards the woods, the witch writhed in terror, struggling with all her might, yet under the consuming grasp of the cursed dagger. She was already weak and on the brink of death, her limbs paralyzed and utterly incapable of resisting Joy's advances. Hush, hush, the forest echoed with Joy's cheerful whistling. Chapter 34. The skeleton angel not far from the clearing by the cabin. The Maya witch, Maya, stood with her arms wide open and legs crossed, nailed in a cruciform manner to a tree that could embrace 4 people. You intend to interrogate me? The Maya witch spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. A look of disdain crossing her face. Young man, would you like me to teach you some tricks of interrogation? The witch, known as Misha, had regained her composure from the initial panic. She felt an overwhelming shame for the fear she had exhibited before an ordinary exorcist and sought to provoke Qin Luan with her words, hoping to secure her own release. The exorcists and Maya witches belonged to 2 irreconcilable factions, leaving no room for reconciliation. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the best fate for a captive was death. In comparison, the fate of a witch as a captive was considerably easier. Their greatest fear, the death penalty, amounted to being purified by holy light. However, once an exorcist became a captive, their end would be far more tragic. With many exorcists finding themselves on the witch's operating table, transformed into magical creatures. Yet now, it appeared that this particular exorcist sought to torment her, seeking revenge for the heavy casualties suffered by his comrades. Nevertheless, the witch had every right to scorn the interrogation methods of most exorcists. Their bodies, having been modified by undead forces, had dulled pain receptors, and the mental fortitude of witches was generally formidable, allowing them to sever the connection between mind and body. Aside from a scarce few methods that directly targeted the soul, most interrogation techniques were utterly ineffective against them. Interrogation? The youth, controlled by the murderous demon Joy, seemed momentarily taken aback, forcing a grin that lacked sincerity. That cowardly lad had indeed prepared some questions. However, Lord Joy never engages in such lowbrow affairs, and why sole concern lies with art. You have reminded me that, to avoid being disturbed during my creative process, it would be best to silence you. Joy grinned maliciously as he stepped forward, piercing the witch's mouth with the broken sword, quickly mangling her tongue and vocal cords. Excellent. Now we can begin. Joy stroked his chin, chuckling ominously as he withdrew the cursed dagger that had pierced the witch's heart cord. In truth, the witch's heart core was akin to a human heart. Albeit with some distinctions, a human heart, once damaged, was almost certainly fatal. while a witch's heart core possessed regenerative abilities. To slay a witch by inflicting harm upon her heart core required either its complete destruction or the insertion of a magical artifact imbued with eternal life to expel the undead forces within. The reason Qin Luan's cursed dagger had pierced the heart core without causing immediate death was that it consumed the heart core slowly rather than depleting its undead power all at once. The cursed dagger performed a flourish in Joy's hand before deftly plunging into the witch's chest, dragging downward with force. Splurt! A jet of dark green liquid erupted like a water arrow, and Joy skillfully tilted his head aside to evade it. His bloodshot eyes radiating a peculiar light as he focused intently, beginning to dissect the witch's body. Joy's dissection was unlike any ordinary procedure. He dissected layer by layer from the outside in. First, the skin. He expertly separated the witch's tough, leather-like skin with his dagger, stretching it flat and securing it to the tree trunk. The Maya witch, now appearing as if pinned to the trunk in a cruciform position, resembled a being with an additional layer of membranous wings, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage or a martyr affixed to a cross. Next came the muscles. Joy meticulously used his dagger to separate the various muscle groups, extracting fibers and stretching them out to secure them to the membranous layer, forming exquisite feathers upon the wings. Your skin is truly the most perfect work of art. Alas, the muscles are somewhat decayed, lacking elasticity, not the finest feathers. Joy marveled as he caressed the layer of angelic wings affixed to the tree. Your performance has been commendable. You have yet to faint. He clenched his fist, signaling encouragement, and leaned closer to the witch's ear, gently inquiring, "How about a brief respite before we commence the latter half of our work?" At that moment, the Maya witch could hardly hear Joy's words. Trembling all over, her eyes glazed, spewing dark green foam from her mouth, resembling an epileptic fit. Once Joy's so-called artistic endeavor had begun, the witch suddenly realized her grave misjudgment. Each incision made by the cursed dagger was devouring the undead power within her. It could be said that every enhancement and modification the undead power had previously provided her body was now the source of her agony. This consumption was not merely a physical torment. It was extracting the very essence that had fused with her body and soul. Aside from her heart core, the witch's other bodily parts also harbored undead power. If Joy were to leave the cursed dagger embedded in a particular area, the process of consumption would be minimal, and the witch would suffer little pain. However, Joy's dissection was swift, the dagger dancing like a fleeting shadow, fearful that this exquisite piece of art he was crafting would not endure. After all, he had no anesthetics at his disposal. This ephemeral extraction of power was precisely the source of the witch's current suffering. She felt as if a myriad of ants were crawling deep within her muscles and bones. An unbearable which, if given a choice, this Maya witch would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Joy further, instead immediately gathering her final strength for self-destruction. Yet by this point, having had so much undead power siphoned away, she had entirely lost control over her body and was incapable of even self-immolation. Hush, hush! Joy whistled merrily as he gripped the cursed dagger, resuming his final dissection, in the concluding segment of his creation. He needed to empty the witch's entrails, scraping her skeleton clean, transforming her into a skeletal angel, with naught but a skeleton and membranous wings remaining. This was the origin of the moniker the dissector bestowed upon the murderous demon Joy Foster, and the reason Lin Feng had once regarded Qin Luan's methods of killing as an art form. This was the unique dissection artistry belonging to the demon Joy. "Kill me, kill me!" The witch's feeble pleas echoed in Qin Luan's mind. "Oh, even without a tongue, you can still communicate with me?" Joy paused in his work, gazing in astonishment at the dying witch, finally noticing the desperate plea in her eyes. "Did you not have questions for me? I can reveal everything, I beg you. Grant me release." The witch's mouth, devoid of a tongue, moved like a dead fish, her voice intermittently resonating in Qin Luan's mind. "Indeed, I can also help you save that hunchbacked companion of yours." The Maya witch implored earnestly. No. Joy had no interest in such discourse. "Perhaps you may be the most perfect work of Lord Joy to date, the only skeleton angel transformed into art while still conscious." Joy licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Just as Joy was about to advance and continue his work, his head suddenly jerked back, 2 streams of blood trickling from his nose like small serpents. As if he had been struck in the face. "No, you cannot." You promised? She is mine. Joy abruptly bent down, clutching his face, a low growl escaping his throat with great effort. No, I cannot give her to you. Joy lifted his head sharply, his bloodshot eyes betraying boundless madness and ferocity as he trembled, advancing towards the witch, his hand shaking as he raised the cursed dagger. She is mine. Mine. No, Joy's left hand suddenly clutched his own throat, the cursed dagger slipping feebly from his grasp, falling to the ground like a shriveled shrimp, twisting in agonizing turmoil. After a brief moment, Qin Luan ceased his struggle, stooping to rise, a faint smile gracing his face as he wearily gazed upon the half-finished angel affixed to the tree. Gazing upon the bloodied skeleton, stripped of its skin and flesh, one could faintly discern the pulsating internal organs of the Maya which, Qin Luan shook his head with a sigh, remarking, no wonder he reacted so vehemently. This is indeed his most exquisite creation to date. Speak. What must be done to spare the life of my companion? He grasped the witch's chin firmly, his expression devoid of warmth, imploring, I hope you do not deceive me. Cherish this final opportunity. Within my cottage lies a crystal ball capable of preserving human souls. What of the body? How can it be revived? A flicker of intensity crossed Qin Luan's gaze as he inquired seriously. The body. No, there is no way I have exhausted all the elixirs with the attribute of immortality. I cannot restore an ordinary human's body. I can only employ a composite body of a half-elf. The witch's eyes dimmed gradually, her strength waning. Hmph, you cannot die yet, Qin Luan retorted with a cold smile, producing a soul crystal and pressing it into the witch's shattered heart. What is this? Why do I sense a surge of pure soul energy? The witch's spirit momentarily revived. I do not wish for your demise. Thus, you shall not perish. Should you deceive me, I will ensure you endure the plight of a skeletal angel. Qin Luan revealed a semblance of a benevolent smile. Although a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, now, tell me, what magical traps exist within the cottage? Oh. Boney slowly opened his eyes, feeling the world spin around him, a searing pain radiating from his face. You are awake. Qin Luan turned with a smile. Rest well. In a few hours, we shall reunite with Lady Nova and the others, Dr. Stan. The witch. Have we triumphed? Boney inquired weakly. Ajuo, Bly, they are right beside you. Along with my servant Frank, Qin Luan said after a brief silence, his tone flat. Boney struggled to raise his body, only to realize he lay upon the cart that had once imprisoned the werewolf. Ajuo, Bly, and Frank's bodies lay stacked beside him, while Qin Luan sat at the front, guiding the cart. The sight of his companions' tragic corpses plunged Boney into silence, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him. However, the golden-haired youth quickly noticed a fourth corpse within the cart, that of a gaunt old man, unmistakably not any exorcist he recognized. Who is he? Is he a victim from the witch's cottage? Do you not recognize him? Qin Luan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. He is a creature you personally brought along. Is he? Boney's eyes widened slowly. You guessed correctly. He is the werewolf you transported. Qin Luan stated coolly, after his death, his body gradually reverted to human form. I believe he was originally a man. Perhaps he is a half-elf captured by the family long ago. Boney hesitated to suggest. Perhaps. Qin Luan turned, casting a meaningful glance at Boney. Dr. Stan, are you questioning the Albert family's creation of half-elves? Boney's face flushed with indignation, glaring at the doctor. Rest well. Qin Luan smiled gently, diverting his gaze. Your injuries are severe. The witch's acidic projectiles contain potent undead toxins, and only other exorcists with holy magic can purify you. Boney collapsed heavily onto the flat cart, silent. The intense pain across his face left him in a daze as he unwrapped the bandages. Delicately touching the uneven wounds, the contact caused his face to twitch painfully. There will never be the handsome and charming Boney Albert again, he thought bitterly to himself. Bang! The cart jolted violently, causing several corpses to tumble down, their faces twisting to face Boney, mere inches away. Boney felt as if Ajuo's two deep blood holes in his eyes sought to convey something to him. Little Bly's eyes shimmered with an eerie glow, his face adorned with an innocent, serene smile, as if he had returned to life. A profound sense of suffocation surged within Boney, leaving him icy and overwhelmed by a deep sorrow he could not contain. Suppressing his inner anguish, he reached out to close his companion's eyes, inhaling deeply as he turned Ajuo and Bly's heads away. Rest in peace, my friends. I shall forever remember your sacrifices. I am the exorcist Boney Albert. And whatever may come, I will uphold the exorcist's oath, guarding the human realm and battling all evil until my last breath. After a long silence, Boney's somber voice shattered the stillness of the cart. Dr. Stan, has the witch perished? What did you uncover in her cottage? You and the witch were both gravely wounded. I dealt the final blow, and she was reduced to ash. Qin Luan's even tone resonated from the front of the cart. There were many magical traps in the witch's cottage, but I did not tamper with those magical devices. However, I acquired her recorded intelligence notes regarding this region. Intelligence notes? Do they contain information about the plague? Boney's eyes brightened as he asked anxiously, Indeed. In fact, I have uncovered the true source of the plague. Qin Luan mused for a moment before continuing. Once we return to the camp, I will inform everyone. Boney fell silent again, refraining from pressing further about the plague's origins. After a while, a sigh escaped the golden-haired youth's lips, almost as if he were whispering to himself. Dr. Stan, regardless of the circumstances, I am first and foremost an exorcist, and only thereafter an heir of the Albert family. As for the werewolf matter, I will demand an explanation from my father. Hearing Boney's sigh, Qin Luan's lips curled slightly, his right hand flipping to conceal the wicked daggerback within his sleeve. This adventure had yielded significant gains for Qin Luan. Firstly, he had validated the practicality of the combat model for the first time. Although this combat model had many limitations, it could still prove immensely useful under specific conditions. Secondly, Qin Luan had obtained crucial clues for the exploration mission, making the completion of the task almost inevitable, depending only on the steps he chose to take. Lastly, he finally discerned what his trump card was in confronting beings like the Maya witch and exorcists, who transcended human limits in terms of physical prowess. Neither Qin Luan nor Joy could defeat the witch or exorcists. Encountering a formidable entity like the Maya witch, it was unlikely even a surprise attack would succeed in slaying her. However, setting aside physical attributes, Qin Luan possessed another ace in the hole, Joy's murderous aura. Every form of life, including the severely degenerative intelligent beings like humans, harbors an innate ability to sense the malice of other creatures. The moment Qin Luan and Joy's personas shifted, the ferocious aura Joy exuded, viewing life as inconsequential and treating other beings as mere insects to be toyed with, would instantaneously instill terror in their enemies. Before they could acclimate, Joy would possess a brief opportunity for counterattack. This was the most significant insight Qin Luan gleaned from his battle with the witch. Dipping into the death list, Qin Luan surveyed the items in his storage space and reviewed the prompts he had received. Moonlight grass, potion material, effects unknown, requires identification, can be brought into the broken starry sky, exchange price, 50 broken crystals, magic eye, equipment material, effects unknown, requires identification, can be brought into the broken starry sky, exchange price, 100 broken crystals, golden silkworm dust, potion material, effects unknown, requires identification, can be brought into the broken starry sky, exchange price, 200 broken crystals. Maya crystal ball, mysterious item, cannot be identified, can be stored in the storage space. Cannot be brought into the broken starry sky, cannot be exchanged. Witch's notes, task-related item, no identification required, can be stored in the storage space, cannot be brought into the broken starry sky. Prompt, Apostle No. 70053, you have obtained unverified intelligence from the witch's notes. According to this information, the likelihood of the world plot quality elevating to planetary level is 78, and to stellar level is 42. Prompt. This information has unveiled the satellite-level world plot exploration, the truth of Stephen Albert's death. Confirming this intelligence or obtaining Stephen's true whereabouts will be regarded as task completion. Prompt. The current exploration rate of the world is approximately 0.007, awaiting the Apostle to provide subsequent intelligence materials. In truth, the magical traps within the witch's cottage were not as numerous as Qin Luan had claimed. Due to time constraints, the Maya witch only set a few simple traps at the laboratory's entrance. After obtaining the witch's confession, he easily dismantled these magical traps. However, aside from the surveillance notes, there were not many valuable items within the witch's cottage, or rather, few items could be taken into the broken starry sky. Qin Luan could not utilize the witch's magical artifacts, but a few special materials received the soul imprint's acknowledgement. Moonlight grass was the term used in the broken starry sky. In this world, it was also known as magic grass. This plant had slender leaves, emitting a hazy, mysterious glow within the storage space, totaling over a dozen. The magic eye was a spellcasting material crafted from the eyeballs of swamp giant lizards. Large as a fist, with the lizard's narrow pupils gleaming, seemingly retaining a semblance of its former ferocity and cunning. Golden silkworm dust was a powder derived from a silkworm's remains, also a spellcasting material, but recognized as a potion material by the soul imprint.as for the Maya crystal ball. It serves as a magical artifact for witches, utilized for divination and prophecy, and is also an essential instrument for temporarily preserving souls. The Maya witch employs it to safeguard and transfer human souls, with its primary purpose being the creation of half-breeds. After Qin Luan acquired the Maya crystal ball, he followed the witch's incantation steps and absorbed Frank's soul with it. At that moment, within the once clear sphere of the Maya crystal ball, a mysterious mist-like substance emerged, occasionally shimmering with gentle light, embodying the characteristics of a spiritual essence. Before the witch's final liberation, the intelligence Qin Luan received indicated that he must swiftly find a suitable vessel for Frank's soul. Otherwise, as time elapsed, the soul of the hunchbacked servant would grow increasingly feeble until it vanished entirely. The reason half-breeds lack complete souls is twofold. The witch deliberately erased human memories and emotions from the soul, and the amalgamation of various beings into a single vessel proves incompatible with the human soul, resulting in its fragmentation during the transfer process. According to the witch's words, if Qin Luan wished to resurrect Frank perfectly, he must find a human body resembling the original within a short time frame. Otherwise, even if revived, it would merely be a soulless shell. The witch conveyed this information to the doctor, not out of goodwill, but in hopes that he would err in desperation and succumb to darkness. However, Qin Luan harbored his own thoughts on how to resurrect Frank, aspiring to explore an alternative possibility. Beyond these materials and the Maya crystal ball, Qin Luan's greatest gain from this mission was the witch's notebook. Recalling the information recorded within this tome, he could not resist retrieving it from his storage space, his fingers caressing the leather cover. Lost in contemplation, this witch's notebook, inscribed in the ancient script of this world, chronicled the observations of the Mesa witch in this region. Thanks to the translation of the soul imprint, Qin Luan was able to comprehend these archaic characters from the witching era. The Mesa witch had been dispatched to this area by the Maya witch over a decade ago, tasked with monitoring the wanderers in the Adia region and the surrounding forest. Periodically, she documented the conditions of the area in the form of notes to report back to other witches. Due to the Millennium Pact between the Maya witch and the demon hunters, contact between the two parties was infrequent, and the notebook primarily contained trivial matters. Incidents such as the demon hunters sending reconnaissance teams into the periphery of the Maya forest were considered the most valuable material recorded. However, among these seemingly mundane details, two pieces of information profoundly shook Qin Luan. One detail pertained to the predecessor of the Mesa witch, the witch who held her position prior to her tenure as a wanderer in this area. This witch was named Mary Claire, where Claire in Maya ancient text signifies to weep, which translates to Niena in the current common tongue of this world. This Mary witch bore the same surname as the wife of Stephen. Had it not been for the gravestone Qin Luan encountered that night, he would not have paid heed to this information. Even if he had, he would have dismissed it as mere coincidence. Yet now, under the relentless wheel of fate, there are no coincidences, only inevitabilities. Even the apostles of the shattered starry sky seem to become part of destiny upon entering this world. Qin Luan lifted his gaze, his profound eyes seemingly transcending the vast expanse of the Maya forest, casting their sight upon the Albert Castle perched atop the Adia Peak. P.S. The image of the skeletal angel has been posted on the Old Gourmet's Sina Weibo, under the name Taodai Jusher. Interested readers may take a look, but be warned, after viewing it, you may lose your appetite. So do not seek the Old Gourmet. Chapter 36. Reunion in the depths of a dark forest. Strange insect chirps and beast howls echoed intermittently, filling Qin Luan with apprehension. Were it not for necessity, he would have preferred to avoid traveling through such darkness at this late hour. The time when the auto team discovered the witch's cabin and engaged in battle coincided with dusk. By the time Qin Luan vanquished the witch and commenced his return journey, the sky had fully darkened. Qin Luan secured torches at the four corners of the carriage. However, the numerous obstacles in the forest meant that the flames illuminated merely a short distance ahead. Periodically, the doctor launched a flare into the night sky, serving both as illumination and a deterrent against lurking predators. He learned from the Maya Witch that she had relayed extensive information about the demon hunters venturing into the Maya forest to the Maya Witch's stronghold a day prior. It stood to reason that reinforcements for the Maya Witches might arrive at the forest's edge in the next day or two. Thus, the demon hunter squad truly needed to evacuate the Maya Great Forest immediately. Through the simple communication of the flares, Qin Luan discovered that the team led by Lady Nova had successfully defeated the vile creatures and was now hastily making their way back to the original campsite to await reunion. Qin Luan and his companions had spent approximately half a day from leaving the campsite to locating the witch's cabin. Although the return journey could be quicker, it was now deep into the night. And with darkness enveloping the surroundings, he dared not rush forward. It would take at least 5 hours to return to the campsite. Perhaps the recent battles between the Maya Witches and the demon hunters had frightened the predators of the forest. Until Qin Luan spotted the campfire of the campsite, the carriage had not been attacked by any forest predators. On this deep night, this team of demon hunters, having endured great sacrifices, finally reunited with their comrades as the first rays of dawn crested the treetops. Dr. Stan, you have finally returned. The clattering wheels of the carriage roused the demon hunters within the campsite. Leading the way were Lady Nova and a bearded man named Meyer, who stepped out to greet the carriage. Where are the others? Upon seeing only Qin Luan still upright in the carriage, the approaching demon hunters fell silent. Boney is behind. He has sustained severe injuries and is still unconscious. As for the others, they are also behind. Qin Luan, pale-faced, leaped down from the carriage, suddenly overcome by dizziness, and leaned against the carriage yoke for support. Although he had persevered thus far, his external injuries were far more severe than Boney's poisoning. His right chest had been pierced by a sword, his lung filled with blood, his shoulder blade shattered by a troll, and one hand had been pierced through by the witch's claw. Were it not for the slow, self-healing ability of his law body, coupled with his use of self-hypnosis to forcibly suppress the pain, he would not have made it back at all. Quickly, help him into the tent and fetch the holy healer. Even Lady Nova was taken aback upon seeing Qin Luan's condition. Urgently calling for the healer among the demon hunters. No, I can still hold on. Treat Boney first. He has been poisoned by the undying toxin, and if we delay any longer, he is likely to become a zombie. Qin Luan shook his head, seemingly attempting to shake off the dizziness clouding his mind. The doctor raised his head, his expression grave as he spoke. Lady Nova, Lord Meyer, the situation is extremely dire. Please gather everyone immediately. Before I lie down to rest, we must relay the intelligence we have obtained. Lady Nova and Meyer exchanged solemn glances and nodded gravely. Very well, we will tend to your wounds while listening to the intelligence. Dr. Stan, please drink this first. A demon hunter smiled as he supported Qin Luan, handing him a vial of golden elixir. Note: Apostle number 70053. The law body has been nourished by an unknown elixir, enhancing self-healing speed by 500, and permanently boosting physical attributes. The transformed physical data for the death list indicates an increase of 15 points in health and 15 points in energy. The non-digitalized physical attributes remain undisplayed. The attributes of the law body that have been digitized on the death list consist of only 3: life soul, health, and mana. Each begins with an initial value of 100 points. After Qin Luan acquired his first summoning skill, mana transformed into energy. An increase of 15 points in both health and energy represents a significant enhancement, coupled with the other physical attributes that have yet to be digitized by the death list. This elixir could undoubtedly be deemed a treasure. Qin Luan felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, enveloping him in a comforting glow, and his spirit was immediately invigorated as he gazed in astonishment at the golden elixir in his hand. Since entering this world, he had not lacked attempts to use the potions at Wellington's disposal to enhance his physical attributes. However, the death list had never reacted. He had resigned himself to thinking that, apart from the exchange items provided by the shattered starry sky, rare medicines from other worlds could not affect the law body at all. Now it seemed that he had simply not encountered more precious potions yet. What is this? Qin Luan turned to look at the holy healer among the demon hunters. This is a longevity elixir replicated by the Demon Hunter organization from the ancient Immortals followers, also known as the Holy Spirit Elixir. The holy healer replied with a smile. Anyone who consumes this elixir for the first time will experience a significant improvement in physical attributes. Subsequent uses will yield a degree of resistance. It is also a healing holy item, though the materials required for its concoction are exceedingly rare, necessitating substantial task points to procure. Your generosity is truly remarkable. Qin Luan's eyes sparkled as he reverently expressed his gratitude. Hee, no need for thanks. Our holy healers possess little combat prowess. Our duty is to heal our demon hunter comrades. The holy healer chuckled, shaking his head. Given the importance of the mission, the demon hunter organization proactively provides us with elixirs. However, there are few instances where holy light techniques and demon hunter potions can be utilized during tasks. Rather, it is Dr. Stan's medical skills that can save more comrades' lives. Yet even medical skills have their limitations. There are some injuries beyond remedy. Qin Luan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and squinted slightly, resolving that once this incident was resolved, he would certainly visit the headquarters of the exorcists to exchange for some holy elixirs. He hoped to analyze the composition of the elixirs using modern medical knowledge and concoct ordinary substitutes. Oh, if it were possible to develop a substitute for the holy healing elixir, even if its efficacy reached merely 1/3 of the original, it could potentially save countless exorcists' lives. The holy healer's eyes sparkled with interest. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a vial of golden elixir from his pocket, gritting his teeth as he handed it to Qin Luan. Dr. Stan, I have faith in your medical skills. However, the exchange for holy elixirs requires not only points but also the level of the exorcist. Given your current level, it may take a considerable time before you can obtain holy elixirs for research. This vial is my personal sponsorship for your study. Should you achieve results, I would appreciate it if you could sell me some substitutes for the holy elixir at a reasonable price. This. Very well, I find it impossible to refuse your kindness. Qin Luan sighed, gently accepting the elixir and tucking it away. You are indeed exceedingly generous. Haha, I mentioned there is no need for thanks. This is for all our comrades battling against evil beings. The holy healer smiled as he said, Now, let us enter the tent. I shall tend to your wounds, bending down to enter the large central tent of the camp. Qin Luan stripped off his tattered outer garment, baring his upper body to receive treatment from the holy healer. Soon, Ms. Nova and the other exorcists had also dealt with the corpses of their companions in the carriage and entered the tent one after another. Ms. Nova, have all the comrades arrived? Under the bright light of the tent, Qin Luan scanned the area, quickly grasping the situation. He noticed that all the exorcists bore considerable injuries, yet compared to when they had parted ways, their numbers had not diminished. It appeared that the battle here had been relatively safe, far less perilous than that faced by the Aodio squad. Indeed, our assessment was correct. There was only one which commanding the evil beings. Shortly after parting from you, the evil beings following the main force seemed to lose their unified command and were swiftly defeated by us, said Meyer, sporting a scruffy beard. Despite having had differing opinions during the previous meeting, there was no lingering animosity now, as they all shared the same ultimate objective. Dr. Stan, what did you encounter at the witch's cottage? Could it be that there are still many evil beings there? Did you successfully slay the Maya witch? Ms. Nova inquired gravely. The battle with the witch was indeed arduous. However, compared to the mere combat, the intelligence I gleaned. Qin Luan exhaled slowly, retrieving the witch's notes from his pocket and placing them on the table within the tent. Qin Luan methodically recounted the events of the battle with the witch, and as the exorcists perused the witch's notes, particularly the 2 pieces of intelligence that Qin Luan had specially marked, the tent fell into a profound silence. Could this notebook be a fabrication of false intelligence by the Maya witch? After a long pause, one exorcist finally dared to ask, That is impossible. One piece of intelligence dates back over a decade, and the other is from more than a year ago. Ms. Nova gently closed her eyes, speaking bitterly. Moreover, from the notes, it appears that the Maya witch did not regard these 2 pieces of intelligence as significant. In truth, aside from the humans of Aodio town, the witch, who had never ventured beyond the forest, could not obtain the connections within the intelligence, and the simple-minded magical beings could not convey such information. We must report to the exorcist headquarters. The Albert family is the leader of the exorcists in the Aodio region, and we cannot make decisions based solely on a witch's notes, another young exorcist said solemnly. There is no time. According to Dr. Stan's assessment, the plague will erupt in the coming days, putting the lives of thousands of humans in the Aodio region at risk. Meyer stood up with a grim expression. We must return to Albert Castle immediately to verify the intelligence in the notes. If Baron Albert cannot provide a reasonable explanation, even if we are expelled from the organization later, we must save Aodio. Dr. Stan, forgive my impertinence. You are not originally a resident of Aodio town, nor are you an exorcist. Why did you pay attention to these two internal pieces of intelligence regarding the Albert family within the witch's notes? Mess. Nova interrupted Meyer's words with a wave of her hand, frowning as she gazed at the meditative Qin Luan. Although her exterior was robust and even more rugged than a man's, her thoughts possessed a feminine delicacy. And her position as one of the leaders of the exorcists in the Aodio region was no mere coincidence. While others were taken aback by the intelligence recorded in the witch's notes. Ms. Nova maintained a cautious and rational demeanor, swiftly identifying the sole inconsistency within the two pieces of intelligence. These two shocking pieces of intelligence included the surname of the witch, Mary Claire, which coincidentally was the name of Stephen Albert's wife. Of course, this intelligence in itself was not alarming. Many people share the same names in this world, and the mere coincidence of a surname and given name held little weight. However, when linked to the second piece of intelligence, it inevitably raised suspicions among the exorcists familiar with the details of the plague's transmission regarding the Albert family. In the second piece of intelligence, the Maya witch named Misha recorded a minor incident that occurred over a year ago at the edge of Maya Forest. At that time, a young couple with a small boy encountered pursuers at the forest's edge. One of the pursuers was suspected to be Baron Albert. Ultimately, the woman among the young couple was killed, while the young man and the boy were taken away. The reason Misha the witch noted this event at the forest's edge was that the slain woman bore a striking resemblance to the long-missing witch Mary. Furthermore, the two other newly emerged beings among the pursuers piqued her keen interest. From the description in the notes, the exorcists could discern that one of the beings was a werewolf raised by the Albert family. The other being resembled a gargoyle, also possessing bat-like wings and sharp claws, a magical creature that the witches had never encountered before. It was well understood among the exorcists that the Maya witch could use magic to restore her youthful appearance. Thus, if a certain Maya witch were to develop feelings for Stephen Albert, it would not be surprising. At most, it would simply be a scandal, and the Albert family could expel the witch. However, the recorded timeline of this intelligence was precisely a year and more ago. Following this incident, two outsiders in Aodio town were infected with the plague. The ordinary townsfolk were unaware of the identities of these two outsiders, but the exorcists in the Aodio region knew that they were two court physicians from the Duchy of Mesa, sent here to treat Miller Albert. In other words, the exorcists were well aware that the plague in the Aodio region first erupted within Albert Castle. Yet, most exorcists quickly buried their doubts about Albert Castle deep within their hearts. After all, the Albert family was the core of exorcists in the Aodio region, having long been at the forefront of battle and earning the respect of all. And now, Stephen Albert's wife is a witch? Albert Castle actually harbors two magical beings, in addition to the known werewolf, and is clandestinely developing other magical creatures. What does the Albert family intend to do? Is the plague afflicting little Miller connected to the Albert family's research on magical beings? Could the witch Mary be a liaison between the Albert family and the Maya witches? Is Baron Albert's organization of the exorcists in the Aodio region into Maya Forest merely a fade? A torrent of questions flooded the minds of all the exorcists. They were not fools, and these two pieces of intelligence immediately stirred the doubts that had been buried deep within. The conflict between past perceptions and the current intelligence rendered many unable to adapt. Upon hearing Ms. Nova's inquiry, Qin Luan opened his eyes and regarded the burly woman before him, a fleeting glimmer of admiration passing through his gaze. The authenticity of the intelligence was not paramount. What mattered was the reliability of the source providing the information. The conclusions drawn from the intelligence were also secondary. What was crucial was the reasonableness of the process by which those conclusions were reached. Ms. Nova's inquiry was, in essence, directed at Qin Luan. How could an outsider like him discern these intricate details? To know the name of Stephen's wife and the changes that occurred within the Albert family over a year ago were matters of the family's privacy. Unless there were ulterior motives, how could a mere doctor concern himself with such matters? This inquiry pierced through the surface, targeting the very essence of the issue. However, since Qin Luan had the audacity to highlight these two pieces of intelligence and stir the pot, he certainly would not be stumped by Ms. Nova's question. Ms. Nova, I am a doctor and have no interest in the secrets of the Albert family. However, Qin Luan cast a casual glance around the perplexed exorcists. During the treatment of little Miller, I discovered that he differs from the plague patients in Aodio town. The threat to Miller's life does not stem from the plague virus, but rather from long-term nutritional deficiency leading to bodily frailty. Dr. Stan, do you mean the holy healer? Beside Qin Luan's expression shifted. Indeed, before receiving my treatment, little Miller had been ill for over a year, and the plague virus in his body had reached a state of equilibrium with a certain substance. He is the source of the plague in the Aodio region. Qin Luan nodded, affirming his statement to As for my knowledge regarding certain matters concerning Stephen and Nina, it stems from my deliberate inquiries with members of the Albert family, as I sought to obtain blood samples from them for the purpose of extracting an immune vaccine against the plague. However, it appears that the Albert family had long possessed similar remedies. Otherwise, having accompanied young Miller for such an extended period, they would have surely succumbed to the plague themselves. Humph. No wonder the Albert family prefers to invite ordinary physicians rather than allow me, a holy healer from the Aodio region, to treat young Miller. The holy healer scoffed. Now do you believe me? I have long warned you that this plague is not an ordinary disease but rather an immortal pestilence. Immortal pestilence? Qin Luan's eyes flickered as he turned to inquire. The immortal pestilence is a living virus infused with undead powers, a plague weapon developed by witches, primarily aimed at decimating the vast population of ordinary humans. Meyer glanced at Qin Luan and the holy healer before softly explaining, in fact, when the plague first emerged, some among us suspected it to be the work of witches, yet we never anticipated its origins would truly be traced back to Albert Castle, immortal pestilence? The newly revealed clue struck Qin Luan's mind like a bolt of lightning, suddenly reminding him of his first night upon entering this world, when Frank's vomit contained those writhing, dark green substances that seemed almost alive. No, one last piece of the puzzle is still missing. Qin Luan squinted slightly as he finally began to weave together all the fragmented clues. Now only a core element remained, a pivotal point that would unveil the entire truth. Lady Nova, we must take action before orders are issued from headquarters, or it will be too late, Meyer said with a grim expression. Very well. I agree to return to the castle to verify the authenticity of these two pieces of information. Nova cast a deep glance at Qin Luan, yet added, however, the Albert family is, after all, the cornerstone of the Aodio exorcists. I hope everyone can maintain a calm demeanor, and that Meyer and I will negotiate with the Baron alone. No need for you. Allow me to consult my father. I shall prove the Albert family's innocence. A deep voice suddenly resonated at the entrance of the tent. Bonnie. The exorcist within the tent stared in astonishment at the unexpectedly appearing blonde youth. Bonnie, you need to rest well. Regardless, you have already demonstrated your innocence through your valiant battle. I believe that upon returning to the castle, Baron Albert will provide us with a reasonable explanation. Lady Nova stood, speaking earnestly. The blonde youth, half of his face covered by a white bandage, scanned the exorcists in the tent. The fury and resentment in his blood-red single eye blazed like a fierce flame against all present. His gaze lingered briefly on Qin Luan before he resolutely turned away. His young, strong frame hunched slightly, as if suddenly aged by many years, his silhouette beneath the campfire appearing so lonely and desolate. Do you recall what you said before the corpses of Odo and Blair? Qin Luan suddenly opened his eyes and asked softly. Bonnie halted, his shoulders trembling slightly. He did not turn around, and his cold words seemed to leap from his teeth. I certainly remember. Bonnie Albert is first and foremost an exorcist, and only afterward a member of the Albert family. Everyone, return to your preparations. We shall set off for Albert Castle shortly, Meyer commanded sternly, gesturing towards all the exorcists in the tent. The witches' reinforcements will soon arrive in this area. Before that, we must exit the Maya forest. The exorcists filed out, their expressions heavy with concern. For over 300 years, Albert Castle had been the stronghold of Aodio's exorcists, with countless members of the Albert family sacrificing themselves in battles against the Maya witches and malevolent creatures. The necessity of questioning the Albert family's fidelity to their exorcist duties weighed heavily on their hearts, not any lighter than Bonnie's. Soon, all the exorcists had vanished from the tent, leaving behind the severely injured Qin Luan and the holy healer tending to him. All right, Dr. Stan, you are far more resilient than I had anticipated. The wounds are bandaged. Rest for a moment, as we will set out shortly. The holy healer patted Qin Luan's uninjured left shoulder, offering a reassuring smile before turning to leave. Please wait a moment. Qin Luan suddenly grasped the sleeve of the holy healer, speaking earnestly. Perhaps I cannot comprehend the respect other exorcists hold for the Albert family, but I am acutely aware that once the immortal pestilence erupts, tens of thousands of innocent civilians throughout the Adia region will turn to corpses. What do you wish to say? Hasn't everyone already made their decision? The holy healer turned his gaze away, avoiding Qin Luan's eyes with a flicker of uncertainty. They are warriors. In comparison to their own lives, they place greater value on honor. They are willing to sacrifice, yet their respect for life has grown increasingly callous. Once the immortal pestilence breaks out, the Adia region will be strewn with corpses, and it could even spread throughout the entire Miai's duchy and across the continent. Qin Luan's expression darkened by in this camp. Only you and I, the holy healer, truly understand the power of the immortal pestilence. Questioning the Albert family is not the crux of the matter. We must urgently discover the key factor that allowed young Miller to survive the immortal pestilence. That substance capable of balancing the undead powers, even if it means sacrificing the Albert family. What do you want me to do? The holy healer's hands trembled as he gazed at Qin Luan in horror. As though seeing this skilled new exorcist doctor in a different light, I wish to ask you. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly and leaned closer to the holy healer's ear, whispering his instructions. Chapter 38. The calm before the storm. The exorcist team entered the Maya forest, spending a total of 2.5 days to find clues to the witch's hut. However, since this group did not advance inwardly toward the forest center but rather circled around the periphery, their exit from the forest did not require another 2.5 days. Upon Qin Luan's return to the camp, the long night had just passed, and dawn was breaking on the horizon. The team had no intention of resting at the camp. Several carts originally used for storing supplies were emptied to transport the severely injured and the deceased. Exorcists do not casually bury their comrades' bodies in the forest. As to witches, the corpses of exorcists serve as the best research material. To avoid desecration of the bodies, exorcists would always bring them back to the human realm for burial whenever possible. Otherwise, they would be cremated. Wrapped in a blanket, Qin Luan leaned against the cart's wall, his face pale and devoid of color. This was not merely a show of bravado. He was indeed gravely injured. And after self-hypnosis sustained throughout the night, he now felt as if his very bones were crumbling. Unlike when he first entered the forest, no exorcists approached him for casual conversation on the return journey. There was a palpable distance in their demeanor. This was quite understandable. IT is akin to a new colleague joining a modern corporate department, initially met with warmth and courtesy, only for them to report a mistake made by the department head, a figure who is generally respected. Though the leader's actions were indeed questionable, the rapport of the informant would undoubtedly suffer, and colleagues would likely keep their distance. Qin Luan was unconcerned with others' perceptions of him. He was not of this world. Reflecting, he reached into his pocket to retrieve a vial of golden elixir for examination. Holy Spirit Elixir. Elixir of Eternal Life, pseudo. This is a healing potion the Exorcist organization concocted as a replica of the Elixir of Eternal Life. The first use grants a permanent slight increase in health and mana, with variations depending on individual constitution. Its primary uses are to heal injuries, extend life, dispel negative states, and counteract ongoing damage. It cannot be used on undead beings. It can be brought into the Shattered Starry Sky. Sale price: 1,000 shattered crystals. 1,000 shattered crystals. Qin Luan raised an eyebrow. Completing the exploration task only yielded 2,000 shattered crystals. Considering that the selling price is 1/5 of the exchange value, this implies that the actual worth of this item should be 5,000 shattered crystals. Indeed, the rewards are proportional to the efforts made. Although Qin Luan narrowly escaped death in his battle with the witch, the gains were equally bountiful. Even the 2 vials of Holy Spirit Elixir he consumed or acquired were, in fact, a result of earning the respect of the holy healer through his confrontation with the witch. As for this journey through the Maya forest, setting aside the task clues obtained, the items he could bring into the Shattered Starry Sky included 10 moonlight herbs, a pair of demon eyes, a portion of golden silkworm dust, and a vial of Holy Spirit Elixir, not to mention the golden summoning scroll and the consumed Holy Spirit Elixir. Of course, there were also several unidentified items. In terms of sale price for the Shattered Starry Sky, the total amounted to 1,900 shattered crystals, and in terms of actual exchange value, it equated to a staggering 9,500 shattered crystals, equivalent to the rewards of 5 satellite-level plot tasks. After stowing the Holy Spirit elixir in his storage space, Qin Luan flipped his hand, and the sinister dagger fell into his grasp. In his battle with the witch, the sinister dagger had pierced the heart core of Witch Mesa. Unexpectedly, Witch Mesa did not perish instantly. Rather, the dagger slowly absorbed the undead power within the heart core. In reality, Witch Mesa did not die from the dagger's consumption. After Qin Luan finished clearing the witch's hut and used the Maya crystal ball to absorb Frank's soul, he discovered that the witch, stripped of her flesh by joy, had turned to ash, apparently dying from her severe injuries. As for the sinister dagger, having absorbed a significant portion of the witch's strength, it too exhibited a slight change. Sin, dagger of sin, type. Killing relic, chaotic evil, soul quality, 34, decapitation of 10, weight, 215 grams length, 230 millimeters equipped ability. Soul Devour, special skill of killing relic, It can absorb the soul energy of its victims, as well as the power associated with the same faction. The dagger autonomously targets beings of lower tiers, with a maximum limit of Tier 3. Under specific conditions, such as when the enemy loses their ability to resist, it can devour a portion of the soul energy from mid-tier beings. Originally, the dagger's soul quality was 12, but after absorbing the undead power of the witch, it astonishingly rose to 34, an increase of 22. This indicates that the witch Misha has indeed harmed many beings and carries a significant amount of soul energy. With the substantial enhancement of its soul quality, the dagger's dark radiance flows with an almost lifelike quality. Holding the dagger of sin, Qin Luan felt as if every inch from the hilt to the tip of the blade resonated with the flesh and blood of his own hand. After some time, the exorcists finally exited the Maya forest, emerging by the banks of the Coxcomb River. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group of exorcists. During the latter part of their return journey, some of the more perceptive exorcists sensed an impending danger looming over the group, akin to a prickling sensation on their backs. They understood that this might be the reinforcements sent by the Witch of Maya. If they delayed for another half a day, they might have to face a significant trial. After leaving the forest, the exorcist group dispersed once more, as some severely injured members required adequate rest. They could not continue their bumpy journey to Albert Castle and needed to seek treatment in a nearby town. The only healer among them, Toddy, also expressed a desire to depart, his resolve unwavering. Though he had not sustained injuries, he cited the need to care for the other wounded, leaving no room for dissent. In truth, Ms. Nova and Meyer were reluctant to see Toddy leave. Although Toddy was not a combatant, every healer held a prestigious position within the exorcist organization. With his coordination, they believed that as long as the Albert family did not deviate from the fundamental principles of the exorcists, matters could still be resolved smoothly. Watching Toddy's departing figure, Qin Luan's gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts. Ultimately, the healer acquiesced to his plan, just as Ms. Nova and Meyer, the formidable exorcists, failed to recognize the grave dangers posed by the infectious disease. Toddy, despite being a non-combatant, was equally oblivious to the monumental storm brewing beneath the surface of Qin Luan's seemingly simple plan. Dr. Stan, you are also severely injured. Would you like to accompany Toddy? Ms. Nova approached Qin Luan, speaking in a subdued tone. The initial fondness that the flower of tyranny had for Qin Luan had diminished considerably. An instinct warned her that allowing the doctor to accompany them to Albert Castle could lead to irreparable consequences. Making it wiser to send him away now. Ms. Nova, the weather is rather sultry. We may encounter a storm tonight. Qin Luan lifted his head, responding with a non sequitur. Isn't it quite normal for storms to occur during this season? Nova frowned slightly, casting a glance at Qin Luan before saying coolly, if you insist on accompanying us to Albert Castle, I hope you can keep silent and allow Meyer and me to negotiate with Baron Albert. Miss Nova, storms do not heed human intentions. Qin Luan gently closed his eyes, choosing not to speak further. He understood the sentiments of the flower of tyranny and Meyer. These exorcists had fought alongside the Albert Castle for so long. Bound by a camaraderie thicker than blood, as long as there was even a glimmer of hope, they wished to absolve the Albert family. Moreover, the current era differed significantly from a millennium ago. Witches were no longer the foremost threat to humanity, in the eyes of Nova and her companions, as long as the Albert family did not violate the fundamental principles of the exorcists. Other transgressions could be forgiven. However, Qin Luan was acutely aware that if his suspicions were correct, then a reconciliation between the exorcists and the Albert family would likely be unattainable. The task from another world that Qin Luan bore was, in fact, a secret that the Albert family could not explain to outsiders, and their fundamental stances were fundamentally opposed. All along, he had been utilizing various conditions and clues to probe into the Albert family's privacy. The witch's notes were the most formidable weapon he had discovered. Through a narrow lens, he could perceive the immense power wielded by the Albert family. Coupled with their extensive connections, they were not a force Qin Luan could contend with. Thus, he could only rely on the exorcists to achieve his desired outcome. In truth, the information presented in the witch's intelligence was not particularly alarming. Even if Stephen had indeed married a witch, it was worth noting that Stephen had not joined the exorcist organization. What of the Albert family's endeavors in developing magical creatures? There was no evidence to suggest they had harmed any ordinary humans. This was also why Nova and her companions sought to negotiate with Baron Albert first, rather than resorting to immediate confrontation with the Albert family. If it were not for the impending outbreak of the epidemic and the presence of Qin Luan, Nova and her allies might not have approached directly and instead would have opted for a more circumspect method to alert Baron Albert. The current urgency and opposition were entirely instigated by Qin Luan. However, in this regard, the murderer had not acted wrongly, or rather, his position was inherently justified. The otherworldly task assigned by the fractured starry sky was not arbitrary. Even a novice apostle's guiding task carried historical and regional significance, influenced only by the geographical scope and temporal span affected. What Qin Luan was currently undertaking, aside from fulfilling his own mission, was indeed aimed at preventing the spread of the epidemic in the Udia region. Was the outbreak in Udia truly a form of undead plague? Did this disease have any intrinsic connection to the Albert family? What impact would the epidemic ultimately have on Udia, the Maze Duchy, and even the world at large? These questions remained unanswered. The direct objective behind Qin Luan's instigation of the conflict between the exorcists and the Albert family was to complete the investigative task concerning Stephen Albert. Of course, in the process, it would also unravel the answers to these questions. As for the fate of the Albert family, it did not lie in Qin Luan's hands, but rather in their own. Qin Luan merely tightened the spring of fate's carriage, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. Chapter 39. The cost. As the group emerged from the forest, it was nearly afternoon. Before nightfall, they finally beheld the Albert Castle at the cliff's end. Compared to the more than 20 members they once had, only 9 exorcists remained in the current group. Among them, 7 members had sacrificed their lives, including 5 exorcists, as well as Frank and the transformed werewolf, leaving only a handful of severely injured individuals. The bodies of the fallen exorcists and the wounded were transported directly to Udia town, while the remaining 9, including Qin Luan, bore various injuries, though none were life-threatening. At the stone bridge before Albert Castle, the old butler Jason approached with the castle's servants to greet them. Perched high above, Albert Castle had long been aware of the exorcist's arrival. Ms. Nova, Dr. Stan, welcome back. The old butler bowed respectfully, instructing the servants to attend to the 9 wounded exorcists. We have prepared hot water and food for everyone. As soon as you arrive at the castle, you can dine. I asked the Baron in the castle. The Flower of Tyranny waved her hand wearily. Yes, the Baron is currently awaiting your arrival in the castle. The old butler turned to Qin Luan on the carriage, his mood buoyant. Dr. Stan, I have good news for you. Young Master Miller awakened the day before yesterday. Your potion has taken effect, and his health is recovering. Oh, that is truly wonderful. Qin Luan felt a stir in his heart, smiling as he nodded. After the old butler departed, Ms. Nova suddenly fell back a couple of steps to approach Qin Luan's carriage, her expression fluctuating as she gazed at the doctor. Dr. Stan, you treated my nephew Morrison in Udia town, and now you have healed young Miller. Is it truly impossible to control the epidemic in the Udia region? Qin Luan regarded the Flower of Tyranny with an impassive expression, responding coolly. Through my research on the epidemic during this time, I have gained a general understanding of the virus. Even without the immunizing substance possessed by the Albert family, there are still ways to control the spread of the epidemic. It will merely require a considerable price from the exorcist organization. What kind of price? Nova's eyes brightened as she eagerly inquired. Dr. Stan, if we can control the spread of the epidemic without forcing the Albert family, I believe everyone present would be willing to contribute. Meyer and the other exorcists, overhearing their conversation, perked up in unison, their gazes fixed on Qin Luan. Within 3 days, deliver to me more than 30 vials of the Holy Spirit potion. Qin Luan nonchalantly held out 3 fingers. stating, "With that, I will have the confidence to control the epidemic in the Udia region." Dr. Stan, are you attempting to extort us? Meyer's expression darkened, his face taut. Meyer, I believe Dr. Stan does not mean it that way. Nova interjected, her tone firm as she restrained the furious Meyer. However, Dr. Stan, you only just encountered the Holy Spirit potion this morning. How can you be so certain it will dispel the virus? Qin Luan scanned the surrounding exorcists. Noting the anger etched on their faces, he sighed softly, producing a thumb-sized empty vial from his pocket and tossing it to the flower of tyranny. This is the primary component of the potion I used to treat Morrison and young Miller. Smell it. Within this substance, there seems to linger a scent reminiscent of the elixir of life. Nova brought the small vial close to her nostrils, her eyes widening in astonishment. Let me see. Meyer furrowed his brow as he took the vial, merely sniffing it before nodding and stating that the residual aroma indeed resembled the elixir of life. The vial handed over by Qin Luan was undoubtedly one that contained the essence of the world tree's flower. Though it was now empty, the essence of the world tree is imbued with a tremendous vitality, akin in nature to the Holy Spirit elixir. These demon hunters are well versed in the powers of life attributes, allowing them to discern its presence immediately. Qin Luan's request for 30 vials of Holy Spirit elixir was not a mere whim or an act of extortion. Should these demon hunters truly produce 30 vials of the elixir, he would relinquish this otherworldly mission without hesitation and return to the broken starry sky as soon as his allotted time expired. The reward for the otherworldly mission consists of 2,000 broken crystals and a fragmented law fusion crystal. 2,000 broken crystals equate to the selling price of 2 vials of the Holy Spirit elixir, while the fragmented law crystal is valued by Qin Luan at 5 to 10 vials of the Holy Spirit elixir. Qin Luan's estimation is not arbitrary. This fragmented law crystal is intended for the Maya crystal sphere, which contains Frank's soul. With only a few days left in this world, it would be exceedingly difficult to find a suitable vessel for Frank, compelling him to take the Maya crystal sphere back to the broken starry sky. This necessitates acquiring a fragmented law crystal, thereby allowing the Maya crystal sphere to serve as a special equipment usable by an apostle. Without the fragmented law crystal, Qin Luan would have to mobilize considerable manpower and resources within a mere few days to find a suitable body for Frank. At this stage, only the Demon Hunter organization meets this criterion, indicating that Qin Luan requires a substantial amount of points, which is why he has valued the fragmented law crystal at 5 to 10 vials of the Holy Spirit elixir. In other words, to persuade Qin Luan to abandon the otherworldly mission, the superficial cost is 7 to 12 vials of the Holy Spirit elixir. This does not even account for the rewards associated with the world exploration degree of the otherworldly mission, the potential to elevate to planetary or even stellar-level narrative quests, nor the 30 points of soul longevity that would be deducted from Qin Luan in the event of mission failure, or even the peril of Frank's failed possession. Hence, Qin Luan's demand for over 30 vials of the Holy Spirit elixir from these demon hunters, in compensation for the loss incurred by abandoning the otherworldly mission, cannot be deemed extortion but rather a highly reasonable exchange condition. The plague virus possesses undead attributes. While I can concoct a potion to cure the plague, it is imperative that it contains elements of life. My own vial of potion has been depleted, and the Holy Spirit elixir meets the substitution requirement. Qin Luan glanced around at the demon hunters and stated coolly, given the current scale of the epidemic spread, only a large quantity of potions diluted from 30 vials of Holy Spirit elixir can hope to control the reinfection of plague patients. However, please note that this is merely the minimum dosage required. Additional Holy Spirit elixirs may be necessary later. Otherwise, Audia will be strewn with corpses, potentially spreading throughout the entire Mazer Duchy. Nova and Meyer turned pale, and the demon hunters nearby fell silent upon hearing Qin Luan's words. Through the comparison with the Holy Spirit elixir, they began to grasp the severity of the situation post-epidemic spread. I understand that everyone holds Baron Albert in high regard and feels a strong aversion to questioning the Albert family. Qin Luan said with an expressionless demeanor, yet you are all demon hunters, sworn to protect the human realm. If you shield erroneous members of the Albert family and allow tens of thousands of innocent lives in the Audia region to be lost, you will have even less face to confront the ancestors of the Albert family who sacrificed themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Albert family truly possesses the means to resist the plague virus, I shall have my father deliver it directly. A voice from the back of the crowd belonged to Bonnie, The golden-haired youth with his head still bandaged, bowing to the demon hunters and imploring them not to press Dr. Stan further. The indignation that had been etched on Bonnie's face earlier had now transformed into a glimmer of determination. Qin Luan's earlier words had profoundly affected him. The esteem held for the Albert family is not merely the result of this generation's Baron Albert, but stems from the accomplishments of their forebears. If Baron Albert has indeed erred, then other members of the Albert family should be the first to step forward and rectify that error. Mere concealment will only lead to greater harm. Nova, Meyer, and the other demon hunters fell into silence. If even Bonnie held such sentiments, what more could they say? Following this brief interlude, the demon hunters' animosity towards Qin Luan lessened considerably. They no longer regarded him with indifference as before. A smirk crept upon Qin Luan's lips as he suddenly realized that his command of language was still rather immature. Had it not been for Nova's casual inquiry, without the comparison of the Holy Spirit elixir, he would likely have remained at odds with these demon hunters. Yet his current actions were, in fact, beneficial to the Audia region and did not fundamentally conflict with the demon hunter stance. To do a good deed and be misunderstood is truly an affront to the mastery of psychology. The group traversed the stone bridge and entered the Albert Castle, where Baron Albert had been awaiting their return in the hall for quite some time. Lady Nova, Lord Meyer, Dr. Stan, you have finally returned. Please return to your rooms and rest. I shall have the servants bring food to you. Once you have regained your spirits tomorrow, do share the outcomes of this reconnaissance mission with me. Perhaps due to the awakening of little Miller, Baron Albert was in high spirits. Yet, he failed to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of the demon hunters at the foot of the hall stairs. Even Bonnie refraining from accommodating the Baron. Baron Albert remained oblivious, having noted that only 9 demon hunters returned, assuming that everyone was mourning their fallen comrades, and thus did not respond to him. The demon hunters soon dispersed to their rooms. Having not rested for 2 days and nights since yesterday, coupled with their injuries, they had reached their limits. Following the guidance of a maid, Qin Luan returned to his own chamber. Once inside, he threw himself onto the large bed and fell into a deep slumber. However, unbeknownst to him, the window facing the cliff in the guest room opened without wind, and a white ethereal figure gently floated into the room. Standing silently at the foot of his bed, gazing intently at him in his dreams, Qin Luan suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the white figure. Madam, how should I address you? Mary the Witch. Or Nina Albert. Chapter 40. Nina Albert, the white figure standing at the foot of Qin Luan's bed, appeared somewhat ethereal, its features indistinct, resembling a low-quality 3D projection. Observing the doctor rise leisurely from his bed, the white figure floated back a short distance before regaining its composure. Dr. Stan, have you discerned my identity? A surprised female voice echoed in Qin Luan's mind. I sensed something during our time in the graveyard. Upon entering the Maya forest with the demon hunters, we discovered a notebook in the cottage of Witch Mesa that contained records about you. Qin Luan replied with a calm expression. What about that gravestone of Mary Albert? That gravestone is not a physical object but merely an image I conjured. The white figure sighed softly. I initially intended to pique your curiosity and approach you without alarming that person. But after you joined the demon hunters, I refrained from seeking you out. Then why have you come to find me now? Have you begun to trust me again? Qin Luan propped a pillow behind him for added comfort. How should I address you? Since marrying Stephen, Mary Claire has passed away. Please call me Nina. Nina tilted her head slightly and spoke calmly. You saved the child of Stephen and me, and I should express my gratitude. Given that many demon hunters are currently within the castle, are you not afraid that I will turn you over to them? Qin Luan narrowed his eyes habitually. Ha ha, my spirit is on the verge of dissipating. I have come merely to thank you. Other matters are of no concern. Nina chuckled softly, unfazed by Qin Luan's threatening words. Spirit? Isn't that your magic? Qin Luan furrowed his brow in surprise. Were you truly gone over a year ago? Magic? Ha ha, I have been dead for over a year. Nina seemed to find this amusing, shaking her head. A witch? My soul is connected to my heart core. If the heart core shatters, my soul will soon dissipate as well. My body perished over a year ago, yet for reasons unknown, I felt my heart core only shattered in the past 2 days. So your heart core only broke recently? I see. Qin Luan raised an eyebrow. He suddenly recalled Witch Mesa, who possessed 2 heart cores. It seemed that her second heart core must have been derived from Nina. although Witch Mesa recorded events from over a year ago in her monitoring notes. She concealed the process of acquiring the second heart core, likely to avoid scrutiny from other witches. Since Nina did not vanish immediately after her heart core shattered and her soul remains alive until now, it implies that Qin Luan furrowed his brow slightly, falling into contemplation. Having expressed my gratitude, my wish is fulfilled. I fear I shall dissipate by dawn. Nina's ghost curtsied. Dr. Stan, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Please wait, Lady Nina. Could you answer a few of my questions? Qin Luan regained his senses and hurriedly called out to Nina's spirit. Of course, please go ahead. Nina was momentarily taken aback before turning back around. From the notes of the witch Misha, we discovered that Baron Albert had pursued you with 2 magical creatures over a year ago. After pondering for a moment, Qin Luan spoke up. However, the notes only mention your demise and do not document the circumstances surrounding Stephen and Xiao Miller. I have examined Stephen's grave, which is empty, and Xiao Miller must have contracted his illness around that time. My inquiry is whether your flight was related to the Albert family's discovery of your witch identity. Is Stephen alive or dead? And what precisely is the nature of the illness Xiao Miller contracted? I cannot tell you. These matters belong to the secrets of the Albert family. Nina fell silent for a moment before finally sighing and shaking her head. Despite Baron Albert causing Xiao Miller to lose both parents, this was the duty of the Albert family across generations. Xiao Miller ultimately still relies on the Albert family. Are you implying that the Albert family did not betray the duties of the exorcists? Qin Luan inquired coolly. Indeed. Although Baron Albert killed me, I do not hold it against him, Nina replied helplessly. A millennium of duty, a millennium of guardianship, a millennium of glory. This is the family motto of the Albert family. Albeit rather burdensome, what of Stephen? If he is still alive, do you not wish for your husband to be liberated? After all, he is not an exorcist and need not make such sacrifices. Qin Luan's gaze flickered. After Xiao Miller's rescue, Nina seemed to have relinquished all desires, prompting him to shift his probing. Stephen, why Stephen cannot return? Nina's expression appeared somewhat sorrowful. Ms. Nina, one last question. Over the past year, why have you not sought help from others? For instance, Miss Laura, Stephen's sister, is quite concerned about Xiao Miller. Qin Luan asked gently. I died right across from the Coxcomb River, near the edge of Maya Forest, and cannot venture too far from here. Nina replied coolly. As for Laura, I do not wish to disturb her life any further. Dr. Stan, I must take my leave. Thank you once again for saving my son. Nina turned and drifted towards the window. Ms. Nina, do you not wish to see Xiao Miller and Elizabeth once more before you vanish? Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly. Nina's ethereal form shivered but did not linger, floating directly out of the window. This time, Qin Luan did not attempt to keep Nina's spirit. He understood that further questioning would likely yield no results. Though he sought answers, Qin Luan had gleaned much from Nina's words. The contents of Misha's notes had been corroborated. Stephen's wife was indeed a Maya witch. Consequently, the second piece of information in the notes also appeared credible. Baron Albert had pursued them with 2 magical creatures, ultimately killing Nina and bringing back Stephen and Xiao Miller. Although lacking concrete evidence, Qin Luan believed Nina spoke the truth. The Albert family had not strayed from their exorcist duties. However, this left him with no leads regarding Stephen's fate and the origins of Xiao Miller's illness. Leaning against the soft pillow, Qin Luan closed his eyes in contemplation. Nina's appearance, while not illuminating all truths, left him devoid of disappointment. Unbeknownst to Nina, the doctor had not anticipated her to provide direct answers. Rather, he aimed to validate his suspicions through her reactions. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Stan, are you awake? A melodious voice from outside the door roused the slumbering Qin Luan. Please wait a moment. Qin Luan shook his head, pulling out the pillow from behind him. He realized he was still seated at the head of the bed and had not lain down, seemingly having fallen asleep mid-thought the previous night. The curtains at the back of the room swayed gently with the breeze, and the window stood wide open. Qin Luan rose and approached the window, gazing at the expansive forest across the cliff. The air outside felt somewhat sultry, indicating that it had likely not rained the night before. The sky was overcast, casting a somber and oppressive atmosphere. Evening was approaching, and it seemed he had slept an entire day. His chest and shoulders still throbbed, but the pain had significantly abated compared to the previous day, suggesting the efficacy of the Holy Spirit potion. Gurgle. As consciousness returned, An intense hunger pang gripped his stomach. Qin Luan shut the window and strode over to the tea table, picking up several pieces of cake and stuffing them into his mouth. These were the provisions delivered by the castle's maid the night before, which he had not had the chance to enjoy before succumbing to sleep. "Butler Jason, what time is it now?" he inquired with a smile as he opened the door. "It is already the second evening since you returned to the castle," the old butler explained, suppressing a chuckle. "Did I sleep an entire day and night? I seem to have troubled you all." Qin Luan said apologetically. "What of Ms. Nova and the others? They should be awake by now. Hee, they did not rise much earlier than you. Most of them only woke up in the afternoon, indicating that your recent endeavors were indeed quite taxing." The butler said politely. "The banquet is about to commence, and everyone is gathering in the hall. Given your injuries, there is no need to force yourself to attend. Would you like us to bring food to your room?" "No, a storm may brew tonight, and I do not wish to remain alone in my room," Qin Luan replied meaningfully. "Oh, very well. The weather has been oppressive these past few days, and a storm is indeed likely tonight." The butler replied with a smile. "Please follow me. I shall escort you to the banquet hall. Butler Jason, if you were to resign from your position at Albert Castle, what would you wish to do?" Qin Luan asked playfully as he followed the old butler, hands clasped behind his back. I have never considered that. Why do you ask?" The old butler responded, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, just a casual inquiry," Qin Luan replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. "How many years have you served the Albert family?" "Well, almost 30 years, I suppose," Jason sighed, reflecting, "If I were to leave the castle, I truly would not know what to do." "Hee, you are indeed a loyal steward," Qin Luan remarked, his eyes glinting. "Miss Elizabeth and young Schaumiller must have grown up under your care, correct?" "Well, yes, young Schaumiller has always been particularly well-behaved, and thankfully, you have healed his illness," the old butler said, hesitating before expressing his gratitude. As they conversed, they arrived at the banquet hall. The hall continued to follow a buffet-style format, allowing guests to help themselves to food and drink. Qin Luan scanned the room, noting that Baron Albert had yet to arrive, while Ms. Nova, Meyer, and other exorcists were already present. Boney sat alone in a corner of the hall, her head bowed, lost in thought. The exorcists held their wine glasses, seated in their respective salons, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat heavy. "Hee, we are late. Please forgive us." Baron Albert appeared at the entrance of the hall, flanked by Miss Laura, as well as Schaumiller and Elizabeth. The entire Albert family had gathered. Chapter 41. The Hall of Judgment. The banquet proceeded in an orderly manner. To Qin Luan's surprise, Boney and the others did not question Baron Albert during the feast, choosing instead to indulge in food and drink. Qin Luan refrained from urging them. In his view, this was merely the calm before the storm. As long as the epidemic in the Udia region persisted, these exorcists would inevitably face difficult choices. "Dr. Stan." Suddenly, a melodious female voice called from behind him. "Miss Laura, it is a pleasure to see you." Qin Luan turned around to find Laura Albert quietly standing behind him, holding Miller's hand. "Young Schaumiller, are you feeling any better?" "You are Dr. Stan." "Thank you." Schaumiller gazed curiously at Qin Luan and bowed slightly. The little boy, with golden hair and blue eyes, had a sharply defined face that made his eyes appear exceptionally large. Although he had consumed the world tree flower essence mixed with a considerable amount of human milk, his long-term bedridden condition had yet to undergo a fundamental change, leaving him still looking frail. "Hee, it is my duty as a doctor. No need to thank me." Qin Luan smiled warmly, crouching down to ruffle Miller's golden locks. "Do you remember how you contracted your illness, young Schaumiller?" Having slept for over a year, Schaumiller had lost many memories and could not recall the events leading to his illness. Laura's expression suddenly shifted, and she tugged at the little boy. "Schaumiller, go play with your sister. Elizabeth has been all alone since you fell ill." "I don't want to be alone with her." Schaumiller hesitated, turning away. "Schaumiller, then I will go with you," Laura replied, casting a forced smile back at Qin Luan. "Dr. Stan, I must excuse myself for now. Please, take your time." Qin Luan replied with understanding, but as Laura turned, a glint of coldness flickered in the doctor's eyes. As the banquet continued, darkness gradually enveloped the room. Baron Albert surveyed the hall, rubbing his nose wearily. While the exorcists battled in the Maya forest, he too had not found respite at Albert Castle. Nova, Meyer, and Odo. Each of these exorcists was a pillar of the Udia region. Though they did not occupy administrative positions in the mundane human world, such as mayors, judges, or sheriffs, any individual in a significant role was likely a member of an exorcist family, sharing kinship with the various exorcists. This is also the uniqueness of the Audia region. Serving as the front line against the Maya Witch.at times, exorcists require substantial manpower and resources, a situation tacitly approved by the rulers of the Maze Duchy. Once the exorcist team entered the Maya forest, the epidemic that surfaced in the nearby towns was entirely placed upon the shoulders of Baron Albert. He is tasked with coordinating manpower from various locations to contain the spread of the epidemic as much as possible. "Father, we need to talk." Just as Baron Albert intended to leave the banquet hall and retire to his chambers, he was intercepted by Boney, Nova, and others. "Now?" Baron Albert furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Boney and the other exorcists. "Very well, let us proceed to the military outpost." "No, Thomas, please open the judgment chamber on the top floor of the main castle. We wish to hold our discussion there." Nova suddenly lifted her head, speaking with resolute determination. "The judgment chamber?" Baron Albert's expression shifted, and he spoke sternly. "Accessing the judgment chamber requires the joint proposal of 3 exorcists of at least intermediate rank and the endorsement of more than half of the exorcists in Audia." "Are you certain?" "Yes, Thomas, I, Meyer, and Boney are all intermediate exorcists. In fact, this is a collective decision of all our companions here." Lady Nova asserted solemnly. "I understand." "Please follow me," Baron Albert murmured, realizing that they had indeed obtained significant intelligence during this mission. "Lord Meyer, what is the judgment chamber?" Qin Luan inquired softly, leaning closer to Meyer. "The judgment chamber of Albert Castle was established by the first-generation Baron Albert. It is blessed by the followers of the eternal life, capable of harnessing the life force from the magic array beneath the castle. Any malevolent entity there will be suppressed, while the life force within exorcists will accelerate their recovery." Meyer cast a meaningful glance at Qin Luan. "However, accessing the judgment chamber will deplete the life force accumulated by the magic array over time. Unless it pertains to matters of life and death, no one would wish to squander this trump card." At this point, Meyer's expression darkened. "Moreover, the judgment chamber serves another purpose, the resolution of traitors within the exorcist ranks." Qin Luan raised an eyebrow, discerning the insinuation in Meyer's words, and cast a surprised glance at the burly man before him. "Lord Meyer, you have always opposed my questioning of the Albert family. Why has your attitude shifted so dramatically after just one night?" "Dr. Stan, you misunderstand. We still oppose questioning the Albert family. However, Baron Albert does not represent the entire Albert family. At least Boney does not." Meyer responded awkwardly. "Lord Meyer, please do not evade the issue. If you still consider me a companion, you should tell me the truth," Qin Luan stated with an impassive expression. "Well, all right." Meyer awkwardly rubbed his nose. In fact, Lady Nova received a message from the holy healer Toady via carrier pigeon earlier today. The first case of the epidemic has emerged in Handan Town. Handan Town. I see. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was no longer as ignorant as he had once been. Handan Town does not belong to the Audia region. It is part of the Hanover region, to be precise. Handan Town is located at the intersection of the two regions. The Audia region is characterized by mountainous and forested terrain, with a sparse population of only a few tens of thousands. This is why such a severe infectious epidemic has not been regarded as a life and death matter by the Exorcist Organization. The Exorcist Organization is a supernatural entity, not a human government. Naturally, natural disasters do not fall under their jurisdiction. Were it not for the epidemic's connection to the Maya Witch, the Exorcist Organization would not intervene. Now, however, the situation has changed. The Hanover region consists of flat terrain and numerous cities with populations in the hundreds of thousands, situated near the heart of the Maze Duchy. If this epidemic truly represents a form of undead plague that human medicine cannot resolve, once it spreads in the Hanover region, it could potentially topple the Maze Duchy and threaten the safety of the entire human world. Despite Handan Town only presenting a single case of the epidemic, combined with the intelligence gathered by Nova and others in the Maya forest, the nature of the entire incident has fundamentally altered, finally capturing the Exorcist Organization's utmost attention. The organization has already notified the Maze royal family, and all routes from Handan Town to other areas of Hanover have been sealed off, hoping it is not too late to mend the fold. The higher echelons of the organization are mobilizing Holy Spirit potions, and the exorcist and Audia have received new orders to escort you to the exorcist headquarters as soon as matters here conclude. Meyer shook his head, stating that under no circumstances should the undead plague be allowed to escape the Audia region. Even if we share a deep friendship with Baron Albert, we cannot afford to show leniency this time. Have you not noticed that Lady Nova's expression is equally stern? When she was younger, she was quite close to Baron Albert. Humph. As if awakening to something, Nova turned around and shot a fierce glare at Meyer. Oh. The bearded man quickly fell silent, awkwardly turning his head away. Yet, Qin Luan had already grasped the situation, casting curious glances between Nova and Baron Thomas Albert, his expression somewhat peculiar. Lady Nova was quite beautiful in her youth. But after undergoing the transformation of the guardian power, her attributes leaned towards strength and physique. As for Thomas, the Albert family, for reasons unknown, despite possessing the guardian power, could not extend their lifespan and aged as easily as ordinary humans. Meyer lowered his head, suppressing his voice to explain. Qin Luan could only chuckle at Meyer. This man, appearing to be a middle-aged giant, seemed no younger than Nova and Baron Albert, yet he possessed such a gossipy nature. The main castle of Albert features a tower structure above the central area, with the battlements being a place Qin Luan had previously visited. The upper level served as the residence for the members of the Albert family. After the illness of Little Miller, no servants had ascended to this area. Now that Little Miller had recovered, the floors had been tidied up, dispelling the previous eerie atmosphere. However, as they continued up past the sleeping quarters, the entire tower once again returned to its quiet and somber state, the only sounds echoing through the hallways being the footsteps of the exorcists. Upon reaching the top floor, Qin Luan discovered a heavy door before him. The two tightly shut bronze doors were adorned with a gigantic hexagram magic array, and at the center of the array stood two lion-headed bronze sculptures with gaping mouths. Are you all ready? Baron Albert turned to face the exorcists, drawing a small hunting knife from his pocket. With a swift cut across his fingertip, he flicked the resulting drop of blood into one of the lion-headed bronze mouths. Nova, Meyer, and the other exorcists, including Boney and Qin Luan, followed suit, sending their blood droplets into the two lion-headed bronze sculptures. After consuming the last blood droplet, the hexagram magic array on the bronze doors began to glow, and the lion-headed bronze sculptures suddenly shot forth beams of light, sweeping over everyone present. As the strong light washed over him, Qin Luan felt an overwhelming sense of danger surge within him, forcing him to suppress the urge to flee and remain rooted in place. Fortunately, a gentle white glow soon enveloped him, countering the intense light emitted from the lion-headed bronze sculptures. Turning to look, he noticed that the other exorcists were similarly surrounded by a soft white glow, protecting them from the harmful rays. It appeared to be a form of identity verification for exorcists. With a rumbling sound, as the light from the lion-headed bronze sculptures gradually diminished, the two bronze doors emitted a thunderous mechanical noise and slowly opened inward. Please, come in. The 11th Audia Judgment Conference is officially convened.